Hi guys. I hope you enjoy listening to these stories. Don't forget to leave a comment, hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Chapter 101. The Harvest Festival begins. 3. Once the carrot harvest competition was over. Squeak! Pie pee pee. Squeal! Squeep! The excitement of the rabbits started to rise, and a festive atmosphere began to unfold. However, Sejun, who needed to harvest crops to complete his job quest, couldn't join in the fun. Therefore, he let the rabbits enjoy the festival, and he got to work with Quenji, Theo, and Iona. Even though he could work alone, he needed to supervise the miner Quenji, who was covetously eyeing the macchioli that the black rabbit was drinking. According to his mother, the crimson giant bear, Quenji needed to see about 10 more blue moons to be considered an adult. And Theo and Iona wouldn't leave Sejun's lap no matter what he said. Snip snip. Thus, with his 3 animal companions, Sejun harvested cherry tomatoes. You have harvested the well-ripened magical cherry tomatoes. You need to harvest 72,811 more times to complete your job quest. Your job experience slightly increases. Your proficiency in harvesting LV5 slightly increases. You have gained 30 experience points. Even though it was easier to cut the branch and harvest multiple at once, but that would allow him to use the harvesting skill only once. So Sejun was picking the cherry tomatoes one by one. Then, you have harvested underripe magical cherry tomatoes. You need to harvest 72,744 more times to complete your job quest. Your job experience slightly increases. Your skill proficiency in harvesting LV5 slightly increases. You have gained 23 experience points. He even harvested the underripe cherry tomatoes in order to use the harvesting skill. After picking all the cherry tomatoes in the ground field, Sejun went down to the cave with the animals, and then, Krueng! Quenji went into the pond to hunt. Iona, keep an eye on Quenji. Okay. Upon Sejun's instructions, Iona left Sejun's lap and Theo's tail and followed Quenji into the pond. With Iona's magic skills, Quenji wouldn't be in danger. Master! Welcome! Flamey, waving its leaves, greeted Sejun. Sorry. I should visit more often. Isn't it boring being here alone? No. You're here now, Master. And I have the ents, so I'm okay. Flamey, as always, spoke sweetly. Pat, pat. Sejun stroked Flamey's leaves. He was uneasy because Flamey seemed to grow slower compared to other crops. He. I feel good. Then, rumble. The ground began to shake. Who? While Sejun quickly regained his balance, the ground stopped shaking. What happened? Did Quenji cause trouble? Well, I'm not sure. Sejun spent about 10 minutes stroking Flamey's leaves and checking if the ground would shake again, but it was calm after that. Is everything okay? Relieved, Sejun started harvesting the cherry tomatoes again. Air bubble. Iona used magic spell so that she and Quenji could breathe underwater. A transparent air bubble formed around their heads. Krueng! Quenji, intrigued by the air bubble around his head, looked at Iona in admiration. Kayut. It's not a big deal. Now, enjoy as much as you want. Krueng! At Iona's words, Quenji energetically swam around the pond, hunting fish. Thanks to the air bubble, Quenji, who gained courage, went down to the bottom of the pond. Quenji had always been curious because he was told never to go to the bottom when he was with his big brother, the black rabbit. So, he reached the bottom of the pond. Krueng? What's this? Following Quenji, Iona arrived at the bottom of the pond and discovered a massive root stretching towards the Sea of Dimensions. Then, whoosh! They could see a bright light flowing in from the roots on the side of the Sea of Dimensions. Krueng? Iona and Quenji's gaze followed the light. And the light, entering into the massive root of the tree piercing through the ground. It was easy to tell whose root it was. There was only one tree here. It was the Flamey Rumble. The tree's root, having absorbed the light, grew, and the ground shook. As expected of Sejun, you've been growing something this amazing. Iona was astonished by the massive root of Flamey that connected all the way to the Sea of Dimensions. Then, wriggle. Excuse me. Flamey spoke to Quenji and Iona, moving its roots. Phew. It's done. Sejun quickly finished harvesting the cherry tomatoes. Then, splash. Quenji and Iona emerged from the water. Blow, warm wind. Warm wind. Iona used magic to neatly remove the moisture stuck to their fur. Did you have fun? Kayut. Yes, Krueng. Iona's voice was also cheerful, indicating she had fun too. Then let's rest a bit. Flamey, I'll come back tomorrow. Okay. See you tomorrow. As Sejun said goodbye to Flamey and started to go up to the surface. Don't forget your promise. You know, right? Flamey spoke to Iona and Quenji. Kayut. Of course, Krueng. At Flamey's words, Iona and Quenji nodded their heads and followed Sejun to the surface. The three had made some sort of agreement not to speak about Flamey's roots. The reason Flamey wanted to hide its roots was very simple. I want to look cute to my master. It seemed that if Sejun saw the massive roots, he would no longer look at Flamey adorably. When Sejun reached the surface, clatter! Clatter! Squeak! Squeak! The rabbits were wasted from drinking heavily. Why did you all drink so much? While Sejun was trying to lay the sprawled out rabbits down properly. Drink up! The black dragon statue was forcing the rabbits to drink. You know what happens if you leave even a drop, right? Gulp! The atmosphere was so intense, as if they would die if they didn't drink. It was understandable why the rabbits ended up like this, as there was no creature brave enough to refuse a drink handed over by Kaiser. Then, Park Sejun. You rascal! Where have you been? When Kaiser, who caused this situation, spotted Sejun, flap! Flap! He flew over to Sejun and handed him a cup filled to the brim with macchioli. Thank you. Sejun, who was already parched, carefully took the cup. And then, he brought the cup of macchioli close to his nose and smelled the aroma. HMPH. So, you do know how to appreciate alcohol. The fact that Sejun smelled the scent of the macchioli, checking if it was similar to the one he drank on Earth, appeared to Kaiser as savoring the aroma before drinking, which slightly increased Kaiser's favorability towards him, who also loved alcohol. It's stronger than the macchioli I used to drink on Earth, huh? However, the proportion of the sour and sweet smell was similar to what he had on Earth. Gulp! He swallowed his saliva, full of anticipation for the macchioli. With a heart full of excitement, Sejun took a sip of the macchioli. Oh, the sweet, bitter, and sour flavors flowed smoothly down Sejun's throat without causing any sense of discomfort. Gulp! Coo! It's sweet! Sejun unwittingly cried out in exhilaration at the refreshing sensation of carbonation hitting his throat. The macchioli had a strong carbonation because Kaiser had lowered its temperature using magic. Gulp! Gulp! Sejun finished his macchioli in one gulp and extended his glass. It was truly refreshing and sweet to drink after work. Another one please. Ha ha ha. Park Sejun. You really know how to drink. Kaiser, pleased, poured Sejun another drink. Kaiser had been feeling lonely without a drinking partner. The tower's administrator expresses her desire to drink macchioli too. Eileen, you're still young. I'll give it to you when you're older. Yeah. Sejun's right. You have to wait at least 200 years. The tower's administrator says it's now 180 years. Somehow, the waiting time had reduced from 250 years to 180 years. The tower's administrator is now upset and says she won't talk to Grandpa anymore. What? Eileen Tilda? Park Sejun. It's all your fault. Thus, Kaiser, who had been blocked again by Eileen, drank macchioli for a few hours, grumbling about his situation to Sejun, but neither of them got drunk. Kaiser, being a dragon, had a superior physical ability and couldn't get drunk on just macchioli. Munch munch. Sejun was eating detoxifying green onions as a hangover cure. Although he liked macchioli but didn't particularly enjoy getting drunk. Above all, he was scared that he might say something wrong to Kaiser if he got drunk. He had to keep his wits about him, as one mistake could cost him his life. So, as a result of maintaining his sobriety by eating lots of detoxifying green onions. -tch. We've run out of alcohol. It was fun drinking together. Having finished the macchioli, Kaiser returned to the fountain. Guys, eat this. Sejun, who had been drinking with Kaiser, fed the rabbits detoxifying green onions to help them sober up. Chew, chew, squeak. Fortunately, thanks to Sejun, the rabbits were quickly able to regain their senses. However, as night fell, Sejun regretted what he had done. The rabbits, refreshed from their naps, began mating activities all over the field throughout the night. Squeal! Squeal! Hoot! Hoot! The panting sounds coming from all directions like surround sound. Be quiet, world. Silence! Iona, annoyed by the disturbance to her sleep, cast a magic spell to block the noise around Sejun's house. Thanks to her, Sejun was able to sleep peacefully, but for some reason, he felt uneasy. Morning of the 266th day of being stranded. All right, when Sejun got up and went outside, only a few rabbits were wandering around. It was quiet. Hello, singles. Being out in the daytime meant they were singles. And there was no sign of the black rabbit among the group of singles. You've grown up, Black Rabbit. Live well. Sejun blessed the black rabbit that had left the singles' life and prepared breakfast. Today's breakfast was bread and cheese with soup. Of course, he grilled separate fish for Theo. Guys, let's eat. Give me the fish, meow. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Okay, croing. At Sejun's call, the animals that had had a peaceful night ran over. Munch, munch. The animals were eagerly eating their breakfast. Okay. Eat a lot and regain your energy. Sejun served a generous breakfast to boost the morale of the singles. Croing. Thanks to that, the happiest one was Quenji. Quenji, let's eat all of this. Isn't it great? Sejun tried to win over Quenji with food in a childish way. While they were eating breakfast. Wow. Emil, look at this. It's corn. Oh. That's right. Corn cob full of kernels is a top-notch product. The raccoons were inspecting Sejun's crops. Emil, come here and try this. Sejun, hearing Emil's compliments about his corn, decided to offer his hospitality. Me? Yes. Thank you. Emil wanted to refuse, but he couldn't reject the gracious offer from the great black dragon. It might cause bigger trouble. Chief Emil. You can do it. The other raccoons cheered for Emil, who was being called by Sejun. At that moment, what are you doing? You guys should come too. When Sejun beckoned to the other raccoons. Yes, the raccoons, who had been cheering for Emil, rushed over. And thus, they had a meal together. Here. This is the soup I made. Thank you. The raccoons, forcing smiles, ate the purple soup that Sejun handed to them. It was a truly unappetizing color. However, after a mouthful, such thoughts instantly vanished. It's so delicious. It's really good. The raccoons began to eat the soup enthusiastically. It went well with the bread and cheese. Moreover, you have consumed the enhanced purple seps carrot soup. Agility increases by 10.5 for 1 hour. There was even a buff after they finished the soup. Wow, what's this? The raccoons were shocked to find that the food had a buff. Foo-hoo hut. Do you want it, meow? Theo chuckled, watching the raccoons. Chapter 102, The Harvest Festival begins. 4. Yes. We want to buy. Nod, nod. The raccoons nodded their heads vigorously in response. The soup was valuable as a product for its taste alone, but the effects when consumed were exceptional. It increased agility by 10.5 for an hour, and kept one feeling full for 4 hours. There were plenty of other floors or towers where they could sell the soup if they could buy it. Even if it didn't sell, they could eat it themselves. If agility increases, our raccoons' work speed will increase. The production rate would probably increase by about 15% compared to before. It was a win-win situation in any case. I will buy 500 servings of soup for 3 tower coins per serving. Tell me more, meow. If you tell me what you want to increase among strength, agility, and magic power, we can make the soup according to that, meow. Is that really possible? Yes, it is, meow. Theo confidently answered. He's doing well. Sejun, who was watching Theo's trade, nodded his head in satisfaction, grinning. In that case, I'll buy 200 servings for each stat for 5 tower coins per serving. Good, meow. Deal complete. As Theo was about to shake hands with Emil to finalize the deal. Hold on. Sejun stopped him. There was no need to worry about Theo being swindled anymore. However, he still had a bit more to learn. Meow? Why? What's wrong? Theo and Emil both looked at Sejun, confused. Theo, pay attention. I'll show you the world of limited editions. Emil, I can't sell it at that price. There's something I didn't mention. This soup is a limited edition soup that we're only selling 5,000 servings externally because the ingredients are scarce. In fact, we don't even have much to eat ourselves, although there was plenty of purple locust meat in the void storage, but it was also true that they couldn't get more now. Sejun had slightly exaggerated the truth. I think a limited edition? At Sejun's words of only selling 5,000 servings, Emil's voice trembled. I want to buy. The soup suddenly gained a tremendous scarcity value, stimulating Emil's desire to buy it. How about it? I would like to buy all 5,000 servings at twice the price you mentioned earlier. In response to Sejun's question, Emil replied as if he was mesmerized. Okay. I'll sell all of them to you, Emil. Plus, I'll throw in some other crops as well. Thank you. At Sejun's words, Emil bowed his head in gratitude. And then, Wow, that's amazing, meow. Sejun is a god of trade, meow. Theo looked at Sejun with a gaze of awe beyond admiration. Sejun was already a god-level figure in terms of farming, and now he was a god-level trader as well, in Theo's eyes. Just as they concluded another deal with the raccoon tribe. Squeak! Squeal! Squeak! Rabbits who had been working all night formed pairs and walked out from various parts of the field like zombies. They were so hungry and had no energy. However, sorry, but you'll have to wait a little. What greeted them was a pot licked clean by Quenji. The rabbits had no choice but to wait while holding their hungry bellies until breakfast was ready. It was Sejun's timid revenge. By the way, where do you get the ingredients for the food you sell? Sejun asked Emil, the chief of the raccoon tribe, as he was cooking soup. Rice cakes and macchioli require rice, bread requires flour, and cheese requires milk. That meant Emil had somewhere to get rice, flour, and milk. Sejun wanted to get them too. We make the cheese by processing the milk from the milk spring in front of our village with our secret method. Milk spring? You're saying milk comes out of a spring? Yes, milk comes out of the spring. Emil looked at him as if to ask if there was a problem with that, tilting his head. No, Sejun had nothing to say to the fact that it comes out of a spring. And what about the rice and flour? Those are grown by Tower farmer Cecilia from the Golden Tower where our village is located. Golden Tower? Yes. The tower managed by the great golden dragons. But who is the tower farmer of this black tower? I want to introduce myself. Emil looked around for the tower farmer. It's me. You? You mean you, the great black dragon, Sejun, is farming? Emil was greatly surprised at Sejun's words. Was it really that surprising? Yes, that's amazing. You're completely different from Ophelia. Emil praised Sejun as he watched him. Ophelia? The green tower farmer Ophelia? Sejun recalled the magical agility carrot grown by Ophelia. He had received them as a reward from the carrot harvest competition. Yes. As you know, she is also a great green dragon. But her farming is? Sejun could understand why Emil was surprised and why he hesitated in his speech. Because Sejun himself had tried the carrots grown by Ophelia. Her farming skills were really poor. But could I get seeds of rice and wheat from Cecilia, the Golden Tower farmer? Seeds? Yes. I will convey message to her. And bring me some milk next time. Yes, I will bring it at the next harvest festival. Then, enhanced purple seps potato soup has been completed. Cooking LV for proficiency has slightly increased. Enhanced purple seps carrot soup has been completed. The soups made for strength, agility, and magic power were ready. Here you go. Thank you. Sejun handed the pot of completed soup to Emil, who put it in his space bag. Pay me for it, meow. Here it is. Theo, who needed to increase his sales as a wandering merchant, received the money. Follow me, meow. I'll get you the crops, meow. Theo, leading the raccoons, picked up a few kinds of crops from the storage. And then, who? Is this an item? Seeing that eating crops also increased their stats, the raccoons spent all their money buying Sejun's crops. And at a very high price. It was the first time they encountered such tasty and beneficial crops. Thanks to this, Theo swept up all the money from the raccoons. Then, I'll see you at the next harvest festival. We will bring more money next time. Goodbye. The raccoons left, determined to buy more crops next time. After the raccoons left yesterday, Sejun planted the carrot seeds he got from the carrot harvest competition. In the afternoon, he went to the western forest and, with the help of the blessing of Mana, enlarged the size of the pit so that the fire ants could not approach the western forest. After that, he repeatedly picked and planted the seeds of the ants, then went home and slept. Thanks to this, the number of ants increased to 2,000. All right. As soon as Sejun woke up from his bed, his knees felt heavy as usual. ZZZZ. ZZZZ. Theo and Iona, who were clinging on Sejun's knee and sleeping. Swoosh! With the two still hanging on his knee, Sejun drew a line on the wall and started the morning of the 267th day of being stranded. There's not much time left until the blue moon. There were 5 days left until the next blue moon. Eileen, I'm counting on you for this blue moon too. The tower administrator shouts out loud, asking you to trust her. Yes, of course I trust you. While he was talking to Eileen, the second competition of the Harvest Festival, the carrot eating competition, will start shortly. Participants who wish to participate in the competition, please gather in front of the Red Ribbon's giant carrot altar. A message announcing the second competition of the Harvest Festival appeared. Whoosh! The rabbits ran towards the giant carrot altar after seeing the message. Let's go, too. As Sejun and Quenji, who had been waiting in front of the house, went to the giant carrot altar. Time remaining for participation application, 9 minutes 51 seconds. Current number of applicants, 1032. A message like this was floating under the giant carrot altar. All the rabbits have applied. Let's apply too. Sejun went under the giant carrot altar and applied for participation with Theo, Iona, and Quenji. Current number of participation applications, 1037. Ooh? Why did it increase by 5 instead of 4? I'm here too, Sejun. The golden bat, hidden in Quenji's fur, poked its head out and said, "Oh, you were there. Why are you there? It's dark and warm here, so I like it." Crying? Quenji seemed to have no idea why Sejun was looking at his back and talking. While Sejun was talking to the golden bat, roar, thump, thump, the mother crimson giant came to the giant carrot altar and applied for participation. With this, the first place is decided. There was no creature that could beat the mother crimson giant bear, whose wish was always to eat to her heart's content. But then, thump, 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 thump. As if to mock Sejun's prediction, another strong competitor appeared. Moo, moo, moo. Giant entities running from afar with a powerful roar. They were Minotaur King and the Black Minotaurs. They also participated in the competition to eat to their heart's content. Current number of applicants, 2038. Minotaur King and 999 Black Minotaurs participated in the carrot-eating competition. Shortly after, the application period has ended. Applicants, please gather under the red ribbon's giant carrot altar. The carrot-eating competition will start in 1 minute. As Sejun and the animals who applied for the competition gather under the altar, the competition begins. Along with the message announcing the start of the competition, a huge basket full of carrots appeared in front of everyone. The quantity was definitely over 100 at a glance. Rumble, rumble. As soon as it started, Minotaur King and the mother crimson giant bear stuffed carrots into their mouths. Chomp chomp. After chewing and swallowing a few carrots, the basket was refilled with carrots. Wow! While Sejun was watching the disappearing carrots, Kyuong. Quenji quickly grew larger and ate the carrots quickly, as if he couldn't lose. And then, crunch crunch. Knowing that they already had no chance of winning, Sejun and the rabbits chewed carrots from the perspective of spectators and watched the food fighters eat with interest. The carrots, while not as flavorful as the ones from their own farm, were still quite edible. While they were watching, Minotaur King and Mother Crimson Giant Bear emptied the 10th basket. Oh, the basket was now filled with 10 giant carrots instead of regular ones, to make it more difficult for them to eat. However, for Minotaur King and the Mother Crimson Giant Bear, the giant carrots were the right size, making them easier to chew. Moo! Roar! Minotaur King and Mother Crimson Giant Bear let out a happy roar. Roar! Quenji also increased his eating speed as if he could not lose. Rumble! Rumble! Soon, Minotaur King and Mother Crimson Giant Bear had emptied their 20th basket. They showed no signs of slowing down. Crueng! Quenji barely finished eating all the carrots in the 10th basket. He couldn't eat much at once, maybe because his mouth was smaller than the adults. Crueng! Just when Quenji was about to eat the giant carrots, the carrot-eating competition has ended prematurely due to all prepared carrots being exhausted. Whether the scale of the competition was small or the participants ate too much, the competition always ended prematurely due to the exhaustion of carrots. Moo! Roar! Minotaur King and Mother Crimson Giant Bear made a disappointed expression at the message of the end of the competition. It's because they still hadn't filled their stomachs. Crueng! Quenji, who couldn't win first place or eat his fill, cried in his mother's arms. Carrot-eating competition ranking. Joint first place, Minotaur King, red fur, 20 baskets. Third place, Quenji, 10 baskets. Rewards will be given to the first, second, and third place winners of the carrot-eating competition. Meanwhile, the ranking was displayed and the rewards were given. Plop. Sob sob. Sob. Dad is weak, so you need to eat this. Quenji, who still hadn't stopped crying, gave Sejun one black pill, the size of a candy, which he had received as a reward. Moo! Roar! Minotaur King and Mother Crimson Giant Bear also nodded and gave Sejun 4 black pills each, which they received as rewards. Thank you. As a token of gratitude, Sejun served additional food to Minotaur King and Mother Crimson Giant Bear, and Quenji, who were still hungry. And he checked the rewards. Agility Potion. A potion made from the extract of 10,000 carrots grown by an inexperienced farmer, aimed to enhance the weak effects of the underdeveloped carrots. It is utterly tasteless. Upon consumption, agility permanently increases by 1.5. Producer, Blue Tower Farmer Zelga. Expiration date, 100 years. Grade, C. Utterly tasteless? Damn, these guys are all joking around with the food everyone eats. Sejun swallowed 9 agility potions with his eyes tightly closed. All he had to do was chew quickly and swallow. However, Sejun, your mouth smells like shit. Bleg! The smell of the leftover potion lingered in his mouth for quite a long time. You guys are all mean. In the end, the only one who stuck around Sejun was Theo, who had chosen knees over his sense of smell. Thanks, President Theo. Meow. Don't open your mouth, meow. Theo hurriedly blocked Sejun's mouth with his front paw. On the 267th day of being stranded, Sejun had to stay at home all day due to the smell of shit coming from his mouth. Chapter 103, The Harvest Festival begins, 5. The 268th day of being stranded, morning. As soon as Sejun, who had just woken up and come outside, found Quenji playing alone in front of his house, he tried to question what had happened yesterday. However, Quenji, you knew your medicine you gave me smelled like poop, didn't you? President Park, shut your mouth, meow. The smell of poop is still lingering, meow. Still, Theo quickly covered Sejun's mouth and Sejun was once again confined to his house. He couldn't harm the animals with sensitive noses. Fortunately, by the afternoon, the smell from his mouth completely disappeared. Of course, to get rid of the smell, Sejun had to eat a lot of green onions and water. Phew. Now it seems a bit more like living. Sejun came outside the house and said this, taking a deep breath. Krueng. As Sejun came out, Quenji, who had been guarding the front of the house, loitered around him. Dad, I'm sorry. Quenji, come here. Krueng. Quenji cautiously approached Sejun at his words. Quenji, why are you so down? Is this how parents feel? Seeing Quenji looking at him cautiously, Sejun felt bad. How much stress must the kid have gone through to be so down? He thought. Krueng. Seeing that Sejun seemed to be in a better mood, Quenji rubbed his face against Sejun's leg. Swipe. Swipe. Quenji, are you going to give me something that smells like poop again? When Sejun petted Quenji's head and asked, Krueng, I won't give you anything that smells like poop anymore. Quenji responded by shaking his head vigorously. All right. Let's go eat then. Krueng. At Sejun's words, Quenji cheered. In this way, Sejun started cooking in the kitchen. Today's dish was rice cake soup. There were rice cakes and the harvest festival gave it a holiday vibe. Iona, please cut these rice cakes diagonally like this. Yes. Wind cutter. Iona began to slice the dried rice cakes with magic. President Park. I can cut the rice cake too, meow. Why don't you let me do anything, meow? Swish. Theo unsheathed its sharp claws and asked Sejun why he wasn't being asked to do anything. President Theo, take a break. A president doesn't always have to step in. Sejun was worried that Theo moving around to cut the rice cake might cause his fur to stick to the rice cake, but he spoke carefully so as not to hurt Theo's feelings. Is that so, meow? Got it, meow. Then, as a president, I'll take my rest even more seriously, meow. Theo, who didn't quite understand Sejun's words but took them as the truth, decided to take a rest as Sejun suggested. Poo-hoo-hoo. Now I, President Theo, don't have to do such chores and can still have Sejun's lap, meow. In this way, Theo happily started resting on Sejun's lap. While Iona was cutting the rice cakes, Sejun prepared the broth for the rice cake soup. Cheek. He put the purple locust meat in the pot, stir-fried it, poured water, and kept boiling it with detoxifying green onions. Now all he had to do was wait for the broth. Slice, slice, slice. While waiting for the broth to be ready, Sejun chopped some green onions. They were for garnishing the rice cake soup. Kayut, kayut, kayut. I've cut them all. Yep. Good job. Yes. Anything else you want me to do? No. That's all. Yes. Hearing from Sejun that there was no more work, Iona ran to Theo, wrapped herself up with Theo's tail, and took a rest. Is it ready? Sejun tasted the broth. Now I just need to put in the rice cakes and adjust the seasoning. Sejun put the sliced rice cakes into the pot and seasoned it with salt. Krueng. Krueng. Quenji danced around in anticipation, shaking his butt. Just wait a little. It's almost done. Krueng. A little later, you have achieved the achievement of making purple rice cake soup for the first time in the tower. The recipe for purple rice cake soup will be registered in Cooking LV4. Your proficiency in Cooking LV4 greatly increases. The rice cake soup was ready. Shall we see what effects it has? Sejun checked the options of the rice cake soup. Purple rice cake soup. The meat of the purple locust and the detoxifying green onion were boiled at high heat, allowing the nutrients of the two ingredients to permeate the broth. The detoxifying green onions neutralize the extreme poison in the purple locust meat, preventing the dish from spoiling easily. The taste is slightly improved. A feeling of satiety is maintained for an hour. Chef, Tower Farmer Park, Sejun. Expiration date, 10 days. Grade, D. There are no effects other than satiety? Perhaps because there were no crops included except for the detoxifying green onions, there were no options attached to the food. Well, as long as it tastes good. Here, Sejun filled Quenji's bowl with rice cake soup and then filled his own. He topped it off with chopped green onions and sprinkled some pepper. Let's eat now. Krueng. As soon as Sejun scooped some soup into his mouth, Quenji also hurriedly started drinking the soup. Ah, this is delicious. The soup had a well-seasoned chicken-flavored broth, and the rice cakes, sliced to a perfect thickness, provided a nice chewy texture. Thanks to the dried rice cakes, there was an additional crunch when chewing. Slurp. While Sejun was immersed in his soup, Krueng. Quenji, who had quickly finished a bowl, ladled more soup from the pot into his bowl and sat down to eat. However, slurp. Slurp. At first, Quenji would return to his seat to eat, then go back to the pot for seconds. But later, he just started drinking soup straight from the bowl in front of the pot. By the time Sejun finished a bowl, "Who? You already finished?" Quenji had finished the entire pot. He. Quenji patted his stomach and laughed in satisfaction. Then, sigh. Quenji is now older than me. How does it feel? You've become Grandpa Quenji. Sejun started to tease with a mischievous smile. Krueng? Quenji was puzzled when Sejun suddenly called him Grandpa. Why am I suddenly a grandpa? Sorry, I should have told you for every bowl of rice cake soup you eat, you age a year. Krueng. Quenji was startled by Sejun's words. He quickly started calculating how many bowls of soup he had eaten. Judging by the size of the pot, he must have had around 200 bowls. He suddenly became a 200-year and 198 days old crimson giant honey bear. Krueng. Quenji was devastated. He was now older than his dad. His brothers Theo and Black Rabbit and sister Choo-Choo were all younger than him. Then, Krueng? Suddenly, an idea popped into Quenji's head. Am I now the eldest brother? Meow, swoosh. Quenji grabbed Theo and ran outside. He was trying to re-establish the hierarchy. Ooh? Quenji. Sensing that something was off, Sejun tried to follow Quenji, but then, a quest has been generated. Quest, serve 175 bowls of the purple rice cake soup that makes you 1 year older per bowl to the great black dragon, Eileen Pratani. Reward, a chance to meet me. If refused, refusal is rejected. Eileen, who took Sejun's joke seriously, gave out a quest. Eileen, that was just. Sejun hastily tried to correct his joke. Krueng. Krueng. I'm now the eldest brother. Because I'm 200 years old. Quenji gathered Theo, Black Rabbit, and Golden Bat in the cave, announcing that he was the oldest and should therefore be the big brother. However, what are you talking about, meow? How did Quenji suddenly become 200 years old, meow? And I'm 250 years old, meow. Stop talking nonsense and go to President Park's lap, meow. Theo wasn't yet ready to accept Quenji as older. Then, squeak! Squeak! Being older doesn't make you the big brother. We should decide it by who came here first. That's nonsense, meow. We should establish the hierarchy based on who brought the most help to President Park, meow. Black Rabbit's words sparked another debate on the criteria for deciding the brotherly hierarchy. We should decide based on who brought the most help to President Park, meow. Squeak! We should decide by who came here first. Krueng. No, let's decide by size. Screech. I'm okay with anything. Even if Golden Bat tried, he could never be the eldest brother, so he simply watched from behind. Then, well then, I'll be the eldest brother. No, eldest sister. Flamey interrupted their conversation. What are you talking about, meow? I was the first one here, and I'm the biggest. Since she was the first one planted, and she had a gigantic root underground, Flamey's claim was valid. Moreover, I can give assistance to the master. I can't accept that, meow. Theo yelled in response to Flamey's words. He could accept the rest, but not the third claim. Then, how about this? Along with Flamey's words, an amberjack fish over 10 meters long appeared in the pond. It was a fish that Flamey had directly caught from the Sea of Dimensions with its root. That's a huge fish, meow. Theo quickly ran towards the amberjack fish. What do you think? You agree? Meow. I still can't accept it, meow. The hierarchy should be determined by age, meow. Theo, who could not concede the highest rank to Flamey, shouted, hugging the amberjack fish. Crueng. I agree. I also agree. Thanks to Quenji and Flamey's approval, Theo managed to maintain the position of eldest brother. Crueng. Quenji was happy to become the second in command. However, Quenji, the thing I said earlier was a joke. Sejun, who had just finished explaining to Eileen, told Quenji the truth. Crueng. Quenji glared at Sejun with resentment. How could you say that now? Squeak! 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 The black rabbit was glaring at Quenji, swinging the hammer with angry eyes. K-he-hey. If I eat one bowl of rice cake soup, I'll age 1 year? Eileen, who was now able to hear voices through the crystal orb as her magic power increased, was excited upon hearing Sejun's voice. K-he-hey. If I eat only 175 bowls of that, I can meet Sejun too. Thanks to eating honey jelly every day, Eileen's dragon heart was in a better condition. Eileen quickly gave Sejun a quest. Quickly make 175 bowls of rice cake soup for me. However, Eileen, I'm sorry, I was joking with Quenji. In the place I lived, there's a custom that you age a year if you eat rice cake soup. Sejun said that his words were a joke. Of course, Sejun cooked the rice cake soup for her, but it didn't improve Eileen's mood. Coo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I'm sad, but it's delicious. While Eileen was eating the rice cake soup with teary eyes. What? Why is our princess crying? Kaiser, noticing something was wrong with Eileen, quickly asked. Coo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Grandfather. I want to polymorph and meet Sejun. Eileen, who burst into tears at Kaiser's words, spoke while sobbing. Okay. If our granddaughter wishes for it. This old man will help. Kaiser, somewhat wanted to keep Sejun a little closer, accepted her request. Really? Of course. But don't block me while talking to your grandpa from now on. Okay? Yes, the reason Kaiser could make such a bold promise to Eileen was thanks to the blessing of mana that spread across the 99th floor of the tower as the harvest festival began. Due to the blessing of mana, the concentration of mana on the 99th floor was gradually increasing. By the last day of the festival, when the mana concentration on the 99th floor reached its peak, Kaiser thought Eileen could stay in polymorphed form for a few minutes if he assisted her. From now on, I'll teach you polymorph. Listen carefully. Yes, Kaiser started to teach Eileen the polymorph magic. Chapter 104, The Harvest Festival begins. 6. Squeak! Crueng! While the pissed-off black rabbit was chasing Quenji, who plotted the coup. Theo, where did this amberjack fish come from? Sejun asked Theo, who was preparing to put the amberjack fish into his bag. Ah, this one, meow? Well, this is. Just as Theo was about to explain about the amberjack fish caught by Flamey. Master! What's happening here? Flamey hurriedly called out to Sejun, trying to divert his attention. Oh, it's because of Quenji. Are they being noisy while you're resting? I'll take them away quickly. Yes, thank you. While Flamey was responding, swish! One of Flamey's roots grabbed Theo's leg. And, please keep it a secret that I caught the amberjack fish. Flamey, who wanted to hide its size, made a request to Theo. No way, meow. There are no secrets between me and President Park, meow. In exchange, I'll catch a big fish like this every month. Big brother. Pew-phew-fut. Did you just call me big brother, meow? Theo was pleased with the new term of address. Yes, big brother. All right, meow. I'll keep it a secret, meow. President Park. I caught this amberjack fish, meow. Theo fell for the new term of address, big brother. Sigh. Flamey let out a sigh of relief. However, Theo, you hate getting in the water, don't you, meow? That's. Theo started to stutter all of a sudden. Are you hiding something from me? It's a secret, meow. Theo ran outside in response to Sejun's questioning. What's with him? Sejun muttered as he watched Theo behave strangely. Then, Black Rabbit, please forgive Quenji now. Quenji has probably reflected a lot. Isn't that right, Quenji? Sejun made the Black Rabbit and Quenji reconcile. Crueng! Crueng! Quenji nodded vigorously at Sejun's words. Squeak! The Black Rabbit forgave Quenji, saying only this time. Crueng! Excited that the Black Rabbit had forgiven him, Quenji ran around carrying the Black Rabbit on his back, acting as a horse. Then, snap! What? During this, Theo returned to Sejun's knee. Theo, who had run away because he couldn't reveal the secret, couldn't stay away from Sejun's lap for too long. So, in the end, he returned to Sejun's even after running away. Theo, how dare you keep a secret from me? Plop. Sejun pulled Theo's cheeks as punishment for the runaway cat. Preezy. Park. SOR, meow. FL, gave to, me, meow. Finally, Theo confessed, but his pronunciation was all muddled. He. Sejun enjoyed touching Theo's soft chubby cheeks, which felt like sweet rice cake the more he touched. He had long forgotten about Theo's response. Thanks to this, Flamey's secret was kept safe. Morning of the 269th day of being stranded. It's been 6 days since the harvest festival began. Is there going to be a competition today? Sejun said while drinking his morning coffee. Judging from the pattern so far, there were carrot harvesting competitions on the 2nd day of the harvest festival and carrot eating competitions on the 4th day. After harvesting and eating, maybe the next one will be something like carrot cooking or carrot carving? As Sejun was thinking about the next competition. Squeak! Squeak! Crueng! Crueng! The reconciled Black Rabbit and Quenji came looking for Sejun, singing together. Thud! Thud! Suddenly, the Black Rabbit and Quenji bowed their heads, performing a formal bow to Sejun. And then, squeak! Crueng! They put their palms together. It was a polite yet assertive gesture towards Sejun. Do you want food? Squeak! The Black Rabbit shook his head, and, Crueng! Crueng! Quenji, who was nodding, saw the Black Rabbit and quickly shook his head. Then what is it? Squeak? Uncle, don't you know about New Year's gift money is? The Black Rabbit quietly asked, after climbing onto Sejun's shoulder. It was a thoughtful question, considering Sejun might not know about New Year's gift money. Ah, is that it? Of course, I know. Here, Sejun gave the New Year's gift money to Black Rabbit and Quenji. On the 6th day of the harvest festival, it was a tradition for the rabbits to bow and receive New Year's gift money. Squeak! Crueng! Black Rabbit and Quenji were happy holding the New Year's gift money they received from Sejun. I want it too, meow. Theo quickly bowed to Sejun. He thought it was a pretty good deal to just bow and receive money. Okay. Since you're the oldest brother, I'll give you a bit more. Sejun gave him twice the amount he gave to the Black Rabbit and Quenji. Thank you, meow. Give me again, meow. Theo thought he could receive New Year's gift money every time he bowed, like a vending machine that dispenses whenever you press it. However, are you willing to have the money you've already received taken away? No, meow. At Sejun's words, Theo quietly put his New Year's gift money in his bag and took out a churu. Open it, meow. Sure, whoosh. While Sejun was feeding churu to Theo. Squeak! Squeal! Squeep! The rabbits lined up in front of Sejun, bowed, and received New Year's gift money. Right, stay healthy. Before he knew it, Sejun was giving blessings as well. And, swish! Swish! Gar, N-A-D-A, Ra, to the power of 1. Behind Sejun, the golden bat was diligently practicing writing Korean on the floor. It was almost time to go back to Earth. Noodles, coffee, cola. He then reviewed the characters that Sejun emphasized to always bring when he sees them. After a while, he felt it. I'll definitely bring something that Sejun likes this time. The golden bat captured the back of Sejun in his eyes and disappeared. Flap! Flap! What should I choose? The golden bat hurriedly looked around and found letters he could read. Then, 00 noodles, 00 coffee. Familiar characters appeared. Ah! That's it! The golden bat quickly grabbed the items and disappeared. A little later, damn it! Who is it? Who ate the ramen? It was here just before I went to the bathroom. The man who came into the break room to eat ramen grumbled while looking at the snack display rack. There's no way someone ate the ramen and disappeared within a few minutes. Plus, there were signs that a packet of coffee had been taken too. No matter how small the happiness is, this is not it. The owner, who was trying to eat in the store because he was too lazy to go out, was furious about the disappearance of the last ramen. Here. This is your New Year's gift money. Live happily. Sejun was giving out the New Year's gift money to the rabbits who were bowing to him. Flap! Flap! The black dragon statue approached. And, Park Sejun. Why aren't you bowing to me? Kaiser was upset with Sejun, who didn't come to bow to him. Ah. I was going to find you after receiving bows from the rabbits. Sorry for making you wait. He didn't even think about going to see Kaiser, but he couldn't tell the truth if he didn't want to die. I didn't wait. I, being generous, will let it slide this time. Hurry and bow to me. Yes. Mr. Kaiser, may you live a long, squared and healthy life. Sejun politely bowed. What? Park Sejun. Are you telling me to die? Who? I'm already over 10,000 years old now, so if I'm to live long squared, it means I should die now. He hadn't considered the long lifespan of a dragon. No, that's not what I meant. Sejun hurriedly explained his words. In our culture, living up to 100 years is considered a very long life. Wishing someone to live long and healthy means to live a very, very long time. Ha ha ha. I see. I didn't consider the frailty of humans. Here's your New Year's gift money. Spit. A black shiny object spat out by the black dragon statue fell into Sejun's hand. I've given you something special of mine. Consider it an honor. Thank you. He didn't know what it was, but he expressed his thanks anyway. Flap. Flap. As Kaiser returned to the fountain and Sejun checked the item Kaiser had given. Great Black Dragon Kaiser Scale. The Great Black Dragon, Kaiser Pratani, has put a spell on his own scale. When attached to a desired area, it settles as a tattoo on the skin. When the owner's life is in danger, the Dragon Tribe skill Dragon Skin activates automatically to save the owner's life and is then destroyed. Usage restrictions, Park Sejun, acknowledged by Kaiser Pratani. Creator, Kaiser Pratani. Grade, unmeasurable. Wow, it was an extraordinary item. So I just put it here like this. When Sejun placed Kaiser's scale on his left arm, swoosh, the scale seeped into Sejun's skin, and a black dragon tattoo covering up to his left shoulder settled in place. But will I ever need to use this? He already had the power, indestructible body. Sejun thought he would never have to use Kaiser's scale, but the time to use the scale came sooner than he thought. Sejun didn't know that he would soon be facing a life-threatening situation, and he continued to receive the bow from the remaining rabbits and gave them their New Year's gift money. Did everyone get theirs? As Sejun looked around to see if there were any rabbits who hadn't received their New Year's gift money. Flap! Flap! The golden bat flew in quickly. Sejun! I think I've finally found what you wanted. The golden bat came flying, tightly clutching the items in its 2 feet. Who is that? Sejun was shocked at the amazing item that the golden bat brought. Is that instant ramen? Mix him coffee? This time the golden bat really brought the right items. First, add 550 milliliters of water. Since there was only 1 packet of ramen, so failure was not an option. Sejun boiled the ramen according to the instructions on the package. To measure the correct amount of water, Sejun used the water bottle he had brought during the vanishing to match the volume of water, and started boiling it. He. Good job. Good job. Sejun held the golden bat, the top contributor of the day, in his arms, and kept stroking its head while boiling the ramen water. Purr, purr. The golden bat happily purred in Sejun's arms. But there was someone who didn't like it. I don't like this, meow. Theo glared at the golden bat. Bringing necessary items to Sejun was Theo's role, and it was unacceptable for the youngest one to meddle with the responsibilities of the eldest. How should I scold it? As Theo was licking his front paws and thinking about how to scold the golden bat. Now is the time. Sejun put the noodles, soup, and flakes in the boiling water. And, 269, 270. He boiled it for exactly 4 minutes and 30 seconds as stated in the instructions, then removed the pot from the heat and moved the ramen to a bowl. Oh, the smell. He was moved just by smelling it. Who? Sejun lifted a chopstick of ramen and blew into the steamy noodles. It must be cooled down by now, right? Whatever. When the noodles seemed cool enough, Sejun tried them first. Slurp. The taste of ramen he hadn't had in almost 9 months made a smile appear involuntarily on Sejun's mouth. Slurp. Slurp. This time, Sejun took several sips of the ramen broth with a spoon. Wow! No other words were necessary. It was simply moving. As he was eating ramen, squeak! Krueng! The black rabbit and Quenji came towards Sejun. Just 1 bite. Sejun's eyes wavered greatly at the words just 1 bite. Here! Sejun first gave a strand of noodles and 5 spoons of soup to the black rabbit. That was enough for the black rabbit. And then, here! Quenji! Sejun pretended to give some to Quenji, but suddenly he put his face in the bowl and started to slurp up the ramen. He couldn't let this be taken away. However, Krueng! As Quenji quickly approached and started sucking from Sejun's bowl, the pressure caused the ramen noodles to be sucked into Quenji's mouth like a vacuum cleaner. Slurp! The last strand of noodle connected to Sejun's mouth was sucked into Quenji's mouth, and with that, the ramen disappeared completely. My ramen. As Sejun was feeling despondent. Excuse me, big brother, I brought this for you. The golden bat cautiously handed Theo a bag with a cat picture on it. It was churu. At that moment, the third competition of the Harvest Festival, the carrot wine drinking competition, will begin shortly. Participants who wish to participate in the competition, please gather in front of the Red Ribbon's giant carrot altar. The last competition of the Harvest Festival began. Chapter 105. How do you eat my ramen? Take this. Boo 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 boop. Sejun vented his anger at Quenji, who had stolen his ramen, by blowing raspberries to the power of 1. However, coo hey hey hey. Crewing. Hee 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 hee. This is fun. Quenji, feeling good with Sejun's raspberries, stuck out his belly for more. Just then, a message announcing the start of the third event of the Harvest Festival appeared. A carrot wine drinking competition? If I could just eat the detoxifying green onions, I might be able to win. However, considering that other buffs were deactivated for fairness in the carrot harvesting competition, it was highly likely that detoxifying green onions wouldn't work. Should I give it a try? As Sejun was about to go to the giant carrot altar for the competition, President Park, give our youngest some New Year's gift money too, meow. Theo, who received a churu as a gift, began to take care of the golden bat. He was even upgraded to be called our youngest. Oh. Of course, I should. Sejun readily agreed. It was a golden bat that brought a whole packet of ramen. It deserved not only New Year's gift money, but even more. Sejun, please accept my bow. As the golden bat bowed respectfully, folding its wings. Good. Here's your New Year's gift money. Stay healthy, golden bat. Yes. Thank you. Sejun gave the golden bat some New Year's gift money. And then, let's go. He headed towards the giant carrot altar with the animals. At the giant carrot altar, there were already a mother crimson giant bear, black minotaurs, and adult rabbits waiting for the carrot wine drinking competition to start. Krueng. Quenji ran towards his mother. However, Krueng. While the two were talking, the mother crimson giant bear shook her head. Krueng. Quenji began to lie on the floor and started crying. He must be throwing a tantrum to participate in the contest too. It was obvious even without looking. All the contests held at the Harvest Festival so far were eating contests. However, this time it was a drinking contest. The underage Quenji couldn't participate. Sejun silently wished the mother crimson giant bear good luck and headed under the giant carrot altar. Time remaining for registration, 7 minutes 51 seconds. Current number of applications, 532. Certainly, because it was a drinking contest, young rabbits couldn't participate, so the number of participants was low. The black rabbit is obviously participating, and Theo will participate, right? Of course, meow. Although Theo didn't like alcohol, but he participated in the contest to stay on Sejun's lap. Current number of registrations, 535. At that time, Krueng. The mother crimson giant bear sent Sejun an apologetic glance while pointing at him. And then, Krueng. The crying Quenji started running towards him. No. Why is she sending him to me? Even though I've been taking care of Quenji recently, this isn't right. Sejun thought he would have to talk to the mother crimson giant bear later as he hurriedly took out honey from void storage. He planned to appease Quenji with honey for now. Krueng. The cry asking for honey as soon as he pulled it out. As expected of a honey bear, Quenji immediately stopped crying as soon as it saw the honey. If you eat this and wait quietly, I'll give you another bottle of honey when it's over. Can our Quenji wait quietly? Lick lick lick. Krueng. While Quenji, who was too busy licking the honey, didn't even raise his gaze, he responded loudly. After calming Quenji and heading under the giant carrot, the competition begins. A message announcing the start of the competition appeared, and a semi-transparent red wall blocked off the surrounding area. And then, boom! A 10 size wine bottle filled with giant carrots appeared in the center, along with a drinking glass in front of the participants. Wow! It was the first time he saw such a big carrot. I wonder if the wine tastes good? Sejun, who had never tasted wine made with carrots, looked at the drinking glass that appeared in front of him with eyes filled with anticipation. The transparent liquid in the glass was carrot wine. He lifted the drinking glass and slowly smelled the scent of the carrot wine. He wasn't even thinking about winning, so he focused on enjoying the drink. A delicious sweet aroma, along with the unique flavor of carrot, was felt from the drink. Having smelled it, now it was time to taste it. Sip. He took a sip of the drink. As soon as the drink entered his mouth, the deep flavor of grain and carrot, along with a mild bitterness, filled his mouth. Gulp! The drink smoothly went down his throat, independent of his will. Ha! As the cool energy of wine slid down his esophagus, a faint sweetness of grain lingered in his mouth, which cleared away any remnants of bitterness left by the wine. Ah, it's really delicious. Gulp! Sejun, who had fallen for the taste of carrot wine, ended up drinking another glass that was already filled up. As he proceeded to drink 5 more glasses without any side dishes. Ooh? I'm feeling a little drunk. Sejun tried to take out a detoxifying green onion to sober up, but, for the fairness of the competition, you cannot use other items. As expected, its use was restricted. Should I stop drinking? Sejun tried to stop drinking and leave, but, you cannot leave until either you have emptied all the wine in the bottle or all participants have passed out. He couldn't leave until the competition was over. Should I wait? Meow, meow, meow. While Sejun was waiting for the competition to end and stroking Theo's belly, roar, moo, squeak. The animals were making noises in admiration as they drank the wine. Slowly, Sejun's hand, craving more alcohol, gradually moved towards his glass. Just one more glass. Sejun lifted his glass. Gulp. Ah, the taste that naturally made him gasp. The more he drank, the more he craved the wine. I want to drink just one more glass. Drink! After all, you only live once. Who knows when you will drink again after today? No. Get a grip. What if you make a mistake? You're going to die right away. The whispers of instinct and reason echoed in his head. However, I need to empty the bottle quickly. It was the victory of instinct today. Sejun, looking at the half-full bottle in the center, decided to put his effort into emptying the bottle. 55th floor of the tower. What? Tariq is dead. Grid was startled at the news of Tariq's death. He had been trying to find out his whereabouts after losing contact for a few days, but he didn't expect that he was dead. Yes! He was caught feeding locusts on the 67th floor of the tower by Iona, the chairman of the Wizards Association, and was killed on the spot. How dare they kill the elder of our Boar tribe? Bang! Unable to contain his anger, Grid broke the desk in half with his fist. Lord Grid, please calm down. I have received a message that Chairman Mason is moving his agents from the Secret Inspection Bureau in an attempt to link you to this incident and deal with you all at once. You need to quickly erase all connections with Tariq. Mason, who had always regarded Grid as a thorn in his side, moved as secretly as possible to finish Grid off, but Grid's intelligence network was not to be underestimated. Grid had long spent effort turning several of the Secret Inspection Bureau agents, operated secretly by the Wandering Merchant Guild, into his own people. There's no need to worry. There won't be any evidence. As soon as he lost contact with Tariq, Grid ordered all traces connecting him to Tariq to be removed in preparation for this situation, and his assassination team obliterated several villages to eliminate any witnesses. What about the white rabbits that were at the farm? They're all gone? Yes. They disappeared without a trace even though dozens of guards were watching them. It's almost time for the harvest. Either find the missing white rabbits, or catch other white rabbits. By any means necessary, bring me those white rabbits. Yes. I'll get on it right away. As his subordinate hurriedly left to secure the white rabbits. Creak! Grid stood up from his seat and pushed aside the bookshelf in the office, revealing stairs leading to the basement. Thud! Thud! Grid descended down the stairs into the basement. The stairs led to an underground passage, and the passage led to a massive square, and in the center of the square was a white dragon statue. Grid, pay my respects to the great white dragon. Thud! Landlord Grid, with his massive body, bowed towards the 1-meter-tall white dragon statue. He. I've learned it all. Now I can see Sejun. Eileen, who had fully mastered the polymorph spell, shouted with a happy face. Now all she had to do was wait for Kaiser to signal. He. I can't wait to see Sejun. Eileen looked at Sejun through the crystal orb with an excited expression. Ah, this is great. Sejun, who participated in the carrot wine drinking competition, kept exclaiming as he drank. Is it really that good? Eileen became curious. Ah, this is good. It's so good. Good. Sejun kept exclaiming good every time he drank. Eileen's face gradually hardened as she watched Sejun. Humph. Is it better than me? The tower administrator asks if you like the drink more than her. What? What does that mean? The tower administrator is angry asking why you keep saying it's good. It's good. When you drink. He. Our Eileen is jealous of a drink? The tower administrator denies ever being jealous. He. Don't worry. You're the only one for me. Sejun, who was drunk and feeling good, spoke playfully. Then, the carrot wine drinking competition has ended early as all the prepared carrot wine has been consumed. The rankings were determined as the participants drank all the wine in the bottles. Carrot wine drinking competition ranking. First, Red Fur, 1000 L. Second, Minotaur 102, 103 L. Third, Minotaur 72, 102.5 L. The amount was incomprehensible considering the small glasses. Sejun didn't know it, but when the alcohol in the glass was emptied, more alcohol kept filling up so he could drink continuously. Rewards will be given to the first, second, and third place winners of the carrot wine drinking competition. The reward was a beer bottle-sized bottle of alcohol filled with carrots. You have received 10 carrot seeds as a participation prize in the carrot wine drinking competition. Sejun received carrot seeds as a participation prize. Then, wait! This time, Sejun called out to the Mother Crimson Giant Bear, Minotaur 102, and Minotaur 72, who were hurrying to leave without giving Sejun the reward. Why aren't you giving it to me this time? Give me the reward. Sejun, who was drunk, confidently extended his hand. You guys better not move. Although he couldn't control his body and was swaying, Sejun angrily told the innocent animals to stay put. Give me the reward quickly. Krueng. Imu. At Sejun's demand, the Mother Crimson Giant Bear and the Black Minotaurs shook their heads hard with their alcohol bottles. He. Did you guys plan to eat all the delicious stuff alone? Sejun was convinced. Looking at the animals' reactions, it was clear that the reward this time was something delicious. President Theo, go. Got it, meow. Theo quickly took the alcohol bottle that Minotaur 72 was holding. Normally, Theo wouldn't have been able to take it from Minotaur 72, but now he was drunk. His reaction was slow. Here it is, meow. Well done, meow. Fat. Sejun mimicked Theo's way of speaking and opened the cap of the bottle that Theo had brought. And just as Sejun was about to drink the alcohol in the bottle, you idiot! You'll die if you drink that. Puck! Along with the surprised woman's voice, something hit Sejun's back of the head. Your body has taken a fatal hit. Power, indestructible body has been activated. Magic power is consumed to protect the body from breaking. You have an extreme lack of magic power. Dragon tribe skill, Dragon Skin is activated. The scale of the Great Black Dragon Kaiser has been destroyed. The scale of Kaiser disappeared into nothingness. Chapter 106. When the carrot wine drinking contest was in full swing. I'm jealous. So jealous. From atop the fountain, Kaiser watched with envy as Sejun and the animals freely enjoyed their drinks. The carrot wine in the bottles, made from 1000-year-old carrots, tasted quite good. It's a pity. It's so regrettable. If only I had a body. Kaiser expressed his regret at not being able to participate in the contest due to his statue body. Of course, even if he had his dragon body, he wouldn't have been able to participate in the contest. The beings around wouldn't have been able to withstand Kaiser's energy. At that moment, Grandpa, how much more time? Eileen, who wanted to see Sejun as soon as possible, asked Kaiser when she would be able to use polymorph magic spell to appear before Sejun. Be patient. The mana concentration isn't sufficient yet. Kaiser checked the mana concentration and answered. The speed of the increase in mana concentration was faster than expected due to the divine power flowing from the stone of the Creator God. How much longer should I wait? Just wait a little longer. We're almost there. While Kaiser was pacifying Eileen, the contest ended and the large bottle filled with giant carrots disappeared. Roar. The third competition of the Harvest Festival ended, and the mana concentration on the 99th floor of the tower began to surge dramatically. And then, now, the mana concentration on the 99th floor became similar to the administrator's area where Eileen was. Sejun, I'm coming. Polymorph. At Kaiser's signal, Eileen left the administrator's area and used the polymorph magic spell. A bright light exploded from Eileen's black dragon body and then receded. When the light disappeared, success! What remained was not a giant black dragon, but a beautiful girl in a cute black mini dress with black hair down to her waist. Her flawless white skin further accentuated Eileen's beauty. However, Eileen's first polymorph was only half successful. Due to the instability of the polymorph magic, her wings and tail remained unchanged. The tail and wings are, this should be fine. Teleport. Eager to see Sejun, Eileen hurriedly used teleportation magic spell. And when Eileen appeared next to Sejun, she saw him about to drink a bottle of wine. That's Fire energy. She felt fire energy coming from the carrot inside the bottle. And it was a considerably strong fire energy. Fire carrot wine, a liquor that burns body impurities with fire energy when consumed, but if one doesn't have a sturdy enough body, the body itself could be burned by the fire energy. You idiot! You'll die if you drink that. In urgency, Eileen instinctively moved her tail to snatch the bottle, but her tail moved a bit lower because she was not yet accustomed to her body transformed by polymorph, hitting Sejun on the back of his head. Thud! Who? Eileen regretted hitting Sejun's head with her tail, but fortunately, the scale of her grandfather on Sejun's left arm absorbed the damage and broke. Phew! Thanks, grandfather. Eileen breathed a sigh of relief. Boom! Sejun felt a strong force hitting the back of his head and thought he was truly dead this time. At that moment, roar! The black dragon tattoo on his left arm roared, protecting Sejun before disappearing. Who? What? Feeling as if his head had truly shattered, Sejun quickly felt the back of his head carefully. Luckily, his head was fine. I survived. Only then did Sejun relax and opened his eyes wide to look for the creature that hit him. How dare you hit the back of my head? And then, you? Sejun found Eileen standing next to him. Sejun, a voice as gentle as a dream whispered into Sejun's ear. Ale. Although it was his first time seeing her in person, he knew instantly. He knew that the beauty in front of him was Eileen. Stagger. Thud. Sejun collapsed without finishing his sentence. His life had been saved, but the shock hadn't fully dissipated yet. Eileen quickly propped up Sejun's body. At that moment, meow. Keep your hands off Park Sejun. How dare you hit him? I won't forgive you, meow. Theo spoke bravely while unsheathing his claws, but his body couldn't hide the truth. Shake, shake, shake. He clung to Sejun's knee, his body shaking like a trembling tassel, unable to do anything about it. It was no wonder, as Eileen's tail attack had turned the surrounding carrot field into a wasteland, and all the other animals had fainted. Even the mother crimson giant bear and the black minotaurs. If the mother crimson giant bear and the black minotaurs hadn't blocked the aftermath of the attack, all the rabbits might have died. It was truly fortunate. On top of that, the overwhelming presence unique to the great black dragon that Eileen exuded. Despite feeling this, it was incredible that Theo still wanted to protect Sejun. In a way, it was his real loyalty to Sejun's knee. Shake, shake, shake. The vibration that started from Sejun's knee, from Theo's body, was transmitted to Eileen. It was pitiful, but on one hand, Theo, who risked his life to protect Sejun even in front of the great black dragon herself, was also admirable. Theo, right? Hello. I'm Eileen. You know me, right? In order to reassure Theo, who was clinging to Sejun's knee and trembling, Eileen spoke gently to Theo. As she always saw him through a crystal orb, Theo felt very familiar to Eileen. You can't be the great black dragon, Eileen, who called our President Park to the Black Tower, meow? Yes, that's me. At Theo's words, Eileen proudly responded. She thought that bringing Sejun to the tower was the best thing she had done in her entire dragon life. Eileen, I really wanted to see you, meow. Theo looked at Eileen with admiration. The existence that Theo admired the most after Sejun was Eileen, who had brought Sejun here. He. I wanted to see you too. It's nice to see you in person, meow. I'm happy too, meow. Don't worry. Sejun just fainted, Fimo. That's a relief, meow. So Eileen, supporting the unconscious Sejun, conversed with Theo. Her arm started to turn black. It was a symptom of polymorph magic fading due to lack of magic power. I think I have to go now. Why are you leaving so soon, meow? Wait until President Park wakes up, meow. I wish I could, but I can't. I'll go now. Theo, continue to look after Sejun. Leave it to me, meow. I'll protect President Park, meow. Theo puffed out his chest and said bravely, okay. And don't tell Sejun that I hit him on the back of his head. That's difficult, meow. There are no secrets between President Park and me, meow. Okay. Just don't tell him right away. Got it, meow. Good. Then I'll go. Peck. Teleport. Eileen disappeared after kissing the unconscious Sejun on the lips. Oh my. When will my granddaughter come to see me? In the end, Kaiser, who thought that she would come to see him, was waiting for Eileen on the fountain, not knowing that Eileen had left. Sejun woke up on the last day of the harvest festival, the 7th day, at lunchtime. President Park, you're awake, meow? Sejun, have you woken up? Squeak? Krueng? The animals that had been guarding around Sejun, who had been unconscious for almost a day, were worried about him. Yeah, I'm okay. But why am I lying here? Sejun asked. President Park, don't you remember anything? Meow? Right. I remember drinking at the drinking contest, but I don't remember anything after that. Did I black out after drinking? It was a short-term memory loss due to shock, but the only one who knew the truth here was Theo, who hadn't fainted. Squeak! Squeal! Squeep! As evening came, the rabbits began to prepare to say goodbye to the departing rabbits, giving them carrots. Because when the harvest festival ended, the summoned 1,000 rabbits had to go back to where they originally came from. Most of the departing rabbits didn't look sad. They had decided to immigrate with their own groups to the 99th floor of the tower. They had plenty of money for travel, thanks to the New Year's gift money they received from Sejun. However, the rabbits who had to return to the 55th floor of the tower did not look happy. Harsh farming work, requiring them to work even without sleeping, was waiting for them as soon as they returned. Coyote! 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 Don't worry. The Wandering Merchant Association will soon punish Grid, Iona reassured the rabbits. Iona thought the crime this time was too serious, and even if it was Grid, there was no way for him to stay on the 55th floor of the tower. While the rabbits were greeting each other, I definitely saw a very pretty woman. Thunk! You have harvested a well-ripened magical cherry tomato. You have 67,951 times left until the job quest is complete. Your job experience slightly increases. Your proficiency in harvesting LV5 slightly increases. You have gained 30 experience points. Sejun was trying hard to recall the image of the beautiful woman flickering in his head while he was harvesting cherry tomatoes. Why can't I remember? Sejun sighed with frustration. The woman seemed to be an extreme beauty, similar to the Serang from the Moonlight Fairy, whom he liked, but she now resembled a squid. Will I be able to see her again? She was really pretty. Eileen should have stepped forward and said it was her, but she was sound asleep due to the after effects of polymorph magic spell. At that moment, squeak! Pi pi pi! The black rabbit and Choo Choo came to find Sejun. Do you have something to say? At Sejun's question, the two rabbits put their front paws on Sejun's body. Squeak! I want to go down to the 55th floor with Princess Choo Choo. Choo Choo, and you only? Isn't that a bit dangerous? Pi pi pi! Pi pi pi! We're going to rebuild the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Okay, but I can't allow just the two of you to go. Iona said that Grid would soon be driven out of the 55th floor of the tower, but villains are known to be tenacious and survive until the end. It could be dangerous if only the two of them went down. Even now, I had summoned the Black Wolf Tribe and the Silver Wolf Tribe to protect the migrating rabbits. If they are mobilized, they can rebuild the kingdom more safely. Iona, follow the Black Rabbit and Choo Choo and help them. Coyote! 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 Yes! I was worried too. I'll go with them. Sejun added Iona to the team. With Iona's tremendous magic, they can fend off all enemies that may come, so there would be no danger. A while later, Coyote! 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 Goodbye, Sejun. Iona, sad about the fact that she would not be able to get a good night's sleep for a while, said goodbye to Sejun, taking the Black Rabbit and Choo Choo with her. The Black Wolf Tribe and Silver Wolf Tribe were going to meet at the 75th floor of the tower and go down together. Meow meow meow. Goodbye, Iona, meow. I'll wait here, meow. Theo, who now had exclusive rights to Sejun's lap, saw Iona off with a bright cheerful voice. However, thump. Meow. Sejun grabbed Theo, who was hanging onto his knee, by the scruff of his neck and moved him next to Iona. President Park, why am I here? Meow. President Theo, it's time for you to go down too. Now it was time to work after a lot of play. Theo's bag was already full of crops. All he had to do was go down. Understood, meow. Theo obediently replied. He thought that he had been playing too much lately. It was necessary to show his face to the humans waiting for him. And don't forget what I told you. Don't worry, meow. I remember everything, meow. As the animals left and time passed, the harvest festival of abundance and overflowing mana ends. The 1,000 rabbits summoned during the harvest festival returned to their everyday lives. The harvest festival ended. It's lonely. The farm, from which 1,000 rabbits had left, looked very empty. Even though they were unfamiliar with where they had arrived, they knew where they were leaving from. Chapter 107. Headquarters of the Wandering Merchant Association on the 75th floor of the tower. What? The information has been leaked? Yes. Among the Secret Inspection Bureau agents, there was a spy working for Grid. How did you manage the agents? Mason, the chairman of the Wandering Merchant Association, was furious at the report given by Vega, the director of the Secret Inspection Bureau. The Secret Inspection Bureau is a secret spy organization created for the Wandering Merchant Association. But the fact that the agent, who should be extracting information from others, was bought by Grid and was leaking information. I apologize. So, did you catch the agents who were bought by Grid? It was most urgent to identify the spy, because if the spy is not caught, all the plans will leak out even if they are changed. Yes. We have caught a total of 9 people, including 5 regular agents, 3 intermediate agents and Vice Director Itos, and are making them confess in the interrogation room about what information they passed on to Grid. Even the Vice Director was bought. Mason was surprised and asked back. If it's a position of the Vice Director, they would know most of the Secret Inspection Bureau's information. It was fair to assume that all the information about the Secret Inspection Bureau had been passed on to Grid. Yes. And it seems that your son's whereabouts have been exposed as well. What? Jerez? Where is Jerez now? Well, at Itos' direction, he was deployed on a mission to infiltrate the 55th floor of the tower, but we lost contact with him and the agents 3 hours ago. There is a high possibility that he has been taken hostage. It was a troubling situation. It was highly likely that Grid would demand various things in exchange for his son's life. What should I do? Just as Mason was lost in thought, bang! The office door swung open and animals led by Iona entered. As the harvest festival ended, a sense of loneliness swept over. Sejun quickly shook off the gloomy feeling and started doing what needed to be done. It was good to move when he felt down. I have to cut the green onions. Sejun began to cut the onion leaves that had grown lushly because they hadn't been cut during the harvest festival. He planned to harvest green onions in the wide onion field until he got tired. Swish! Swish! Onion leaves were being cut quickly. Sejun was now much faster at cutting onion leaves than before. It was the effect of his agility increasing by 22.5 during the harvest festival. Now, agility was the highest stat Sejun had. When Sejun was concentrating on cutting the onion leaves, swish! Swish! He saw other rabbits also cutting onion leaves next to him. The rabbits were feeling the same as Sejun. They were moving their bodies to shake off the gloom, and thus, doing the work in the green onion field slowly faded away the gloom. Phew! Let's call it a day. As Sejun, who had been working in the field with the rabbits until late evening, said this. Squeak! Squeal! Squeep! The rabbits began to disperse, heading towards their homes. Now the rabbits had houses not only in the cave but also all over the ground. I should wash up and go to bed. As Sejun headed home after washing his face at the tap, zing! He felt a piercing gaze on his back. Ignore it. Sejun tried hard to ignore it but, flap! Flap! The black dragon statue flew and landed on the roof of Sejun's house. And, humph! It glared at Sejun again. Phew! Mr. Kaiser, why are you doing this? Sejun, who found it hard to ignore any longer, asked Kaiser. Why? Because of you, I couldn't see my granddaughter. Eileen? Yes, is she happy just meeting you? How can I meet Eileen when she's in the administrator's area? Sejun, who couldn't remember what happened when Eileen appeared, felt wronged. Ah. Before that, please have this. Sejun took out a bottle of carrot wine that he had put in the void storage. When he regained consciousness after fainting, he found 9 bottles of carrot wine in the void storage. It was taken care of by Theo. However, carrot wine, a wine made by soaking carrots, which absorbed fire for 100 years in soju. When consumed, it increases the fire affinity and burns the impurities in the body. If the magic power is less than 100, the body cannot bear the fire energy due to side effects, and the fire energy burns the body as well. Producer, Red Tower Farmer Udon. Expiration date, 500 years. Grade, C. Because of the option that the whole body would burn due to side effects if the magic power was less than 100, Sejun could not drink the carrot wine. So he decided to gift it to Kaiser, who liked alcohol. Of course, he wanted something in return for the alcohol. You're a sensible human, Park Sejun. When Sejun took out the carrot wine, Kaiser's voice became softer. Gulp. 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 The black dragon statue poured the wine from the bottle into its mouth. After a while, this is good. The feeling of my throat heating up isn't bad. The carrot wine had enough heat to burn the body, but for Kaiser, it was just a heat that briefly warmed the throat. Do you want more? Of course. A single bottle won't even be enough to warm my liver. Here you go. Sejun obediently handed over the carrot wine to Kaiser. And when he had handed over 5 bottles of carrot wine, but, Mr. Kaiser, the scale you gave me as a New Year's gift seems to be defective. It disappeared when I woke up. Please give me another one. Sejun showed his left arm and spoke. Sejun obediently gave up his carrot wine to create an atmosphere for bringing this up. What? That can't be. At Sejun's words, Kaiser used his magic to examine Sejun's body. And a powerful mana reaction remained on the back of his head. It's Eileen. He felt Eileen's energy from the mana. Impressive. Very impressive. The mana wasn't strong, but it was impressive that his granddaughter had grown to a level where she could destroy the scale with his magic. All right. I'll make another one for you. Kaiser, who was in a good mood, readily agreed. Spit. The black dragon statue spat out 1 black scale. Thank you. If you're thankful, bring out some more liquor. Yes, here you go. Sejun handed over 2 bottles of carrot wine to Kaiser. Originally, he intended to give only 1 bottle, but since things went smoothly, he gave 2 to Kaiser and still had 2 left. When Sejun returned home, he placed Kaiser's scale on his left arm and re-tattooed the black dragon tattoo. It's reassuring. Sejun appreciated the black dragon tattoo that would protect his life and fell asleep. Iona? Hello, Chairman Mason. Yes. But why are you here? I want to know what's happening with Grid's punishment. Well, Mason began to talk about the fact that there was a spy for Grid in the Secret Inspection Bureau and currently his son was being held hostage by Grid. Is this the chairman's office? Meow? Squeak? While Iona and Mason were talking, Theo and the black rabbit, who had followed Iona, were looking around the chairman's office. Oh. This looks expensive, meow. Theo, who naturally put the items in the chairman's office into his bag as if they were his. There was no thief like him. And, squeak! The black rabbit sat on Mason's rocking chair for rest. Creak! Creak! He was rocking back and forth, having fun. They really have no manners. Mason glared at Theo and the black rabbit who were boldly stealing items and playing in his office, the chairman of the Wandering Merchant Association. He was furious, but now was not the time to get angry. Iona, I have a favor to ask. Kiki, what kind of favor? Iona was in her second stage of anger at Mason's attitude of making a mess and then asking for a favor. Iona, please calm down and listen. If you rescue my son, we will supply the goods we provide for the reconstruction of the Rabbit Kingdom at a 10% discount when Grid retreats from the 55th floor of the tower. Really? Rebuilding the Rabbit Kingdom required a huge amount of money, so Iona's ears perked up with interest. Meow meow meow. Leave the negotiation to me, who learned from President Park, the god of trading, Theo boasted proudly. Now is the opponent's crisis situation. It was time to use the trading skills that Sejun used against the raccoon tribe a few days ago. Who are you? Who dares to interrupt? Mason, who had been annoyed by Theo, couldn't contain his anger when Theo interrupted his conversation with Iona. However, ho ho ho, if you ask who I am, it's common courtesy to answer. Theo was just happy that an opportunity to introduce himself had come. I am the Great Black. He is Theo, an elite wandering merchant. Iona simply introduced Theo. It did no good to spread rumors around that he was the subordinate of the Black Dragon, especially since he just stole Mason's stuff. Revealing his identity would tarnish Sejun's reputation. What? Why is a wandering merchant taking their side? I'm the chairman of the Wandering Merchant Association. Mason was irritated by Theo's words. Don't worry, meow. I'm not on Iona's side, I'm on President Park's side, meow. What? Let's finish with a cool deal, meow. For free in exchange for saving your son. What do you think, meow? That's nonsense. 15%, give it for free, meow. 20%, give it for free, meow. What's with this guy? Mason, who had risen from the bottom to this position as a wandering merchant, was baffled by Theo, who consistently called for free. He really was an unreasonable guy. An attitude that doesn't even consider the margin rate of the opponent. He was curious about how he became an elite wandering merchant without even knowing the essence of negotiation. Does he have a backer? It was possible considering that he was traveling with Iona, but it was not in Iona's nature to carry such a burden. President Theo, let's stop here. It seemed that the matter would not progress in this way. Meow? What are you talking about, meow? The negotiation isn't over yet, meow. Really? Then I can't help it. I will go directly to the 99th floor of the tower. Sejun's knees are. Kaiut, you can't do that, Meow. Theo was taken aback by Iona's laughter. There was no greater threat to Theo than this. Then shouldn't you finish the deal on the 38th floor of the tower quickly? Okay, meow. Iona should also solve the 55th floor and not go up, meow. Okay. I promise. Then I'll go, meow. Having obtained a promise from Iona not to go directly to the 99th floor of the tower, Theo hurriedly went down to the 38th floor. Day 271 of being stranded. There's not much time left until the blue moon, Sejun said, eating cheese soup and bread for dinner. Sejun's mind was very relaxed as he welcomed the 10th blue moon. Because he trusted Eileen. Fortunately, Eileen, who had been sleeping soundly due to the after effects of polymorph magic spell, opened her eyes in the morning. The tower's administrator asks if you really don't remember what happened during the drinking competition. Yeah. I think I drank too much and blacked out. The tower's administrator is angry and asks why you drank enough to black out. Eileen was momentarily shocked that Sejun did not remember their meeting, but she thought it was a good opportunity to make a good first impression with Sejun again. Thanks for your help today. The tower's administrator shouts loudly to trust her. After finishing his conversation with Eileen, Sejun spent the day cutting green onion leaves and did not harvest crops. This was to increase the chances of the energy of the blue moon permeating the crops. And when there was about an hour left until midnight, guys, get into position. Sejun sent the rabbits and poisonous honeybees to various fields. It was to not miss the crops imbued with the energy of the blue moon. Soon after, the blue moon rose. But time passed and Eileen did not appear. Eileen? Sejun urgently called Eileen. Chapter 108. He. Sejun will praise me again. Eileen went up to the roof, thinking she would be complimented by Sejun during the blue moon. And then, scrub. Scrub. Eileen hummed a tune as she earnestly polished the front of a cylindrical searchlight item with a black dragon drawn on it. Soon after, the blue moon rose. He. It's my time to shine. Thump. Eileen confidently pressed the switch on the searchlight item. However, whoosh. Fizz. The light switched on and then went out. Ooh, thump. Thump. Eileen, feeling something was wrong, hurriedly switched it on and off, but there was no response. Grandpa, help me. Eileen urgently called Kaiser. My granddaughter. What's wrong? The searchlight item you gave me isn't working. That's impossible. What I made is perfect. Check how many green squares there are on the switch. Green squares on the switch? Was there something like that? It indicates the magic power storage rate. Is that so? Following Kaiser's words, Eileen checked the squares on the switch. Ooh? They're all grey. All 5 of the 5 squares were grey. Usually, when Eileen passed out, Kaiser, who came to the administrator's area, had the chance to recharge, but this time, the portal didn't open. Oh no, that means all the stored magic power is used up. You can only use it again if you recharge the magic power. The timing was bad. Normally, Eileen, who had grown a dragon heart, could recharge the magic power, but she was unable to recover all her magic power due to polymorph. Furthermore, Kaiser also used up all his magic power to assist Eileen's polymorph, making it difficult to help Sejun. Coo-hoo-hoo. I'm sorry, Sejun. Eileen quickly looked for Sejun through the crystal orb. The tower's administrator tearfully says she might not be able to help this time. I understand. The tower's administrator says she's sorry. It's okay, Sejun answered, pretending to be calm, and looked around. Complaining and getting angry here wouldn't help at all. Guys, get into the house quickly. Squeak. Whoosh. At Sejun's shout, the rabbits and poisonous honeybees, who had sensed something strange, began to quickly enter their houses. However, thump. Thump. There was not enough time. The rabbits and poisonous honeybees were already affected by the blue moon, losing their sanity and their bodies starting to transform. No, if the animals lost their sanity, they would attack each other and many lives would be lost. Create thunder clouds. In his urgency, Sejun created a thunder cloud with a radius of 1 kilometer to cover the sky. Fortunately, it worked, and as the blue moon was blocked by the thunder cloud, the rabbits and poisonous honeybees began to return to their original state. Go home quickly. Sejun quickly sent the animals home. Just then, bang! Bang! The body of Mother Crimson Giant Bear grew even larger as it went on a rampage. Thunder cloud. Sejun tried to gather all the thunderclouds above the head of Mother Crimson Giant Bear to cover the blue moon, but it seemed to have no effect in its rampaged state. Bang! The thundercloud was scattered by a single punch of Mother Crimson Giant Bear. We're doomed. Sejun hastily ran towards the cave. At this point, the only option was to hide in the cave and wait for the blue moon to end. Then, suddenly, Krueng! While running towards the cave, Sejun saw a Quenji sleeping, using a stone in front of the house as a pillow. Quenji! Sejun hurriedly called out to Quenji. Sleeping calmly in such a dangerous situation. Krueng? Quenji, who just woke up from sleep, looked around. Follow me, Quenji, Krueng. At Sejun's words, Quenji followed Sejun, rubbing his eyes. Master! Are you okay? As they descended into the cave, Flamey greeted Sejun. Yeah, I'm okay. Quenji is, huh? Why are you okay? Sejun, who was about to tell Quenji to avoid the blue moon, realized that Quenji had been basking in the blue light of the blue moon while sleeping. Krueng? Quenji also asked back as if he didn't know why. Why am I okay? Sejun and Quenji didn't know, but when Sejun became Centurion Landlord, he made the animals as guards, and Quenji became immune to the effects of the blue moon. The Guardian had to keep the field safe, so he always had to stay sane. Krueng. Perhaps because it was sleeping time, Quenji laid on the rock that used to be Sejun's designated rock and began to sleep again. Roar! Mother Crimson Giant Bear appeared above Sejun's cave. Please just go. Sejun prayed in his mind, but, sniff sniff. Mother Crimson Giant Bear sniffed around intensely, looked down, and locked eyes with Sejun. Nothing's going right today. Sejun lamented his bad luck for the day. Just then, a good idea popped into Sejun's head. Flamey. Use the flame of purification on Mother Crimson Giant Bear. Yes. If it was Flamey's purifying flame buff, which purifies negative energy, it might stop the rampage of Mother Crimson Giant Bear. High up. When Flamey used his first leaf with a shout, the green leaf turned white. At the same time, the white flame flew towards the leg of Mother Crimson Giant Bear and was absorbed. Whoosh! The white flame, which started from the leg of Mother Crimson Giant Bear, instantly swallowed the entire body of Mother Crimson Giant Bear. Roar! Fortunately, when the purifying flame began to burn, Mother Crimson Giant Bear's rampage stopped. In this way, the white flame gradually faded as it burnt off the negative energy Mother Crimson Giant Bear had. A moment later, after the flame disappeared, what remained was Mother Crimson Giant Bear, whose fur had turned pink from red, purified of all negativity. I guess I should rename her Pinky. Sejun spoke looking at Mother Crimson Giant Bear. Roar! It seemed the Mother Crimson Giant Bear liked her changed fur color as she licked her fur and looked around cautiously. Thankfully, no other monsters came until the blue moon ended. Phew! That was a relief. Sejun let out a sigh of relief. It was a dangerous situation, but they had gotten through the blue moon without a major incident. Let's sleep for now. The relaxed Sejun used Quenji's belly as a pillow and fell asleep. Get ready, Aina warned as they were about to enter the 55th floor of the tower. Pi. Squeak! Yes, yes! Choo Choo and the Black Rabbit, as well as the Black Wolf Tribe and Silver Wolf Tribe, who had joined on the 75th floor, prepared to enter behind Iona. Then let's go. Oh, power of the wind. Prevent any noise from spreading. Silence. As Iona used a silent spell and entered the 55th floor first, the animals followed. Who's there? As soon as the animals emerged from the passage, the Boar Tribe warriors guarding the corridor shouted, but their voices did not spread due to Iona's silent spell. Gog! Ua! The wolves quickly subdued the Boar Tribe warriors. Let's go straight to Grid's mansion. I know the location. Elka, who had been to Grid's mansion before, took the lead. The quicker they moved and the later the enemies discovered their invasion, the better. Their goal was to infiltrate, subdue Grid, rescue Jerez. Once Grid was subdued, they decided to leave the rest to Mason. So when they arrived at Grid's mansion, Iona and the animals found Grid's mansion covered by a dome of opaque energy. Thud. Thud. It looks like a barrier. Elka spoke, biting the handle of the huge battle axe that had been carried on his back. It was a relic, guillotine, retrieved after killing Tariq. Rumble. Elka swung the guillotine with a movement of his head. Crash. A red energy erupted from the guillotine, tearing apart the barrier, creating a large hole in the barrier. Let's go in. Iona and the animals entered the barrier. After the animals had entered, swoosh, the hole in the barrier started to close. Rumble. Sejun, who had been sleeping using the belly of Quenji as a pillow, woke up due to the loud rumble from Quenji's stomach. Should I sleep with Quenji next time? It was very comfortable sleeping on Quenji's belly. It felt like sleeping on a cloud, and it even had the function of an alarm to wake up in the morning. Krueng. I'm hungry. As soon as Quenji opened his eyes, he started looking for food. Let's go eat. Sejun got up and went outside. Wow! He saw crops all over, glowing with a blue aura. They were magical cherry tomatoes imbued with the energy of the blue moon. Let's eat quickly and then harvest. Krueng! Quenji cheered at the mention of eating. Sejun quickly entered the kitchen and made soup. He wanted to harvest the crops as soon as possible, so he just ate soup. Squeak! Squeal! In the meantime, the rabbits woke up and ate breakfast together. After having breakfast, okay, let's go. Sejun started harvesting crops with Quenji. Pop! You've harvested a magical cherry tomato imbued with the energy of the blue moon. You have 61,287 times left to complete the job quest. Job experience slightly increases. The proficiency of harvesting LV5 slightly increases. You have gained 150 experience points. Sejun put the harvested blue cherry tomato directly into his mouth. Crunch! Slurp! Juice burst out as soon as he bit into the skin of the cherry tomato. Wow, it's delicious. You've consumed a magical cherry tomato imbued with the energy of the blue moon. Your magic power permanently increases by 0.3. Since there were a lot of cherry tomatoes imbued with the energy of the blue moon today, it was okay to eat a few without durrying. Krueng! Quenji pointed at himself with his front paw, indicating that it was his turn. All right. Here, Sejun found another blue cherry tomato and gave it to Quenji. When about 100 of the blue crops had been harvested, you've harvested 100 crops imbued with the energy of the blue moon in a day. Job experience greatly increases. Ooh? This is new. It was new information that harvesting 100 crops imbued with the energy of the blue moon gave additional job experience. Krueng! Quenji rushed Sejun to harvest more, pointing at the tempting blue cherry tomato. Got it! Shortly after, the harvesting of the magical cherry tomatoes imbued with the energy of the blue moon ended. Now let's harvest regular cherry tomatoes. Sejun was about to harvest the regular red tomatoes. Krueng! Quenji called Sejun from the front of the sweet potato field. What? Who? When Sejun arrived at the place where Quenji had called him, 5 blue sweet potatoes had been dug up there. Quenji, how did you find these? Krueng! They smell. Quenji pointed to his nose and said. Smell? According to Quenji, crops imbued with the energy of the blue moon had a unique fragrance. Thanks to this, they could find crops imbued with the energy of the blue moon even if they were buried in the ground. In this way, they were able to continue harvesting blue crops, and when the number of blue crops that Sejun had harvested reached 200, you've harvested 200 crops imbued with the energy of the blue moon in a day. Job experience increases significantly. Again, he was able to earn additional job experience. And, your job experience is now full. The rank of tower farmer, C, increases. You have become a tower farmer, B. As the job rank increases, job characteristics are strengthened. Finally, the job rank has increased. Great! Sejun, who could now harvest higher grade crops, was delighted when, flash! A golden light burst out from Sejun's straw hat. Relic, St. Patrick's straw hat confirms the user's job rank increase. Tower farmer, B, confirmed. The grade of the artifact, St. Patrick's straw hat increases to B. The B grade restrictions are lifted. Restriction on skill, Earth's Blessing LV5 is lifted. Restriction on skill, Farmer's Body LV4 is lifted. Restriction on skill, Bountiful Harvest LV3 is lifted. Restriction on skill, Growth Acceleration LV2 is lifted. Skill, Farmer's Talent LV1 is unlocked. Sejun checked the skills of the St. Patrick's straw hat. Earth's Blessing changed from a slight increase to an increase in the rate of magic power recovery. Farmer's Body increased all stats from 5 to 7. Bountiful Harvest increased the maximum area from 1,000 to 1,650 square meter for a bountiful harvest. The Growth Acceleration changed the growth period of the crops from a week to 2 weeks without any side effects. And, Farmer's Talent? Sejun checked the newly opened skill. One more. LV1. Every time you harvest 1,000 of the same crops, you can get one more. It was decent enough. Good job, Quenji. Sejun praised Quenji, giving him a blue sweet potato. If Quenji had not found the blue crops in the ground, it would have taken much longer to raise his job rank. On the 272nd day of being stranded, Sejun became a B-rank tower farmer. Meow? Theo's mood suddenly worsened as he descended toward the 38th floor. What, meow? Who's getting President Park's favor, meow? Theo's knee detector was evolving. Chapter 109. How many are there? Sejun counted the number of crops imbued with the energy of the blue moon that he harvested. 201, 202, 221. There were still 221 crops left even after he had shared quite a few with Quenji. Good. Sejun looked at the harvested blue crops with satisfaction. 150 cherry tomatoes, 31 sweet potatoes, 20 carrots. First, I'll eat about 80 cherry tomatoes. A blue, C-grade cherry tomato increases his magic power by 0.3. Sejun's current magic power was 48.75. He was planning to raise his magic power to 70 to unlock the throw thunder skill. We can share the rest. Krueng. When Sejun said he would distribute the crops, Quenji emphasized not to forget his contribution. Of course. I'll make 10 special honey sweet potatoes for our Quenji. Krueng. At Sejun's words, Quenji cheered. So, let's get to work. Sejun began to harvest the normal crops with Quenji. They first went to the tomato field to harvest the cherry tomatoes, of which they had the most. And then, snip. Snip. A little while after they started harvesting, you harvested 1,000 magical cherry tomatoes. One more. LV1 is activated. You obtained one additional magical cherry tomato. When he harvested 1,000 cherry tomatoes, the one more skill activated and they got one more cherry tomato. 1,000 plus 1. Although there was no dramatic effect, he thought it would help if it accumulated bit by bit. He continued to harvest in this way. Krueng. When the box was filled with cherry tomatoes that Sejun harvested, Quenji, who had been lounging around in the void storage, got up and stacked the box in the storage. Thanks. Crop gigantification. Sejun used the crop gigantification skill on the magical cherry tomato to be given to the hard-working Quenji. The magical cherry tomato is enlarged 5 times. Your job experience increases very slightly. Your proficiency in crop gigantification LV1 increases slightly. The cherry tomato became 5 times bigger, roughly the size of a pumpkin. Sejun used crop gigantification on 10 cherry tomatoes to enlarge them and gave them to Quenji. Krueng. Quenji was happy with the cherry tomatoes that not only tasted good, but also filled his mouth. So, every time Quenji moved a box, Sejun used crop gigantification on the crop he would give to Quenji, and soon, the magical cherry tomato is enlarged 5 times. Your job experience increases very slightly. Your proficiency in crop gigantification LV1 increases slightly. Your proficiency in crop gigantification LV1 is filled, and the level increases. His level quickly increased. Thanks to this, the size of the crops enlarged by the skill increased by 6 times. Let's eat now. Krueng. At the mention of food, Quenji quickly got up. Krueng. Krueng. As Sejun started cooking while humming, Quenji followed and sang along. And then, squeak, squeal, squeep. The rabbits gathered to eat dinner after finishing their work. Eat these. Sejun handed 20 blue carrots to the rabbits. He had already eaten some cherry tomatoes with Quenji, and during the harvest festival, his agility had increased a lot, so he gave all the carrots to the rabbits. The potatoes were used for soup, and besides the 10 honey sweet potatoes to be given to Quenji, the rest of the sweet potatoes were all made into roasted sweet potatoes. I didn't know the dragons would love roasted sweet potatoes so much. At first, he thought only Eileen liked it, but it turned out that Kaiser and Anton also loved roasted sweet potatoes. Chew. Chew. While the food was being prepared, the rabbits waited while eating carrots, and Sejun ate blue magical cherry tomatoes to raise his magic power. You have consumed a magical cherry tomato imbued with the energy of the blue moon. Your magic power permanently increases by 0.3. By the time he had eaten 71 cherry tomatoes, your magic power has exceeded 70. The seal of Throw Thunder of Rain Thunder LV1 is unlocked. All the seals on Rain Thunder LV1 are unlocked. Based on the accumulated proficiency, the skill level of Rain Thunder LV1 increases. Your proficiency in Rain Thunder LV1 is filled, and the level increases. Your proficiency in Rain Thunder LV2 is filled, and the level increases. Oh, as soon as all the seals of the skill were unlocked, the level of Rain Thunder skill instantly rose to 3. It was thanks to Sejun practicing to make thunderclouds and increasing his proficiency. I should try this in the Western Forest tomorrow. He couldn't use Throw Thunder here, so he planned to use it on fire ants. Just then, Krueng. Quenji started urging Sejun, asking when his honey sweet potato would be ready. It'll be ready soon. Sejun planned to finish the cooking to match the time the soup would be ready. A little later, it's ready. Sejun completed the soup, honey sweet potato, and roasted sweet potato at the same time. Flap. Flap. Park Sejun, you rascal. Hurry up and bring out the roasted sweet potatoes. Kaiser, who had been waiting for the food to be ready, flew over, shouting. The tower's administrator asks if he is angry with Sejun. What, angry? Absolutely not. Kaiser, calm down. And you too, Eileen. Sejun calmed the dragons and took out the roasted sweet potatoes from the fire. I'll give you 15, Mr. Kaiser, but you'll have to share with the other dragons. Thanks. Rumble. The black dragon statue swallowed the roasted sweet potato that Sejun handed over in one gulp. And then, Eileen, I'll give you 5 roasted sweet potatoes and 50 cherry tomatoes. Thanks to the increase in magical talent from consuming honey jelly, the condition of the dragon heart has greatly improved. That's why Eileen was now able to eat magic-enhancing crops again. The tower's administrator says thank you. After distributing the roasted sweet potatoes to the dragons, Sejun started his meal with the animals. Sejun sprinkled pepper into the soup and then scooped the soup with chunks of potato. He cooled the soup with his breath and put it in his mouth. The taste of the ingredients, combined with the seasoning of salt and pepper, created a perfect flavor. In addition, the crispy texture felt every time he chewed the perfectly cut potatoes. Wow, it was so delicious. Of course, having light meals for breakfast and lunch played a part in this. As soon as he finished a bowl of soup, you have consumed the purple Seps potato soup imbued with the energy of the blue moon. Your strength permanently increases by 0.2. The effect was lower than the original, but it appeared even without eating the whole serving. Oh, just as Sejun thought he should eat another bowl of soup. Tong. Krueng times. Quenji appeared disappointed as he tapped the completely empty pot and stared at its bottom. He had managed to eat all the honey-sweet potatoes and devour the soup in just a minute after the meal began. Kuhavaha! Kaiser laughed heartily as he peeled the skin of the roasted sweet potato. The roasted sweet potato was so hot that steam was coming out it, but Kaiser, who had high fire resistance, wasn't affected by the heat at all and peeled the skin. It was an ability that Sejun would have been very envious of. Kaiser took a big bite of the roasted sweet potato, revealing its yellow flesh. He was supposed to share with the other dragons, but he was eating it all by himself. I can't share something this good. After all, it was clear that the nature of the dragon was greed. Oh, whether it was due to the energy of the blue moon or not, it had a much richer flavor and aroma than the previous sweet potato. As he ate the roasted sweet potato, his throat gradually dried up. That's when, pop, glug, glug, glug. Kaiser opened a bottle of fire carrot wine he got from Sejun, filled a large cup with it, and drank it in one gulp. Kia! When the fire carrot wine went down his throat with the sweet potato, the dryness disappeared. At the same time, his mouth felt refreshed and ready to eat more roasted sweet potatoes. Kuhavaha! Good. Very good. He. Well done, my granddaughter. Kaiser was enjoying fire carrot wine with roasted sweet potato as a snack, praising Eileen for appointing Sejun as the tower farmer. Whoosh! Kaiser quickly covered the roasted sweet potato. A moment later, Father, what are you eating alone? Anton, who hurried back from the patrolling outside, asked Kaiser with a sharp eyes. The room was filled with a strong smell. What do you mean, eating? I was just having a simple drink. Kaiser tried to act as nonchalant as possible. If it was revealed that he had roasted sweet potatoes, he would have had to share with the other dragons. Hand it over. What are you talking about? The roasted sweet potato. How did this damn ghost know? Here, Kaiser took out a roasted sweet potato. However, I know you got 15 from Sejun. Eek! At Anton's words, Kaiser grimaced. Kaiser didn't know, but Anton had also been listening to the conversation with the black dragon statue. Thus, Kaiser's plan to monopolize the roasted sweet potatoes came to nothing. After having dinner, Sejun was pondering why Quenji didn't go berserk during the blue moon. He concluded that the only difference was that Quenji didn't change because he was a guardian. So he intended to designate Mother Crimson Giant Bear as a guardian instead of Choo-Choo, but once a guardian is assigned, it cannot be changed. A once designated guardian could not be changed. It doesn't work. Sejun stood up from his seat thinking that he must carefully assign a guardian next time. Quenji, let's sleep together. Having slept with animals continuously these days, it felt somewhat empty to sleep alone. However, Krueng. At Sejun's words, Quenji shook his head and ran away. He said he would sleep with Mom. What am I doing at the age of 26? Sejun, overwhelmed by Quenji's rejection, regained his senses, went into his room, and lay down. Snooze. He fell asleep easier than he thought. Sejun, I'm here. Screech. In the corner of the bedroom ceiling, a nocturnal golden bat kept watch over the sleeping Sejun. Representative Theo, why are you doing this? In turn Jeff, who had joined on the 67th floor of the tower, asked Theo, who was grimacing. Theo was taking a few of the interns who were helping to rebuild the 67th floor of the tower down to the 38th floor. This is bad, meow. Speed up, meow. More. Shut up, meow. Do you want to extend the contract, meow? Theo yelled at the cat interns who were grimacing. Understood. There were no interns who could refuse in front of the cat boss. Thanks to running quickly, Theo arrived at the camp on the 38th floor of the tower 50 hours after leaving the 99th floor. Humans, I'm here, meow. It's Theo. The cat merchant has appeared. Hunters hurriedly ran at Theo's appearance. Pooh hut. Were you waiting for me that much, meow? Theo was pleasantly surprised by the hunter's attitude, who welcomed him more than he expected. Of course. Why haven't you been here lately? Yeah. Do you know how many days we've been waiting here? The hunters responded, forming a circle around Theo. They were preparing for the auction. Bill, Jeff, yes. Bill and Jeff took out wooden boxes from their bags and stacked them one by one. And then, jump! Theo climbed up on the boxes. Let's start the auction, meow. The first auction is the magical cherry tomato, meow. He announced the start of the auction. Then, make way, please make way. Hunters carrying hunters who were poisoned and unconscious with blackened skin entered the camp. Move, meow, thump, thump. Theo quickly moved and put detoxifying green onions into the mouths of unconscious hunters one by one. I thought you only cared about money. You saved people without any hesitation. Theo's unexpected action changed the hunter's view of him. However, Pooh hut. I made money, meow. Unlike what the hunters thought, Theo, who had planned to make money regardless of the hunters' thoughts, didn't need any calculations. And among the unconscious hunters was the guild master of the Wizard Guild, Lucilia. Chapter 110. As the hunters who ate the detoxifying green onions began to regain their original skin color and their rapid breathing started to ease. It'll take time to be fully detoxified, meow. Theo casually stood up and climbed back onto the wooden box. In Theo's hand was a piece of paper. Pooh hut. President Park will love it, meow. Theo had quickly taken thumbprints of the hunters while feeding them detoxifying green onions. His hands were faster than the eye. Theo carefully put the contract into his bag, thinking about how happy Sejun would be. Then, let's start the auction with 500 magic cherry tomatoes each, meow. Theo shouted charismatically. 870 tower coins for 500 pieces. 890 tower coins for 500 pieces. A higher than usual bid. Due to Theo's long absence, there was no supply outside the tower, so the prices were rising. In addition, after witnessing Theo's good deeds here, the hunters unknowingly spent a little more money to help Theo, who had suffered a loss. Thanks to this, he was able to sell 5,000 magic cherry tomatoes at about 1.9 tower coins each. Next is the power sweet potato, meow. Theo thought this trade would be a brief as the sweet potatoes didn't receive a good response in the last auction, but 1,500 tower coins for 500 pieces, 1,600 tower coins for 500 pieces, 1,800 tower coins for 500 pieces. Contrary to Theo's thoughts, the hunter's response was explosive. This was because the true value of the power sweet potato had been revealed. It actively stimulates bowel movements. Of course, it helped to promote regular bowel movements, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. Consuming the power sweet potato resulted in more active bowel movements and increased absorption efficiency by 5 times. That is, eating one power sweet potato and one detoxifying green onion together produced the same effect as eating 5 detoxifying green onions. 2,500 tower coins for 500 pieces, 3,000 tower coins for 500 pieces, 4,000 tower coins for 500 pieces. Therefore, the auction was heated, and the price of the power sweet potato skyrocketed. 50,000 tower coins for 500 pieces, 60,000 tower coins for 500 pieces, 120,000 tower coins for 500 pieces. The hunters fell silent at the sudden doubling of the price. 120,000 tower coins meant buying the power sweet potato for 240 tower coins each. The winning bid for the power sweet potato at the last auction was 1 tower coin, so it increased by a whopping 240 times. But if you think about it, it was cheap. 1 power sweet potato does the work of 4 detoxifying green onions. And the price of the detoxifying green onion at the last auction was about 80 tower coins. Even if you buy the power sweet potato for 320 tower coins each, it's still worth it. Plus, the effect of the power sweet potato isn't limited to the detoxifying green onion. It also applies to the magical cherry tomatoes. Even if you eat one, it feels like you've eaten 5 and keeps your vitality for a long time. Of course, it also applied to ordinary medicines. Sold, meow. In the ensuing auction, Theo sold the power sweet potato for an average of 250 tower coins each. And then, next up is the detoxifying green onion. The auction for the detoxifying green onion began next. 40,000 tower coins for 500 pieces, 41,000 tower coins for 500 pieces, 42,000 tower coins for 500 pieces. The price was somewhat settled from the last auction, and it didn't rise much when the power sweet potatoes appeared. Then, I'm only selling 5,000 detoxifying green onions today, meow. What? Why? The hunters, who were leisurely watching, thinking that Theo would sell 10,000 detoxifying green onions as he did in the last auction, were taken aback. And then, 52,000 tower coins for 500 pieces, 53,000 tower coins for 500 pieces, 60,000 tower coins for 500 pieces. The hunters hurriedly joined the auction. Thanks to that, the price went up and Theo was able to sell 5,000 detoxifying green onions for 154 tower coins each. Pooh-hoo hut. I've earned over 2 million tower coins, meow. Theo, let's take a picture. Female hunters approached Theo, who was happy for exceeding his highest sales amount, asking him to take a photo. It's not possible, meow. Who? Why? I still have one more crop to sell, meow. Really? Upon hearing that there was a new crop, the scattering hunters gathered again. The new crop for sale is agility carrots, meow. Come and see, meow. The hunters examined the options of the agility carrot at Theo's invitation. They had already expected that it would increase agility just by hearing the name. The crucial part was the effect when a non-awakened person ate it. It improves eyesight? Can even those who have lost their sight regain it? Puzzled by the vague description, the hunters contemplated whether to buy the agility carrots and return to their positions. Let's start, meow. 500 tower coins for 500 pieces. The hunters estimated the value of the agility carrot based on the effect of improving agility, as they could not know how much it improved eyesight. As the auction proceeded, 550 tower coins for 500 pieces. There was one hunter who was buying the agility carrot at a slightly higher price. It was Kim Dongzik, the leader of the Phoenix Guild's third team. I'm investing all my fortune here. Based on his past experiences, Dongzik had realized that the crops sold by Theo were cheapest when first introduced and when people were skeptical. And in the next auction, once the value of the crops became known, the price would skyrocket. That's why Dongzik believed that now was the cheapest time, and he invested all his fortune to buy 3,000 agility carrots. Sold out, meow. When the auction ended, and Theo and the interns were taking photos and receiving rewards from the hunters. Hunters who had been poisoned started to regain consciousness. Wake up! Late at night, someone called Sejun. What is it? As Sejun rubbed his eyes and looked around. Flap! Flap! A golden bat was flying in front of Sejun. Sejun! You're awake! An ent has come for you. Ent? Yes. It's waiting outside. Listening to the golden bat's words, Sejun went outside the house. Thump, thump. As Sejun came out, the ent waiting in front of the house extended its head with a blue seed. It looked like a seed imbued with the energy of blue moon. Did you come all this way for this? Sejun placed his hand on Ent's head and asked. Yes. Seed. Take. Please? Okay. Snap. Sejun plucked the blue seed from Ent's head. You've obtained the mimic seed. Your job experience slightly increases. Your proficiency in seed harvesting LV for slightly increases. Mimic seed? Sejun examined the seed. Mimic seed, a seed produced by an ent that has absorbed the energy of the blue moon, at a very low probability. It mimics the closest seed or crop. Grade A. So it mimics? As Sejun was examining the seed. The ent expressed gratitude to Sejun for plucking its seed, and then, thud. Thud. Began to return to the western forest. I should be the one thanking you. Sejun waved until Ent was out of sight. And then, which crop should I plant it next to? Sejun wondered where to plant the mimic seed. But, yawn, he was too sleepy. Let's think about it in the dream. Sejun put the mimic seed in his pocket and went back to sleep. And then, in the morning, Krueng, Quenty came into the bedroom and woke Sejun up. What's the matter? Yesterday you just left me alone? Sejun said, feigning annoyance. Coo. Wah. Quenty burst into tears as Sejun didn't welcome it. Daddy is angry. Vroom, vroom. Kung started the engine of crying. No, no. Daddy's not angry. Pat, pat. Sejun quickly patted Quenji's butt to soothe him. If Quenji cried, it would use more energy, and thus would need to eat more. And Sejun has to prepare the food that Quenji will eat. I can't make the child cry first thing in the morning. As Sejun soothed Quenji, Krueng, I'm hungry. Quenji, who had stopped crying quickly, pushed out his pink belly and said, Okay. Let's have breakfast quickly. Golden Bat, let's go. Yes. Sejun took Quenji and the Golden Bat to the kitchen and prepared breakfast. During the preparation, the rabbits woke up and helped Sejun. After having the prepared breakfast, the mimic seed, Sejun took out the seed from his pocket. But, what came out from the pocket were 2 5-colored bin seeds. He had completely forgotten about it since he bought it from Emil, the raccoon tribe chief. The mimic seed in his pocket had transformed into the 5-colored bin seeds that was already there. What does it matter? Since he didn't specifically have anything to do with the mimic seed, Sejun was not too disappointed. Let's plant them. Since he had only 2 seeds, he didn't want to plant them in the field. Sejun dug the ground with his dagger next to the fragment of the divine stone and planted the seeds. You've planted the 5-colored bin seeds. Your job experience slightly increases. Your proficiency in seed sowing LV6 slightly increases. Due to the effect of proficiency increase LV1, your proficiency in seed sowing LV6 has increased by an additional 5%. After planting the 2 5-colored bin seeds, today we will harvest cherry tomatoes in the morning and go to the western forest in the afternoon. Got it, Krueng? Yes. Sejun told Quenji and the Golden Bat the schedule for the day. Anyway, he has to work alone. Let's work. Sejun went into the cherry tomato field alone and started picking cherry tomatoes. Pop! You've harvested a well-ripened magical cherry tomato. You have 50,017 times left to complete your job quest. Your job experience slightly increases. Your proficiency in harvesting LV5 slightly increases. You've gained 30 experience points. There's still half left, Sejun said, looking at the job quest message. The progress was slower than he thought. And while he was diligently harvesting cherry tomatoes, buzz! A poisonous honeybee came. Ooh? What's the matter? Buzz! The poisonous bees from the east are swarming. Really? Quenji, let's go! Sejun hurriedly took Quenji and moved east. Can you move now, meow? Theo, who had returned after taking photos, asked the hunters who regained consciousness. Yeah. Thank you for saving us. Thank you. The hunters expressed their gratitude to Theo. It's okay, meow. If you're thankful, follow me, meow. Dongsik, you follow too, meow. Me too? Yes, meow. Theo took him, Dongsik and the hunters out of the camp. As they were moving, 1. Be competent. 2. Let's become humans. They could hear someone shouting from afar. Is he going to the master? Upon hearing the sound, Dongsik realized where Theo was heading. But why is he going to the master? He felt a sense of rejection because he himself had just come from running around with the Black Wolf gang members until a few days ago. Soon after, as Dongsik expected, they arrived where Han Taijun was. Old man, it's been a while, meow. Theo, why are you here so early? These guys are not ready to become competent yet. Eek! The Black Wolf gang members were shocked at Han Taijun's words. I came because I have something important to discuss, meow. Something important? What is it? First, write a confidentiality agreement that you'll keep what you hear here secret, meow. Theo handed over a new contract. This contract only contained information about maintaining confidentiality. Should we stand further away? The hunters who had followed Theo asked. They did not want to hear any secrets and complicate matters. There's no need for that, meow. Theo took out the contract he had put away earlier and began to write the contents of the agreement. Stamp first, then contract. It was a truly crafty way to make a contract. Then, welcome, members. From now on, you are founding members of the Earth Defense Force, meow. And I'm the Deputy Commander of the Earth Defense Force, code name Yellow, meow. Theo, having finished writing the contract, shouted to the hunters. Of course, Sejun was the commander of the Earth Defense Force. Chapter 111. As Sejun ran towards the east, he saw a large swarm of poisonous honeybees in the distance. How many are there? BZZZ. BZZZ. From the east, 30,000 poisonous honeybees were rapidly approaching Sejun's farm, and, buzz! Buzz! From the opposite direction, 10,000 of Sejun's poisonous honeybees were warning the enemies not to come closer, making threatening sounds. It was a critical situation. It will be difficult to capture them. The number of eastern poisonous honeybees was too great. If he tried to catch them, his own honeybees might get wiped out first. It was regrettable, but there was no other way. Quenji, blow them away. Krueng! At Sejun's command, Quenji enlarged and simultaneously infused magic into the branch it carried. Creak! The branch enlarged. KKU! Just as Quenji was about to swing the 20m long branch with all its might. Stop! Flap! Flap! The black dragon statue flew in. Park Sejun, you fool! Why are you trying to massacre these useful creatures? Aren't you going to treat Eileen? Kaiser began to berate Sejun. The more poisonous honeybees there were, the more honey jelly could be produced, and thus, Eileen's treatment could be expedited. I'd like to, but if we try to catch them one by one, our guys will die first. HMPH. Just watch me. In response to Sejun's answer, Kaiser flew towards the eastern poisonous honeybees, making a loud noise. Buzz! Buzz! The eastern poisonous honeybees were about to attack Kaiser, who had entered their territory. At that moment, obey me. At Kaiser's single command, the attitude of the eastern poisonous honeybees changed 180 degrees. BZZZ. BZZZ. Suddenly, the eastern poisonous bees began to escort Kaiser. Flap! Flap! Kaiser casually approached Sejun with the eastern poisonous honeybees. Are you satisfied now? Kaiser spoke to Sejun in a pompous manner, as if saying, this much is nothing to me. Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. HMPH. I'm doing this for my granddaughter. It has nothing to do with the roasted sweet potatoes. Kaiser mentioned the roasted sweet potatoes unnecessarily in response to Sejun's thanks. It seemed that he wanted more in the future. After speaking so brusquely, Kaiser then casually flew away alone. And then, BZZZ. BZZZ. Sejun stood alone between the 40,000 poisonous honeybees. I should feed them honey and tell them not to eat meat in the future. Clang! Sejun opened the void storage and took out a jar of honey. Click! As he opened the lid, Krueng! Quenji rushed in front of Sejun, thinking that the honey was for him. Thump! Before Sejun could stop it, Quenji dipped its hand into the jar and scooped up a large amount of honey. Then, slurp! Slurp! BZZZ? When Quenji began eating the honey, the eastern poisonous honeybees started showing interest in the honey Quenji was eating. You guys try it too. When Sejun poured honey into several dishes and invited them to eat, Sejun's poisonous honeybees and the eastern poisonous honeybees started eating honey from the dishes together. At that moment, a wild poisonous honeybee queen decides to follow you. The 11,931 poisonous honeybees led by the queen decide to follow you. You have obtained the hive owned by the queen of the wild poisonous honeybees. Who? There was a queen too. There were so many poisonous honeybees that the queen was concealed among them. The number of poisonous honeybees has exceeded 20,000. Your proficiency in beekeeping LV5 has increased greatly. Your proficiency in beekeeping LV5 is full, and the level rises. It had been only a few days since the level increased, when the number of poisonous honeybees reached 10,000, and the beekeeping level had risen again. But that was not the end. A wild poisonous honeybee queen decides to follow you. As Sejun's beekeeping level rose and the number of hives he could acquire increased, other poisonous honeybee queens also decided to follow Sejun. This time, it was a queen who had 17,000 poisonous honeybees. The number of poisonous honeybees has exceeded 30,000. Your proficiency in beekeeping LV6 has increased slightly. The number of venomous honeybees has exceeded 40,000. Your proficiency in beekeeping LV6 has increased greatly. Your proficiency in beekeeping LV6 is full, and the level increases. Wow! My level has gone up by 2. A wild poisonous honeybee queen decides to follow you. Then another poisonous honeybee queen decided to follow Sejun. This time, it was a poisonous honeybee queen who led about 3,000 bees. Buzz, buzz. The 3 poisonous honeybee queens flew towards Sejun, rubbing their abdomens against his body to show intimacy. But why did you all come all the way here, abandoning your hive? Sejun asked the poisonous honeybee queens a question he was curious about. Buzz. We were attacked by enemies and had no choice but to abandon our hive and flee. Buzz. Me too. Buzz. He. I ran away because I saw the 2 of you running away. The smallest and youngest poisonous honeybee queen shyly replied. Enemy? Sejun, who knew that the eastern forest was dominated by poisonous honeybees, asked in confusion. Buzz. We were attacked by hot and red things. Buzz. Not only fire, but the red shell is the problem. Buzz, buzz. That's right. If you don't sting accurately, the poisonous stinger won't go in properly. After hearing the poisonous honeybee queens, Sejun recalled something. You didn't get attacked by these guys, did you? Sejun brought out the corpse of a fire ant worker from his void storage and asked. The fire ant worker could emit hot fire and had a resilient red shell. Buzz, buzz. The poisonous honeybees were agitated to see the corpse of the fire ant, and it seemed to be correct. What happened? Clearly, they were appearing from the west. But to appear from the east, is it the south? He was sure about the center, so the only way the fire ants could have come and gone was from the south. Let's go to where the hive is first. Sejun, along with the poisonous honeybees and Quenji, moved east to retrieve the poisonous honeybee queen's beehive. Phut! One of the Black Wolf gang member couldn't hold back his laugh at Theo's words. Earth Defense Force? It reminded him of a Special Forces movie he watched as a child. Who dares to laugh at the announcement of the establishment of the Earth Defense Force? Meow. Theo, the deputy commander of the Earth Defense Force, tried his best to speak as sternly as he could. I'm sorry. Be careful. Meow. The Earth Defense Force is no joke. Meow. Yes, then you all should decide your code names. Meow. What? Isn't it obvious? Everyone here is part of the Earth Defense Force. Han Taijun had a request left in the contract. Black Wolf Gang had to work under Theo until they repaid their debt, and Kim Dong-sik was also contracted with Sejun. So Theo forcibly enlisted all of them in the Earth Defense Force. Earth Defense Force? This isn't a game. The face of Lucilia, the guild master of the Wizard Guild, turned red with anger at Theo's absurdity. This was not what she signed up for. When Lucilia was about to express her anger, Theo, Earth Defense Force? Can you explain more? Han Taijun asked in a serious voice. Earth's destruction is coming, meow. So we, the Earth Defense Force, must protect the Earth, meow. Silence followed Theo's words. Destruction? What destruction? I can't tell you everything, meow. President Park said not to tell everything, meow. Releasing too much information could cause chaos and foster confusion, especially if it became known that the tower, like Noah's Ark, would take in survivors before the destruction. Everyone would abandon Earth and create chaos in an attempt to enter the tower. You expect us to believe you without telling us anything? Lucilia, who had been displeased from the start, asked. There was no information to believe Theo's words. You don't have to believe, meow. What? But just do what I tell you to do, meow. It didn't matter whether the hunters believed him or not. Theo's goal was solely to complete what Sejun ordered and to receive praise. And sell this to raise funds for activities, meow. Theo took out 2,000 detoxifying green onions and divided them into 100 pieces for each hunter. If he had known that the power sweet potatoes were sold at a high price, he would have saved them, but that was Theo's mistake. Much of Lucilia's dissatisfaction disappeared with the 100 detoxifying green onions given by Theo. If she went outside and sold them, they would almost amount to 15 billion won. There were many benefits to be gained from selling this. Then I'll give you a mission, meow. Buy as much land as you can. As he spoke, Theo took out a sturdy blade green onion from his bag. Plant this, meow. What is this? Ouch! One hunter carefully touched the sturdy blade green onion leaf and cut his hand. Be careful, meow. It's very sharp, meow. Can planting this prevent Earth's destruction? Han Taijun asked. That's right, meow. If we plant a lot of this on Earth, there will be no destruction of the Earth, meow. Since Sejun's words were all correct, Theo spoke confidently. I understand. Let's try it. Selling the detoxifying onions provided money, and using that money to buy land and plant green onions was all that needed to be done. Since it only consumed one favor, Han Taijun had nothing to lose. And as for the Earth Defense Force, there was something majestic about it. So, they decided to meet again, and the Earth Defense Force members dispersed. At that moment, Theo, Han Taijun approached. What is it, meow? I want my disciples to join the Earth Defense Force as well. Han Taijun had already trusted Theo's words. And he thought that protecting the Earth was ultimately protecting Korea. So, he wanted his disciples to join the Earth Defense Force as well. In that way, the Earth Defense Force was expected to increase its membership by 10 in the near future. All right, meow. I'll write up the contracts when you bring them next time, meow. Thank you. Han Taijun said cautiously. What, meow? I want my codename to be Captain K. Han Taijun had always been envious of Captain A in Marvel movies. Sejun was guided by the bees to the beehive. Wow, it looks like this. Last time he only went to the entrance, so he didn't know, but the east was mostly rocky terrain. After about an hour's journey, the hive of the youngest queen bee who had fled last appeared. Quenji, carry it. Krueng. Quenji picked up the beehive and they moved again to find another beehive. 30 minutes later. Crunch! Crunch! Giant ant workers chewing and carrying huge hives appeared, numbering roughly 1,000. Buzz! Buzz! The original owner of the beehive, the queen bee and the worker bees, were ready for battle. Wait a minute. Create thundercloud. Sejun decided to use his perfected thunder skill. The sky darkened with storm clouds, but the worker fire ants paid no attention. Rainfall. Sejun sprayed enough water to enhance the electrical conductivity. And then, throw thunder, with Sejun's shout, crack! Bang! A massive blue lightning bolt from the sky struck the beehive where the fire ants were. Boom! Sizzle! The lightning striking the hive spread to the surroundings. You've killed a fire ant worker. You've gained 1,000 experience points. In an instant, 500 ants in the beehive and 300 ants around the beehive were electrocuted and died. The metal shell of the ants was weak against electric attacks. Oh! I'm so strong. Who? Thud! Sejun collapsed. He had carelessly exhausted all his magic power, succumbing to mana exhaustion. Krueng! As expected, Dad is too weak. Quenji shook his head and carried Sejun. Thank you. Without the strength to stand up, Sejun was carried on Quenji's back and arrived home. Chapter 112. While Sejun was resting at home due to mana exhaustion. Hi Quenji! Flamey greeted Quenji, who came down to the cave. Quenji was hunting small fish, brought from the Sea of Dimensions by Flamey, twice a day, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. Krueng! Krueng! Not good. Dad passed out due to mana exhaustion. What? Master collapsed. Flamey asked in a worried voice after hearing the news about Sejun from Quenji. Bang! Krueng! 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 He collapsed after dropping a thunderbolt. Dad is weak. I'm so worried he might die. Quenji, while hunting a fish with a single punch, told Flamey about his worries. Although Quenji knew that Sejun was as weak as a sunfish, he didn't know that Sejun had the talent to get into danger by himself. Even now, just in case, the golden bat was guarding Sejun. We can't let this go on. We need to come up with some measures. Krueng! Krueng! Yes! We need a plan. Flamey and Quenji were looking for a way to strengthen Sejun. However, they couldn't come up with a suitable alternative even after thinking for a long time. Tower, 55th floor. Power of ice. Follow my command and conceal the surroundings. Ice fog. To buy time for the group to escape, Iona created an ice fog to obscure sight and slow down the enemies. The group, who had intended to effortlessly defeat the grid and save Jerez, encountered an unexpected obstacle inside the mansion, white knights guarding Grid's mansion, made entirely of dragon bones, known as dragon knights. There were 100 dragon knights. They were neither strong nor fast. But the dragon knights, who neither got destroyed nor tired, gradually wore down the fleeing group. They even thought of escaping outside the barrier, but unlike when they entered, the barrier didn't break from the inside, and they kept fighting and running from the dragon knights. And just when the group was gradually becoming exhausted, Choo-Choo suggested that there might still be a secret passage in the palace of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. They evaded the dragon knight's pursuit and arrived at the location of the secret passage following Choo-Choo. Screech! As Choo-Choo pushed the bottom of the rock, thud! The rock moved, revealing the hidden entrance to the secret passage. Although the Red Ribbon Kingdom's palace had collapsed, but luckily Grid had not touched the underground, so the secret passage remained intact. Hurry up! Hurry! Elka and Hegel ushered the wolves into the secret passage. And then, as soon as all the animals, including the black rabbit, entered the secret passage, Choo-Choo quickly called out to her master. QQ, got it. Power of ice. Bring frost and wind to the enemies. Blizzard. Aina used magic and quickly entered the closing secret passage. Thump. Whoosh. As the secret passage closed, the blizzard magic spell was activated and a snowstorm began to blow. And then, crackle. The dragon knights who had been chasing the animals stopped their pursuit as they froze in the snowstorm. The strong wind also erased any signs that the secret passage had moved. Sejun, who had been lying down all day yesterday, woke up. Due to the after effects of mana exhaustion, he didn't feel great today. He had no strength in his body and didn't feel like doing anything. But I have to do what needs to be done. Swoosh! Barely managing, Sejun added another line to the wall in his bedroom, marking the start of the 275th morning. As soon as Sejun, who had marked the date, went outside, Krueng! Quenji, who was preparing breakfast for Sejun, noticed him and hurried over. The golden bat, who had been watching over Sejun all night, was asleep on the ceiling of his bedroom. Thud! Quenji, enlarging itself to 3M, grabbed Sejun by both shoulders and brought him back to his bedroom. Why, Quenji? I can move now. Sejun tried to leave, but, thud! Quenji lightly pressed its front paw on Sejun's chest as he tried to get up. That alone was enough to fully suppress him. Krueng! Krueng! No! Dad must eat a lot and rest. Sejun had no choice but to eat soup in bed, forced by Quenji. A little while later, Quenji, who had been keeping an eye on Sejun so he wouldn't leave, fell asleep next to him, and the bedroom became quiet. And then, zzzz, zzzz. Only the sound of Quenji and the golden bat snoring could be heard. They were both exhausted from worrying about Sejun. You guys. Feeling warmth in his heart for their concern, Sejun stroked Quenji's belly. It was cozy. Then he remembered how he was overpowered by Quenji earlier. Receive my revenge. Boo-boo-boo-bub. Sejun took revenge by blowing raspberry on Quenji's belly. Creo hee hee hee. Quenji laughed in its sleep, tickled by Sejun blowing raspberries. Thus, Sejun, who had been playing around, carefully got up and went outside. It was too suffocating to stay in the house. Who? Sejun took a deep breath as soon as he got outside. The seed store will open soon. I hope some good seeds come out. Clank! Sejun, muttering to himself, opened the void storage and came out with a single strawberry. And then, chomp! He took a bite of the strawberry. Thanks to the freshness of the strawberry, he felt his energy returning. You have consumed a lucky strawberry. Your luck will increase for 1 hour. I wish the seed store would open late. Then I could eat another strawberry. While Sejun was having useless thoughts, buzz. Buzz. The youngest queen bee, who decided to follow Sejun yesterday, flew over with something in her grasp and landed on Sejun's shoulder. It looked like honey jelly, but it had golden specks, like gold dust, embedded in it. It looked very luxurious because of the gold color. Did you sleep well, Seventh? Sejun asked the youngest queen bee. As the number of queens increased, he named them in the order they came. Buzz. Buzz. Yes, I slept well. And this is my token of appreciation. Hee hee hee. Plop. The seventh queen bee placed the honey jelly she was holding in Sejun's hand and rubbed her front legs together vigorously like a fly. Bribing already? It had a talent for flattery. Thank you. Sejun first thanked the seventh queen bee and then checked the honey jelly. Golden royal jelly. This was made by the poisonous queen bee over a long period of time, using her special ability to refine and purify various types of honey jelly. The honey jelly has been refined, enhancing its taste and nutrition. When consumed, it forcibly awakens a dormant talent related to magic. Expiration, 100 years. Grade, A. It forcibly awakens magic-related talent. Sejun's face brightened as he read the description of the golden royal jelly. This is totally for me, right? It was exactly what Sejun, who was struggling with mana exhaustion, needed. If a talent related to magic was awakened, he could gain effects such as magic power increase or magic power recovery speed increase. In addition, once a talent related to magic is awakened, he could use honey jelly to enhance it. Amazing! Thank you so much, Seventh. Buzz, buzz. Hee hee hee. I'm so glad my gift pleased you, Master. Was it really a bribe? But did you make this? Buzz. Buzz. No. My queens. The seventh queen bee repeated queen 10 times before she stopped. According to the seventh queen bee, it had been stored since then. It seemed they couldn't make it anymore since the flowers had disappeared. Can't you make it? Buzz. Buzz. Well, I don't know. I tasted honey for the first time yesterday. But I'll try my best. All right. The enthusiastic response of the seventh queen honeybee pleased Sejun, and without hesitation, he swallowed the queen's bribe. After eating the lucky strawberry and raising his luck, it was the perfect timing to eat the golden royal jelly. Squish! As soon as it entered his mouth, the golden jelly became mushy like dough. At the same time, he felt a smooth yet strong sweetness. Though the sweetness was strong enough to cause a headache, it didn't hurt oddly enough. Thanks to this, Sejun was able to enjoy the sweetness purely. And then, gulp! The liquefied golden royal jelly went down smoothly. Wow! The taste of sweetness didn't linger, leaving a clean finish. You have consumed golden royal jelly, forcing the awakening of a dormant magic-related talent. Blue light clusters circled around Sejun's body, then, forcing the awakening of a magic talent higher than the dormant one. Along with the message, even larger blue light clusters appeared. Oh! It's exploding here! Just when Sejun was pleased that he had eaten the lucky strawberry. Swoosh! One of the blue light clusters was absorbed into Sejun's body. Talent, magic circuit, preparing to awaken. Magic circuit? Just as Sejun was about to check out the new talent. Talent, your physical condition is too poor to awaken the magic circuit. Talent, forcing the awakening of the magic circuit. Gah! With the message that the talent was forcibly awakened, massive energy spread from Sejun's stomach throughout his body, and he felt a terrible pain as if his whole body was being torn apart. What's this? Sejun couldn't bear the pain and lost consciousness. Buzz! The seventh queen honeybee hastily called for help, leaving out the part that he fainted after eating what she had given. If things went wrong, she could die before Sejun woke up. A moment later, Krueng, Quenji, who was sleeping inside, ran out and dragged Sejun back into the bedroom. As expected, Dad is weak. Quenji thought weak Sejun fainted from a cold breeze outside. It was an unfair misunderstanding for Sejun. And then, what? Master has fainted again. Those nasty fire ants. When Flamey heard that Sejun had fainted, Flamey decided to scold the fire ants that caused Sejun to faint. Flamey started spreading its roots towards the south. Pew pew fut. The work finished faster than expected. Meow. Theo, who had finished trading and establishing the Earth Defense Force, was happy and was about to go back up to the 99th floor of the tower with the interns when, "This is not good, meow." Who? Theo's expression, who was laughing a moment ago, changed in an instant. Seeing the serious expression on Theo, Bill and Jeff also became tense. Every time that expression appeared, they had to run non-stop. Park Sejun's knee has weakened, meow. Run quickly, meow. Theo started running quickly, and when he was about to enter the merchant corridor connecting the 70th floor to the 80th floor of the tower, "Handsome wandering merchants, please take a look at an item before you leave." Theo's step halted abruptly at the sound coming from behind. "Why did you call me, meow?" Theo asked the wandering merchant who had laid goods on the counter. Who? The wandering merchant was momentarily puzzled at Theo's words. Although he called another passing wandering merchant, Theo naturally thought he was called. "The handsome wandering merchant can only be me, meow." "Ah. I called you to look at the items that would suit a handsome cat like you." The thick-skinned merchant handled the situation aptly. "Really, meow?" Theo began to inspect the goods that the wandering merchant had laid on the counter. Meow. There were many eye-catching, splendid sculptures. But Theo didn't even glance at those and focused on the feeling of his front paw. Now Theo knew his advantage clearly. Then, meow, zap. Theo felt a pull on his front paw. "I want this, meow." "Who? This one?" The wandering merchant's face brightened at the statue Theo pointed at. The statue Theo pointed at was a strange statue that looked like it was carved from a small golf ball, so he didn't even know what it depicted. "Really?" "Yes, meow. I just picked it up on the road and put it on display. I didn't think a merchant would want to buy it." "Whom?" "It's cheap anyway, so just give me 3 top coins." The wandering merchant offered a cheap price, but even the most expensive sculpture he sold didn't cost 3 tower coins. "However, give me a discount, meow." He met the wrong customer. No matter how much Theo wanted to buy it, he couldn't just buy it. "Then, just 2 tower coins. Give me a discount, meow." Theo bought the strange statue for 0.5 tower coins after haggling 3 times and started running towards Sejun again. Pew pew fut. "President Park, wait for me, meow. I'm bringing something good, meow." Chapter 113. Where am I? Sejun opened his eyes, looking up at the ceiling of his bedroom. "Ah, I fainted." Chills ran down his spine as he remembered the excruciating pain before fainting. It was an experience he didn't want to go through again. Then, "Sejun, you're awake." Flap, flap. The golden bat, which had been monitoring Sejun from the ceiling, flew itself down and landed gently next to Sejun's face as he opened his eyes. "I'm glad you're awake." Flap. Flap. The golden bat rubbed its face on Sejun's cheek, making a pleasant sound. "Thank you for worrying about me." As Sejun tried to move his arm to pet the golden bat. His arm didn't move. In fact, he couldn't move his body at all. What's going on? Could this be a side effect of his new talent? Suddenly, he was scared. Struggling, Sejun raised his head to look down at his body. What the hell? Sejun was taken aback when he saw himself tightly tied up like a caterpillar with ropes. It was Quenji's handiwork to prevent Sejun from going outside and fainting again. Who? Sejun tried to break the ropes, but it was impossible with his strength as the ropes were made from several layers of green onion leaves. Golden Bat, can you untie this? In the end, Sejun gave up trying to untie it himself and asked the Golden Bat for help. But, Brother Quenji said not to untie you under any circumstances. The Golden Bat looked troubled at Sejun's request. It could be because of Quenji's threat, as Quenji's fist was big and strong. Is my word more important? Or is Quenji's word more important? Sejun could have pressed the Golden Bat with such childish questions but refrained. I'm an adult. It wasn't that he felt like he'd lose to Quenji. I should buy some seeds. Sejun gave up on untying the ropes and checked the seed shop window that had appeared while he was unconscious. Radish seed x 200, 3 tower coins. Cabbage seed x 100, 1 tower coin. Kianyang chili pepper seed x 100, 0.7 tower coins. Cucumber seed x 100, 0.5 tower coins. Altogether that's 5.2. It was slightly over the purchase limit of 5 tower coins. Let's leave out the Kianyang chili peppers. The Kianyang chili peppers were already harvested and reseeded. There were about 200 seeds in one Kianyang chili pepper, so it wasn't a big loss. Sejun purchased all the remaining seeds. You have purchased 200 radish seeds. You have purchased 100 cabbage seeds. You have purchased 100 cucumber seeds. A total of 4.5 tower coins have been deducted from Park Sejun's seed bank account. You have earned 45 seed shop loyalty points. You now have a total of 151 seed shop loyalty points. Caching. 3 small leather pouches containing seeds fell onto Sejun's tied hands. Thank you for using the seed shop. You can use seed shop LV2 again after 30 days. But what time is it now? It's dawn. Is that so? Should I sleep some more? Sejun closed his eyes to sleep again. But, flap, flap. The Golden Bat was lying on Sejun's chest, gazing at him with a satisfied look. The gaze was too burdensome for Sejun to fall asleep. I should check my talent. While avoiding the gaze of the Golden Bat, Sejun looked at the ceiling and checked the talent, magic circuit that made him faint. Talent, magic circuit. A talent that allows you to construct a circuit throughout your body to efficiently use mana. Magic power stat 5%. Magic power recovery speed 100%. Effective magic power increasing items 50%. Wow! The talent was so amazing that Sejun couldn't close his mouth. A 5% increase in magic power stat meant that if he had a stat of 100, it would increase by 5. And every single option, including magic power recovery speed increase by 100% and effective magic power increasing items increase by 50%, was amazing. Is this really my talent? Am I finally becoming stronger? Sejun was full of confidence after checking his talent. With this, while thinking about how to use his newly acquired talent, snore, Sejun fell asleep. ZZZZZZ. The Golden Bat 2. The secret passage is in very good condition. Aina used light magic to look around the secret passage and said, but where does this secret passage lead? Elka asked Choo Choo. Pi PPI. This secret passage is connected to the treasure vault of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Squeak. Treasure vault. At Choo Choo's words, the Black Rabbit asked in excitement. However, Pi PPI. There are no treasures in the treasure vault. They were all moved a long time ago. Choo Choo shook her head. It was before Choo Choo was even born, so she didn't know where those treasures went. If it's connected to the treasure vault, we should be able to go straight to the bottom of Grid's mansion. From there, we'll go up. At Iona's words, the animals moved along the secret passage. There were traps along the way, but, wind's power. Follow my command and drive them away. Wind blow. All the traps were activated by Iona's magic. Thus they arrived at the treasure vault. Who are you? How dare you raise your head in front of me? The white dragon statue in the center of the treasure vault shouted at them. What's going on? My right arm suddenly hurts, Kaiser said, as he rubbed the scar that ran from the front of his right arm to his elbow. That it was a glorious wound obtained from a fight with the White Ikelian 8,000 years ago. He had suffered a major injury when his arm bone broke from a powerful punch to Kellyan's jaw, but Kellyan had all his front teeth knocked out. It was a one-punch knockout. He. That guy is doomed to eat only soft things for the rest of his life. Kaiser laughed proudly, thinking about that incident. He heard that afterwards, Kellyan, regretting the loss of his teeth, had made a dragon knights with the teeth he had lost. When a wound aches like this, strong liquor with sweet side dishes is the best. He. I should ask Sejun for some roasted sweet potatoes. Kaiser took out a bottle of fire carrot wine and moved the black dragon statue to find Sejun. Swoosh! The golden bat that had been sleeping on Sejun's chest quickly woke up as it heard someone approaching. It's Brother Quenji. Flap! Flap! As the golden bat quickly hung itself on the ceiling, Quenji entered. Nothing unusual during the duty. The golden bat saluted with its right wing. Krueng! Quenji nodded and checked Sejun's appearance. Fortunately, it didn't get caught sleeping. Quenji! Untie me quickly! Sejun, who woke up because of the noise, spoke to Quenji. He wanted to get up and go to the bathroom. Krueng! Snap! With a little effort from Quenji, the rope snapped easily. Sejun quickly went to do his business, and when he returned, Krueng! I'm hungry! Quenji rubbed his face on Sejun's chest while tapping its stomach. Quenji, don't tie Daddy up like this next time, okay? It's a bad thing. Krueng! Krueng! I didn't know it was bad. I won't tie you up next time. Quenji nodded in response to Sejun's words. Let's eat. Sejun washed an empty pot and started boiling a new soup. The pots in the kitchen were all empty because he took a day off yesterday. Who will cut this? Sejun said as he took out the frozen purple locust meat. Theo had gone down to trade, so there was no animal to cut the meat thinly. As Sejun pondered, I'll help you. The golden bat offered its assistance. Are you sure? Leave it to me. Sejun was initially worried because of the golden bat's rickety appearance. Swoosh! As he watched the meat being cut smoothly, like pudding being sliced by the golden bat's wings, Sejun once again realized that worrying about others in this place was utterly useless. That's right. I just have to do well. From now on, the golden bat will be the cooking assistant. Sejun entrusted the cooking assistant role to the golden bat. The reason was that, unlike Theo, it didn't shed fur, so it was more hygienic. Thank you. Pip pip. The golden bat was thrilled, as if it were the honor of its family. Thus, the golden bat became an assistant cook. Just then, I'm back. Meow. Theo, who had just lost a job, returned. And, snuggle. As soon as he returned, Theo clung to Sejun's knee, and started rubbing his head vigorously. All other smells, disappear, meow. While Theo was diligently rubbing his scent onto Sejun's knee. You did well, Sejun said, stroking Theo's head. This is a gift, meow. I bought it with my own money, meow. A while later, after thoroughly rubbing his scent onto Sejun, Theo held out a statue he bought from a street-wandering merchant, using his soft front paws. What kind of statue is this? I don't know, meow. I just felt drawn to it, meow. Theo proudly answered Sejun's question. He didn't know what it was, but it was natural for him to think it was great because he picked it. Swoosh! Sejun took the small statue from Theo and examined it. Oh. It's a rabbit statue. Although it was worn a lot, on closer inspection, there was a faint outline of a rabbit. Sejun, who confirmed what kind of statue it was, checked the options of the statue. Statue. Creator. Confidential. Grade F. Eileen, appraise this. The tower's administrator says to leave it to her. The rabbit statue in Sejun's hand disappeared. And then, the tower's administrator says it's a high-grade item. The tower's administrator brags that it was made by her aunt. Aunt? After the appraisal, Eileen sent the rabbit statue back to Sejun. The seal broke, and the statue regained its original cute rabbit appearance. It's not dangerous, right? Since a dragon made it, doubts arose first. The tower's administrator says it is not dangerous at all. Really? The tower's administrator tells you to trust her. Sejun rechecked the rabbit statue's options. Treasure Vault's guardian rabbit statue. A statue ordered and enchanted by the great black dragon Tara Pratani during her time as the guardian dragon of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, made by the dwarfs and gifted to the royal family. It controls the entry and exit of the royal treasure vault, allowing you to freely add or remove items from the vault. Creator, Black Dragon Tara. Grade S. Skills, Inbound LV Max, Outbound LV Max. The Red Ribbon Kingdom's treasure vault? The kingdom's treasure vault? Shall we just see what's in it? Sejun looked at the animals and grinned wickedly. Since he could put the items back, there would be no trace left. Great! Let's rob the treasure vault. Krueng! I hope there's food. I want to see the treasures. The animals' intentions were different, but they all agreed to take out items from the treasure vault. All right. Outbound. As Sejun held the statue and spoke. Current list of items available for withdrawal from the Red Ribbon Kingdom's treasure vault, total 1 item. Unregistered statue X1. A list of items that could be taken out of the treasure vault appeared. Ah. There's only one? It looked like someone had already taken everything, leaving only the heavy statue. Let's at least withdraw this one. Sejun selected the unregistered statue. withdrawing one unregistered statue from the Red Ribbon Kingdom's treasure vault. Thud! A portal formed in the sky, and a white dragon statue fell. A menacing energy emanated from the statue. You said this isn't dangerous? The tower's administrator denies that only items she has appraised isn't dangerous. Then, whitey bastard! How dare you come here? Kaiser, who had flown over excitedly for his side dish of roasted sweet potatoes, yelled at the sight of the white dragon statue. Chapter 114. 55th floor of the tower. Who's there? Ugh. Why is there a dragon's energy from the treasure vault? Iona was startled by the overwhelming aura emanating from the white dragon statue that she dared not approach. Then, squeak! I am the mighty Black Rabbit warrior, Black Rabbit. Black Rabbit raised his hammer and shouted. How dare this black-haired creature speak in front of me? Kellyan was furious at Black Rabbit's words. Seeing Black made his gums itch, and he remembered the past fight with that blacky bastard. Everyone run! Power of fire, obey my command and unleash hellfire on the enemy that never goes out. Hellfire! Iona used magic to buy time for the animals to escape from the intense hostility emanating from the white dragon statue. She completely gave up on the idea of surviving. Iona's sole aim was to save as many animals as possible. That was all. However, stop! At one word from the white dragon statue, both Iona's magic and the movement of Iona and the animals stopped. You deserve to die just for reminding me of bad memories. How dare you attack me, the great white dragon Kellyan? Abandon any thoughts of an easy death. Grid! Kellyan, who hates color black, burst into a roar and called Grid. A moment later, thud! Thud! Grid, who received Kellyan's call, ran hastily with ground trembling beneath him. Thud! Did you call me, Great White Dragon? Grid bowed his head and knelt before the white dragon statue. Grid, how could you guard so poorly that I must deal with these insignificant creatures? Who? Grid slowly raised his head and looked around. Around him, he saw animals that could not move besides the statue. Is that the great destructive wizard Iona? SSSK. Seeing Iona and the other animals, Grid laughed wickedly. He had ordered his subordinates to search for intruders outside, but he didn't expect them to be here. Today is your day of reckoning, Iona. Grid's eyes were filled with anger and madness as he looked at Iona. It wasn't once or twice that Iona had hindered his work. I'm sorry. I'll take care of it right away. Grid stood up to deal with Iona and the animals. But just as he turned his back on the white dragon statue to deal with Iona, swoosh! A black hole appeared on the floor and swallowed up the white dragon statue. Who? The white dragon statue disappeared. The animals witnessed the white dragon statue disappearing, and their bodies slowly began to move. The magic was lifted as the white dragon statue disappeared. However, entering this place without even knowing who's here, and without fear. I won't kill you, Iona, easily. I'll start by peeling off your skin. Grid was spewing out vulgarities, not even realizing that the white dragon statue had disappeared. Then, Pichu, the black rabbit, whose nose was tickled by the fur of the wolves, sneezed. Who? It moved. Grid was startled, seeing the black rabbit sneeze. And then, creak, creak. Struggling to turn her head, Iona looked over. Thank you for saving me, Sejun. Iona intuitively knew that Sejun had resolved this situation, and she wondered if this might be the effect of Sejun's knee that Theo had been talking about. Swish, swish. Iona thanked Sejun in her heart, moving her shoulders and loosening her body. How? Kellyan, sir? Grid frantically looked behind. However, the white dragon statue had vanished as though it had evaporated into thin air. Hey Kellyan, the dragon bastard! What am I supposed to do if you leave me alone? Grid called out desperately for Kellyan, but Grid's desperate cries only echoed in the treasure vault. Thud! Thud! Key Grid, I won't kill you easily. Iona stared at Grid, clenching her fist as she threw his words back at him. As her anger exceeded its limit, reaching the 5th stage of rage, Iona became calm instead. Everyone, get out! Squeak! Pie. Yes, yes. The animals who couldn't dare defy Iona quietly left the treasure vault. Thud! They even kindly closed the door of the treasure vault on their way out. An hour later, Iona emerged from the treasure vault with a refreshed expression. The treasure vault's outbound inventory list was updated to include wild boar skin, meat, and bones. You couldn't be? Blackie Kaiser? The white dragon statue was startled when it discovered the black dragon statue. He had even created a barrier to avoid the tower system while exploring the black tower. But all of his efforts were rendered useless when he was suddenly summoned here. So that's why my arm was aching. Whitey Kellyan, why did you come crawling in here? What? Aching? Kaiser, I can't even eat meat because of you. Who told you to steal my side dish? Kaiser, it's your personality that's filthy. Who throws a fit over a single side dish? That was something special I had saved for my 40,000th birthday. The two of them, who together are nearly 100,000 years old, were fighting like this. It was a sight to behold, almost unbelievable. Ruah. PSSH. As the two of them argued verbally, their powers clashed and the crops and buildings caught in between began to turn to dust. These dragons! Sejun stepped forward to stop the fight when he saw his house being destroyed and his crops dying. Lord Kaiser! And the other dragon! Calm down. Since he couldn't get any closer, he climbed onto a fragment of the divine stone and shouted. Strangely enough, only that spot was quiet and unaffected by the power of the two dragons. Krueng! Quenji stood next to Sejun, firmly holding onto his leg. The moment they left the fragment of the divine stone, they could get caught up in the clash of the two dragons' powers and die. Meow, meow, meow. On the other hand, Theo was resting on Sejun's lap, humming a tune regardless of the power clash happening around them. Park Sejun, you rascal! Don't interrupt when adults are talking. You! Your hair is black, huh? Very unfortunate. Your bad luck. Now die. Stop. How dare you attack our Sejun? Kaiser blocked Kellyan's attack, which was aimed to kill Sejun just because his hair was black. Sejun could have lost his life in an instant. What? You blocked my attack? Ruah. The white dragon statue began to gather more power. How dare you, Whitey, try to use your power inside the black tower? Roar. The black dragon statue also began to gather power. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the ground and the pillars of the water canal began to collapse, causing water to leak from the canal. Sigh, what a mess. Eileen, I need to call her. Sejun decided to ask Eileen for help as it seemed like the farm would be destroyed if he left things as they were. Eileen, the best cheat key to stop one of the two dragons, Kaiser. At that moment, the soul of a dragon that has illegally invaded the Black Tower has been detected. Analysis results show that it has 30% of the White Tower's Administrator Kellyan's soul. As a mid-level administrator, you can expel 30% of the White Tower's Administrator Kellyan's soul. The expelled 30% of the White Tower's Administrator Kellyan's soul will not return to the main body and will be annihilated. Would you like to expel 30% of the White Tower's Administrator Kellyan's soul? Sejun received a cheat key that could stop Kellyan. Eileen, please stop Kaiser. The Tower's Administrator says that they will calm down their grandfather. He left Kaiser to Eileen and said, Mr. Kellyan, withdraw your power. If you don't want to be expelled from the tower and have your soul extinguished, Sejun spoke firmly to Kellyan. What? Kellyan was furious at Sejun's audacity in speaking so boldly before the great white dragon. How dare you, you lowly creature! Die! Bang! With Kellyan's words, an irresistible power invaded Sejun's body. You have received a life-threatening blow. Dragon tribe skill, Dragon Skin is activated. The scale of the great black dragon Kaiser has been destroyed. Roar! The black dragon tattoo on Sejun's left arm roared and disappeared. It was an attack that couldn't normally be blocked, but Kellyan couldn't exert his full power because he was confronting Kaiser. Ah! Did you just try to kill me? Prepare for expulsion. With Sejun's words, a black hole appeared beneath the white dragon statue. What? Why? Kellyan was startled as a hole to expel him appeared. According to Kellyan, the administrator of the Black Tower was Eileen. And since Eileen couldn't leave the tower, there was no entity to expel him. While Kellyan was bewildered, President Theo, take out the contract. Meow. Following Sejun's instructions, Theo took out the contract and approached the white dragon with a blank contract, unfolding it. Hurry up and stamp it, meow. He shouted at the white dragon statue. I'm invincible when I'm near Park Sejun's knee, meow. Even in front of a dragon, Theo, who had received Sejun's knee buff, was in a state of courage 1000. Swear you won't kill me. President Park don't forgot to add the value of your life, meow. Theo hastily exclaimed. Of course I didn't forget. And as a price for targeting my life, give me 100 million tower coins as compensation. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the Black Tower. Sejun spoke, showing the tattoo of the mid-level administrator with a black dragon drawn on his right hand. No way. Are you a mid-level administrator? Kellyan asked as if he couldn't believe it. There was not a single place where the dragons, who were managing the tower, had a mid-level administrator. It was because of the dragon's arrogant nature. But Kaiser allowing a mid-level administrator. And not to some insignificant yet strong monster, but to an insignificant and weak human. It was truly astonishing. What will you do? The answer to Sejun's question was already there. Losing 30% of one soul also meant losing the same amount of power and memory, and it was a blow to the soul. In severe cases, the main body could be extinguished. There was nothing good about it. I understand. Park Sejun, I swear not to kill you. I will also give you 100 million tower coins as compensation. Along with Kellyan's vow, the content that Kellyan spoke started to be written on the contract. And, thud, when the contract was completed, the white dragon seal was stamped. Dragons are noble beings. The very weight of the words themselves formed the contract. Here, meow. Theo ran over with the contract and handed it to Sejun. President Theo, well done. Please restrain your power for now. Got it. As Kellyan began to restrain his power. HMPH. Whitey bastard. Consider yourself lucky. Kaiser also restrained his power in response. And while an awkward atmosphere was flowing, you have completed the purple sep sweet potato soup. Your proficiency in cooking LV for increases slightly. Sejun's prepared breakfast was ready. I was preparing breakfast, why don't we eat together? Sejun invited the two dragons to eat, to break the awkward atmosphere. Do you have roasted sweet potatoes? Kaiser, remembering the original purpose of coming here, asked. No. Instead, I made sweet potato soup. Park Sejun, you rascal. You should have prepared roasted sweet potatoes. HMPH. But since you've offered, I'll give it a taste. Kaiser grumbled unnecessarily and followed Sejun into the kitchen. Fortunately, only the roof of the kitchen had disappeared due to the mana collision, and the inside was intact. Here you go. Sejun ladled soup from the large pot into a bowl and handed it to Kaiser. Humph. Enjoy your meal. Gulp. Gulp. The black dragon statue poured the soup into its mouth. The moment the soup passed the black dragon statue's throat, it would teleport in front of Kaiser. Sejun also poured a bowl of soup in front of the white dragon statue, then hurriedly scooped some soup into a small pot, and gave the large pot to Quenji. Gulp! Krueng! As soon as Quenji received it, he drank about a third of the soup from the large pot and put it down. It's delicious. Burp! Okay, I'll eat too, meow. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Sejun ripped open a packet of churu and gave it to Theo on his lap, and started eating the soup. Is it good? Watching the animals eat fervently, Kellyan was curious. Gulp! Gulp! The white dragon statue swallowed the soup. Since it had the same form as the black dragon statue, the soup swallowed by the white dragon statue was teleported in front of Kellyan's main body. Is there more of this? Kellyan looked for more soup, but zzzzzzz. Inside the kitchen was only Quenji, who had been keeping an eye on Sejun for several days, hadn't had a proper rest, and was now asleep, clutching the large pot from which he had been eating the soup. Being the son of a weak father was quite exhausting. And carefully, the two dragon statues. Hey, you two! The two dragons eyed the soup left by Quenji. Chapter 115. Is this really delicious? A handsome white-haired man, who looked pitiful with 10 missing front teeth, skeptically looked at the purple soup and took a cautious sip. Slurp, carefully taking a sip. Flash! Kellyan's eyes widened, unbeknownst to himself, after tasting the sweet potato soup. Delicious! He felt the sweet taste and aroma of sweet potatoes in his mouth. There's meat in it too. He chewed on the locust meat, which had been boiled for a long time until it was tender. It was so tender that Kellyan could swallow it without chewing, and it wasn't burdensome to eat. Gulp! As Kellyan, who savored the taste, swallowed the soup, a warm energy flowed through his throat and into his stomach. Ha! Unknowingly, Kellyan let out an exclamation of admiration after finishing the soup. Shall I have one more bowl? Kellyan quickly moved the white dragon statue to serve himself more soup. Meow, meow, meow. Sejun, who had finished his breakfast, had Theo hanging on his leg. Pluck! You harvested a well-ripened magical cherry tomato. You have 48,792 times left to complete your job quest. Your job experience has increased very slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV5 has increased very slightly. You have gained 30 experience points. When he was busy harvesting in the tomato field to complete his job quest. Cream! Quenji's crying sound came from the kitchen. Who? What's going on? Sejun, who had left Quenji sleeping after he finished his soup, hurriedly ran to see what was wrong. When Sejun entered the kitchen, he saw Cream! Quenji, clinging to the empty large pot, was crying pitifully. Quenji, what's wrong? Cream! The soup disappeared when I woke up. Didn't you eat it while you were asleep? It was a reasonable suspicion, as he had seen Quenji eating in his sleep several times before. Cream. Cream. No. I didn't eat it. Quenji was upset by Sejun's words. Really? Cream. Cream. Yes. I'm sure the dragon grandpa stole it. Quenji's suspicion was also quite reasonable. Dragons could do such a thing. They've clearly shown that they'd eat when pretending not to. Yet, they have too much pride to admit that they like to eat. I see. Wait a bit, I'll make it again. Meanwhile, eat this. Crop gigantification. Sejun used his skill on a power sweet potato, turning it into a giant sweet potato and gave it to Quenji. Chomp. Krueng. It's delicious. As soon as Quenji got something to eat, he showed a bright smile and looked happy. That's right. Eat a lot. As he stroked Quenji's head, Sejun took out some purple locust meat from the storage space. He. It's my turn, meow? Theo unsheathed his claws, ready to cut the meat. However, no, you don't have to do it, Theo. Golden bat, could you cut this? Yes. Flap. Flap. The golden bat, which had been circling around Sejun, quickly flew over in response to Sejun's call and started cutting the meat. What? Meow. It feels like my role is disappearing, meow. I can cut well too, meow, Theo complained to Sejun. Although he didn't really like the task, Theo felt angry when he was not allowed to do it. All right. Then, Theo, you can peel the potatoes. Okay, meow, Russell. Sejun, who was thinking of having crispy potato pancakes for lunch, piled up about 1,000 potatoes in front of Theo since he asked for a task. The potatoes could be easily peeled by rinsing them with water. Meow? Isn't this too much, meow? Theo was discouraged by the large amount of potatoes he had to peel. However, don't want to do it? Then I'll ask the golden bat. No, meow. I'll do it, meow. He didn't like the idea of his job being taken away by others. Peel. Peel. At Sejun's words, Theo started peeling the potatoes in a hurry. Because of his greed, he was putting himself into potato peeling hell. While Theo was peeling the potatoes, Sejun, I finished cutting. The preparation for the soup ingredients was completed. Splash. Splash. Ingredients were put into 3 large pots. Now all that was left was to boil and season them. And then, thud, he took out a fire ant carapace from his void storage. Since it was a metal material, it was perfect for creating a grater to shred the potatoes. President Theo, can you make holes in this? I got it, meow. Bam. 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 Theo's claws pierced the fire ant carapace, making the hole Sejun wanted. How's that, meow? The power of my claws? Theo, who was bored of peeling potatoes, snuggled up to Sejun's knee proudly. I knew he would do that. Sejun smiled and hung Theo on his leg and began to grate the 100 potatoes that Theo had peeled. Screech. Screech. Potatoes were being grated through the holes Theo had made, and the shredded potatoes fell below. Good. It grates well. It's obvious because I made it, meow. Sure, then, since I did well, give me a churu, meow. No. I don't have a free hand now. I'll give it to you later. Theo really didn't know modesty or timing. While the soup was being prepared, Sejun grated potatoes. And then, Quenji, could you wring this out? Sejun handed over the grated potatoes to Quenji. It needed to be drained of water to make crispy pancakes with a soft inside. Krueng. At Sejun's request, Quenji lightly grabbed the grated potatoes and applied some pressure. Drip drip. The water was removed from the potato pancake batter. It was made into a dough state, almost as if it had been put in a dehydrator. Keep wringing it like that. Krueng. Sejun left the potato dough to Quenji and seasoned the soup, which had turned purple after being boiled enough. A moment later, you have completed the purple sep sweet potato soup. Your proficiency in cooking LV4 has slightly increased. The soup was ready. Here you go. Sejun ladled soup into Quenji's bowl and slowly discarded the batter water Quenji had wrung out, leaving only the settled starch to be added back into the potato batter. Now all that was left was to fry it. At that moment, ahoom! It's already lunchtime. Kellyan, shall we have a bowl of soup? Hum. Shall we? Oh my! Kaiser, we've timed it just right. The 2 dragon statues that had been waiting for the soup to be finished flew over, leaving a trail of smoke behind, and sat down at the table as if it was only natural. I thought dragons didn't eat much. Didn't you say you only liked roasted sweet potatoes? Sejun asked while looking at Kaiser. Kaiser had said that dragons don't often feel hunger and therefore don't eat often. But he was back to eat again not even a few hours after eating. Something was suspicious. Did you find the soup to your liking? In response to Sejun's question, the two dragons awkwardly avoided answering and looked away. Sejun was sure that the culprits who had stolen Quenji's soup were the two dragons right in front of him. Here you go. Don't steal the kids' food in the future. Sejun ladled the soup and gave it to the two dragons. Ahem. Hum. Embarrassed by Sejun's words, the two dragons coughed awkwardly and swallowed the soup, transporting it to their main bodies. After serving the dragons, Sejun served the soup to the rabbits who had come for lunch and started to make potato pancakes, heating up the frying pan. Although there was no cooking oil, there was fat collected every time they caught an eel. Shush! Sejun brought his hand close to the frying pan to check if it was hot enough. It's ready, feeling the hot air from the frying pan. Whisk! Sejun threw a piece of eel fat the size of a thumbnail into the pan. Sizzle! The fat melted in the heat of the hot pan and quickly turned liquid, coating the pan in oil. Squeak! Squeal! Squeep! The sound of the fat melting and emitting a savory smell made the rabbit's ears perk up. Good! Sejun scooped up a large ladle of potato dough and put it in the pan. Sizzle! He started to flatten the rising potato pancake batter with the ladle, spreading it wide. And when the front side was adequately fried, he gave a snap of the wrist to flip the pancake. Chack! Thanks to his high agility stat, the pancake, beautifully drawing a parabola, landed perfectly on the frying pan, flipped 180 degrees. Sejun enjoyed a moment of self-satisfaction at having flipped the pancake without ruining it when, squeak, squeal, squeep, the rabbits, holding their bowls, called Sejun from behind him. Ooh? Oh, you want to try it? Just a moment. Sejun placed the pancake on a large plate, tore it into long strips with chopsticks. Glug! 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 He poured 3 dollops of honey into a bowl. You can eat it as it is, but when it cools down a bit, dip it in this honey. It will taste even better. Sejun explained how to eat the pancake to the rabbits and SSSSSSS. He added eel oil and prepared the next pancake. After frying about 10 pancakes like that, the rabbits left to go back to work after eating their fill, and only Quenji was left, busily dipping the pancake in honey and eating. Krueng! Quenji, who had dunked an entire pancake in honey and put it in his mouth, couldn't contain his joy and waved his arm, expressing his excitement. Is it that good? Krueng! Quenji nodded his head vigorously in response. Seeing Quenji enjoy his meal so much, he couldn't hold back any longer. I should try one too. Drip drip drip. Sejun took out the new sauce that Theo had brought this time and poured the black liquid into a small dish. It was soy sauce. Chop chop chop. He then chopped a Kianyang chili pepper into it. This would make the pancake more appetizing, adding a spicy taste to the salty, allowing you to continue eating without feeling greasy. Hee. Shall I give it a try? Sejun picked up a piece of pancake with chopsticks and dipped it in soy sauce when, what is that? What is that made of? The two dragons, who had finished their soup, showed interest in the pancake. Although dragons are known to be picky eaters, they decided to try Sejun's food first and then make a judgment. 55th floor of the tower. While Iona was killing Grid, the wolves, the black rabbit, and Choo-Choo took care of the guards protecting the mansion. The barrier and dragon knights disappeared the moment Kellyan moved to the 99th floor of the tower. Thanks to this, they were able to capture the mansion smoothly. Grid's mansion was full of incredible treasures. And the crops filled the warehouse. Seeing these, Iona was once again reminded of how greedy Grid had been. Let's ask Sejun about what to do with these later. Seal! Iona sealed the mansion with magic and went outside, starting to liberate the rabbits in nearby villages. Of course, there was resistance from the wild boars, but they were just the lazy guards who were managing the farm rabbits. They were no match for Iona and the animals. As they took over a few villages, the number of rabbits that had joined increased to 300. There were more rabbits caught by Grid than expected. Power of magic, obey my command and attack the enemy. Bombardment. With Iona's magic, thousands of magic missiles were launched at the wild boar tribe at the forefront of the defense line. Iona chose the magic spell that caused the least damage to avoid harming the crops. Drive out the wild boars. Defeat the enemy. The black wolf tribe and the silver wolf tribe ran towards the broken defense line. Squeak! Squeal! Squeep! On the backs of these wolves, the black rabbit holding a hammer and the enslaved rabbits, who had joined on the 55th floor and holding farming tools, joined in. The rabbits looked exhausted from their long life of slavery, but they willingly put their effort into driving out the wild boars. As the battle continued, the wild boars began to flee to other floors. Having lost their core, they would never target for the 55th floor again. Thus, 100 years after the fall of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, the flag of the Red Ribbon Kingdom once again began to fly on the 55th floor, and the news of the kingdom's reconstruction began to spread to other floors. Chapter 116, Cried, Ahum! Sejun, could you cook one more potato pancake for me? Who? Me too. Kaiser and Kellyan, who had tasted the potato pancakes, asked Sejun for more, glancing at him. Kaiser had stopped calling Sejun rascal. The three-stage combo of roasted sweet potatoes, sweet potato soup, and potato pancakes had a powerful effect. However, no, I can't. I have to work now. Sejun firmly refused the requests of the two dragons. Sejun's priority now was to complete his job quest and reach level 51. Instead, he gave them each one more bowl of sweet potato soup. I need to eat it with alcohol quickly. Alcohol again? He. I have fire carrot wine that I received from Sejun. What? Fire carrot wine? How did you get that? Kellyan was greatly surprised at Kaiser's words. Fire carrot wine. It was alcohol produced by the Red Tower's tower farmer, and the Red Dragon strictly prevented its exportation from the tower, making it as hard to find as plucking stars from the sky. Kellyan himself had barely managed to taste a single bottle 1,000 years ago. There was a harvest festival a few days ago. You'd need 10 kinds of crops for a harvest festival. Jealousy was not hidden in Kellyan's voice. He was envious of Kaiser having such an excellent tower farmer like Sejun. As for his tower, sigh. Thinking about his tower's tower farmer, all Kellyan could do was sigh. That damn fool claimed to be a tower farmer. Ha ha ha. Cheer up. Flap, flap. Kaiser laughed boisterously and flew up to the fountain. Seeing Whitey's jealousy, he thought the alcohol would taste really good today. Damn. Envy is a losing game. Kellyan was envious of Kaiser, who received delicious foods every day from Sejun. I need to call and check on the progress. After Kaiser left, Kellyan went up to Sejun's house roof, settled in his spot, and moved to his main body into the White Tower. And then, snip! Snip! Sejun continued harvesting cherry tomatoes for several hours. Phew! It's finished. As Sejun finished harvesting the cherry tomatoes, flap! Flap! The golden bat flew to Sejun. Sejun! I think I'll be going to Earth soon. Really? It had already been a week since the golden bat brought the ramen. Golden bat, keep revising what I taught you. Yes dash. Swoosh. Swoosh. Ramen. Cola. At Sejun's words, the golden bat saluted and diligently revised the essential keywords like an exam-taking student. Meanwhile, Sejun took out wooden planks from the void storage. Here, take these with you. Yes. The golden bat grabbed the palm-sized wooden plank with its foot. On the wooden plank, Sejun had written a message and phone number. If you find this, please contact 010 XXXX and I will give you 10 million won. Han Taijun, president of the Korean Awakened Association. Sejun thought it might take too long to locate where the golden bat appears, so he decided to leave the contact information where it appeared. The contact information was Han Taijun's phone number, and Sejun had explained this matter to Han Taijun and obtained his number. He used Han Taijun's name as the offer of money looked suspicious, and Han Taijun was famous, sometimes even appearing on the news. Theo, this is President Han Taijun's number, right? It is, meow. You don't trust me, meow? Theo was angry at Sejun's lack of trust. Of course I trust you. Sejun stroked Theo's head. His impatience grew, thinking he could soon eat ramen, cola, and more. Of course, meow. President Park, just trust me, meow. Theo clung closer to Sejun's lap, shouting loudly. Okay, let's get started. Yes. Golden bat, what's this? Sejun showed a drawn picture on the wooden plank and quickly asked. Chicken. Correct. What about this? Sejun quickly turned the wooden plank to show another picture. Soboro bread to the power of 1. Good. Well done, Pat, Pat. The golden bat laughed at Sejun's praise. It didn't know why they were doing this, but answering correctly and getting praised felt good. Sejun continued the speed quiz with the golden bat. Ganegg cake. All the pictures were of food Sejun wanted to eat, like pizza, burgers, and black bean noodles. By the way, Sejun's drawing skills were terrible, so getting the exact item from the picture was 100% impossible. If the golden bat managed to bring what was in the picture, it was solely because it was a genius. You got them all right. Well done. Sejun praised the golden bat for correctly guessing all the wooden planks. Pat, pat. The golden bat's mood lifted at Sejun's praise. After the speed quiz was over, Sejun, I'll be back soon. Be careful. The golden bat disappeared. Flap. Flap. Thud. The golden bat that had moved to earth quietly dropped the wooden plank it was holding in its feet and quickly hid. This place was crowded with people. The hidden golden bat quickly looked around and found the word ramen. Having received high praise from Sejun for bringing ramen last time, it wanted to bring ramen again. Flap, flap. I must bring what Sejun likes. Bat, gone. This time, there was no sign of ramen anywhere. Fortunately, there was coffee. Let's take that at least. The golden bat quickly moved, picked up 10 coffees, and hid them in a corner. Now, I should wait until I return to the tower. Just then, creak. A woman opened a drawer, revealing a small box with a picture of a fish visible on it. Ah. Fish. It was Brother Theo's favorite, fish. There was only about 10 seconds left. It seemed possible to take it. Flap. Flap. The golden bat quickly flew and grabbed the box. Puff. The golden bat disappeared and returned to the tower. And, who? Am I still drunk? Kim Kyung-mi, an employee at Hansong Bank who had partied at a club until dawn, was startled when the Gorabab squared snacks she had placed in the drawer suddenly vanished before her eyes. Ah. Is it a hoax? The assistant PD Bae Jong-ho of There's Such a Thing in the World said, smoking a cigarette outside the building. While watching the CCTV footage sent from the coin karaoke room, he thought that if done well, it could get some airtime. However, after installing a camera in the coin karaoke room and waiting for several days, nothing was captured on video. Just then, hey, Mr. Kim, did you know that a ghost appears in this building? A ghost? Yes. The building owner is investigating, but this building is famous for a golden ghost. The security guards were outside, talking to a newbie while smoking. Others might have dismissed it as an old guard trying to intimidate a newbie, but to the PD of There's Such a Thing in the World, a ghost was a great subject for broadcasting. Jong-ho's ears perked up to hear the guards' conversation. And, what? The disappearing objects aren't limited to the coin karaoke room. Jong-ho discovered new information. According to the guards, the golden ghost appeared once a week in the building to take things. Its favorite object was a shiny tumbler. But lately, its taste seemed to have changed, and they warned the newbie that it might target people next. If this goes well, it could be a huge hit. The corner of Bae Jong-ho's mouth curled up. Arjux, come here at once. Kellyan, having entered the administrator's area of the White Tower, called for his grandson. A moment later, why did you call me, Grandpa? Don't you know I'm farming? A handsome teenager with lustrous white hair and covered in dust appeared, grumbling. Farming? Then can you show me even one of the fine crops you've grown? No. You want to see the crops? Arjux was visibly flustered by Kellyan's words. So much so that he started talking with honorifics. He clearly looked very guilty. Sigh. Kellyan sighed at Arjux's behavior. It was obvious without seeing. Why did you insist on becoming a tower farmer? I thought I'd do well because I'm a great white dragon. Arjux replied, looking downcast. Dragons and farming did not go well together. The powerful energy of the dragon killed all the crops. That's why Arjux's harvested crop count was 0, no matter how many seeds were sown, none sprouted. Try eating this. It's a sweet potato dish made from a crop grown by the Black Tower's tower farmer. It's tasty. Kellyan handed Arjux the sweet potato soup that Sejun had made. Sweet potato? Slurp. Ouch. Hey. Eat slowly. Absolute heal. As Arjux burned his tongue, Kellyan quickly cast a healing spell. It was an excessively healing magic for the injury. He. Grandpa, this is delicious. Ha ha ha. Eat up and regain your strength. Okay. No matter what mischief Arjux got into, Kellyan couldn't help but smile and feel his anger dissolve. If Kaiser was a fool for his granddaughter, Kellyan was a fool for his grandson. A minute after the golden bat disappeared, Sejun, I'm back. It returned from Earth. Oh. Good job. Sejun's face lit up as he looked at the items caught on the golden bat's feet. Whoa. Is that Gorabab snack? It wasn't a snack he normally ate, but he was delighted to see it here. Here you go. The golden bat placed only the coffee in Sejun's hand. Who? What about my snack? While Sejun was puzzled, flap. Flap. Big brother Theo, here's something you like. The golden bat handed the gorabab snack to Theo. Bat, you fool. There's no fish here, meow. Theo, who instinctively detected that there was no fish inside, sharply refused the golden bat's gift. Is that so? The golden bat was disappointed at Theo's words. It's okay. That's mine. Sejun tore open snack box that the golden bat was holding and took out a bag from inside. And, rip. As he opened the bag, the artificial seasoning smell tickled Sejun's nose. This looks delicious. Sejun picked up one of the snacks and put it in his mouth. Crunch. The taste and texture were something he couldn't easily find here. Golden bat, well done. Sejun praised the golden bat while eating the snacks. Really? I'm so happy that you like it, Sejun. Flap. Flap. The golden bat happily flew around Sejun at his praise. Now let's go to the western forest. Quenji. Having finished the snacks, Sejun called Quenji, who was hunting in the pond, to harvest the ant seeds. Krueng. Quenji came running right away. Hiya. Sejun climbed onto the enlarged Quenji's back. And just before departure, Sejun realized that his lap was empty. Where did Theo go? Sejun looked around for Theo. President Park. Where are you? Meow. Sejun found Theo behind the house, his head stuck in a box of gorabab snack, flailing his front paws. He seemed to have wandered there because he couldn't see. President Theo, here. Come quickly, Sejun called Theo. But, President Park. I can't see, meow. Help me, meow. Theo didn't think to remove the box, even though it was the obvious solution. You fool. Just take the box off. Pull. Frustrated, Sejun pulled off the snack box that Theo was wearing. President Park. I missed you, meow. Theo quickly clung to Sejun's lap. Theo's eyes were moist. You've been crying, Krueng? Big brother, were you crying? Big brother Theo, were you really crying? No, meow. I didn't cry, meow. Hey. Don't deny it. You even have a runny nose. No, meow. I really didn't have a runny nose, meow. Sejun teased Theo as they moved to the western forest. Chapter 117. Kenya, Africa. Sook. Damn it. Why am I planting this? Having been saved by Theo and forcibly drafted into the Earth Defense Force, Ngugi grumbled, looking at the sturdy blade green onions planted around him. Around 1,000 sturdy blade green onions had been planted in the vicinity. Before leaving the tower, hand over all the detoxifying green onions. Han Taijun had taken all the detoxifying green onions that Theo had provided to the Earth Defense Force. Believing Theo's words that the Earth was facing destruction, Han Taijun planned to mobilize all resources. Naturally, at first, the hunters, led by Lucilia, the guild leader of the Wizard Guild, had defiantly exclaimed, "Who do you think you are?" But they had met more than their match. Indeed, there were many hidden powerhouses in the world. Lucilia and the hunters had to surrender after being bombarded by Han Taijun's magic missiles. That huge guy using magic. Ngugi shivered, recalling memory of that time. Within 24 hours of arriving on Earth, Han Taijun began to seize lands all over the world and founded the Earth Defense Force. He then designated land for the members to plant sturdy blade green onions. Ngugi hadn't even seen the money from selling the detoxifying green onions, but he was hopeful because there was a bonus for each green onion planted. Maybe this job is better. I don't have to risk my life here. Sook. Sook. As Ngugi was planting the sturdy blade green onions with such thoughts, flutter. A green locust, about the size of a fist, flew towards Ngugi. What? Ngugi was startled to see the locust. Green locust. What's going on? He could see the name above the locust's head, just as he had seen it above the heads of monsters inside the tower. Swoosh! Ngugi attacked and killed the green locust with his jungle knife, gaining experience points. It was indeed a monster. How is there a monster outside the tower? Is Earth really going to be destroyed? As the chilling thought that Theo's words might be true crept into Ngugi's mind. Flutter! Flutter! About 100,000 green locusts filled the sky, flying towards Ngugi. Swarms of locust monsters. Non-awakeners probably couldn't see the names above their heads and were unaware of this. Damn! I should have brought my weapon. Ngugi regretted leaving his primary weapon, a bow, at home, since there was no need to carry it on Earth. Swish! Swish! He had no choice but to kill the green locusts with his jungle knife. They weren't very strong, so there was no danger in killing them. As he was busily killing the green locusts, what? Thud! Crunch! Crunch! He saw the green locusts getting cut and killed as they approached to eat the leaves of the sturdy blade onions. Even as they died, they still tried to eat the leaves. It was a truly terrifying appetite. And the sturdy blade green onions were killing the monsters faster than Nguji himself. So that's why we were told to plant sturdy blade green onions. Nguji, who had gained a great realization, reported the situation to the Earth Defense Force headquarters. More sturdy blade green onions were needed. As Sejun arrived at the western forest, oh, there are so many now. Thump. Thump. Thud. Thud. The number of ants had increased to 7,000. It was thanks to not being attacked by fire ants. Thump. Thump. The little ants greeted Sejun, jostling each other to extend their heads. Seed, pluck, please? Seed, pluck, give you. Got it. There was a reason why the ants asked Sejun to pluck the seeds that they could pick themselves. Farmer's Touch LV2 is activated. The growth of the purified ant accelerates while being touched. The ants liked the feeling of growing faster when Sejun plucked their seeds, thanks to the Farmer's Touch skill. As Sejun was plucking the ant seeds, it's a duel, meow, vroom. Vroom. Theo was running around, wanting to have a rematch, grabbing at the branches the ants were swinging. And then, Krueng. The bored Quenji dug into the ground and played. As he dug deeper, it became dark without light, but, Quenji, brother, I will light a fire. Bat light. The golden bat, which had not had a chance to show its abilities until now, used its hidden skill. Flash! A weak golden light emanated from the golden bat's body, illuminating the surroundings. Krueng! Good job! Thump! Thump! Thanks to this, Quenji was able to dig deeper underground with the help of the golden bat. And when Quenji had dug about 10 meters down, creak! Brother Quenji, I hear a strange noise over there. The golden bat heard a suspicious noise. Krueng? Which direction? Over there. The golden bat pointed south with its wing. Thump! Thump! And Quenji started digging a tunnel in that direction. And when they had dug about 300 meters, thump! Crash! The wall collapsed. And then, Krueng? Who? Quek? Quenji and the golden bat encountered black ants digging a tunnel from the opposite side. Hey guys, gather around! Sejun, who had picked all the ant seeds and replanted them, called the animals. It was time to return. I'm already here, meow. Theo, who had tiredly returned to Sejun's lap after chasing branches, proudly said. Right, meow. Take this, meow. Theo remembered the items he had brought from the Wandering Merchant Association's office and carefully took them out of his bag. Furniture? When Sejun looked at the items Theo pulled out, he found chairs, lights, and a desk. It seemed like they would be good for decorating the bedroom. You did well. But where did you buy it? I didn't buy them, meow. I just picked them up, meow. Theo, who had clearly stolen them, confidently said he had found them. He was indeed a scoundrel. Is that so? Well done anyway, thank you, meow. Now give me some churu, meow. Okay. Sejun put the items that Theo had brought into the void storage and fed Theo the churu. Chomp chomp chomp. Almost 10 minutes passed by the time Theo finished eating the churu, but Quenji and the golden bat had not returned yet. Where have they gone? When Sejun got up to look for them, Krueng! Screech! Quenji and the golden bat, who was perched on Quenji's shoulder, appeared from underground, singing. And then, Quek! Following them, about 10 black ants, each roughly 30 centimeters in size, came along, singing in chorus. Mushroom ant! Mushroom ant? Upon seeing the name above the black ants, Sejun looked closely at them. How cute! Unlike fire ants, which have a sharp triangular face, the mushroom ants had a round face and blunt front teeth, giving them a cute appearance. They looked completely non-threatening, rather innocent. Since they were called mushroom ants, they seemed to be a good fit for farming. Where have you guys been? And what's with those ants? Krueng! Krueng! We met them while digging. They said they would give us something to eat called mushrooms if we saved them. Sejun, these ants want to work on your farm. Quek! At the words of Quenji and the golden bat, the black ants vigorously waved their antennae up and down. Let's go to the farm first. Sejun took the ants to the farm. On the way to the farm. So they were originally slaves to the fire ants, but escaped? Sejun talked to the mushroom ants as they moved. Quek! In response to Sejun's words, the mushroom ant moved its antennae up and down. There were that many fire ants. According to what the mushroom ant told him, the fire ant force was substantial. There were dozens of fire ant colonies, each comprising hundreds of thousands of fire ants. Fortunately, There was no fire ant colony strong enough to unite the fire ants, so they did not usually invade other territories. If all the fire ants had been unified into a single force, they might have ruled the 99th floor of the tower. Then, who? Quack! They encountered other mushroom ants on the road. And then, they want to work on President Park's farm, meow. The mushroom ant somehow knew they wanted to work on Sejun's farm. Sejun didn't know, but when he fell unconscious, the roots of Flamey, which had moved in anger, had freed some mushroom ants that were slaves to the fire ants by defeating a few fire ant colonies. If you have nowhere to go, head south and entrust yourselves to Sejun's farm. Following the words of Flamey, who had released them, the mushroom ants were on their way to find Sejun. Thus, by the time they arrived at the farm, Sejun had met more mushroom ants, and their number had exceeded 500. Let's rest here for today. Sejun provided a vacant land for the mushroom ants to rest. Quack! At Sejun's words, the mushroom ants lay down on the vacant ground, resting comfortably for the first time since they were born. All right, gulp. Gulp. Aha. Sejun woke up from his sleep and drank the water that Theo had left on the desk yesterday. President Theo, wake up. Sejun woke Theo up after drinking the water, but, I'll sleep for just 5 more minutes, meow. Since Theo never got up at once, Sejun placed Theo on his leg. And then, swoosh! He added one more line to the wall and went outside. As Sejun went outside, Krueng! Flap! Flap! Quenji and Golden Bat that were playing around after waking up early greeted Sejun in the morning. Let's have breakfast. Krueng! Quenji responded loudly to Sejun's words, let's have breakfast. Great! While Sejun was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, squeak! Squeal! The rabbits also started to get up one by one and gathered in the kitchen. Today's breakfast menu was suyuk to the power of 1, boiled pork. Originally, they were to have the usual soup, but upon accidentally finding wild boar meat in the treasure storage, Sejun quickly changed the breakfast menu. Hum hum hum. Sejun hummed a tune while tying the wild boar meat with detoxifying green onions and putting it in the pot. And then, bang! Krueng! Bang! Krueng! Following Sejun, Quenji tapped on the table and sang. Daddy is making a new dish. It must be delicious. Splish splash. During Quenji's singing, Sejun put the whole bottle of carrot wine, including the carrot, into the pot. Alcohol is the best for removing odor. He also added enough water to cover the wild boar meat and then closed the lid to start boiling. At that moment, no. That precious wine. If you were going to do that, you should have given it to me. The 2 dragons who had come to the kitchen at mealtime to see if there was anything for them to eat lamented the carrot wine in the pot. But what do the mushroom ants eat? Sejun remembered the ants. Should I go and check? The pork stew needed to boil for at least 20 more minutes to be ready. So Sejun left the kitchen and moved to where the ants were resting. When Sejun arrived at where the mushroom ants were, who? Quack! Quack! The ground, which was spacious yesterday, was now swarming with mushroom ants that had joined overnight. There must be around 3,000? While Sejun was estimating the number of ants. Ooh? The color? Sejun's eyes caught a difference in the mushroom ants from yesterday. The backs of the mushroom ants were a different color than yesterday. Upon closer inspection of the mushroom ant's back, is that a mushroom? Sejun saw mushrooms growing on their backs. Each mushroom ant had a different type of mushroom growing on its back. And then, quack! The mushroom ants were harvesting the mushrooms from each other's backs. At that moment, quack! A mushroom ant growing a king oyster mushroom on its back approached Sejun and stopped in front of him. And then, it just stood still. Do you want me to pick it? When Sejun cut a king oyster mushroom from the mushroom ant's back with his dagger, you have harvested a king oyster mushroom. You have 47,812 times left to complete the job quest. Your job experience increases very slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV5 increases very slightly. You have gained 1 experience point. A crop harvesting message appeared. Oh, Sejun exclaimed in joy after seeing the message. There were about 100 mushrooms growing on the backs of the mushroom ants. Since they had grown like that overnight, he might be able to harvest them again in the evening. He thought he might be able to complete the job quest today. Guys, stop! Sejun hurriedly yelled to stop the mushroom ants from harvesting the mushrooms. Chapter 118. Quack! At Sejun's command to stop, the mushroom ants that had been picking mushrooms stopped. I'll pick the mushrooms, so don't. Quack! The mushroom ants began to line up towards Sejun. Not now, but in a little while. I need to eat breakfast. Quack! The mushroom ants looked disappointed at Sejun's words. But what do you guys eat? Quack! In response to Sejun's question, one of the mushroom ants repeatedly pointed to a pile of cherry tomato branches next to the field and then at its mouth. "Oh, you eat those? Quack!" At Sejun's words, the mushroom ant nodded with its antennae. "Then you can eat them." Eat them all. The cherry tomato branches had been too numerous to deal with after the rabbits pruned the tomatoes to prevent nutrients from going elsewhere, so it was great that the ants would eat them. Quack! Quack! Excited by Sejun's words, the mushroom ants excitedly rushed towards the cherry tomato branches. It was fortunate that the mushroom ants had something they liked. "Then let's quickly eat breakfast and start harvesting." As Sejun approached the kitchen to eat suyuk, boiled pork. Wow! It smells amazing. The scent of wine boiled with meat filled the air outside the kitchen. Just by smelling it, one could tell that the suyuk was cooked perfectly. At that moment, Krueng, Quenji, who had been guarding the entrance of the kitchen waiting for Sejun, called him. It seemed that the dish was almost done. Got it. As Sejun entered the kitchen, he found the rabbits gathered around the pot of suyuk, their hands clasped together, reciting a chant-like spell, and staring only at the pot. Krueng! Quenji grabbed Sejun's pants, leading him to the front of the pot. Everyone was focusing their entire attention on the suyuk, except for the two dragons, who couldn't smell it. Click! It's my turn now. Give it to me. The two dragon statues were alternately drinking one drop at a time from the bottle that contained the fire carrot wine, shaking it. Who knew what they were doing, with such a powerful magic? Is it ready? When Sejun opened the lid of the pot, steam so thick he could not see in front of him rose up. Then, as the steam cleared, the lustrous, milky meat that was half submerged in the water came into view. The wine carrot had completely melted, nowhere to be seen. It's done! Just as Sejun was about to scoop out the suyuk, you have achieved the feat of making greedy and hot wild boar suyuk for the first time in the tower. The recipe for greedy and hot wild boar suyuk will be registered at Cooking LV4. Your proficiency in Cooking LV4 greatly increases. Your proficiency in Cooking LV4 is filled, and your level increases. A message appeared, indicating that the dish was complete. Let's see. Sejun checked the options of the suyuk. Greedy and hot wild boar suyuk, expertly cooked with wild boar meat, detoxifying green onions, and fire carrot wine. It's moist and tender. All the fiery energy of the fire carrot wine is concentrated in the wild boar meat. The remaining greed in the wild boar meat minimizes the loss of nutrients. When consumed, it greatly increases your affinity with the fire attribute and burns bodily impurities. The detoxifying green onions have the side effects of the fire carrot wine. If your magic power is below 50, the side effect will cause your body to burn with the fiery energy. Chef, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 100 days. Grade, B. Oh, the side effects were halved while keeping the effects of the fire carrot wine. It was good news. Swoosh! Sejun hurriedly took out a chunk of meat and cut a piece with his dagger. The tender meat was sliced smoothly without resistance. Slurp! He put the cut meat into his mouth. Swallow! Gulp! Oh, words were unnecessary. The meat just melted in his mouth without even needing to chew. He regretted not having lettuce wraps, kim kai, and salted shrimp to eat with the suyuk. Krueng? Behind him, Quenji and the rabbits were drooling, curious about the taste. Here you go. Sejun quickly cut the pork into sizes suitable for the animals to eat and gave it to them. Krueng! Squeak! Squawk! The animals began to eat the suyuk hurriedly. Golden bat, slice this. Yes! Meanwhile, Sejun had the golden bat thinly slice some green onions, and he made a simple seasoning with red pepper powder, soy sauce, salt, and honey. Then, the golden bat mixed the seasoning with the sliced onions to complete the green onion salad. Let's try it. Swoosh! Swoosh! Sejun sliced about 10 pieces of pork, placed them on his plate, and ate them with the green onion salad. Millimeter. This is it. This is the taste. Although it was good before, eating it with the green onion salad added a crunchy texture and enriched the flavor, making it even more delicious. The green onion salad also cut through the greasiness, leaving a refreshing aftertaste. Krueng? Quenji quickly followed Sejun's lead, placing the green onion salad on a piece of pork and putting it in his mouth. The only time he had failed to imitate Sejun's eating was with coffee. Dad said that tastes good when you become an adult. He didn't understand why it would taste better when he was older, but he trusted his dad's words. Krueng! Once again, he succeeded. Quenji, who had discovered a new world of flavor with the combination of suyuk and green onion salad, excitedly shouted out. And seeing Quenji's reaction, the other rabbits began to take an interest. You guys! Sejun smiled contentedly as he looked at the animals. He felt good seeing them enjoy the food he had made. Eileen, you should try it too. Sejun sent a bowl filled with suyuk and green onion salad to Eileen. A moment later, the tower's administrator is shocked, saying this is the first time she has eaten meat so tender. Eat it with a green onion salad. It'll taste better that way. The tower's administrator says you are surely a genius in cooking. No, I'm not that good. Sejun was embarrassed about Eileen's praise. And honestly, Eileen's cooking skills were below average. But he couldn't bring himself to say that. Thus, while Sejun was sharing the pork with everyone, SSSS. Steam began to rise one by one from the rabbits' bodies. Along with a foul smell. It stinks. Go wash up quickly. Sejun deliberately spoke more hysterically. It was revenge for them avoiding him earlier because his breath had smelled like shit. Sejun was quite vindictive. Squeak! Splash! The rabbits panicked and hurried to the fountain. Then, you have consumed the greedy and hot wild boar suyuk. Your affinity for fire attributes increases. Talent, fire mastery awakens. The impurities in your body are being burned and expelled out. SSSS. Steam began to rise from Sejun's body too. Meow. President Park smells like shit again, meow. Theo quickly pulled a nose plug from his bag and plugged his nose. He had prepared it in anticipation of the same situation. Squawk! Quenji screamed, covering his nose with his front paws. Daddy smells like poop. Sejun too hurried to the fountain. Even though the smell was coming from his own body, it was truly horrible. Splash! The rabbits glared at Sejun as he entered the fountain. They gave him a reproachful look, as if to ask why he had yelled at them when he was going to come in as well. Sorry. A little later. Krueng! Splash! Quenji also entered the fountain, giving off a foul smell. Krueng! I'm sorry. Quenji, who had teased Sejun about the smell, rubbed Sejun's shoulder in apology. Thus, everyone left the cooking site. Shall we taste it? Shall we? The two dragons that had stayed behind in the kitchen helped themselves to the suyuk. And the green onion salad, too. Shake! Shake! Ah! So refreshing. Sejun spoke, shaking the water off his body. He had inadvertently taken a group bath with the animals. Krueng! Squeak! The animals were all shaking the water off their bodies, looking refreshed because all the impurities had been removed from their bodies. But, it's uncomfortable, meow. Theo, who didn't need to go into the water, grumbled as he vigorously shook off the water. He had been dunked along with Sejun since he was clinging to Sejun's knee. But President Theo, you're a complete mess. Really pathetic. Sejun laughed at the bedraggled Theo without noticing his irritation. Meow, I'm not pathetic, meow. Theo's spirit was immediately dampened by Sejun's words. Sorry. I was just joking. Our President Theo is so cool. As Sejun lifted Theo and manually shook the water off his fur. PFFFT. I know, meow. I'm the coolest cat in the world, meow. Theo's confidence was quickly restored, and he boasted loudly. He really had the confidence of a reed. Then, Sejun, I'll dry your hair for you. The golden bat flew around Sejun's head, flapping its wings hard to create a breeze. Flap! Flap! The wind was weak, so it wasn't much help, but, pant pant. How is it? Oh. It's cool. Sejun made a white lie for the golden bat, who was flapping its wings to the point of breathlessness for him. His heart warmed instead. Let's get to work now. Sejun, after drying Theo's fur, massaged the tired golden bat's shoulders and went to look for mushroom ants. You have harvested an oyster mushroom. You have 42,871 times left to complete the job quest. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV5 has increased slightly. You have gained 1 experience point. Okay, next. Quack. At Sejun's words, the harvested ant left, and another ant behind it showed its back for Sejun to harvest more easily. Sejun just stayed still, and it was easy to harvest because the mushroom ants moved themselves. Quack. Quack. On top of that, Sejun's harvested mushrooms were sorted by the mushroom ants according to their type and condition. Shiitake mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, king oyster mushrooms, youngji mushrooms. There were many types of mushrooms growing on the backs of the mushroom ants. Although it was a bit disappointing that the mushrooms had no item effects, Sejun was satisfied since he could use the harvesting skill and eat the mushrooms. Nice. Thanks to that, Sejun only focused on harvesting. As he was doing so, lunchtime approached. Quenji, bring me some dry straw and branches. Krueng. At Sejun's command, Quenji, who had been lying on the ground gazing at the sky, quickly jumped up. Asking for dry straw and branches meant starting a fire, and that meant cooking. Krueng! Quenji hurriedly ran off, and, Brother Quenji, I'll help too. The golden bat followed Quenji, flying after him. A moment later, Krueng! Rumble, rumble! The giant Quenji laid down a huge amount of dry straw and branches. Here they are. I brought some too. Flap! Flap! The golden bat also brought a thin branch, following Quenji. Good job. Sejun stacked the branches well and placed dry straw between them to catch fire easily. And then, snap! Whoosh! Sejun snapped his fingers to create a small flame the size of a 51 coin, diameter 21.60 millimeters. This was thanks to his newly acquired talent, Fire Mastery. Talent, Fire Mastery. A talent that allows you to use fire more skillfully. You can create a flame by snapping your fingers. Although not powerful enough for battle, being able to create flames was a great help in daily life. Sejun used the flame on his finger to light the thin branch that the golden bat brought, and put it in the pile of firewood. Whoosh! The fire caught on the firewood strongly, and then, thump! Sejun took out the back of a fire ant from void storage. Today's lunch menu was grilled mushrooms. The back of the fire ant was flat and perfect for a grill. Sizzle! As the mushrooms grilled, spreading their aroma, the rabbits found their way there on their own. Squeak! Quack! At first, the rabbits and mushroom ants were wary of each other, but workers recognize workers. The rabbits and mushroom ants quickly became friends. Chapter 119. Ooh? Why am I sleeping here? Eileen, waking from her sleep, looked around. And then, I came here to bathe. She remembered that she had fallen asleep in the lake after washing off the waste that had been expelled from her body after eating the wild boar meat that Sejun had given her. It was really dreadful. No comment on the waste, for the sake of Eileen's image. It was indeed fortunate that a powerful purification magic was cast on the lake. Splash! Hee hee hee! It's easier to use my mana now. Eileen came out of the lake, examining her body, and spoke, feeling the mana inside her moving smoothly. In Eileen's case, her dragon heart hadn't been beating for a while, preventing the infused mana from flowing and hardening along with the impurities, hindering her use of magic power. So, this time, the hardened mana inside her body was expelled along with the waste after eating the pork Sejun had given her, making it much easier to move the magic and increasing its efficiency. And with the increased efficiency, she was able to do more. Eileen left the administrator's area for about 5 seconds, then hurriedly came back when she started to feel weak. Huff, huff. I went out of the administrator's area. Eileen was thrilled with her achievement. Now, although only for a short time, she had enough mana flowing within her body to endure outside the administrator's area. She thought she could open the portal if she tried, but, I will never open it. Never! Eileen had no intention of opening the portal. If she opened the portal, her grandfather or father might come in and interfere with her and Sejun's relationship, or they could change her role as the tower administrator to another dragon now that her dragon heart's condition had improved. Since I won't be able to see Sejun, I will definitely not open the portal. Thus, Kaiser's long-awaited reunion with his beloved granddaughter did not happen for a long time. After eating a delicious lunch of grilled mushrooms, squeak! As the rabbits were about to go back to the fields to work, quack! The ants, having finished harvesting mushrooms, gave the rabbits a ride and moved together. And then, you have harvested shiitake mushrooms. You have 37,123 times left to complete the job quest. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV5 has increased slightly. You have gained 1 experience point. Sejun also harvested mushrooms again. Then, about 2 hours into harvesting mushrooms, roar! From a distance, the roar of the mother crimson giant bear was heard. What's happening? She's shouting, don't come here, it's our territory, meow. When Sejun was curious, Theo translated the words of the mother crimson giant bear. Don't come here? It meant something was coming. Guys, let's go! Sejun ran to where the mother crimson giant bear was, taking his bodyguard Quenji with him. As usual, the mother crimson giant bear, Pink Fur, was patrolling around the farm. Her name had been changed from Red Fur to Pink Fur as her fur color had changed. Roar! Pink Fur was diligently patrolling around the farm today as well. Then, roar! From afar, about 2,000 mushroom ants could be seen approaching. Since Sejun had told her not to stop the mushroom ants if they came, Pink Fur was waiting to guide them as they drew near. But, creak! Keek! As they got closer, the mushroom ants were being chased by an enormous number of fire ants. Roar! So Pink Fur, in a warning to the fire ants that had invaded Sejun's farm, roared and prepared to fight. As Sejun arrived at the scene of the commotion, roar, moo, keek. Like Sejun, 30 black minotaurs who had heard the roar of the mother crimson giant bear joined in and were in a standoff with the fire ants, protecting the mushroom ants in a circle. However, the number of fire ants that had followed the escaped slaves was nearly 100,000. They were not merely confronting, they were surrounded by the fire ants. Roar, moo, as the crimson giant bear and the black minotaurs attacked the approaching fire ants by kicking them. Keek! The fire ants retaliated by spewing from their antennae towards them. A single attack wouldn't have been felt, but with 100,000 fire ants, it was a completely different story. When tens of thousands of fire ants focused their fire on one spot, the firepower intensified, and flames caught onto their bodies. Roar, moo, as the crimson giant bear and the black minotaurs, their bodies aflame, cried out, "This is dangerous!" Sejun quickly moved to save them. Create thunderclouds. With Sejun's shout, clouds covered the sky. Rainfall. Sejun made it rain to extinguish the fire on the crimson giant bear and black minotaurs and to drench the fire ants so that electricity could flow better. However, it's not going out. The fire was so strong that it didn't go out easily. Throw thunder. Sejun decided to deal with the fire ants first. Along with Sejun's shout, blue lightning bolts fell from the thunderclouds towards the fire ants. Crash! You have defeated a fire ant worker. You have gained 1,000 experience points. About 1,000 fire ants were electrocuted and died. This time, his legs didn't give way due to exhaustion as before. His magic power had increased by 5% with the acquisition of the talent, magic circuit, and the efficiency of his magic improved as his body's waste was expelled. Throw thunder. Sejun used throw thunder again to save the crimson giant bear and black minotaurs. Crash! Stagger! But he could only do it twice. Crueng! Why does Dad, being weak, stepping up? Quenji supported the collapsing Sejun and scolded him. What are you talking about? Can't you see your mom and the minotaur screaming? Roar! Moo! Sejun pointed angrily at the crimson giant bear and black minotaurs, whose bodies were on fire. He was disappointed in Quenji. Just then, why is that a scream, meow? Theo asked Sejun in a lazy voice. If that's not a scream, then what is it? They're saying it's refreshing, meow. What Sejun thought were screams were cheers from the crimson giant bear and black minotaurs, who were happy to burn off the old grime on their fur with the strong fire they had encountered in a long time. What have I done? He had briefly forgotten that there was nothing as pointless as worrying about others on the 99th floor of the tower. He had misunderstood and stepped forward for no reason. If I do well, that's enough, Sejun muttered to himself in self-reproach when Crueng! Quenji called out to the crimson giant bear. Dad has collapsed again. Roar! The crimson giant bear was surprised at Quenji's words. Again? Roar! Deciding to end the battle, the mother crimson giant bear struck the ground with both hands. Boom! Magical power erupted from the ground, perfectly targeting the area where the fire ants were, in the shape of a donut with a hole in the middle. Most of the fire ants disappeared without leaving a trace. Moo! The remaining fire ants were taken care of by the black minotaurs, ending the battle. Indeed, when Sejun checked later, indeed the fur that had caught fire on the mother crimson giant bear and the black minotaurs which had caught fire, had become shinier. Floor 55 of the tower. Great job, everyone! After driving out all the wild boars and freeing the captive rabbits, Iona spoke, looking at the wolves and rabbits. The number of rabbits had increased to about 5,000. They were the freed rabbits and those who had joined them after the harvest festival. The original plan was to go to the 99th floor of the tower, but after the death of Grid, the owner of the 55th floor, they headed back to their hometown on the 55th floor. Hegel and Elka, stay here and help the rabbits. Yes, there were a lot of crops to be harvested at the farm on the 55th floor, so Iona had the wolves help with the rabbits' harvest. And then, Kaiut! She headed towards Grid's mansion, humming a tune, to bring his wealth to Sejun. However, it's too much. The items inside the mansion couldn't all fit into Iona's pocket space, so she decided to take only a part of it and put the rest in the treasure vault. It all moved. Having placed all the items in the treasure vault, Iona went outside and used magic. Wind, obey my command and sweep it away. Tornado! Whoosh! A massive typhoon tore down Grid's mansion. It was for building a new royal palace in the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Pi. Choo-Choo gathered the rabbits in the vacant lot and proclaimed the re-establishment of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Squeak! At Choo-Choo's declaration, the black rabbit and other rabbits cheered. There would be many hardships ahead to restore their former glory, but Choo-Choo thought that with the current momentum of the rabbits, They would be able to restore the glory of the Red Ribbon Kingdom one day. A little later, I'll go back to Sejun now. Queen Chuchu, please lead the kingdom well, Iona said, looking at her disciple Chuchu. Pi ppi. Chuchu looked sad as Iona announced her departure. Squeak! The black rabbit comforted Chuchu by patting her shoulder. I'll visit often. Farewell for now. Iona then headed back to the 99th floor. Kayut kayut kayut. I can finally get some good sleep. Iona steps toward the 99th floor, where Sejun's lap and Theo's tail were light as a feather. Guard Chuchu has established the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 55th floor of the tower. The farms belonging to the Red Ribbon Kingdom are included in the farms of Tower Farmer Park Sejun. It seemed that the tidying up of the 55th floor was complete. Your farm size has exceeded 1 million square meter. Talent, Centurion Landlord grows into Millennium Landlord. Nice. The farm Sejun had created on the 99th floor was about 670,000 square meter. The 55th floor's farm must have been large, as Sejun's talent rapidly grew into Millennium Landlord. Appoint Guard Chuchu as the 55th floor's caretaker. Caretaker? When new information he didn't know appeared, Sejun checked his newly transformed talent, Millennium Landlord. Talent, Millennium Landlord. A talent acquired only by a farmer with more than 1 million square meter of farmland. You may designate one caretaker to manage the farm in your stead. A caretaker can appoint 100 tenant farmers and 3 guards of their own. You can designate up to 1,000 tenant farmers. Tenant farmers can use landlord's farming skills. If a tenant farmer uses the skill of the landlord receives a 5% skill proficiency reward. You can designate up to 10 guards to protect the farm. The landlord receives 50% of the experience gained by the guards in combat within a 3 kilometers radius around him. The talent grows with the size of the farm. The significant change was the role of a caretaker, managing the farm in his stead, and an increased number of tenant farmers and guards. Appoint guard. Sejun first appointed Mother Crimson Giant Bear as a guard. Then, it won't work, right? Sejun muttered, looking at the 2 dragon statues chattering above the fountain. Just mentioning it might get him killed for daring to consider dragons in such a way. Let's talk about it when we're a bit closer, giving up on making the dragons into guards. Appoint tenant farmers. Sejun initially appointed 100 mushroom ants as tenant farmers. He planned to see how the mushroom ants worked before deciding whether to appoint more. Then, the tenant farmer mushroom and seed harvesting LV for to obtain mushroom spores. The tenant farmer mushroom and seed sowing LV 5 to plant mushroom spores. Millennium Landlord receives a 5% skill proficiency reward. Millennium Landlord seed harvesting LV for proficiency slightly increases. Millennium Landlord seed sowing LV 5 proficiency slightly increases. Who? The tenant farmer mushroom seed harvesting LV for to obtain mushroom spores. This is amazing. While the designated mushroom and tenant farmers remained still, messages about continuous skill usage appeared suggesting they harvested and sowed mushroom spores from their backs on their own. Day 277 of being stranded. Sejun became Millennium Landlord. Chapter 120. Day 278 of being stranded. Morning. President Park. Can't you sleep a bit more? Meow. Dangling. No, I can't. There's something we have to resolve quickly today. Sejun picked Theo, who was whining to sleep more, and placed him on his knee. Cling. Theo naturally slipped into sleep mode, clinging to Sejun's leg. He always whined like this when sleeping soundly. Then, meow, Theo discovered something stuck to his tail. It was Iona, who had sneaked in at dawn. Iona, when did you get here? Meow, Theo asked, looking at Iona clinging to his tail. Kayut kayut kayut, I came at dawn. I'll sleep just a little more. Iona curled up, wrapping her body with Theo's tail and fell asleep again. Sejun then went outside, carrying Theo and Iona on his leg. Then, let's eat breakfast. He heated up the soup made yesterday and quickly ate breakfast. Then, he headed to where the mushroom ants lived. They had begun building their home on the land that Sejun provided since yesterday. When Sejun arrived at the place where the mushroom ants were, quack, quack, the ants were building walls, piling up the dirt from the underground tunnels they were digging. They indeed displayed the qualities of workers. Guys, let's harvest. Quack! At Sejun's call, some mushroom ants with mushrooms on their back neatly lined up, while the rest continued building. It seemed they had already decided among themselves who would harvest and who would work. The more I see, the more I like them. Sejun found himself nodding in approval at the diligent mushroom ants, who were always eager to work without wasting a moment. After about 3 hours of harvesting, you have harvested an oyster mushroom. You have 1 time left to complete the job quest. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV5 has increased slightly. You have gained 1 experience point. Finally, the completion of the job quest was near. Then, pop! He harvested the last mushroom. You have completed the job quest. Level 51 is unlocked as a quest completion reward. You have acquired 50,000 tower coins as a quest completion reward. All job skills of the tower farmer have increased by 1 level. Finally, Sejun cheered. His level restriction that had been stuck on the 50th level was finally lifted. Now he could gain experience freely. Then, your crops have exterminated pests. You have gained 1 experience point. Who? Why is this showing up? Are there other pests besides locusts? Messages started to appear about exterminating pests, which hadn't been shown due to the level up restriction. Kenya, Africa. After receiving Guja's report, Han Taijun and other Earth Defense Force hunters arrived to confirm the monster with their own eyes. Green locust. It's real. How can this be? How did the monster? The hunters were shocked to see the name displayed above the captured monster's head. What they had hoped would never happen had become a reality. The appearance of a monster on Earth made Theo's prediction of Earth's destruction feel more real. Of course, the green locust was much weaker than the skeletons encountered on the 2nd floor of the tower. Even ordinary people could kill it easily. This wouldn't be enough to cause the destruction of the Earth. Does this mean if their numbers grow beyond a certain point, they will evolve and become stronger? Yes. Fortunately, ordinary locusts have been keeping the monster locusts in check. Nguji, who had been observing the green locusts for a few days, replied. In the days following the discovery, thousands of green locusts died in the sturdy blade green onion fields. However, the ordinary swarms of locusts just passed by the sturdy blade green onion field. Instead, they ferociously hunted down and killed the green locusts. From the perspective of ordinary locusts, the green locusts were competitors for food and their enemies. This kept the green locust population in check and prevented the locust swarms from growing too large. Otherwise, they would have already devoured all of Africa's crops and moved on to the Middle East. This was unlucky for the green locusts, but fortunate for the Earth. We have confirmed the appearance of the monster, so for now, we will direct 50% of the sturdy blade green onions, which are obtained from the tower, towards Africa. Yes, the other members agreed with Han Taijun's decision. He decided to focus on buying land in Africa and its vicinity before heading back to Korea. It's a party today. Sejun decided to have a party to celebrate the completion of his job quest. He wanted to share the joy of having the level 51 restriction lifted with everyone. He decided to level up starting tomorrow. A party, you say? Then hurry and prepare the churu and grilled fish, meow. At Sejun's words, Theo shouted with excitement. It would be great to eat churu while lying on Sejun's lap on top of a mountain of grilled fish. Kayut kayut kayut. No way. The party needs kayut kayut, roasted peanuts. Iona argued against Theo's words. Iona couldn't hide her excitement at the thought of nibbling on roasted peanuts while cozily covered with Theo's tail on Sejun's lap wrapped in a blanket. Krueng. Krueng. No. For a party, meat is a must. Quenji clenched both fists at the thought of holding the bountiful meat. Saliva was already dripping from Quenji's mouth. Everyone had strong preferences for the party. Pip pip. I want fruit. The golden bat cautiously expressed its opinion, but a party must absolutely have churu and grilled fish, meow. A party without roasted peanuts is no party at all. Krueng. Meat is a must. No one paid attention to the golden bat's opinion. And then, current list of items available from the Red Ribbon Kingdom's treasure vault, total 23,911,912 items, 30 million tower coins x1, mithril or x100, gold bars x 10,000, silver bars x 50,000, land deed of the 77th floor farm, land deed of the 83rd floor farm. Who? How did it suddenly get so many? Sejun was surprised to see the enormous list of items when he opened the treasure vault, something he often did when bored. Kayut kayut kayut. So this was connected to the Red Ribbon Kingdom's treasure vault. I filled it with Grid's wealth, Aina proudly said, looking at the list of items from behind Sejun. Really? Well done, kayut kayut kayut. Thank you. Ah. Did you summon the white dragon statue this way, too? Yes. But have you ever met Kellyan? He was Kellyan? We almost died because of him. What? Times I didn't know you were Sejun's subordinate at that time. Hearing his name from the roof, Kellyan, who was listening from the roof, hurriedly spoke. "Cuke." Iona, surprised to find the white dragon statue, hid behind Sejun. "Don't be too frightened, insignificant hamster. I won't harm you." Kellyan's words to ease Iona's guard. "Insignificant, you say?" Only irritated Sejun more. "Whom? You'll still invite me to the party, right?" In the dragon tribe, only those who are invited to a party can attend, so Kellyan was nervous, fearing that Sejun might not invite him. Of course, his intention to attend the party was to try Sejun's cooking. "I don't know. Inviting someone who targeted my subordinate to my party is a bit..." Normally, he would have said, "Of course, you're invited," but this time was different. From afar, Kaiser was watching over them. In this situation, Kaiser was reassuring. "Ha ha ha ha. I'll be the only one to go to Sejun's party." Kaiser enjoyed seeing Kellyan in trouble. He planned to attend Sejun's party alone to put Kellyan down. Sejun, refuse quickly, as Kaiser cheered on Sejun. "Wait!" When Sejun seemed hesitant to invite him to the party, Kellyan frantically pressed his belly button, fearing he might not get an invitation. In his haste, he remembered something he had saved. Click! His belly button must have been a switch, as it opened to reveal a storage space inside the statue. Although it had been a relic with no apparent use, now it was something he could use to appeal to Sejun. "Invite me to the party, and I'll give you this," Kellyan shouted, pulling out a fist-sized, shiny white dough. "No. Refuse. How can you invite someone to the party who has tried to take the life of your subordinate with such a bribe?" "Sejun, don't you have any pride?" It seemed like Sejun was tempted, so Kaiser flew over in a hurry and shouted, "All right. I'll invite Mr. Kellyan to the party." Sejun, already entranced by the white dough in Kellyan's hand, had made up his mind. He. "Thank you. Here, take it." Kellyan handed the white dough to Sejun. "Thank you." Sejun thanked him heartily, receiving the dough. Soft and squishy, it was the touch he had been expecting. He then hurriedly checked the dough. Relic, wealth-devouring rice dough. Made by Pong Pong, a rabbit tribe's rice cake master who bet his life on rice cakes. It's a rice dough designed to make the best rice dough always. It is one of the 10 relics that exist in the Black Tower. When you feed the rice dough with wealth that has the value of 1 tower coin, it will spit out 1 kilogram of top-quality rice dough. Usage restrictions, LV, 50 or higher, magic power 50 or higher. Creator, Pong Pong. Grade, AA. Jackpot. With this relic, he could make rice dough whenever he wanted. Although tower coins would be consumed to obtain the dough, to Sejun, tower coins were just numbers except when using the seed shop. With this, I can make both the rice cakes and macgioli, rice wine, that the raccoon sold last time. What? Is that true? Kaiser was excited at the word macgioli after hearing Sejun's words. Krueng. Quenji was no different. He could dip rice cakes in honey again. He. Know that it's all thanks to me. Kellyan spoke smugly, realizing that what he had given was even more remarkable than he had thought. Shall we try making the rice dough first? Sejun placed his hand on the rice dough and used 10 tower coins. Relic, wealth-devouring rice dough has swallowed 10 tower coins and produced 10 kilograms of top-quality rice dough. Puff! The wealth-devouring rice dough spat out a basketball-sized lump of rice dough. Chuck! Wow! Sejun was thrilled to obtain 10 kilograms of rice dough. He hurried to the kitchen with it. Suddenly, he wanted to make a particular dish. It was songpaean to the power of 1. He really wanted to eat songpaean today. I'll mix sweet potatoes, and honey for the filling. Sejun thought about how to make songpaean as he boiled potatoes and sweet potatoes in a pot. Then he grilled fish and purple locust meat and roasted peanuts, preparing the menu that Theo, Iona, and Quenji had wanted for the party. While Sejun was cooking, ha. You can make macgioli with this? Put in 10 million tower coins. I'm not as stingy as Sejun. Kaiser laughed boisterously and put 10 million tower coins into the wealth-devouring rice dough. And then, boom! A 10,000-ton gigantic lump of rice dough shot up. Who? Kaiser was taken aback by the unexpectedly massive size of the rice dough. If it fell, the damage would be immense. The fields would be ruined and Sejun would probably die. Vanish! Kaiser quickly made the rice dough disappear. 10 million tower coins were gone in vain. Poo-ha-ha-ha. Kaiser, if you're going to spend money like that, give it to me. Shut up. Kellyan jeered from the side. Chapter 121. Is it cooked? Sejun poked the sweet potatoes and potatoes he was roasting with chopsticks. Thunk. The chopsticks went in smoothly, without resistance. It's done. Sejun took the pot off the fire and removed the sweet potatoes and potatoes to let them cool. While cooling the sweet potatoes and potatoes, he checked on the grilled fish for Theo and the purple locust meat for Quenji, placing the cooked items in bowls. Iona's stir-fried peanuts were already cooked, spread on a wide plate, and cooling off. Just then, Krueng! Krueng! Quenji came up from the cave, carrying a massive fish. Big brother Theo. I caught a big fish. Upon hearing news of Sejun's party, Flamey had driven a giant fish from the Sea of Dimensions for Quenji to catch. It's tuna, meow. Theo was thrilled to see the 20-meter-long fish that Quenji had brought. President Park. When does the party start, meow? Theo, growing impatient due to the tuna, was stamping his feet and urging Sejun. President Theo, wait. We also need time to grill the tuna. Got it, meow. Quenji, hurry and grill the tuna, meow. Krueng? How do I grill it? Quenji tried to grill the tuna, moving it this way and that over the fire, larger than the fish itself. But, that's not how you do it, meow. To Theo, a grilled fish enthusiast, it looked hopelessly unskilled. Iona, help me, meow. Kayut kayut kayut. What can I help you with? Iona, delightedly looking at the stir-fried peanuts, asked with a bright voice. Make a fire, meow. Kayut kayut kayut. That's easy. Oh, power of fire, follow my command and burn everything. Blaze of incineration. Iona cheerfully created a fire at Theo's request, a very big and hot fire. That's not the fire, meow. Are you planning to burn all my tuna, meow? Theo screamed in alarm at the fire Iona had made. Just lightly touching it seemed like it would reduce his tuna to ashes. Kiyu, then you should have said so. Although Theo's raised voice made Iona's mood soured, Theo was an essential existence providing her sound sleep. So she patiently bore with him. If it were anyone else, she would have immediately sent hellfire. But she held back because it was Theo. Is it all right? Iona patiently met Theo's demands, lowering the fire's temperature. But, reduce the fire size on the bottom and a bit of the upper part, meow. Kiyu, is this enough? No, meow. Increase the size in the middle, meow. Theo's demands were endless, and Iona's patience started to wane. Kiyu, is this okay? Anger stage 2, Iona's anger gauge steadily rose. Theo, seemingly unaware that he was endangering his life, kept ordering Iona around. You've reduced it too much this time, meow. Kiyu, you're too fussy. Just when Iona's patience was reaching its limit, it's done, meow. Fortunately, the fire's shape and temperature reached the state Theo wanted. Quenji, put the tuna in the fire, meow. Krueng. At Theo's command, Quenji placed the tuna in the fire, and the fire perfectly matched the tuna's shape. It would have been easier if he had asked for the fire to be shaped like the tuna earlier. Just wait for 2 hours, and it'll be done, meow. While Theo waited for the tuna to be grilled, Kiyu dash. Iona wrapped Theo's tail around herself, seeking peace of mind. Guys, let's start the party. While Theo argued with Iona and grilled the tuna, Sejun had finished steaming the songpyeon, rice cake, and setting up the prepared food. Meow meow meow. President Park, let's go up there quickly, meow. Theo, excited, grabbed Sejun's leg and led him atop the well-grilled tuna's body. Hold on, there was something else to do first. Sejun took 2 bowls filled with songpyeon to the dragons. Kaiser, Kellyan, please try this. It's a dish called songpyeon. This way of personally taking food to the dragons pleased them, and it also made it easier for the other animals to eat comfortably. Ahoom. Shall we try it? It's called songpyeon? Kaiser and Kellyan asked with anticipation. Yes. Inside, it's filled with a mixture of sweet potato, and honey. While Sejun was explaining, swallow. Upon hearing that sweet potatoes were inside, Kaiser and Kellyan stuffed songpyeon into the mouths of the dragon statues. And then, the 2 dragon statues were silent. They seemed to be busy tasting the songpyeon. Then enjoy your meal. Sejun greeted the 2 dragon statues and returned to his seat. President Park, over here, meow, bang. Bang. Unable to wait, Theo, who had jumped onto the grilled tuna, tapped the body of the tuna and called Sejun. All right. Sejun scooped food for himself into a bowl and climbed up to the grilled tuna. Meanwhile, the rabbit sat down and waited for Sejun to eat. Let's eat. Along with Sejun's words, the animals began to eat. President Park, hurry up and give me a churu, meow. Theo, who had sprawled on Sejun's lap, looked at Sejun and spoke confidently. It was only natural for him to be confident. Because, I am the star of this party, meow. Although it was a party to celebrate Sejun's quest completion, at some point, in Theo's mind, this party had become one for himself. The reason for hosting the party? It didn't matter, meow. All that mattered was Sejun's lap, churu, and a big fish. Rip. As Sejun tore the churu pouch and squeezed it for Theo to eat. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Theo started eating earnestly. And then, crunch, crunch. Kayut, kayut, kayut. Iona also started munching on the stir-fried peanuts she had buried in Theo's tail, grasping them greedily with both hands. Nom, nom. Sejun also ate the songpaeon he had made. Sweet potato. The first rice cake he picked up was made with sweet potato filling. The chewy dough and soft sweet potato mixed together as he chewed, providing a chewy yet tender texture. And at first, there was only the sweetness of the sweet potato, but soon, the sweetness of the rice began to blend with it, giving the taste a new variation as he became accustomed to the flavor of the sweet potato. Gulp. After eating one songpaeon, he picked up the next one. Nom, nom. This time, it was a songpaeon made with a mixture of potato and honey filling. The texture was similar, but the density of the sweetness was different. If the sweet potato songpaeon was a gentle drizzle, the potato and honey mixture was a pouring downpour, where everything mixed together. The sweetness of the rice was swept away by the honey, becoming indistinguishable. That didn't mean it lacked flavor, though. The heaviness of the honey acted like gravity, absorbing the other sweet flavors and creating a three-dimensional taste. Nothing beats honey flavor. Just as Sejun had enjoyed about 10 songpaeon. But where did Quenji go? Sejun looked around for Quenji. The eating champion of the 99th floor, Quenji, was nowhere to be seen. Quenji. When Sejun called for Quenji, Krueng. A faint voice came from below, along with a slight vibration. Ooh? Quenji. When Sejun called for Quenji again, rustle, rustle. Quenji came out, opening the mouth of the tuna. He had been busily eating the grilled tuna from the inside. The golden bat was sitting on Quenji's forehead, shining. You? Sejun quickly checked on Theo. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Theo was still eating churu, unaware that Quenji had touched his tuna. That was close. Quenji, eat the songpaeon now. Krueng. At Sejun's words, Quenji responded energetically and began eating the songpaeon on the table. And then, sip, sip. The golden bat was seen sucking the juice of cherry tomatoes that Sejun had put on the sip, sip. As a garnish. Sejun realized that he had not prepared anything for the golden bat at the party. Is there something the golden bat might like? Sejun fell into thought. And then, he suddenly remembered the fruit. There was a pineapple he had brought from the 75th floor. Seeing it eat cherry tomatoes, he was sure that the sweet and sour juice of the pineapple would be to its liking. Just a moment. Meow? Kayut? Sejun hurriedly went to the field where he had planted pineapples, with Theo and Iona hanging on his leg. Oh. They've grown quite large. Although Sejun hadn't paid much attention to them, the pineapple crowns had taken root and were growing well, producing pineapples the size of fists. Pleased with the uniqueness of the pineapples, Sejun gently stroked each one. Farmer's Touch LV2 is activated. The growth of the pineapple accelerates slightly while being touched. While doing so, he examined which pineapple to pick. As he was gently stroking each pineapple, chuck! As soon as Sejun touched it, Farmer's Touch LV3 is activated. The growth of the screaming pineapple accelerates slightly while being touched. There was a pineapple with a different name. A screaming pineapple? A new variety had emerged. But the name was too ominous to simply harvest. Guys, support me, President Park, trust me, meow, kayut kayut kayut. Leave it to me. Upon Sejun's request for help, Theo and Iona shouted loudly and prepared to protect him. Then, I'm cutting it now. Sejun signaled to Theo and Iona. Then, Cirque. He grabbed the pineapple crown like a tuft of hair and cut the stem connecting the fruit with his dagger. You have harvested an unripe screaming pineapple. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV6 has increased slightly. You have gained 30 experience points. Phew. Fortunately, nothing happened, perhaps because it was still unripe. It'll taste fine even if it's not ripe, right? While Sejun was thinking about whether the golden bat would enjoy the unripe pineapple, crack! The middle of the screaming pineapple split open as if opening its mouth. Who? It's dangerous, meow. Feeling the unusual magic from the pineapple, Theo hurriedly covered Sejun's ears with his front paw and shield. Iona quickly cast a shield spell on Sejun's body. Soon, ki-aik! A sharp scream filled with magical power came from the pineapple. Whoosh! Although it only screamed, a wind arose, creating a light dust storm. It was fortunate. Without the protection of the two, Sejun's ears might have been deafened, or his insides might have been seriously shaken by the shockwave. President Park would have had a close call without me, meow. Coyote. Theo acted smug as usual, and Iona laughed ominously. Then, you have achieved the achievement of creating a new variety in the tower. The tower recognizes your exclusive cultivation rights for the new variety. Without your permission, no one can cultivate the screaming pineapple. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV6 has increased slightly. The achievement message of acquiring a new variety appeared. But what was that scream earlier? Sejun checked the half-split pineapple. Screaming pineapple, a pineapple grown in the tower, full of nutrients, and delicious. When harvested, the stored mana explodes, splitting the side of the pineapple and releasing a scream-like sound and a mana-filled shockwave. Harvested in an unripe state, the intensity of the shockwave has greatly decreased. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 30 days. Grade, C. This is a greatly decreased shockwave. He might have had to risk his life if he had tried to harvest a fully ripened one. Now even the crops, the things he had to risk his life for were gradually increasing. As Sejun grumbled, holding the pineapple, and headed to the golden bat. Pat! President Park, cheer up, meow. Theo comforted him, resting his chin on Sejun's head and stroking it with his front paw. And then, pip pip. Sejun, thank you. It's tangy and delicious. Fortunately, the unripe pineapple's juice was to the golden bat's taste, and the golden bat was delighted. Chapter 122, Is this made to be used? In Gaggle's conference room. What's happening with the locust swarm in Africa? I think it's time to reduce their numbers. Knowing that Gaggle is deliberately reducing the food supply to some extent, political pressure from the United States and Europe began to rise as food prices continued to soar. Starting tomorrow, we plan to mass spray a newly developed insecticide that is harmless to humans across the African continent using drones. The director in charge of Africa's food supplies answered Chairman Williams' question. Good. What's the price? Although moving under pressure, Gaggle's business style was to somehow gain benefits. So Gaggle secretly negotiated with African governments and received compensation. We have agreed to receive farmland and mines from each government. African governments complied with Gaggle's demands in order to maintain their regime, as the atmosphere was such that riots could break out at any moment due to food issues. Well, not bad. The insecticide is definitely safe, right? Yes. You don't need to worry. It won't harm humans even if ingested in large quantities, but locusts can't tolerate even a small intake. Okay. Next report, Vice Chairman. Yes. At William's call, Michael began to report. We have removed all of the skeleton tombs on the second floor of the tower and turned them into experience farms. And we are working on expanding the experience farm to the third floor. And the revenue? The current revenue is 10,000 tower coins a day. Roughly $10 million. Michael continued his report confidently, oblivious to what he was actually doing. Black Tower's Administrator Zone. Munch, munch. Eileen was chewing songpyeon that Sejun gave her, filling her cheeks until they puffed up. Sejun didn't give Eileen a giant songpyeon, but Eileen used polymorph magic to take on a human form. Now, in the high mana concentration of the administrator area, Eileen could use polymorph magic without any burden. Gulp. He. Delicious. Yum. Yum. Eileen stuffed in 2 more songpyeon in a row. At first, she thought that turning into a human was shameful, but after transforming to meet Sejun, she found the human form to be incredibly pleasing. If she were in her original dragon form, she would need to chew about 2,000 rice cakes to feel full, but in her human form, 2 were enough to fill her mouth. He. I should return the favor too. She wanted to repay him with cooking, but Sejun always insisted on cooking himself. He. Sejun thinks so much about me. I'll save cooking for later. Eileen decided to save her cooking to surprise Sejun later. It definitely wasn't because she lacked confidence in her cooking. And then, I should also enchant my scale and give it as a gift. She decided to gift Sejun a unique, special item. Kaiser's enchanted scale for Sejun made Eileen very envious. Now that she had more magical power, she could make one too. Polymorph. Release. Thud. Eileen returned to her original form. Where is it? Eileen rummaged around the place where she kept her things, looking for the box where she had collected the scales that had fallen off during her infancy. Dragons knew that their scales and teeth were excellent materials, so they typically saved them. Ah. Here it is. Eileen picked up one of the scales. Then, ouch! She bit her finger, causing a small wound. Unlike Kaiser, Eileen couldn't just use her magic to engrave spells yet. Drip! Drip! Eileen smeared the falling red blood drops on her claw. I have to finish before the blood dries. Scribble! Scribble! She quickly began to engrave the magic circle with her claws. I need to plant this again. Sejun collected the seeds from the screaming pineapple that the golden bat had left behind after sucking its juice and planted them in the field. You have planted the seeds of the screaming pineapple. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in seed sowing LV6 has slightly increased. Due to the effect of proficiency increase LV1, your proficiency in seed sowing LV6 has increased by an additional 5%. He thought he would try growing it since it was a new breed. As long as he didn't harvest it himself, there would be no problem. After planting the seeds, let's do the dishes now. Sejun began to clear the dishes he and the animals had eaten from. Just then, the tower's administrator says she enjoyed the songpie you gave her. The tower's administrator says she has something prepared for you too. Who? Something prepared? It not food, is it? He prayed it wasn't food, unable to forget the pond poisoning incident caused by the health soup that Eileen had given him in the past. No, he could never forget it. It had been a great shock to him. The tower's administrator says it's not food but an item. An item? Phew. Sejun sighed in relief that it wasn't food, but the tower's administrator apologizes for disappointing you. The tower's administrator says she will prepare food next time. Eileen thought Sejun was disappointed. No. No. I'm not disappointed at all. Don't ever cook again, Eileen. I'll do the cooking for the rest of my life. Sejun vehemently denied it, forcefully putting an end to Eileen's cooking. Then, Eileen? For some reason, Eileen didn't respond again. Instead, in Sejun's hand, a black heart-shaped necklace appeared, covered in incomprehensible characters. What's this? The solid black heart was about the size of a thumb's knuckle and was quite cute. However, it's not something weird, is it? The red unknown characters on the black heart gave an ominous feeling. Still, since a trustworthy being had given it, Sejun closely examined the necklace. Young Dragon Scale Necklace. The great black dragon Eileen Pratani engraved a magic circle using dragon blood on this scale that fell off when she was young. It is clumsily made as it's her first creation. Destroying the scale will activate the highest grade healing magic spell. Usage restrictions, Park Sejun, acknowledged by Eileen Pratani, strength 100 or more. Creator, Eileen Pratani. Grade, B. Unlike Kaiser's scale, it had to be worn, did not automatically activate, and had a lower grade, but it was all okay. It was Eileen's first creation, and she even used her blood, so he was thankful and happy just to receive it. But there was one problem. Did you make this for me to use? Sejun's current strength stat was 17.8, and a strength of 100 or more was needed to destroy Eileen's scale. Eileen seemed to have given it to him to use when his life was in danger, but to Sejun, it was merely a collectible accessory. I'll accept the thought. When Sejun put on the necklace that Eileen had given him, President Park, let's go to sleep now, meow. Theo came out of the kitchen with Iona and said, what about the dishes? Kayut kayut kayut. We finished them. Under Iona's leadership, the animals had finished cleaning the dishes. Really? Good job. Let's go to bed now. Okay, meow. Kayut kayut kayut. Yes, Sejun took Theo and Iona and went to sleep. All right. Sejun got up, meow, placed Theo on his knee, and, swoosh, made a mark on the wall, beginning the 279th morning of being stranded. Quack! Quack! In the dawn, diligent mushroom ants who had already harvested mushrooms on their backs greeted Sejun on their way to the field. Since there was no need to count the harvest anymore for job quest, Sejun let the mushroom ants harvest freely. Right. Hello. Going to eat breakfast? Quack! In response to Sejun's question, the mushroom ants moved their antennas up and down. The mushroom ants had been simultaneously pruning and eating in the cherry tomato field since lunch yesterday. For Sejun, it was killing two birds with one stone, as he could handle both the pruning and the ants' meal. In addition to pruning, the mushroom ants also helped with other farming tasks. Since their original job was similar to farming, once the rabbits taught them a few things, they quickly became skilled farmers. While Sejun was greeting the mushroom ants, snore. Snore. Theo and Iona were still sleeping, snoring. First, let's eat breakfast and then try making garetiok to the power of 1. Where's the rice dough? Sejun looked for the wealth-devouring rice dough, which he received from Kellyan. The rabbits had carefully set it aside in one corner of the kitchen. Sejun approached the rice dough. Who? The shape of the rice dough had changed slightly. It felt a bit bigger? What's this? Sejun examined the condition of the rice dough. Who? There was additional information. Relic, wealth-devouring rice dough. Its abilities have increased by swallowing a massive amount of wealth. You can choose between rice dough and rice flour when the wealth-devouring rice dough swallows wealth. 1 tower coin for 1 kilogram of rice dough, 0.5 kilograms of rice flour. Usage restrictions, LV, 50 or higher, magic power 50 or higher. Creator, Pong Pong. Grade, AA. A massive amount of wealth? Sejun had only used 10 tower coins, but he had no idea that Kaiser had spent 10 million tower coins. He had been wondering whether he should dry the rice dough to make it back into flour for the dough of rice cake and macchioli, but the problem was solved all at once. Though Kaiser had spent 10 million tower coins, they could now make tastier macchioli, so it was a win-win for both Sejun and Kaiser. Let's eat breakfast. Today's breakfast was roasted sweet potatoes and cherry tomato juice, since they had eaten all the food prepared yesterday. Then he mixed a little water with the rice flour, made it into a slightly clumpy state, and the dough was ready to be steamed into goretyok. But it was still lacking in stickiness. Of course. There was one last process to add stickiness. Quenji, pound it very hard. Krueng. At Sejun's command, Quenji raised its branch overhead, ready to hit the rice dough with full force. Oops! Sejun realized he had used too strong a word in his excitement. Stew. As Sejun was about to quickly stop Quenji. Squeak! A cry from the black rabbit echoed from a distance. Krueng. Quenji quickly turned its head towards the sound. Brother Black Rabbit. Squeak! The black rabbit, moving swiftly, suddenly appeared next to Quenji, wearing dazzling golden clothes. Brother's here! Krueng! Quenji eagerly greeted the black rabbit passionately. Brother! Black Rabbit, you're here, meow, Kaiut. Long time no see. Hello, Brother Black Rabbit. After almost 10 days, they were greeting the Black Rabbit. Black Rabbit, it's nice to see you, but how about floor 55 of the tower? There's no trouble, is there? Sejun asked with concern. Squeak! I came to get carrot seeds, the Black Rabbit replied, hopping onto Sejun's shoulder. The Black Rabbit had come to plant carrots on floor 55. Got it. But since you're here, could you pound this? Sejun pointed to the rice dough. He was always curious how chewy a rice cake pounded with the Black Rabbit's hammer would be. Squeak! Thump! 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 At Sejun's request, the Black Rabbit began pounding the rice dough, putting emotion into it as if relieving stress. Black Rabbit, you've been through a lot, haven't you? Indeed, rebuilding a kingdom was not easy. Sejun thought he must take good care of the Black Rabbit before it returned to 55th floor of the tower. Chapter 123, already gone. Squeak! Bang! 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 Each time the Black Rabbit kneaded the dough, it became stickier, and the dough began to glisten. You're doing well. Sejun began to prepare to make goretyok while the Black Rabbit was kneading the dough. Quenji, cut this. Krueng! Rip! Quenji easily tore the exoskeleton of a fire ant worker, which couldn't even be pierced by a honeybee's poisonous stinger, as if ripping paper. And then, Iona, attach this. Yes, Sejun had Iona connect the torn exoskeleton using an adhesive spell, creating a funnel shape with a small hole at the end. Now, all he had to do was to put the dough in the funnel, press it, and the delicious goretyok would be made. At that moment, squeak! The Black Rabbit called Sejun, saying the dough was ready. Really? Then shall we make one batch first? Sejun took some of the still hot rice dough and put it in the manual goretyok machine. Quenji, press it slowly and gently. This time, he entered the command in line with Quenji's compression level without making a mistake. Krueng! Press! As Quenji gently pressed down on the dough at Sejun's command. Drip, drip, drip. The milky goretyok slowly began to emerge from the end of the conical funnel as the dough was pressed. Shall we see how it is? Sejun cut the end of the freshly pulled goretyok, and you have completed a slightly chewy goretyok. Your proficiency with cooking LV4 has slightly increased. The taste and effect of the slightly chewy goretyok have slightly improved due to the effect of cooking LV4. A message appeared, indicating that the goretyok was completed. A slightly chewy goretyok? Slightly chewy? Sejun checked the options of the dish before eating it due to the strange name. Slightly chewy goretyok, made with the finest rice flour under the supervision of a skilled chef and pressed into a long shape with strong pressure. A bumbling rice cake maker's kneading has slightly enhanced the chewiness of the goretyok. Chef, Tower Farmer Park Sejun, Red Ribbon Kingdom's King Black Rabbit, bumbling rice cake maker. Expiration date, 10 days. Grade, C. It wasn't strange that the Black Rabbit had become the king of the Red Ribbon, or that Choo became the queen of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. However, a bumbling rice cake maker? Squeak! At Sejun's words, the Black Rabbit made an awkward expression. In fact, the Black Rabbit had awakened two jobs simultaneously when he was awakened. One was a warrior, and the other was a rice cake maker. The Black Rabbit wanted to be a warrior, and since the situation at the time wasn't suitable for making rice cakes, he naturally paid no attention to the rice cake making job. What? You've been catching monsters with this great kneading technique all this time? No wonder I felt a sticky sensation when hitting monsters. His feeling was correct. The Black Rabbit's hammer was actually a rice cake mallet. How could he have let such a talent go to waste? Sejun didn't know, but one of the Black Rabbit's maternal ancestors was a Pongpongi who created the relic, wealth-devouring rice dough. In other words, the Black Rabbit was a descendant of Pongpongi, born with a rice cake spoon to the power of 1. Quenji, follow me. Sejun called Quenji and hurried to the kitchen. Black Rabbit, I'll nurture your talent. Quenji, prepare the pot. Krueng. Quenji brought a large pot in front of Sejun. And then, relic, wealth-devouring rice dough has swallowed 100 tower coins and produced 50 kilograms of the highest quality rice flour. Sejun began to produce rice flour. Swoosh! Fine rice flour poured into the large pot. After pouring rice flour 10 times at 100 tower coins each, the large pot was almost full. Put it here. Krueng! Quenji lifted the large pot and put it into Sejun's void storage. Then, as they went back outside, hello! We're back. President Theo, we're back. Two intern cats who had just arrived greeted Sejun and Theo. Who? Black Rabbit, where are you? Ah. We ran into Lord Black Rabbit on the way. He was rushing down? He's already bolted. It seemed that the Black Rabbit, predicting Sejun's reaction, had hurriedly grabbed some carrot seeds and run away. Sejun, shall I chase after Black Rabbit? The golden bat, who would betray even his own brother without hesitation for Sejun, asked. To catch up with the Black Rabbit, one would need the speed of a golden bat. It's okay. Even if he runs, it's just the 55th floor of the tower. Black Rabbit, you'll end up in your uncle's palm even if you run. He. Sejun laughed like a villain. The Black Rabbit didn't know that Sejun could put things in and take them out of the treasure vault on the 55th floor of the tower. I'll put this in the treasure vault. One large pot containing 500 kilograms of the highest quality rice flour is inbound to the treasure vault of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Delivery arrived before the Black Rabbit, waiting for its master. Let's taste the garetiok first. Sejun put the garetiok he had cut earlier into his mouth. Wow, it's insane! The dough was so chewy that it didn't lose its elasticity no matter how much he chewed. Indeed, Black Rabbit's rice cake pounding was essential for delicious rice cakes. Krueng? Quenji looked at Sejun with desperate eyes. Is it done, Dad? Nod. Sejun, still chewing on the garetiok, nodded his head instead of answering and cut the garetiok into a length for Quenji's mouth. However, Krueng. Quenji shook its head before even chewing. Why? Is something strange? Sejun was taken aback by Quenji's reaction, who would eat even spoiled food if it tasted good. Krueng! Krueng! Quenji shook its head again at Sejun's words, pointing to its snack pocket. No, the honey is missing. Ah. You want me to dip it in honey? Sejun took out honey from Quenji's snack pocket and dipped the garetiok in it, then put it in Quenji's mouth. Krueng! Only then did Quenji nod its head. Let's start making garetiok now. Since Iona had cast a spell to keep the dough's temperature from dropping, the dough's condition remained the same. Krueng! Quenji put in the remaining dough and began to make garetiok in earnest. But when the work was finished, the remaining garetiok was roughly 3 meters. The rest disappeared as soon as they appeared, given to the rabbits and dragons. Of course, about 90% of the garetiok made went straight into Quenji's stomach. He now understood why freshly made garetiok taste the best. Indeed, food is tastiest when freshly made. Next time, I'll make beek sulji. If I put sweet potatoes in. When Sejun was coming up with the recipe for the next rice cake, how much did you sell this time? Meow. Theo asked the interns about sales at the 38th floor camp of the tower. The interns were selling cherry tomatoes at the auction to the hunters while delivering sturdy blade green onions to the Earth Defense Force. They had to keep selling, or there would be nowhere to store them. Therefore, Theo fully entrusted the interns with the sale of the inexpensive cherry tomatoes and focused on selling high-priced crops. We sold 5,000 cherry tomatoes for 6,000 tower coins. The price had fallen by almost 40% since Theo's last auction, when Theo sold them for 1.9 tower coins each. Since the interns were now selling energy cherry tomatoes every 2 to 3 days, the scarcity of the tomatoes declined, and the price fell. But still, thanks to the effect of increasing vitality when eaten daily and the image as a diet product since it was the first of Sejun's crops introduced on Earth, the price decline was slower than expected, and the buyers steadily increased. And here it is. The interns brought the churu and seasonings they got from humans. Good job, meow. Theo gave 1% of the money as an incentive to the interns. It was Sejun's farm policy. Thank you, President Theo. Thank you. The interns were thrilled to receive the incentive. They would use it to upgrade their bags and get more incentives. This was their happiness these days. The cat interns had completely forgotten about paying off their debts to shorten their contract period. But didn't Taijun say anything about finding the wooden board I sent? No, he said there's nothing. Really? Sejun was disappointed by the answer. He thought at least one person would contact him for 10 million won. People's suspicion has increased because the world is too scary nowadays. Even I wouldn't contact. If he found a business card on the street that said, contact this number and I'll give you 10 million won, he would not believe it either. I'll have to change the method. Sejun decided to think more about it and went to the field to start farming. After eating the garetiok, he wanted to move his body. Sejun got UO on his own for the first time in a while. Swoosh! He started the morning of the 282nd day of being stranded, drawing a line on the wall. It feels empty without the animals. Theo and Iona had gone back down the tower yesterday. Theo went to sell crops and to receive a report on the Earth Defense Force's performance, and Iona left because she suddenly received a call from the Wizards Association. As a result, Sejun came outside, feeling both refreshed and empty. Krueng! Pip pip! As Sejun came outside, he was greeted by Quenji and a golden bat. Fortunately, having them around lessened the emptiness. Krueng! Thump, thump! Quenji started patting its belly as it saw Sejun. He's hungry. All right. Let's eat. Sejun took Quenji and Golden Bat to the kitchen and warmed up the leftover grilled fish that he had prepared for Theo the previous day. Krueng! Although it was the usual meal, Quenji ate it as if it were a delicious new dish. And, Pip Pip! The Golden Bat, who loved fruit, sucked on cherry tomato juice. After finishing breakfast, as they were heading to the field, squeak! Queck! Queck! Rabbits and mushroom ants were seen happily farming together. The rabbits rode on the backs of the mushroom ants, with the ants taking care of the bottom and the rabbits the top as they harvested cherry tomatoes. With the increase in mushroom ants, the farm operated smoothly even without Sejun. Then, roar! A roar from the pink-furred mother crimson giant bear was heard. Did they invade again? Lately, about 100,000 fire ants had been swarming once in a while, probably to reclaim their slaves. Let's go, guys! Krueng! Pip pip! As Sejun and the animals rushed towards the pink fur. Roar! Thud! Pink fur lightly struck the ground, creating a shockwave that stunned the larger ants, making it easier for Sejun to hunt. These fire ants, 1.5 times larger than the workers, were fire ant warriors with sharp teeth and thick legs. Thanks! Time to make a thundercloud. Sejun expressed his gratitude to Pink Fur and prepared to use thundercloud skill. But just as he was about to rain down, splash! Water was sprayed towards the fire ant warriors. HMPH. Save your magic power. So you can cast one more. The black dragon statue spat water from its mouth. Thank you, Kaiser. Ahoom. Then later, sweet potato rice cakes. He had ulterior motives. Throw thunder, throw thunder, throw thunder. Thanks to that, Sejun, who saved magic power by skipping the raining process, dropped 3 consecutive bursts of blue lightning on the fire ant warriors. Crash! You have defeated a fire ant warrior. You have gained 1500 experience points. You have leveled up. Sejun defeated 5,000 out of 100,000 and leveled up. Roar! Boom! The rest were taken care of by Pink Fur, Krueng, Boom, and Quenji. TSK TSK TSK. How can I use that? Kaiser inadvertently clicked his tongue. Chapter 124. Guard Pink Fur has killed the fire ant warrior. You have gained 750 experience points, 50% of the experience points earned by Guard Pink Fur. Guard Quenji has killed the fire ant warrior. You have gained 750 experience points, 50% of the experience points earned by Guard Quenji. You have leveled up. You have acquired 1 bonus stat. Good. Sejun, who has reached level 55 after leveling up twice with the help of Pinkfur and Quenji, smiled with satisfaction. He then invested the bonus stats in strength and stamina. In a game, this kind of stat distribution might make you a jack of all trades, but in reality, it's how a jack of all trades survives. Thus, Sejun, who had won the battle against the fire ants, led the way back to the farm, where 7,000 mushroom ants greeted them. It was their way of showing gratitude. The number of mushroom ants had increased by about 2,000 as they had been joined by additional ants, avoiding the fire ants for several days. Then, quack! One of the mushroom ants approached Sejun, carrying a small mushroom on its back. Who? That's an king oyster mushroom, isn't it? Why? Sejun recognized the mushroom. Aside from being slightly smaller and shinier than a typical king oyster mushroom, it didn't look much different. Quack! The mushroom ant brought it closer to Sejun as if to say, try harvesting it, then you'll see. It was full of confidence. You mean I'll understand once I see it? All right, pluck. Sejun harvested the mushroom. You have acquired elixir, king oyster mushroom. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV6 has increased slightly. You have gained 250 experience point. Elixir? Sejun examined the king oyster mushroom. Elixir, king oyster mushroom. This king oyster mushroom, cultivated by Tower Farmer Park Sejun's tenant farmer mushroom ant, has absorbed all the nutrients around it, growing into an elixir. It boasts an exceptional taste and aroma. Upon consumption, all stats 1. Grower, Tower Farmer Park Sejun's tenant farmer mushroom ant. Expiration date, 90 days. Grade, C. It increases all stats by 1, and it has an exceptional taste and aroma. The mushroom ant's confident attitude made sense now. Quack! The mushroom ant seemed to ask how it was. You did well. As Sejun petted the mushroom ant's head. Quack! It made a strange noise, showing that it liked it. Quack! It's all thanks to you, master. I just worked hard to grow it. Ah, come on, what did I do? You guys worked hard to grow it. Quack! Quack! Really, master? It's all thanks to you. Sejun thought it was just a polite remark from the mushroom ant, but they originally had no ability to grow elixirs. If they had, they would have worked hard to grow and consume them to fend off the fire ants themselves. Only the tenant farmer mushroom ants among them could grow elixirs. Although they were not yet ready for harvest, 5 tenant farmer mushroom ants were growing elixirs on their backs, receiving focus care from the other ants. Sniff, sniff. Krueng. Quenji sniffed eagerly at the king oyster mushroom in Sejun's hand. It smells delicious. Be patient. Let's cook it first. Sejun headed to the kitchen with the animals. Lunch is king oyster mushrooms. Crop gigantification. Sejun used the skill on the elixir, king oyster mushroom. Doing so would remove a consumption effect but leave the taste and aroma unchanged, only increasing the quantity. However, you have used crop gigantification LV2 on the king oyster mushroom. The crop is an elixir and contains an enormous amount of nutrients. The degree of crop gigantification is greatly increased. Who? Puff. The elixir's enlargement was much greater than Sejun anticipated. Thump. The enlarged king oyster mushroom broke through the kitchen roof, growing even larger. Everybody, get out! Sejun hurriedly shouted as they exited. Fortunately, thanks to the sturdy construction by the grey rabbit and black minotaurs, the kitchen didn't collapse. Wow! Sejun marveled at the giant king oyster mushroom from outside the kitchen. It was the first time he had seen such a large mushroom since Anton's mushroom cloud to the power of 1. Kuong. Looking at the 10m tall king oyster mushroom, Pinkfur felt delighted. It seemed like it would have a chewy texture. Pinkfur, move the mushroom somewhere else. The mushroom was too big to do anything with it inside the kitchen. Kuong. Whoosh. The mushroom was moved, and now, the feasting could begin. Pinkfur pulled the giant king oyster mushroom from the kitchen and moved it to the empty ground. Okay. Now, divide it into 5 pieces vertically. Kuong. At Sejun's words, Pinkfur conjured mana and injected into its claws, creating 4 magical claws. Then, swoosh! Pinkfur swung its magical claws from top to bottom towards the giant king oyster mushroom, and in an instant, it was divided into 5 parts. Kuong. Pinkfur held the giant mushroom so it wouldn't fall and laid it on the ground. And so began the king oyster mushroom party. As Pinkfur ate the top part and the mushroom ants began to eat the bottom. Munch munch. The scent flowing from the king oyster mushrooms tempted the black minotaurs. They approached, drooling. You guys take 1 too and eat it with Minotaur King. Sejun gave one of the 5 pieces to the black minotaur. Chomp! The Minotaurs used their horn, infused with magic like a knife, to cut the mushroom and carried it away. Let's eat, too. After distributing the mushrooms, Sejun, Quenji, and the rabbits ate the king oyster mushrooms. They ate them raw at first, then made steamed mushrooms and grilled mushrooms when they got tired of the raw taste. It's a pity. If only there were alcohol. I would have paired it right away. Thinking about alcohol again? Kellyan scolded Kaiser, who was feeling regretful while looking at the king oyster mushrooms. Kellyan, do you want more? No, I've eaten a lot. Unlike Eileen, the two dragons did not eat much. Eileen, want more? The tower's administrator says she's full now. Really? You used to say you had to eat a whole large pot to feel slightly full, remember? You're not sick, are you? Naturally, if a child who used to eat a bowl of rice suddenly eats only half a bowl, you'd worry that something might be wrong. Sejun was worried about Eileen. The tower's administrator says you should worry about yourself first. Okay, he worried about others again. The tower's administrator says she's happy that you're worried about her. Really? I'll keep worrying about Eileen from now on. Eileen? The conversation was cut off again. But what about this? Despite everyone's efforts to eat a lot, one of the 5 divided pieces was left. We'll have to eat this tomorrow. Sejun thought he would eat the remaining king oyster mushroom tomorrow when Krueng! Quenji lay on the king oyster mushroom and called Sejun. It's nap time, Daddy. Shall we rest then? They were feeling drowsy after eating so much. Sejun lay down next to Quenji. The king oyster mushroom's flesh sank in, swallowing Sejun's body. Wow, this is totally like latex. Sejun spoke, admiring the recovery of the king oyster mushroom that bounced back after he got up. I have to cut this up and take it home later. It seemed like it would be a good substitute for a mattress. Krueng! Kriuk! Quenji pushed Sejun's chest gently, urging him to lie down quickly, using one of his front paws. It was heavy, but since there was only one front paw, it was bearable. And, flap flap, the golden bat, which likes dark places, nestled between Sejun and Quenji. Snore. Zzz. Brr. The 3 fell asleep like that. 30 minutes later. Kuong. The sudden roar of pink fur startled Sejun, Quenji, and the golden bat, awake. What's going on? What happening? Sejun quickly looked around. Kiyek. They were surrounded by nearly 1 million fire ant warriors and workers. The rich scent of king oyster mushrooms had spread to where the fire ants were, attracting them. That's too many? If those fire ants started using fire, there would be no way to protect the farm. Then, hey, go and pay for the food. I'm out of magic power. Ahoom. I'll step in. At Kaiser's words, Kellyan flew towards the fire ants. Then, insects, take your lives. With a word, he returned. Whir. At Kellyan's words, the fire ants burned themselves to death. No fire ant screamed or resisted, they embraced death without hesitation, as if it were a natural thing. Ah, killing 1 million fire ants with a single word, a dragon was indeed a dragon. Sometimes they might look silly, but at times like this, they were terrifying. I need to get along with them. Sejun resolved not to mess with the dragons and get closer to them in the future. 91st floor of the tower, Wizards Association headquarters. Kayut. How far along is the excavation of the Holy Stone? Iona, who had rushed over after receiving the association's message, asked as she sat in the chair at the head of the conference room table. Judging by the detector's intensity, it's within 100 meters. Ganova, having the appearance of a hyena, answered. Iona had rushed over here after receiving a message that a holy stone had been detected in the Mana stone mine on the 77th floor of the tower managed by the Wizard Tower. It is known that the holy stone is a fallen star from the sky, and once acknowledged as its master, its special power protects the owner. I should give it to Sejun. As soon as Iona received the message, she thought of giving the holy stone to Sejun. She had known for some time that Sejun was not a great black dragon. At first, she thought it was a game where he pretended to be weak, but she was no fool. Watching Sejun and other animals by his side, she couldn't help but notice. What's more, the dragon statues were worrying about Sejun. Comparing the power emanating from Sejun and the dragon statues, it was even more clear. Sejun's power was similar to that of the hunters who had recently begun entering the tower. At first, she was slightly angry about being deceived, but what did that matter? It was fun to be together, and as long as she could sleep without nightmares, that was all that mattered. Therefore, Sejun's safety was more important than anything, even if he was as weak as a sunfish squared, all for the sake of her good sleep. While Iona was thinking of giving the holy stone to Sejun. Let's head to the mine quickly, Iona. Kayut. Yes. Ganova guided Iona to a magic circle connected to the Mana stone mine. Then let's depart. When Ganova activated the magic circle, whoosh! The two vanished. Ganova's eyes, watching Iona, were cold and fierce. Shall we check how Black Rabbit is doing? Sejun used the guardian rabbit statue to inspect the Red Ribbon Kingdom's treasure vault. Since Sejun put in rice flour, Black Rabbit had been making dough whenever he had time. Current list of items available for withdrawal from the Red Ribbon Kingdom's treasure vault, total 23,911,814 items. Dough 1 kg x 5, gold bars x 10,000, silver bars x 50,000, land deed for the 77th floor farm, land deed for the 83rd floor farm. Sejun had withdrawn the tower coins and deposited them in the seed bank, and the mithril ore was given to Iona for her magical experiments. But what are these farmland deeds, Krueng? Let's take it out first. It might be something to eat. Then shall we take out the land deed for the 77th floor? Sejun decided to take out the land deed to examine it, withdrawing one land deed of the 77th floor farm from the Red Ribbon Kingdom's treasure vault. Poof! A roundly rolled up leather document appeared in Sejun's hand. Then, the summoning function for the initial engraving of the land deed for the 77th floor farm has been activated. Who? Sejun suddenly vanished. And then, Krioung! Daddy's gone! Quenji cried out, searching for the suddenly vanished Sejun. Chapter 125. Kwong. When Quenji's cry hadn't stopped for a long time, Koong? Feeling that something was amiss, Mother Crimson Giant Bear i.e. Pink Fur, quickly rushed over. Something had definitely happened. Normally, Sejun would calm Quenji down, and Quenji would soon stop crying. Koong. As Pink Fur arrived where Quenji's crying was coming from, Kwong. Sejun was nowhere to be found, and Quenji was crying fiercely. Squeak! Quack! Rabbits and mushroom ants nearby tried to calm Quenji down, but they couldn't approach recklessly because Quenji was moving violently while crying. Koong? Pink Fur asked Quenji while stroking him to stop his crying, what the reason was. Why are you crying? Kwoo-ong. Kwoo-ong. Dad has gone alone to the 77th floor of the tower. He might be getting beaten up by bad guys. Cradled by Pink Fur, Quenji answered, crying even more sorrowfully and fiercely. Koong. Pink Fur was taken aback by Quenji's words. The situation was serious. Then, what? Where did Sejun go? Kaiser, who had been in a good mood after being treated to a full course of sweet potato dishes, including roasted sweet potatoes, sweet potato soup, and sweet potato beeksiolji, rice cake, as a thank you for defeating the fire ants, asked in astonishment. Kwoo-ong. Quenji explained to Kaiser how Sejun had disappeared. Since the dragon grandfather was scary, Quenji held back tears and explained as clearly as possible. He disappeared when he opened the land deed. That idiot just opened it. Kaiser shouted angrily at Quenji's explanation. Krueng. It might have opened by itself when Dad caught it. Quenji spoke in an uncertain voice, defending his dad. But it was absurd. The land deed item, without an owner, was locked to prevent accidental activation at any time, as it would recognize the first person who opened it as its owner. Unless forcibly opened, the land deed would not open. Sejun had carelessly opened the land deed without even reading the instructions. Then what about my sweet potato soup from now on? Kellyan, who had liked the sweet potato soup, spoke in a sullen voice. Is the soup the problem right now? Kaiser yelled at Kellyan for worrying about the soup. He was utterly tactless. The problem was not the soup, but the roasted sweet pota. No, Eileen. It was Eileen that was the problem. Grandfather! Find Sejun quickly! As expected, Eileen immediately pressed Kaiser upon hearing that Sejun had disappeared. Eileen, wait a moment. Since he disappeared all of a sudden. Everyone, gather around me! Kaiser quickly called all the monsters from the farm to rescue Sejun, who had been transported to the 77th floor of the tower. Due to the sudden disappearance of Sejun, the 99th floor of the tower was in a complete state of emergency. You have arrived at the 77th floor farm. Is this the farm? Around him, there were nothing but hundreds of withered, dying trees. There are no monsters, right? This was the first time Sejun had come to another floor without any animals. Suddenly finding himself alone in a remote place, he looked around with anxious eyes. Fortunately, he didn't see any monsters in sight. Then, thump! Something touched Sejun's back. Eek! Startled, Sejun ran without looking back and hid behind a nearby withered tree nearby. And then, what was that? While searching for the entity that had touched his back, Sejun, where are we? A voice came from Sejun's back. Golden Bat? Yes. It's me, Flap. Flap. The golden bat flew from Sejun's back to the front. The golden bat, which had been hanging onto Sejun's back, was recognized by the land deed and moved along with Sejun's body, thanks to its small size. They were lucky. Oh. It's really fortunate. This is the 77th floor of the tower. It seems like only we were transported, Sejun sighed in relief, looking at the golden bat. He was not alone. Pip pip. Since the brothers are not here, I will protect you, Sejun. The golden bat flew around Sejun with a loud cry. Thanks to this, Sejun relaxed a bit and looked at the land deed in his hand. Since the land deed had transported him here, he thought that the way back would be on it too. 77th floor farm land deed. This land deed proves ownership of the farm on the 77th floor of the tower. You can be recognized as the owner of the land deed by going through the engraving process. It has been over 100 years since the last information update on the land deed. Owner, none. Grade, A. What? How do I get back? He couldn't find a way back, and there was no explanation about the engraving process either. What am I supposed to do? As Sejun frowned at the unhelpful information. The 77th floor farmland deed updates the farm's information. Update? A new message appeared. Then, okay. Okay. There were 100 monkeys surrounding and approaching Sejun, with crude wooden spears and shields. The monkeys encircled and advanced on Sejun. HMPH. I can handle this much. Bring it on. Gaining confidence from the monkeys' poor weaponry, Sejun started to create a thundercloud, ready to fight the monkeys. Okay. Suddenly, the monkeys that had climbed up the trees threw a net at Sejun. Sejun! Dodge it! The golden bat tried to pull Sejun away to dodge the net, but Sejun was too heavy for it. As a result, they both got caught in the net. If the golden bat had escaped alone, it would have easily avoided it, but it was caught because it was looking out for Sejun. And then, okay! In an instant, Sejun and the golden bat, surrounded by the monkeys, were tied to a long wooden stick like a rotisserie chicken and began to be transported somewhere by the monkeys. Then, the monkeys are currently illegally occupying the farm. A quest has been generated. Quest, defeat the monkeys illegally occupying the farm or negotiate and reclaim the land rights. Reward, recognition as the legitimate owner of the land deed. A belated quest. You could have told me sooner. Sejun read the message, hanging upside down on the stick, and sighed. Sejun. Don't worry. I can go to Earth soon. Really? Thinking about it, it had been almost a week since the golden bat had been to Earth. If it went to Earth, the rope tying the bat would naturally loosen. And then the golden bat, returning to the tower, would untie Sejun's ropes, and they could escape. Although they had been caught off guard by the net before, now he planned to show them what he could do. All right. Be careful, then I'll be back soon. The golden bat disappeared. Okay? Okay. The monkey holding the stick, suddenly noticing the golden bat's disappearance, quickly reported to a higher-ranking monkey. However, okay. Okay. It's fine. We just need this one. The higher-ranking monkey said, checking the rope that tied Sejun's arm. Okay? But will the gorillas accept him? A subordinate monkey asked, checking the rope that tied Sejun's legs. Okay. Okay. They'll accept him. He looks somewhat like us. Looks like you? Where? Sejun was infuriated by the higher-ranking monkey's words. Okay. Okay. It would be good if this one lasts long. More than 100 males have died after marrying the gorilla tribe chief's daughter. What? I'm being taken to marry a gorilla. Golden bat, come back and save me quickly. Marrying a gorilla? That was not happening. Sejun desperately wished for the golden bat to return quickly. Okay. Okay. We don't have time. Move quickly. The higher-ranking monkey quickly moved, urging the other monkeys to move quickly. What? Meow. Theo, having arrived on the 38th floor of the tower, sensed something strange. Suddenly, Park Sejun's knee has gotten closer. Meow. It felt good as Sejun's knee got closer, but the knee detector sent a signal that Sejun's knee was in danger. Something must have happened to President Park. Meow. I must finish the deal and go back quickly. Meow. Theo hurriedly ran towards the camp. And then, humans, I'm here. Meow. Gather quickly. Meow. Theo hurriedly called the humans together. However, Theo, please wait a moment. Everyone's hunting on the 40th floor. The camp was completely empty. As the detoxifying green onions were released, most of the hunters who had conquered the boss of the 38th floor of the tower were now attacking the 40th floor. Then I'll go to the 40th floor, meow. Feeling impatient, Theo decided to head to the 40th floor himself. And a moment later, humans, I have arrived, meow. Theo, who had gathered the hunters, began the auction on the 40th floor. The first item for sale is the power sweet potato, meow. I'll sell a total of 10,000 pieces, 1,000 at a time, meow. Wanting to end the auction quickly, Theo doubled the quantity of sweet potatoes he was selling at once. 200,000 tower coins for 1,000, 250,000 tower coins for 1,000, 280,000 tower coins for 1,000. Bids quickly rose, starting at 200 tower coins each. Sold, meow. 10,000 power sweet potatoes were sold at an average of 290 tower coins each. The next item is 10,000 detoxifying green onions, meow. Theo hastily began the auction for the next crop. There were many crops to sell. 80,000 tower coins for 1,000, 100,000 tower coins for 1,000. Although the price of detoxifying green onions had skyrocketed in the last auction due to scarcity, this time the supply was abundant, so the winning bid was lower. Sold, meow. Thanks to this, the average winning bid per unit fell by about 30% compared to the last auction, selling at 105 tower coins each. But it didn't matter. Today was the launch of a new crop. Today's final product is the power potato, meow. Theo showed the potatoes to the hunters. Oh. This increases stomach activity, so it cures stomach cancer. What? A cure for stomach cancer? The hunters were excited at the emergence of the new cancer treatment crop. Especially, the hunters with family members suffering from stomach cancer hurried to borrow money from those around them. Then let's begin, meow. 130,000 tower coins for 1,000. The starting price was higher than that of detoxifying green onions. Even though they were both for cancer, stomach and liver cancers were different. Liver cancer had a higher mortality rate, but there were far more patients with stomach cancer. The power potato was more desired by cancer patients, therefore it was sold at a higher price than the detoxifying green onions. 180,000 tower coins for 1,000. Plus, it was the first time a crop treating stomach cancer had been available, so it carried a premium. Sold out, meow. So the power potatoes were sold at an average of 197 tower coins each. Total sales of 4.92 million tower coins. Another great achievement, doubling the previous total sales, but Theo couldn't be happy. His knee radar alerted him to Sejun's crisis. Theo, let's take a picture. As the trade ended, the hunters approached Theo to take a photo. However, there's no photo time today, meow. Theo hurriedly turned away from the churu in the hunter's hands and refused. And then, see you next time, meow. Theo quickly left for the place where he felt Sejun's knee. Koong? Did you pack snacks? Pink Fur checked Quenji's luggage for the last time. Krueng. I packed them. Tap. Tap. Quenji answered by patting the snack bag filled with honey. Koong? What about meals? Krueng. Sister Flamey grilled a big fish for me. Quenji showed the huge bag on his back. When Pink Fur opened the bag, it revealed a gigantic tuna, cut into 3 parts. Koong. Eat sparingly and take care. Krueng. I will definitely find Dad. Lick. Pink Fur licked Quenji's body in farewell. Because Quenji had insisted so strongly on finding his dad that he had been included in Sejun's rescue team made up of black minotaurs. As Pink Fur was bidding farewell to Quenji, are you ready? Krueng. I'm ready. Quenji answered Kaiser's question. You can use this to know the direction where Sejun is. Kaiser gave Quenji a compass that could detect the insignia of the mid-level administrator that Sejun had. Krueng. Then I'll be off. Quenji, carrying a bag much larger than himself, bid farewell with a determined expression and joined the Black Minotaurs. Emu. As 500 Black Minotaurs roared to announce their departure. Krueng. I will punish all the bad guys who are bullying Daddy. Quenji also roared, beginning his long journey to find his dad. Chapter 126, Being Worshipped. Flap, flap. I must hurry, hurry. The golden bat hurriedly returned to the tower, anxious to save Sejun. What was being taken from Earth at this moment was not important at all. I'll take anything I can get. So, the golden bat instinctively grabbed what caught its eye and returned to the tower. And the golden bat, who had hurried back to the 77th floor of the tower, looked around quickly but, who? Sejun, where are you? Sejun, who had been taken by the monkeys, was nowhere to be seen. Eastern deep part of the Mana stone mine on the 77th floor of the tower. Is this the place? Iona, who had arrived at the excavation site under the guidance of the Vice Tower Lord, Ganova, asked. Yes, Iona. but detecting the holy stone is not easy from here. Is that so? At Gunova's words, Iona closed her eyes and used mana detection. It was to pinpoint the location of the holy stone and assist in its excavation. But this was a mana stone mine. Too many mana waves overlapped, and it took time to pinpoint the exact location of the holy stone. While Iona was focusing, analyzing the mana waves one by one, looking for the wave of the holy stone. Then take care, Chuck. Gunova, smirking at Iona, carefully placed down a blue orb the size of a fist and left the place. A moment later, kaboom! Kaboom! Rumble! With a tremendous explosion and vibration, the mine where Iona had been collapsed instantly. Now the Lord of the Gravity Wizard Tower is me, Gunova. Kuhavaha! Gunova laughed loudly, looking at the collapsing eastern mine. Iona, who had joined later the Gravity Wizard Tower, had surpassed him, who had been the apprentice to the former Tower Lord, and became the Tower Lord. Although he hated Iona, his own talent was insignificant compared to hers, like a firefly's light before the sun. Moreover, after becoming the Tower Lord, she gained fame as the destructive wizard, and even became the president of the Wizards Association, solidifying Iona's position further. Just when Gunova was about to completely give up on becoming the Tower Lord, Gunova, don't you want to be the Tower Lord? The Tower Lords of the other 7 Wizard Towers, including the Flame Wizard Tower, Destruction Wizard Tower, and Meteor Wizard Tower, approached him secretly. They promised that if Gunova killed Iona, they would support him to become both the Tower Lord and the chairman of the Wizards Association. Thus emboldened, Gunova chose the Mana Stone mine he had been managing to deal with Iona. The place where Gunova took Iona was where unstable Mana Stones were buried in large quantities. Even a small magical explosion could cause a chain reaction of explosions, so work there had stopped. Cuckoo cuckoo. Now it's time to go back and prepare. Gunova laughed in delight and returned to the tower to prepare for Iona's funeral. He had already thought of the epitaph. Here lies one who foolishly met their end, using magic in a place buried with unstable mana stones. Kaboom! Rumble! Even after Gunova returned to the Gravity Wizard Tower using teleportation, the eastern deeper part of the mine continued to experience chain explosions and earthquakes for a while. There were never any holy stones there to begin with. What? Meow! Theo, who was diligently rushing towards the 99th floor, stopped at the entrance to the 77th floor, confused. Why do I feel President Park Sejun's knee here? Meow? Theo felt Sejun's knee on the 77th floor, when it should have been on the 99th. This caused him to momentarily wear a bewildered expression. But, I'm going to the 77th floor, meow. Now was not the time to hesitate. He decided to trust his senses. President Park's knee is in danger, meow. The signal that Sejun's knee was in danger was getting stronger. After entering the 77th floor and moving for about 10 minutes, meow? Theo again wore a puzzled expression. Now President Park's knee is not in danger, meow. Suddenly, Sejun's knee was safe. I'm so happy, meow. As his knee became safe, Theo happily hurried towards Sejun. Flap! Flap! Sejun! The golden bat diligently flew around, looking for Sejun. And then, Sejun! It found Sejun imprisoned in a wooden prison in the center of a village made of hundreds of huts constructed from branches and grass. Phew! Fortunately, the monkey on guard duty was asleep. Golden bat, you've come. Seeing the golden bat that had come to find him, Sejun quietly expressed his relief. Quickly, untie this. Sejun, who didn't want to marry a gorilla, spoke hastily. He had to escape no matter what since he was set to depart for the gorilla village the next morning. Yes. Here, take this. The golden bat handed Sejun something it had brought from Earth. Ooh? It's a banana? Sejun accepted the banana that the golden bat handed him. Is that what's called a banana? I brought it from Earth because it smelled sweet. Chop! The golden bat responded as it cut the wooden bars of the prison. Sejun carefully placed the cut wood on the floor and stepped out of the prison only to, okay? Who? Make eye contact with the monkey who had woken up from its sleep, drawn by the sweet smell. Okay. Okay. Other monkeys rushed out of the huts at the guard monkey's cry. In an instant, Sejun was surrounded by monkeys. Golden bat, make way as soon as I attack. Yes. As Sejun and the golden bat planned their escape, Uka, an old monkey leaning on a staff, walked out and suddenly bowed to Sejun. Who? And then, okay. The other monkeys followed the old monkey in bowing to Sejun. Why are they suddenly doing this? Sejun was taken aback by the monkeys that had suddenly started bowing to him. I don't know. The golden bat was equally confused. Is it because of this? Sejun said, waving the banana in his hand. Then, okay. The monkeys became excited. Theo's sense was accurate. This was the moment when Theo felt that Sejun's knee was safe. Then, the monkeys illegally occupying the farm now obey you. Obey? You have reached a harmonious agreement with the monkeys. You have completed the quest. As a reward for completing the quest, you are recognized as the rightful owner of the land deed. Land deed skill, farm information LV Max is activated. Farm information? Upon rechecking the land deed, Sejun found 77th floor farm land deed. This land deed proves ownership of the farm on the 77th floor of the tower. You can be recognized as the owner of the land deed by going through the engraving process. It has been over 100 years since the last information update on the land deed. Owner, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Grade, A. Skill, Farm Information LV Max. The skill appeared. Farm Information LV Max. Size, 66,000 square meters. Crops, 5,381 banana trees. Worker, 1 person, landowner. Special situation, the banana trees are dying of disease. Remaining lifespan 30 days, there are 749 monkeys that can be used as workers. Were those the banana trees I saw before? Sejun recalled the trees he saw when he arrived on the 77th floor of the tower yesterday. He never knew they were banana trees. I must save them. Determined to save the delicious bananas, Sejun resolved to save the banana trees at all costs. And then, okay. He approached the monkeys that were lying prostrate. Moo! Krueng! Quenji and the black minotaurs arrived on the 77th floor of the tower. Krueng! That's the direction, Quenji said, looking at the direction the compass needle that Kaiser had given him was pointing. Moo! Moo! The black minotaurs lined up and charged in the direction Quenji pointed. Bang! Kiak! The sudden charge of the black minotaurs crushed and killed the monsters on the 77th floor of the tower. At that moment, Krueng? Quenji looked closely at the compass. There were 2 needles on the compass, 1 white, 1 black. But the direction Quenji had given to the black minotaurs was the one pointed by the white needle. But considering the creator was the great black dragon, there was no way the direction indicated by the white needle could be where Sejun was. Krueng! Uncles, come back! We need to go that way. Quenji hurriedly called the black minotaurs, but they had already gone too far. Krueng! Krueng! There's no choice. Quenji will go save Daddy alone. Quenji gripped the bag strap tightly, about to head towards where the black needle pointed when, gurgle! A noise came from his stomach. Krueng! First, I'll eat a packed lunch and then depart. Quenji started eating one of the 3 portions of tuna chunks from the bag. Chomp chomp! Krueng! It's lonely. Quenji felt lonely eating something delicious alone. There was no dad to praise him for eating well, and no big brother Theo to nag him for eating his grilled fish. Gulp! Still, the grilled tuna went down his throat smoothly. Krueng! I have to find Daddy quickly. Just when Quenji, feeling so lonely, decided he had to find his dad quickly. Gwoo! Stop! Gwoo! Stop eating! 2 gorillas, each 3 meters in size, hiding because of the black minotaurs, appeared in a hurry. Originally, they were watching the situation and planning to snatch Quenji's grilled tuna, but upon seeing the tuna disappearing quickly into Quenji's belly, the gorillas grew impatient. However, Krueng? Are you targeting my meal right now? They had poked the wrong bear. Krueng! I can't forgive you for targeting my meal. They had provoked the most ferocious baby beast while eating, and the result was a scruff grab. Since Quenji had been told by Sejun that tying was bad, he gently grabbed them by their scruffs. Krueng? Are you going to target my meal again? Quenji grabbed the scruff of the 2 gorillas with both front paws and shook them roughly. Gwoo! Gwoo! The gorillas shook their heads vigorously from side to side. They didn't want to experience Quenji's scruff grab again. They could have been sent to the next world. Krueng! But have you guys seen my dad? Gwoo? Quenji's father. Gwoo! Oh. What does he look like? Krueng! He's very weak looking, with only a little hair on his head. Upon hearing Quenji's description, the gorillas imagined a taller and thinner figure, with hair only on the head, and promised to let him know if they saw him later. Krueng! Got it! Quenji let the gorillas go and started eating the tuna again. And then, Krueng! Now it's time to look for Dad. Bam! After finishing his meal, Quenji quickly ran towards the direction where Sejun was. Just as Quenji set out to find Sejun, I can feel Sejun's knees here, meow. Theo had already arrived at a village of monkeys, following where he could feel Sejun's knees. And then, sneakily, President Park, where are you, meow? As he climbed onto the roof and looked around for Sejun. I'm hungry, is there anything to eat? Sejun's voice was heard. I found you, meow. Theo hurriedly ran towards Sejun, surrounded by monkeys. However, okay. The monkeys tried to block Theo, who was running toward their god. The monkeys worshipped Sejun as a god. It was because of the bananas brought by the golden bat. According to Monkey's legend, the one who appeared with bananas would save them. Wait! Sejun quickly stopped the monkeys trying to attack Theo. This is Theo, my subordinate. Okay. At Sejun's words, the monkeys hurriedly bowed to Theo. The god subordinate is the god's messenger, the one who carries out the god's will. Pooh-hoo-hut. That's right, meow. I am President Theo, the subordinate of Park Sejun, meow. Theo, who enjoyed being served, proudly walked over and climbed onto Sejun's lap. And then, feed me, meow. He took out a churu from his bag and handed it to Sejun. Slurp slurp slurp. This is the taste, meow. It wouldn't have tasted this way without Sejun's lap. Purr. Theo, who had been tired from searching for Sejun, concluded the exhausting day by sprawling out and falling asleep on Sejun's lap. Chapter 127. Gah. Hurry and find Sejun. Squeak. Yes, the Black Wolf tribe and the Silver Wolf tribe, who had been helping to rebuild the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 55th floor, received a message from the cat in turns. They arrived on the 77th floor with the Black Rabbit. Hegel. The scent have split into two. Sniff sniff. So it is. Upon Elka's words, Hegel sniffed the scents on the floor. One side had the scent of Quenji and Theo, while the other had the smell of the black minotaurs. Then we will also split. The Black Wolf tribe will follow the scent of the black minotaurs. Yes. Then we will follow the scent of Quenji and Theo. The wolves split into two groups. And then, Black Rabbit King. Will you come with us? Squeak. The Black Rabbit chose the side where Theo's scent was coming from. Theo's ability to track Sejun is unparalleled. It is almost on par with the top 10 mysteries of the tower. The Black Rabbit thought that if Theo couldn't find Sejun, it would only mean that Sejun was dead. Or perhaps he would even find him in the afterlife. Then let's go. Squeak. At Elka's shout, the Black Rabbit and the other silver wolves followed the scent of Theo and Quenji. The descent of 500 black minotaurs from the 99th floor of the tower. Due to this, the bosses of the 80th and 70th floors began to move busily, tense, trying to figure out the reason for their departure. And some monsters moved down the floors in advance, preparing for any unforeseen situation. No one knew what kind of butterfly effect this phenomenon might create. While chaos was unfolding in the Black Tower, Sejun, Theo, and the Golden Bat were having a good time, being attended to by the monkeys. Ah! I slept well. Sejun stretched pleasantly as he got out of bed and woke up feeling refreshed, having slept on the bed that the monkey tribe's chief had provided him the previous night. He had laid the king oyster mushroom mattress from his void storage on the chief's bed, and it was very comfortable. As he woke up after sleeping so well, okay. The monkeys noticed Sejun waking up and quickly brought food. What's this? Sejun was surprised to see the breakfast the monkeys had brought. Mangoes with yellow flesh and juicy red watermelons were served for breakfast. This looks delicious. Sejun's mouth watered at the sight of the mangoes and watermelons, the first he'd seen since entering the tower. Wow! This smells delicious. The Golden Bat was equally excited at the sight of the fruit, especially the watermelon, which it could suck. Go ahead and eat. Sejun cut the watermelon to a size the Golden Bat could hold. Flap flap. Thank you. Chomp. Chomp. The Golden Bat grabbed the watermelon with its wings and started to suck on the watermelon eagerly. I'll have one too. Sejun's first pick was a mango. I'll enjoy this. Just as Sejun was about to put a piece of mango into his mouth, President Park, did you forget something, meow? Theo's disappointed voice was heard. Who? Sejun quickly looked at Theo, who was pouting, upset that he wasn't being cared for. President Theo, I'm sorry. Sejun hurriedly took out a churu treat. Here you go. As Sejun brought the churu to Theo's mouth. Meow. I'll let it go this time, meow. Slurp slurp slurp. Finally, Theo's pouting face relaxed, and he began to lick the churu deliciously, and Sejun finally put the mango into his mouth. As soon as he put it in his mouth, the mango's unique aroma and sweetness filled his mouth, and the ripe mango's squishy flesh melted softly. And then, gulp! The mango slid smoothly down his throat without even chewing a few times. It's delicious. Sejun picked up a watermelon after eating the mango. Crunch! He took a big bite, and the flavorful and sweet juice burst from the flesh, dribbling down the side of his mouth. What's this, meow? It's sticky, meow. Thanks to this, Theo, who had been happily enjoying the churu on Sejun's lap, got splashed with watermelon juice and had to groom himself again, annoyed. Crunch! Crunch. Wow. It's really sweet. The crispy texture and sweetness with each bite were delightful. Although the watermelon wasn't cold, it was still very delicious. Sejun saved all the mango and watermelon seeds. He planned to plant them later in the 99th floor farm. Okay. The monkeys fanned them with giant leaves while they ate breakfast. Hee hee hee. Good. Pooh hut. Good. Meow. Master Sejun, Brother Theo, I'm happy. It felt like they were tourists. After enjoying the fruits for breakfast, Sejun began to move in earnest. Lead me to where the banana trees are. He wanted to take a look at the banana trees that were sick. I hope I can fix them. Okay. While Sejun was thinking, the monkeys guided him to where the banana trees were. Is this what's sick? Sejun spoke as he examined the banana tree. The banana tree looked dry and dying from lack of moisture, but the fresh grass at the bottom showed that the problem was not a lack of water. Shall we look inside first? Sejun was about to peel off the dried outer bark of the banana tree when Farmer's Touch LV3 is activated. While your hand is in contact, the growth of the banana tree accelerates slightly. The banana tree is sick and lacks the energy to grow. When Sejun's hand touched the banana tree, the skill was activated. A quest has been generated. Quest, boost the banana tree's energy to overcome the illness. Reward, upgrade of Farmer's Touch to Farmer's Warm Touch. Failure, death of the sick banana tree. Ooh? An upgrade? A skill upgrade. It was something Sejun had never heard of, information kept secret within each guild. But what should I do to boost the banana tree's energy? Should I give it fertilizer? Okay. Do you need fertilizer? One of the monkeys quickly brought fertilizer from the village after hearing Sejun's words. The monkeys were also farming and had been making fertilizer. Sejun spread the fertilizer brought by the monkeys around the banana tree, watered it, and waited, but there was no effect. Meow. I know how to energize it. Meow. Theo, who had been getting bored, shouted. What is it? President Park, just watch what I do. Meow. Theo confidently stepped forward and thump. Thump. Wake up. Meow. He began to thump the banana tree as if performing CPR. However, the banana tree is further weakened by the shock. The banana tree was too weak to withstand Theo's thumping. Hey! Sejun quickly grabbed Theo by the scruff of his neck and pulled him to his knee. Why isn't it energizing? Meow? My front paw is weak. Meow. Thump. Thump. Theo thumped Sejun's knee, frustrated that he couldn't understand. While Sejun was receiving a massage from Theo, Sejun, how about singing a song? The golden bat came up with a new idea. A song? Yes. Hearing a song might energize it. The golden bat's idea made sense. Sejun had heard that playing music for plants helps them grow and improves the taste and yield of their fruits. Let's try it. Since there were no other options, they decided to try anything that came to mind. Tilda. Sejun picked up a twig and cleared his throat, preparing to sing. The banana tree is further weakened by the noisy sound. What? He was just warming up his voice. The banana tree was more sensitive than he thought. PFFFT. I must sing my song, meow. I am the mighty servant of the black dragon. Theo sang an impromptu song of his own creation to the banana tree, still clinging from Sejun's knee. The banana tree becomes upset by the arrogant song and weakens further. President Theo, stop. It's not working. Let's just chop it down, meow. Snap. Daring to become weaker after hearing his composition. The furious Theo unsheathed his claws. Then, where did the golden bat appear? Tilda, to the power of one. The golden bat began to sing a song that sounded like its theme song, something it had heard while roaming the earth. He's prepared, Sejun thought, watching the golden bat, and hoped it wouldn't be heard by the banana tree's reaction. However, what? President Park, why do you let the golden bat keep singing? Meow. There was no message that the banana tree was weakening. A moment later, the banana tree recovers a little energy from the calming sound. What's this? Sejun read the message with a dumbfounded expression. 1 hour later, you have completed the quest. As a quest reward, Farmer's Touch LV3 is upgraded to Farmer's Warm Touch LV3. The energy that Sejun and Theo had shaved off was restored by the golden bat song, completing the quest. Sejun immediately checked the upgraded skill. Farmer's Warm Touch LV3. Warmth is added into the loving touch of the farmer. Plants that are touched by the farmer's warm touch grow a little faster. The diseases of sick plants touched by the farmer's warm touch are slightly healed. Good. With this skill, saving the banana trees was only a matter of time. Sejun hurriedly began to heal the trees by placing his hands on them. Okay. Uki. The monkeys bowed again in awe as they watched the banana tree gradually regain its original color with Sejun's touch. It was a miracle of God. Thus, Sejun healed 100 banana trees in one day and returned to the monkey village as evening fell. Okay. The village was already preparing a festival, having heard that Sejun had healed the banana trees. Unfortunately, all the monkeys could gather were mangoes and watermelons, so there was no increase in food for the festival. Instead, dried mangoes thinly sliced from unripe mangoes that Sejun had directed to prepare in the morning were added to the menu, along with fruit wine fermented using mangoes and watermelons made by the monkeys. Still, there was too little food to enjoy the festival. This doesn't feel festive at all. Sejun started cooking, taking food out of his void storage. Okay. As Sejun began to cook, the monkeys watched his culinary skills in fascination. From the monkeys' perspective, being able to watch divine cooking was a story they could pass on to their descendants for centuries. So, they watched Sejun's cooking intently. That's how Sejun, under the watchful eyes of the monkeys, completed 4 dishes: honey potatoes, roasted sweet potatoes, tomato soup, and stir-fried squid. Come on, let's eat. At Sejun's words, the monkeys ate Sejun's dishes placed in front of them first. Okay. The reactions of the monkeys who ate Sejun's cooking varied. Monkeys who ate honey potatoes and roasted sweet potatoes were delighted by the sweetness, and those who ate tomato soup were enchanted by the tangy, addictive taste. And, okay. Monkeys who tasted the spicy stir-fried squid turned red and sweated profusely. Okay. Those who tasted the spiciness quickly soothed it with other foods and then hurriedly recommended the stir-fried squid to other monkeys, laughing as they watched their friends suffer from the spiciness. That's when, as they were enjoying the festival, gwoo, gwoo, a monster's roar suddenly came from outside the village. The joyful time didn't last long. Okay. Uki. The monkeys suddenly moved around frantically and hid behind Sejun. Ooh? What's wrong with you all? Okay. It's the gorilla tribe. Oh divine one, please protect us. Gorilla tribe? Then, thump. Thump, a crasher entered the festival, accompanied by massive footsteps. It was a huge 7-meter gorilla leading 23-meter gorillas, wearing an ill-fitting large ribbon and skirt. It was the daughter of the gorilla tribe's chief, who had been touring other monster villages to find a husband and had appeared after smelling the delicious food. Chapter 128, Found him. 75th floor of the tower, Wandering Merchant Association headquarters. Have you found out why the Black Minotaurs left the 99th floor? Mason, the chairman of the Wandering Merchant Association, asked urgently. He needed to find out quickly why the 500 Black Minotaurs were moving down the tower to prevent harm to the wandering merchants. I'm sorry. All I found out is that the Black Minotaurs have all entered the 77th floor of the tower. Mason's subordinate answered his question. The 77th floor? Mason was perplexed. There was no strong power, abundant food, or much wealth on the 77th floor. There was no reason for the Black Minotaurs to go there. Yes. Moreover, the Black Wolf tribe and the Silver Wolf tribe have joined forces on the 77th floor for some reason. What? They too? What on earth is happening on the 77th floor? According to information obtained from the wolves, the Black Minotaurs will return once they find the being they desire. A being they desire? So they're looking for someone? As far as Mason knew, only the Minotaur King could command 500 Black Minotaurs. However, the Minotaur King, tied to the waypoint, could not know anyone on a different floor. Everything was full of questions. Hurry and deploy the agents of the Secret Inspection Bureau to the 77th floor. We must find out who the Black Minotaurs are looking for. Mason's instincts told him that the being the Black Minotaurs sought might have a significant impact on the tower in the future. Yes. Thus, agents from the Wandering Merchant Association Secret Inspection Bureau were urgently dispatched to the 77th floor. Krueng! Quenji ran in a straight line toward where the compass given by Kaiser was pointing. Gwoo! Quaw! If anything blocked his path, Quenji showed no mercy. Orangutans, chimpanzees, and others were grabbed by their scruffs by Quenji. And then, Krueng? Have you seen my dad? Quenji grabbed every monster he met by the scruff and asked if they had seen Sejun, but none of them had seen Sejun, who was only in the monkey village. Thus, Quenji, who had been running to find his father, came upon a massive village surrounded by a red light beam. Quenji no longer carried a bag. He had eaten all the packed meals on the way, and even the honey in his snack pouch had been consumed a long time ago. Krueng! As Quenji tried to enter the village without hesitation, Gwoo! Who's this guy? Gwoo! Get lost! The gorillas guarding the village entrance blocked Quenji. However, Krueng! Thwack! Thwack! Quenji quickly subdued the gorillas blocking his path. In the meantime, Gwu! Another gorilla quickly called others, and all the gorillas in the village rushed out. Krueng! Quenji roared and charged at the gorillas. A 1 vs 500 battle. However, Krueng! Thwack! Thwack! Thud! One was overwhelmingly strong. Krueng? Did you see my dad? Quenji grabbed the scruff of a gorilla that was still conscious and asked. Gwu, I haven't seen him. Krueng! You're lying. Because Quenji hadn't yet described what his father looked like. Thwack! Quenji delivered the final blow to the lying, bad gorilla. And then, Krueng! Where is my dad? As Quenji was about to set out again to find his father, Gwu. Who dares to cause trouble in my village? A massive 10-meter tall gorilla, enraged, rushed toward Quenji. 77th floor boss Gorin. The boss of the 77th floor, Gorin, who was guarding the waypoint, was the chief of the gorilla village. Krueng! Quenji fought in his giant form against Gorin, who looked strong. In an instant, he grew to 22 meters tall. He had grown significantly since he last fought. Krueng! Bang! Quenji clasped his hands together and struck down on Gorin's charging head. K-bang! With a tremendous explosion, Gorin's head was buried in the ground. That was the end of it. Krueng! Quenji moved again following the compass. Gurgle! But soon, Quenji became hungry again. However, Krueng! There's nothing left to eat. As Quenji was walking towards where Sejun was, holding his hungry belly, sniff sniff. A delicious smell wafted from somewhere. Krueng! Krueng! This is the smell of Daddy's honey potatoes. He also smelled roasted sweet potatoes and other dishes that Sejun used to cook. Krueng! Daddy, Quenji is hungry. Quenji quickly ran towards the smell of Sejun's cooking. Sniff, sniff. A gorilla wearing a skirt came into the village, sniffing with its nose. And then, thud, chomp, chomp. The gorilla sat down in front of the food and began to eat voraciously. Other gorillas stood behind, escorting the one in the skirt. Garina, daughter of the gorilla chief. That's a named creature. Sejun spotted the name above the head of the gorilla wearing the skirt. It seemed to be a mid-level rather than a boss. Still, it was a challenging opponent. President Theo, what do you think? What do you mean, meow? Can you beat that one? Meow? Shiver, shiver. At Sejun's question, Theo began to shake. Although he had hoped for something, he felt sorry. I shouldn't have asked. If President Park is in danger, I'll step in, meow. President Park, don't worry, meow. He still talks big. Flap, flap. Me too. I will fight too. Upon Theo's words, the golden bat also cried out, spreading its wings as wide as possible, promising to protect Sejun. Even so, it was much smaller than Garina's finger. You guys? Sejun was moved. He suddenly realized that he was relying on Theo and the other animals. Thank you. That's the right attitude, meow. Live with gratitude towards me, meow, pip pip. I'm grateful too. Sejun expressed his gratitude by patting the heads of Theo and the golden bat that were protecting him. Then, create thundercloud. He prepared to fight the gorillas. It would be fortunate if they just ate and left, but if not, he had to fight. Still, he felt more relaxed thanks to Theo and the golden bat being by his side. As Sejun held his breath and prepared for battle, rumble. Garina, who had filled its belly, began to look around. Then, rumble. Garina's eyes widened. Rumble. Rumble. Garina got excited when she saw Sejun's face. It was her style. And, rumble. Garina pointed at Sejun and commanded the gorillas. Catch him. Sejun was strangely popular with monsters. Guys, get ready. Throw thunder. Upon Sejun's cry, blue bolts of lightning fell from the thundercloud in the sky towards the gorillas. Crash, sizzle. 10 of the gorillas were stunned by the lightning, and the rest were seemingly paralyzed, unable to move. Luckily, they were clustered together, making it easy to attack. Throw thunder. Sejun used throw thunder again, stunning the remaining paralyzed gorillas. And then, the last one left was Garina. She was alone but didn't seem worried. Rumble. Rather, she seemed more excited, watching Sejun fight. Not just a handsome face, but a strong male. Rumble, rumble. Garina drooled as she charged at Sejun herself. Throw thunder. Since it was the last enemy, Sejun put all his magic power into the throw thunder skill. But, rumble, bang. Garina struck the ground hard, and the surrounding earth sprang up, wrapping around her. She was a gorilla that could control the earth. Crash! As a result, Sejun's thunder hit the mud wall Garena had created and disappeared futilely. Damn it! Wobble! Sejun's legs went weak, and his body trembled. He was out of magic power. Crack! Garena broke through the hardened mud wall that had melted from the thunderbolt. And then, thud! Thud! Rumble! Rumble! Garena approached Sejun with a savage smile. What to do? Kaiser had sent 500 black minotaurs towards Sejun, but Eileen was anxious. Sejun is too weak, he might die before the black minotaurs even found him. So she hurriedly started looking for a new power to give to Sejun. Although he hadn't accumulated enough contribution to receive a new power, fortunately, Sejun had plenty of tower coins. Well, the efficiency is poor, but as long as Sejun can be safe, you can convert 10,000 tower coins into 1 contribution point. And the minimum contribution required to purchase a power is 10,000. So, to buy a power with money, you need at least 100 million tower coins. Luckily, Sejun had received 100 million tower coins from Kellyan. Let's see. What power does our Sejun need to survive? Eileen quickly scrolled down the list of powers. The one she wanted to buy cost 10,000 contribution points, at the very bottom. Power, Punch of Great Destruction. Power, Gather Below Me. Power, Strong Agility. Power, Strong Magic Power. And the powers at the very bottom. Since Sejun already has an indestructible body, he needs magic power to strengthen it. Great! This is it. Eileen chose a new power to give to Sejun. President Park, I'll protect you, meow. President Park, it was fun, meow. Sejun, I had fun too. Theo and the Golden Bat saying their final farewells to Sejun. You guys, lure. This wasn't it. I can't just be protected by kids like this. When Sejun gritted his teeth and moved to fight together, 100 million tower coins deposited in the seed bank are used. The tower's administrator grants power, strong magic power to the tower's mid-level administrator badge. You can later enhance authority, strong magic using contribution or tower coins. Who? Power. Your magic power increases by 50 due to the effect of power, strong magic power. Your magic power stat has exceeded 100. Talent, magic circuit evolves into an enhanced magic circuit. Oh. Guys, back off. Throw thunder. Suddenly overflowing with magic power, Sejun yelled at Theo and the Golden Bat and used his skill. He simply trusted his instincts, as he had no time to check his new power and talent. Crash! When the thunder struck, boom! Bang! Garena created another ground wall around her to block the thunder. Rainfall! Sejun hurriedly made it rain to wet the ground, planning to let the electricity flow through it. SSSHHH. Only around where Garena was, heavy rain poured, soaking the ground. It's over now, as Sejun prepared for the final attack. Who? Quenji. From afar, Sejun saw Quenji rushing towards him. Quenji was quickly approaching. Krueng! I found Daddy! In an instant, Quenji enlarged himself beneath Garena's feet and threw an uppercut at Garena with its right front paw. Kaboom! Bam! With a punch full of Quenji's power, Garena screamed in terror and flew into the distance, out of sight. Phew! Sejun sighed in relief. It was fortunate. If he hadn't been able to defeat it with thunder, it would have been truly dangerous. Krueng! Krueng? I missed you, Daddy! Are you hurt anywhere? Suddenly shrinking back down, Quenji hugged Sejun and cried. Krueng! I thought Daddy would get eaten. Quenji had followed the smell of Sejun's cooking and ran full speed when he saw Garena drooling at the sight of Sejun. It's okay. But did you come here all alone? Krueng! I came with the Minyo uncles, but I lost them on the way. And so Quenji began to tell its adventure. Slurp, slurp. While enjoying the food Sejun had cooked. Krueng! So I beat them up. Though the story was about beating up others, the atmosphere was utterly peaceful. Thus, listening to Quenji's adventure, Sejun's 284th night of being stranded came to an end. Chapter 129, he was this popular. The insecticide developed by Gaggle was highly effective. Just 2 days after the drones had sprayed the insecticide on a massive scale, reports came in from across Africa that the locusts had been almost eradicated. The result was such a success that it could be called a triumph. As the locusts were rapidly exterminated, the leaders of various countries personally called Watson, the director of Gaggle's African business division, to express their gratitude. However, 5 days after spraying the insecticide, other reports began to come in. The number of locusts was increasing again. Watson thought that perhaps the amount of insecticide sprayed was insufficient, so he ordered another round of spraying the affected areas with the same amount as the first time. But this time, there was no effect. Worse, reports came in that the number of locusts had actually increased, as if the insecticide had had a reverse effect. The locusts were indiscriminately attacking and devouring everything in sight, including people and animals. As a result, Watson was receiving tremendous protests from African governments, accusing the insecticide of creating a new mutation. How do we handle this? Incredibly, it was clear that the locusts had developed resistance to the insecticide in such a short time. While Watson was racking his brain over this vexing issue, thump! There was a noise at the office window. Did a bird hit the window? Watson's office was on the top floor of a 50m building, with 3 sides made of glass windows. Occasionally, a passing bird would fail to see the window and collide with it. Just as Watson was about to refocus on his work, thump! 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 The noise came from the window again. What's going on? Growing alarmed by the increasing noise, Watson turned his head towards the window. Who? His eyes were met with a sky filled with birds, and following the birds were swarms of locusts. What? What is all this? While Watson was astonished and confused, thump! 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 Birds were rushing towards the window, heedless of whether they would break their heads. Could it be? Watson recalled the report that the locusts were consuming people and animals. Meanwhile, crack! 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 The glass started to crack under the onslaught of the birds. I need to escape! Watson hurriedly ran towards the elevator. Crash! Shatter! Shatter! Unable to withstand the birds' assault, the glass broke, and birds and locusts poured into the room, engulfing Watson. Hey! Help me! Lagos, Nigeria suffered significant damage from the locusts' invasion. All right. As Sejun opened his eyes to start a vigorous morning. Thump! Ua! Quenji pressed down on Sejun's chest with his front paw to prevent him from getting up. Krueng! Don't go anywhere, Dad. Quenji, who wanted to sleep more with his father, pushed down on Sejun's chest, talking in his sleep. Should I lie down a little longer? Since Quenji wanted to lie down together, Sejun decided to stay in bed a little longer. It definitely wasn't because he couldn't lift Quenji's front paw. Though he lay down, sleep didn't come. So, Sejun looked over the power he had obtained yesterday and the talent that had evolved. Power, strong magic power. Increases magic power by 50, regardless of physical potential. A simple power that just increased magic power by 50. Nothing special. Did I spend 100 million tower coins on this? Though there was nothing else to spend the money on, Sejun felt it was a waste. However, if he knew about his potential, he wouldn't have said that. Even though hunters who had reached the highest level of potential were rare and not well known, there was a stat limit that each individual wanted to increase but couldn't. If other beings had known about it, they would have been incredibly envious of this ability. But for Sejun, it was still beyond his understanding. After checking the power, Sejun went on to review the evolved talent. Talent, Enhanced Magic Circuit, constructs a powerful circuit that allows magic to circulate throughout the whole body, making mana use more efficient. Magic power stat 6%, magic recovery speed 150%, effective magic power increasing items 55%. Nothing special had been added, and the numbers had only increased slightly. It's increased by 1%, 50%, 5%. As Sejun was calculating the increased numbers, Krueng! I'm hungry. Quenji, feeling hungry, opened its eyes and informed Sejun of its hunger. Is our Quenji hungry? As Sejun tickled Quenji's armpits and belly, asking. Quenji laughed. Playing with Dad was the most fun. While Sejun and Quenji were playing. Okay. The monkeys brought in breakfast. What's going on? Sejun felt something was off about the atmosphere. The monkeys, who had treated him with the utmost respect just yesterday, but, Krueng! I want to eat more of this. Okay. Today, most of the monkeys were clinging to Quenji. Is power truly equivalent to authority? As Sejun was upset at being treated as leftovers when. Don't be too disappointed, meow. I, Park Sejun's loyal servant, am here, meow. Theo lay on Sejun's lap, asserting his presence. Yeah, Sejun stroked Theo's belly, consoling himself. President Park, I'm hungry, meow. Okay. Sejun opened a churu and gave it to Theo. Chomp, chomp, chomp. But is this right? Watching Theo lying on his lap, munching on a treat, Sejun felt something was wrong but couldn't pinpoint what it was. He was already too accustomed to having Theo on his lap. Cave on the 99th floor of the tower. Master. Sejun was missing, and Flamey was sad, feeling powerless, as there was no way for it to save him. But, I can't just be sad like this. Flamey exclaimed, clutching its leaves tightly. Being sad like this wasn't going to help find a way to save Sejun. And then, I'll do what I can do. The tree did what it could, which was to grow its roots. Whoosh! Flamey sent its roots down into the sea of a dimension with more nutrients, accelerating its growth in earnest. After breakfast, Sejun took the animals and moved to heal the banana trees. On the way to the banana farm. Krueng! Krueng! It's honey! So exciting! Quenji, whose snack pocket was generously filled with honey, was excited to be with Sejun. Shall we begin? With the excited Quenji, Sejun arrived at the banana farm and touched the banana tree. Farmer's Warm Touch LV3 is activated. The disease of the banana tree is gradually healed. The banana tree's disease began to heal, and after about a minute, the banana tree's disease has been cured. Farmer's Warm Touch LV3 proficiency has slightly increased. The banana tree grows a little while touched. With the disease healed, the skill proficiency increased, and the banana tree was able to grow. To save time, Sejun tried touching 2 trees at once, but the skill only activated on the tree he touched first. If I could heal 2 trees at once, it would be faster. While Sejun was healing the banana trees, feeling regretful, pip pip, the golden bat sang, boosting the energy of the banana trees that Sejun hadn't healed yet. And then there were Theo and Quenji, who had nothing to do. But they were busy in their own way. As Sejun moved from one tree to another after healing, "We're moving, meow!" Theo, clinging to Sejun's leg, shouted. Then, Krueng! Quenji followed Sejun, trotting along. When Sejun stopped to heal another banana tree, thump! Quenji attached its buttocks to Sejun's foot and sat down. That's how Sejun healed 200 banana trees in the morning. While eating lunch with the animals, who had spent their energy in various ways, Sejun, squeak! Silver Wolf and Black Rabbit came looking for Sejun. Thanks to Quenji clearing the path, they arrived almost as if they were traveling leisurely. "What are you guys doing here?" He spoke as if they had come without reason, but Sejun was really happy inside. So many beings moved just because he was gone. He hadn't built such connections even on Earth. He. It turns out I am this popular in the Black Tower. Sejun's mood improved, and he smiled. The Black Wolf tribe is here too. The Black Wolf tribe too? Yes. They've probably joined up with the Black Minotaurs by now. Bring the others here too. Sejun planned to stay here for a few days to heal the banana trees, but soon he would move to the 99th floor of the tower. If things went as planned, he could register the 77th floor waypoint and then safely move to the 99th floor waypoint, so he could send the Black Minotaurs back. But he didn't know what variables might occur in the meantime. So, he was bringing the Black Minotaurs and Black Wolf tribe just in case. Safety first. Yes. At Sejun's command, a few wolves hurried off to fetch the Black Minotaurs and the Black Wolf tribe. Let's start the afternoon work. Pip pip. Yes. The afternoon was the same as the morning. The only difference was that a Black Rabbit had joined in, hanging on Sejun's other leg, and started playing together. As the afternoon passed and evening drew near, Farmer's Warm Touch LV3's proficiency is filled, and the level increases. The Farmer's Warm Touch skill level increased to 4. And you can place your hands on different trees with both hands, and the skill will activate separately. The new effect that came with level 4 was what Sejun wanted. Great! Thanks to this, Sejun was able to heal 300 banana trees at a much faster pace before returning to the monkey village for dinner. Let's go back now. Around the time Sejun was about to return to the monkey village with the animals, moo! A distant cry of minotaurs was heard. A moment later, moo! I am here to see you, Sejun. The Black Minotaurs and Black Wolf tribe members who had come with them on the shoulders of the Black Minotaurs appeared. It seemed the Minotaurs had run at full speed, carrying the weak wolves. Let's camp here tonight. It occurred to Sejun that the monkey village was too small to accommodate 500 Black Minotaurs, 300 Black Wolf tribes, and 300 Silver Wolf tribes. Theo, Black Rabbit, Quenji, take out the grass for the Black Minotaurs to eat. Creak. As Sejun spoke, opening the void storage. Got it, meow. Squeak! Krueng! Theo, Black Rabbit, and Quenji went into the warehouse and took out grass for the Black Minotaurs to eat. And, Golden Bat, call the monkeys to come for dinner. He instructed the Golden Bat to call the monkeys. Yes! Flap! Flap! The Golden Bat responded and flew quickly to the monkey village. Let's start a fire first. Snap! Whoosh! Having given his orders to the animals, Sejun snapped his fingers to light the firewood, preparing the meal. He started by making soup. He had prepared the soup ingredients during his free time and had them frozen, so he only had to put them in a pot and boil them. So he put the soup on the fire and prepared roasted sweet potatoes and potato pancakes. And as the meal was almost ready, the monkeys arrived. Thankfully, they brought mangoes and watermelons with them. Let's eat. At Sejun's words, the animals began to eat eagerly. Then, boom! The ground shook as a mild earthquake occurred. And, moo! Meow! Squeak! Crooing! Feeling an incredible surge of magical energy, everyone's eyes turned towards the source of the vibration. Sejun couldn't feel the magical energy surge, but followed the animal's gaze. What's that? The direction where everyone's attention was focused. A blue light was rising from the ground was reaching the sky. At that moment, rattle! Rattle! The eastern land near the Mana Stone Mine began to tremble. Chapter 130, just before the Mana Stone Mine exploded. Kyu, how do you try to deceive me, Ganova? When Ganova pulled out a magic bomb, Iona, who had been detecting the magic wave of the Holy Stone, immediately tried to retaliate. Even though she had been focusing on magic detection, she had always been wary of Ganova, as their relationship had never been good. Kyu, I didn't think you'd set a trap like this. Iona prepared her magic spell with a bitter expression. Due to the unstable mana stones nearby, she couldn't use a powerful magic spell, but a great wizard like Iona could easily use enough magic to defeat Ganova without disturbing the mana stones. Just as Iona was about to cast magic on Ganova, what is this? She felt her energy different from the usual mana stones. It was the Holy Stone. Ganova had lied about the presence of the Holy Stone to lure Iona, but in fact, there was a Holy Stone in the Mana Stone Mine. If Ganova had known, he would have been quite indignant. When Iona sensed the Holy Stone sensed Iona's power as well. And then, I am the Holy Stone Ice Cube, offer me your body, Kyu? A cold and unpleasant voice entered Iona's mind. SSSSH. At the same time, the Holy Stone's power targeted Iona. A chilling force infiltrating her body. It was clearly the power of a Holy Stone with an ice attribute, but it was also different. A somewhat darker force. Kia, get lost. Iona raised her magic to repel the Holy Stone's power. But, I missed him. While repelling the Holy Stone's power, Ganova escaped. At that moment, give me your body. The Holy Stone's power again tried to cling to Iona's body again. Kyu, I missed Ganova because of you. We need to have a serious talk. Power of magic. Obey my command and block everything. Dimension shield. When the Holy Stone annoyingly tried to cling again, Iona, thoroughly infuriated after letting Ganova escape, used ultra-high-level barrier magic that remained completely disconnected from the surrounding dimensions for several days once activated. It was to have a serious conversation with the Holy Stone. It would be simple to destroy the surrounding mana stones along with the Holy Stone, but then she couldn't give the Holy Stone as a gift to Sejun. So, although it was bothersome, she protected both herself and the Holy Stone within a barrier. For several days inside the barrier, a serious conversation went back and forth between Iona and the Holy Stone. If it had been outside, the Mana Stone Mine would have exploded several times, as that much powerful energy exploded within the Dimension Shield. And then, cling! As the magic was released and the Dimension Shield disappeared, Iona emerged deep underground, holding a blue gem. The blue gem was the Holy Stone that had finished talking with Iona. The Holy Stone was quiet, whether it had a good conversation with Iona or not. Kyu, Ganova, how dare you try to kill me? I won't let you off. Iona prepared her magic in anger, intending to rush to Ganova and make him regret being born. Power of fire and earth. Obey my command and create a volcano. Volcano! Iona's magic caused a volcanic eruption. Boom! Iona's magic shook the ground, and lava began to form from the underground. Also, kabang kaboom! The unstable mana stones reacted again to Iona's magic. Ice Cube, protect me! Crackle! At Iona's command, the Holy Stone used Iona's magic power to create a solid ice barrier, a sealed hexahedron, around her body. Shortly after, with the explosion of the mana stones and the eruption of lava, Iona, encased in the hexahedron ice, was engulfed by lava and escaped from the underground. Boom! And Iona shot into the sky. Then, Kayut! This magic power is an energy that she could sense without detecting magic. It was Sejun's magic power, marked deliberately since it was too weak. Sejun is nearby, and that meant Thea was nearby too. Why he was on the 77th floor didn't matter. I have to sleep first. Iona hurriedly flew in Sejun's direction. For 3 days in the Dimension Shield, she had not slept a wink while harshly training the Holy Stone so that Sejun could use it without problems. I've brought news of Master Sejun. A wolf hurriedly arrived with news of Sejun on the 99th floor of the tower. It's a relief that Sejun is safe. Eileen, you heard that, didn't you? So don't worry too much. Kaiser reassured Eileen. Then, and it seems that Master Sejun will be delayed in returning, and he asked me to convey to Master Kaiser to take good care of the farm. What? He dares to ask me to manage the farm. Kaiser was furious. The audacity to order a dragon around. Ah. I should have given this to you first. My apologies for the mistake. Master Sejun told me to give this to Master Kaiser. The wolf took out a bottle of fruit wine made by monkeys. What? Our Sejun sent this. Kaiser's tone changed as he quickly accepted the bottle and opened the lid. SSSS. As soon as the lid was opened, a rich mango fragrance wafted out. Sejun had sent a specially selected mango wine that had been well aged for over 30 years, just for the wine lover Kaiser. Ahem. Tell Sejun not to worry about the farm and come back slowly. It would be nice if he brings a bottle like this every time he visits. Ha ha ha. Kaiser volunteered to be the farm manager for just one bottle of wine. And when the wolf was about to leave, ahem. I'll help manage the farm too, so tell Sejun to also send some sweet potato soup as well. Kellyanne also stepped forward, volunteering to become a farm manager. Rumble. Ooh. After a ground-shaking earthquake, the ground suddenly bulged in the direction Sejun and the animals were looking. And then, boom! A massive volcanic explosion occurred, accompanied by a huge roar. Huge rocks erupted from the newly formed volcano and fell around it. Fortunately, no rocks fell near Sejun's banana farm. At that moment, thump! What? Something fell from the sky into Sejun's hand. A snow-white, fluffy hamster. Coyote! Sejun, nice to see you. It was Iona. Iona? Coyote, coyote, coyote. Sejun, use this. I'll go to sleep for a bit. The great destructive wizard Iona has permitted the use of the Holy Stone Ice Cube. You have met the usage restriction to use the Holy Stone Ice Cube. You have become the owner of the Holy Stone Ice Cube. Ice Cube? What's this? Sejun read the message that appeared as he took the blue gem from Iona and asked again. Caillou wrong. Iona fell asleep snoring. Was she very tired? Representative Theo, please take good care of Iona. Sejun carefully handed Iona to Theo. Got it, meow. As Theo, who had been hanging on Sejun's knee, extended his tail like a fishing rod to grab Iona. Coyote! Thump! Like biting bait, Iona reached out her adorable hand and grabbed Theo's tail. Even in her sleep, she reacted to Theo's tail. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Iona began to sleep soundly, curled up with Theo's tail and making pleasant sounds, satisfying her two conditions for a good nap. What's this holy stone? After confirming that Iona was sleeping well, Sejun checked the blue gem that Iona had given him. Holy Stone Ice Cube, a stone created when a star fell from the sky. It was briefly contaminated by corrupted energy but was completely purified by a powerful force, retaining only the power of ice. If recognized as an owner, you can supply magical power to the Holy Stone and create ice in a cube shape. If the owner is in danger, the Holy Stone will automatically protect the owner by wrapping them in cube-shaped ice. Owner, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Grade S. Usage restrictions, magic power 100 or more, those with Iona's permission. Cube-shaped ice? Ice cube. When Sejun poured magic power into the Holy Stone, ding! A cubic piece of ice was created in front of Sejun, about 50 centimeters in size. That was the maximum size Sejun could create with his magic power. Squeak! Krueng! As Sejun made the ice, the black rabbit and Quenji started to take an interest. They touched, licked, and even bit the ice as they played with it. Meanwhile, Sejun was lost in thought. Can I mix this with something else? Sejun took out some honey this time and said, Ice cube. He again infused magic power into the Holy Stone, this time thinking of mixing it with honey. Slosh! The ice cube began to form, absorbing honey from a glass jar. This time, he reduced the magic power to make it fist-sized. And then, ding! A completed ice and honey mixture, ice honey cube. Quenji! Come here for a moment. I have something good for you. Sejun hurriedly called Quenji to show off his masterpiece. Quenji had to love it. Krueng! At Sejun's call, Quenji, who had been enjoying the coolness by lying on the ice, came running. Krueng? Dad, you called? Quenji, try eating this. When Sejun gave him an ice honey cube, crunch! Quenji immediately bit into it. Krueng! It's sweet and cool. He couldn't contain his joy, shaking his bottom. Sejun knew he would like it. Chomp! Crunch! Quenji started to enjoy the ice honey cubes. When Quenji was enjoying the honey-mixed ice honey cubes, squeak! The black rabbit asked to have a carrot put inside ice for it. A carrot? Squeak! It might not work since carrots aren't liquid, Sejun decided to try it anyway. Ice cube! He prepared sliced carrots, and as he imbued them with magic power, thump! Thump! The sliced carrots floated up and were enveloped in ice, forming ice cubes. Ooh! It worked. It seemed like just about anything could be frozen and eaten. Squeak! The black rabbit urged him to hurry with the ice carrot cubes. Here, when Sejun gave it the ice carrot cubes, crunch! Crunch! Squeak! The black rabbit happily chewed on the ice and carrot together. Just then, moo! The black minotaurs began to line up, holding the grass they were eating. You want me to freeze yours too? Moo! The black minotaurs nodded at Sejun's words. All right. Ice cube! Sejun became an ice vending machine. Grateful for their effort to come all this way to find him, he diligently made ice grass cubes according to the black minotaur's request. Phew! Finally done, Sejun flopped down to the ground, exhausted. Making an ice grass cube for each of the 500 black minotaurs had nearly depleted his magic power. However, thanks to his fast magic power recovery, he managed this much. Without it, he would have collapsed long ago. Black rabbit, crack that for me, he said to the black rabbit, pointing to an ice cube containing an entire watermelon, which he had frozen earlier to enjoy later while making the black minotaur's ice grass cubes. Squeak! Crack! 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 When the black rabbit struck the ice with a hammer, creak! Only the ice broke. The watermelon hadn't frozen solid, as it had only been in the ice for about 30 minutes. Squeak! When the black rabbit brought the watermelon over, thud! Sejun stabbed it with his dagger and twisted it. Creak! The watermelon split open on its own. Shall we eat? Sejun picked up the half of the watermelon. Ah! Refreshing! Just holding the watermelon seemed to take the heat away. Thump! Sejun began to eat the partially frozen watermelon with a spoon. Ah! It's cold! Sejun shivered as he spoke. After about 3 spoonfuls, a chilly sensation rose from within, and he felt cold. At that moment, thwack! 1 spoon was stabbed into Sejun's watermelon. It was Quenji. He had already eaten half with the black rabbit and now eyed Sejun's portion. Chomp! Chomp! Watching the rapidly disappearing watermelon, Sejun began to eat faster. However, eating the cold stuff too quickly led to a brain freeze. Krueng! In the meantime, Quenji ate the remaining watermelon and made a victory V with his fingers. Quenji, don't you get brain freeze? Krueng? Quenji tilted his head, as if to ask what that was. That made Sejun feel even more resentful and wronged. Just as Sejun was feeling indignant, Master Sejun, the wolves looked at Sejun with pitiful eyes. What about us? We want something cool to eat too. Luckily, the wolves were meat eaters. He was able to satisfy them by giving them frozen purple locust meat from the void storage. On day 285 of being stranded, a hectic day came to an end. And the next morning, you're leaving so early? Kayut. Yes. I have urgent business to take care of. I'll be back soon. Iona grabbed a few roasted peanuts and hurriedly left as soon as she got up. Her retreating figure looked very ominous. Exactly, who provoked her? Sejun prayed for the soul that had angered Iona. Chapter 131. Gravity Wizard Tower, 90th floor of the tower. Tower Lord Iona has passed away in an accident at the Mana Stone Mine. As soon as Iona was buried in the Mana Stone Mine, Ganova returned to the Gravity Wizard Tower and convened a meeting to announce Iona's death. Vice Tower Lord Ganova, what are you talking about? The Tower Lord? That's impossible. Tell me the location of the Mana Stone Mine. I'll go and check myself. The Elder Council of Wizards at the Gravity Wizard Tower rejected Ganova's words. The Tower Lord Iona they knew couldn't have died from a mere explosion at the Mana Stone Mine. Moreover, if Tower Lord Iona has passed away, then this sealing stone should have turned red. That's right. The sealing stone hasn't changed, has it? At the top floor of the tower, where the meeting was being held, a black crystal in the ceiling remained unchanged. It proved that Iona was still alive. But, swoosh! As if to contradict the Elder Council of Wizards, a red mist began to circulate around the black crystal. That is, it can't be. The curse of the nightmare has returned. Tower Lord Iona has passed away. The Elder Council of Wizards, who had been denying Iona's death until now, accepted it after seeing the red mist. It was because the curse of the nightmare, borne by the Tower Lord until their death, had returned after losing its master. Although Iona's entry into the Dimension Shield had resulted in the return of part of the Demon King's soul, the other wizards could not discern it. The curse of the nightmare was a symbol and a shackle passed down from the first Tower Lord of Gravity Wizard Tower, a curse that sealed the ancient Demon King Nightmare's soul within one's body. The cursed one suffers terrible nightmares every time they sleep. In return, they can borrow the tremendous power of the Demon King Nightmare's soul. Since the founding Tower Lord trapped the ancient Demon King Nightmare on the top floor of the Gravity Wizard Tower, successive Tower Lords have inherited the curse. It was to prevent the Demon King's seal from breaking and to maintain the Gravity Wizard Tower's reputation. These fools! Once I become the Tower Lord, I'll drive them all out. Ganova gritted his teeth, watching the Elder Council of Wizards, who only accepted Iona's death after the Demon King's soul had returned. Although it was the result of his own past actions, Ganova only thought that the Elder Wizards were ignoring him. Since Tower Lord Iona has died, according to the Tower's laws, I, the Vice Tower Lord, will become the next Lord of the Gravity Wizard Tower. Fly! As Ganova confidently spoke and flew towards the red mist. He. To be so blinded by greed and accept my curse, how foolish. The voice of the Demon King Nightmare resounded in Ganova's head. Yes. Hurry up and curse me, ancient Demon King. Ganova spoke boastfully, thinking the tales of the nightmare were exaggerated. What's the big deal with dreaming a mere nightmare? If only he could become Tower Lord. Well, I have been bored lately. See if you can handle my curse, arrogant hyena. Swish! At the same time, the red mist was absorbed into Ganova's body. Ha! I'm overflowing with power. Ganova was thrilled with the terrifying power he felt in his body. Elders, listen up. Prepare my Tower Lord inauguration ceremony at once. Yes. Tower Lord. The Elder Council of Wizards reluctantly acknowledged Ganova as the Tower Lord, as he had been chosen by the curse of the nightmare and had become the Tower Lord according to the laws of the tower. Ha! Ganova reveled in pleasure, watching the Elder Wizards follow his commands obediently. This is the taste. Ganova, enchanted by the power of the Tower Lord, enjoyed all the privileges and pleasures of the day as the Tower Lord. When night came, Ganova felt tired. It was only natural, as he had been running around receiving the treatment of the Tower Lord. I'm tired. I need some sleep. Even though he'd have nightmares, it was a small price to pay for becoming the Tower Lord. Ganova thought nothing of it and fell asleep. And, the power of this curse is only 1/100th of my original curse. You should last a few days. In the dream, Nightmare's voice was heard again. HMPH. It's just a dream, isn't it? He. Enjoy your arrogance now. It will soon turn into screams. As Nightmare's words ended, Krah! A black, human-shaped monster appeared. HMPH. Is this all you've got? Fireball. Ganova easily defeated the enemy. Crack! But as time passed, the number of enemies increased, and they even became stronger. Around the time morning came. Ganova woke up, screaming. Shudder. The memories of dying in the nightmare were too vivid. He could feel the pain right up until his death. The enemies had deliberately tortured Ganova, slowly killing him. He had begged to be killed quickly. I have to go through this every time I sleep. Bring me some alcohol. To erase the dreadful memory of the nightmare, Ganova drank heavily from the morning. Sejun started healing the banana tree right after breakfast. The farmer's warm touch LV4 is activated. The banana tree's disease is slowly healed by your touch. While Sejun was healing the banana tree, flap, the golden bat sang as it did yesterday, boosting the energy of the banana tree. And then, meow. Theo, feeling a tremendous attraction in his front paw since yesterday, moved secretly away from the other animals. He thought of taking advantage of it all by himself, without anyone knowing. And if he brought it to Sejun, it will be me who monopolizes President Park's affection, meow. Just as Theo was heading to where he felt the attraction was, thinking of eating a churu on Sejun's lap and receiving affection. Squeak! Krueng! Suddenly, Black Rabbit and Quenji appeared in front of Theo, blocking his way. The two had been suspiciously watching Theo, who had been sneaking glances at the volcano that appeared yesterday. Theo thought he hadn't given anything away, but leaving Sejun's lap in itself was very suspicious behavior. Krueng? Big brother, where are you going? Poo-hoo-hoo. I'm going treasure hunting, meow. Follow me, you too, meow. Now that he was caught, Theo decided to take his younger siblings with him. Honestly, going alone would be boring, and there might be something they could do. Squeak! Krueng! Their eyes gleamed at the word, treasure, and the Black Rabbit and Quenji nodded vigorously, as if saying, we'll follow you. Follow me, meow. Squeak! Krueng! So, Black Rabbit and Quenji followed Theo and arrived at the entrance of the volcano created by the explosion of the Mana Stone mine. Squeak! Crueng! Seeing the faintly glowing blue stones around the volcano, Black Rabbit and Quenji thought they were treasures and began to rush to pick them up. That's not the treasure, meow. Theo, who had been focusing on the attraction, hurriedly stopped the two. The faintly blue glowing stones were just rocks that had absorbed the mana when it was released en masse from the Mana Stone mine. They would return to ordinary stones in a day or two, so they were useless. It was good to bring them, meow. Upon arriving, the attraction felt was not coming from one source, but dozens. Several attractions seemed to have combined, making it feel stronger. If he hadn't brought them, he would have been running around alone. Follow me, meow. Theo led them to the nearest place, following the attraction in his front paw. And then, Black Rabbit, break this rock, meow. Theo pointed to a giant rock in front of him and spoke. Squeak! At Theo's command, the Black Rabbit swung a hammer at the rock. Squeak! 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 Crunch! The rock split under the Black Rabbit's hammering, and a purple stone the size of a golf ball appeared from inside the rock. This is the treasure, meow, Theo said, pointing to the purple stone. Now what I'm saying is, squeak! Crueng! Before Theo could finish, Black Rabbit and Quenji shouted. It's a competition to see who can find more treasure. Start! With that shout, the two excitedly began smashing the surrounding rocks. Poo-hoo-hoo. It's not going to come out just like that, meow. The victory is mine anyway, meow. Theo mockingly watched the two, leisurely moving according to the attraction in his front paw. But, meow? Theo's leisure disappeared after only a few purple stones were mined. Squeak! 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 Crueng! Compared to Theo, the excavation speed of Black Rabbit and Quenji was too fast. Especially Quenji was really cheating. Queuing. When Quenji struck the ground with his fist, Crueng! All the rocks within a 10 m radius around Quenji turned to dust. Quenji was imitating the technique that his mother had used. Queuing. In this way, as they smashed the ground and found purple stones from the broken rocks, they were much faster than Theo, who searched one by one. In the end, the winner of the treasure hunt was Quenji, who found 23 purple stones. Theo found 15, and the Black Rabbit found 7. Queuing. Queuing. I won. When Daddy uses this, he'll become stronger. Theo thought that Quenji had randomly destroyed things to find the purple stone, but Quenji had its own intuition for finding objects. It was an intuition for things that would make Sejun stronger. It was a skill created by Quenji's earnest desire to protect his weak father. Thus, Theo, Black Rabbit, and Quenji confidently returned to Sejun with 45 purple stones. When they returned, it was lunchtime. Where have you all been? Sejun, who had been preparing lunch, asked. We brought something that can help President Park, meow, squeak, crueng, sizzle. Theo, Black Rabbit, and Quenji poured the purple stones they had in front of Sejun. They were all different sizes, ranging from the size of a fingernail to the size of a fist. What's this? Sejun picked up a golf ball-sized purple stone and examined it. Intermediate skill stone. Using it increases skill proficiency by using the energy contained in the stone by 50 of the desired skill. Grade C. What? He had no idea something like this existed. He never knew that skill proficiency could be increased with an item like this. Thank you, kids. Sejun praised the trio that brought the skill stone. Then give me Churu quickly, meow, squeak. Let me play with Uncle for a week, please. Crueng. I'll eat on Daddy's lap too. They each expressed what they wanted and rushed at Sejun in response to his praise. And then, thud. Sejun had to take the day off from work. Crueng. Daddy, please get stronger and play with me. Quenji looked after the unconscious Sejun, feeling sad. Welcome. Ganova warmly greeted the Tower Lords of the Fire Wizard Tower, Destruction Wizard Tower, and Meteor Wizard Tower, who had supported him. Ganova, why does your face look so beaten? The other Tower Lords asked, looking at Ganova's pallid face. Whom? I've been busy lately. Aha, of course. You must have a lot to do since you suddenly became a Tower Lord. But you should take care of your body. You must. After all, you have to be the chairman of the Wizards Association, don't you? Ha ha ha. It will be fine once the work is over. Ganova found the solution in Iona's diary while looking for a way to solve the nightmare. First, I'll stall as much as possible to prevent stronger enemies from appearing. Then, we will prepare the meal. The servants began to bring out the food. And then, let's eat and talk. Ganova, who was hungry, spoke to the other Tower Lords, and as he lifted the lid covering the food, A being that should never be there was staring at Ganova. It was the manifestation of a waking nightmare. Chapter 132. 1 hour before Iona appeared in front of Ganova. Iona arrived at the entrance of the Gravity Wizard Tower. Who? It's Tower Lord Iona. The tower's guard spotted Iona and called the wizard elders, who rushed to welcome her. We thought you were dead. Of course, the Tower Lord would not leave us. What about Ganova? That's... What? He's meeting with other Tower Lords in the Tower Lord's room. Other Tower Lords? Yes. It seems like the Tower Lords of the Fire Wizard Tower, Destruction Wizard Tower, and Meteor Wizard Tower have supported and urged Ganova. Is that so? Good. Everyone evacuate the tower within 1 hour. What? Don't make me repeat myself. We are going to build a new tower on the 99th floor. Everyone, out! Gasp! Yes. Everyone clear the tower. Just take what's essential. The Gravity Wizard Tower will disappear today. Witnessing Iona's triple rage, the elder wizards quickly instructed the wizards to prepare to leave the tower. And an hour later, when the tower was emptied, Iona appeared in front of Ganova. How? How? This can't be happening. Ganova stammered as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Whom? The atmosphere is not good, so we'll just get up and go. The 3 Tower Lords immediately panicked at Iona's appearance. However, where do you think you're going? Iona would not allow them to escape. Gravity, heed my command, and amplify your strength. Gravity control. Ruumbly. Iona manipulated gravity, exerting 10 times the force on the fleeing Tower Lords. Tower Lord Ganova? What's going on? Eek! You incompetent fool! You said you handled it. Tower Lord Iona, we only found out later. The Tower Lords cried out, struggling under the tenfold gravity. It doesn't matter. I never liked any of you. I'll deal with you all at once. Gravity's power. These were the Tower Lords who always interfered with Iona's business at the Wizards Association. Iona began preparing her magic, drawing up her energy. We're going to die. As Iona seriously started casting her spell, Ganova quickly tried to calm her down. Tower Lord Iona. As angry as you may be, this is the Gravity Wizard Tower. If you don't intend to kill all the other wizards, stop, but, it's fine. There's no one here but us. Black hole. Iona had already decided to annihilate them along with the tower. Go! No, a massive hole appeared, and the black hole began to suck in Ganova and the 3 Tower Lords. And then, crack! It began to engulf the Gravity Wizard Tower. Nightmare, curse them too. He. Sometimes you seem more like the Devil King than I do. Keep quiet. Fine. I'll do as you wish. A red mist entered the black hole and seeped into the bodies of the 3 Tower Lords. Dying with a curse isn't the end. From then on, it's the beginning of an endless nightmare. Resist or surrender. And if they surrender, they become slaves to nightmare, fighting forever, suffering in agony without rest or death, all for nightmare's amusement. And Iona's revenge was just beginning. She planned to torture them over and over in nightmares, causing them agony once they died and became Nightmare's slaves. But aren't you sleeping too little these days? Nightmare complained. Iona hadn't entered the nightmare, so Nightmare naturally thought she was staying awake. Kayut. Iona only laughed, watching the Gravity Wizard Tower disappear, without answering Nightmare's question. Sejun's farm on the 99th floor of the tower. Move it over here. Harvest the carrots now. The black dragon statue and the white dragon statue were fervently leading the way, instructing Sejun's farm members including rabbits, poisonous honey bees, mushroom ants, and black minotaurs. However, no. This is where we need to send in the mushroom ants. What are you talking about? We have to send the poisonous honey bees here. A disagreement arose between Kaiser and Kellyan, and they began to argue with each other about who was right. Since Sejun was not present, there was no one to stop their fight, and they bickered for quite some time. Eventually, they came to a conclusion. It's not possible for 2 leaders to coexist under one sky. Let's choose a leader. The 2 dragons chose farming as a method to decide who would be the leader. They divided the fields and monsters and planted seeds to compete and see who could harvest more. How dare you challenge me, the great black dragon? HMPH. I will make you pay for challenging the great white dragon. Thus, the competition began. This is boring. Let's have a glass of wine, Kellyan. Shall we? Harvesting would take several months, and the farming was done by the monsters. There was nothing much for the dragons to do except watch the monsters working. Drink my wine, but you bring the side dishes. Understood. Kellyan flew to the storage and picked out sweet potatoes, carrots, cherry tomatoes, and the like. And then, here's 1,000 tower coins. He gave the money to the rabbit guarding the entrance to the storage. If he asked the rabbit for something, it would gladly offer its crops to him, but Kellyan wanted to set an example as a farm manager. Paik! The rabbit, upon receiving the money, bowed to Kellyan, expressing its gratitude. Just as Kellyan was about to fly off with the side dishes, Paik! Paik! A newly born baby rabbit came out of Sejun's house carrying something bigger than its body. It was a thin rectangular object made of a mysterious material. What is that? Paik! Paik! I don't know. I found it. The baby rabbit responded to Kellyan's question. Let's trade this for that. Paik! Paik! Yes. When Kellyan handed over a carrot, the baby rabbit readily exchanged the item in its hand. And then, flap, flap, Kellyan began to drink wine with Kaiser, taking the snacks and the object he had received from the baby rabbit. This mango wine is good. Indeed, it's really delicious. But what's that? Kaiser, who had been drinking, became interested in the object Kellyan had brought. I don't know. I was going to look at it later. Let me see it for a moment. Kaiser began to examine the object. A moment later, it's a tool that works with brain attributes. Brainwave. When Kaiser figured out the principle with a scanning spell and generated a weak electric current, whoom, the surface of the object lit up. It was Sejun's smartphone. Ho-ho. It's locked. Unlock. Magic has logic and algorithms, similar to a smartphone's program. Kaiser easily understood it and simply unlocked the pattern lock with magic and willpower. Then, the background screen of Sejun's unlocked smartphone displayed a picture of Serang, a member of the girl group Moonlight Fairy. Who's this? What are you doing in front of delicious wine? Drink up. You're right. Now's not the time to look at this. Not even knowing what he had just done, Kaiser happily drank the mango wine once again. Administrator's area of the Black Tower. Sniffle. Sejun, when are you coming? Eileen was sad because she couldn't see Sejun. The 99th floor farm of the tower without Sejun was not interesting at all. I'm bored. I miss Sejun. Eating, farming, too, but since she had nothing to do, she consoled herself by looking at the crystal orb. Quiver, quiver. Eileen, who was looking at the crystal orb, trembled with rage. It was because she saw a woman appearing as the smartphone wallpaper when Kaiser unlocked the lock screen, and Eileen knew that Sejun was the owner of that smartphone. She was very upset. Quua. Unforgivable. Park. Se. Jundash. Eileen roared, calling Sejun's name. Startled, Sejun trembled as he opened his eyes in the morning. President Park, are you okay? Meow? Paik? Krueng? The animals asked how he was. No. Ua. What's this? Why is it so cold? Sejun rubbed his body with his hands at the chilly feeling. Krueng. Dad's weak, that's why. Quenji grew to about 2 meters and wrapped Sejun with its body. Although it didn't seem like that was the reason, Sejun didn't resist, enjoying the soft and warm fur. He. It's fluffy, just as Sejun was about to fall back asleep in peace. Growl. Master Sejun has woken up. Okay. The black minotaur, wolves, and monkeys that had been waiting for Sejun to wake up approached. Why? Do you have something to say, Master Sejun? We want to go treasure hunting too. Elka spoke as their representative. What? Treasure hunting? Sejun was taken aback. Treasure hunting? While he was unconscious, Quenji had bragged about winning the treasure hunt, which prompted the other animals to want to try it as well. Especially the wolves, who were canine animals, were particularly keen. Finding things was their specialty, after all. And suddenly, a treasure hunt contest was held. Now, you have to find silver ingots with these numbers on them. Sejun showed a silver ingot with his name and the number 100 engraved on it. The other silver ingots with numbers from 1 to 99 had been scattered around by the golden bat beforehand. The time is until lunch. Ready. Start! Sejun threw the ingot as hard as he could, declaring the start of the treasure hunt. Growl. Yes, okay. The animals hurriedly scattered to find the treasure. Paik! Black Rabbit also followed the other animals, determined to come in first today. And as the surroundings quieted down, you have used a low-grade skill stone. The proficiency of Farmer's Warm Touch LV for increases by 10. Sejun used the skill stone, which he had not been able to use yesterday when he fainted, to raise his skill proficiency. Originally, he wanted to raise the proficiency of the seed shop skill to increase the level and the variety and amount of purchasable seeds, but he could not use the skill stone on that skill. Thus, he used all 45 skill stones found by Theo, Black Rabbit, and Quenji yesterday to raise the proficiency by 740, but sadly, the level did not increase. Then, pip pip. The singing of the golden bat, which had started working early, was heard from afar. I should get to work too. Sejun began to heal the banana tree. The Farmer's Warm Touch LV for is activated. The banana tree's disease is slowly healed by your touch. But Representative Theo, do they sell land deeds in the shopping district too? Meow? I've never seen them, meow. I'll find out next time, meow. It was natural that Theo didn't know. The land deeds were unaffordable to ordinary wandering merchants due to their exorbitant price, and only the top-ranked wandering merchants could trade them. If you see other land deeds, buy them for me. Especially if you see the land deed for the first floor of the tower, be sure to buy it. If he had the first floor land deed, he could go to the first floor of the tower. Got it, meow. But does President Park want to leave the tower, meow? Theo looked at Sejun with sad eyes, as if asking, are you going to abandon us? Who? Sejun was startled by Theo's words. Krueng, take Quenji with you, Dad. Hearing Theo's words, Quenji clung to Sejun's leg. Don't worry. We're one, remember? I won't leave without you guys. Although he vaguely wanted to leave the tower, he didn't mean he was leaving. He had a home to return to here, and other family members too. Great! Shall we shout our motto after a long time? We are one, meow. Krueng, we are one. On the 287th day of being stranded, Sejun, Theo, and Quenji shouted their motto after a long time. Chapter 133. While Sejun was healing the banana tree, lunchtime arrived, and the animals returned after finishing their treasure hunt. As expected, the wolf tribe won a landslide victory by tracking the scent of the golden bat. Elka took first place with 5 silver ingots, followed by the black rabbit in second with 2, and the rest were the wolves with 85, the monkeys with 7, and the black minotaurs found 1, taking third place. Moo! Let us do it one more time. Although 500 of them only found 1 silver ingot, the black minotaur seemed to find the treasure hunt itself enjoyable and wanted to do it again without any fuss over losing. Then let's eat lunch and do it again. After all, the wolves and black minotaurs had nothing to do until Sejun set off towards the 99th floor of the tower. It went well. Sejun had felt sorry for making the animals wait while he healed the banana tree, but he was relieved that they had found a way to pass the time enjoyably. The first place prize will be a special dish of your choice. Master Sejun, really? Elka was excited at Sejun's words. Yeah, Elka, what do you want to eat? Then I want sep soup. Eh? That's it? Since Sejun made sep soup almost every day, he asked again. Is that all you want? Yes. That's all I want. To Elka, sep soup was a meaningful dish, the first to feed the tribesmen's stomachs well. Perhaps because of the good memories from that time, Elka was always happy to eat sep soup. Okay. Got it. Sejun didn't have to do anything special since sep soup was already on the lunch menu. Instead, he added special ingredients for Elka's efforts. Then, pick. The black rabbit asked if there was a prize for second place. Of course, there's a prize for second place. Here, Sejun pulled out a box filled with 100 carrots from void storage space and gave it to the black rabbit. Pike! Black rabbit, with an expression like it had the whole world, hugged the box of carrots and didn't know what to do. Then, moo! Okay. Except for the wolves, whose attention was fixed on sep soup, the black minotaurs and monkeys salivated, looking at Sejun. What will you give us? Here's the third place prize. Sejun gave 5 sun golden sweet potatoes each to the monkeys who had found 1 silver ingot. Okay. The monkeys were thrilled to receive the golden sweet potatoes. They shone like sweet potatoes given by a god. They didn't taste much different from power sweet potatoes, but they had a visual impact. And then, Minotaur 1003, I'll give you 10 stacks of green onion leaves when we go to the 99th floor later. Moo! Minotaur 1003, the only black minotaur to find a silver ingot, was pleased with Sejun's words. Thus, the modest award ceremony of the first Sejun treasure hunt competition came to an end. Let's eat now. Since the other dishes were already prepared, only the soup needed to be served. This one's for Elka, the winner. Sejun handed over sep soup, generously filled with specially added ingredients and meat, to Elka. The third-place wolves, for reference, got only a meat-filled Sepp's soup. Oh. Isn't this a bone? Sejun had boiled wild boar bones from Red Ribbon's treasure vault in Sepp's soup for Elka's portion alone. He thought that the wolf, with habits similar to a dog, would like the bone. Thank you. Elka eagerly started eating the soup. Slurp. Slurp. After a few sips of soup, chomp. Chomp. After chewing the bone a few times, go. The other wolves looked enviously at Elka. Let's eat, too. Golden Bat, please start hiding the treasures ahead of time. The Golden Bat, acting as an organizing agent, had to hide the treasures first for the treasure hunt. Yes. Leave it to me. Flap. Flap. The Golden Bat flew away to hide the 99 silver ingots, and during that time, Sejun and the animals finished lunch and had a nap. Snore. Zzz. Brr. Pai. Theo and the Black Rabbit napped on Sejun's lap and Quenge's leg, respectively. Then, flap. Flap. The Golden Bat, having hidden all the silver ingots, returned and enjoyed the refreshing watermelon Sejun had sliced on ice cubes. Slurp. Above Sejun's head, who was wearing a straw hat, the bat happily sucked on the watermelon. And then, zzz. The Golden Bat, having finished eating, also settled on Sejun's head and started napping. So everyone took a sweet nap, and then, let's start the treasure hunt. The second Sejun treasure hunt competition began. Gah. Moo. Only wolves and black minotaurs participated this time. The Black Rabbit hung on Sejun's back and slept, complaining about lack of sleep, and the monkeys wanted to play more, but they had to farm mangoes and watermelons. The farmer's warm touch LV4 is activated. The banana tree's disease is slowly healed by your touch. Sejun also started healing the banana tree again. 15 seconds later, the banana tree's disease has been healed. Your proficiency in farmer's warm touch LV4 has slightly increased. The banana tree grows slightly while you touch it. It's definitely faster now. Initially, he thought the healing speed had increased with the level of the farmer's warm touch, but there was an even bigger reason. Pip pip. The reason was the Golden Bat song. The banana trees regained their energy by listening to the Golden Bat song for several days, shortening Sejun's healing time. Thanks to that, it only took 10 till 20 seconds to heal a tree with the skill. I could probably heal 1,000 trees a day at this rate. Sejun looked at the Golden Bat with proud eyes. Pip pip. I was in the darkness. The one who pulled me out was Sejun tilde. Perhaps bored of singing the same song, the Golden Bat started composing its own. The content praised Sejun for pulling it out of the darkness. Sejun pretended not to listen, but paid close attention to the lyrics. This is embarrassing. Though embarrassed, he didn't stop the praising song. He didn't want to crush the ambition of a budding singer. It wasn't for personal satisfaction, absolutely not. Then, do you like praise that much, meow? Then I'll praise you, meow. At this moment, Theo showed a sharp intuition. As Sejun's attention turned to the Golden Bat, Theo wanted to steal the spotlight. And, President Park only praises money, meow. He also praises working his subordinates hard without rest, meow. And, Theo started praising what he thought were Sejun's virtues. Is this an insult? Although Theo's praise was sincere, to Sejun, it sounded like an insult. Representative Theo, eat this and be quiet. Sejun offered Theo a churu to shut him up. He didn't like feeling insulted. However, I'm not hungry, meow. And I still have much praise left, meow. Theo insisted on praising more. The keen intuition he had shown earlier was gone. Is he feeding me this? As Sejun's anger meter began to rise. PFFFT. My praise worked, meow. Theo, looking at Sejun offering the churu, was sure that his praise had an effect and praised him more. And eventually, Theo's praise effect showed. Representative Theo, quickly go to the 99th floor of the tower, gather the crops, trade, and come back. Meow? Now, meow? Yes. As you said, Representative Theo, I only care about money and make my subordinates work without rest. Meow? Even a backfire is an effect. Why, meow? Why does he make me work after praising him, meow? Theo began to pack his things in confusion. He was Theo, the good obedient cat who always did whatever Sejun told him to. Coyote! 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 You all, dismantle the Fire Wizard Tower, Destruction Wizard Tower, and Meteor Wizard Tower, and come to the 99th floor. I'll go ahead and get permission from the owner of the 99th floor. Aina spoke to the wizards from where the Gravity Wizard Tower, now just an empty plot, used to stand. Since the owner of the Wizard Tower had died, it was natural to dismantle the remaining 3 towers. The assets from the dismantled towers were to be used for the reconstruction of the Gravity Wizard Tower. Also, bring any wizard who wants to join the Gravity Wizard Tower. Understood. But will it be all right? The Minotaur King might not easily permit the construction of a tower on the 99th floor. It'll be fine. And the current owner of the 99th floor is not the Minotaur King. What? Has the owner of the waypoint changed? I haven't heard such news. The elder wizards looked grave at Iona's words. The Minotaur King was known as the strongest in the Black Tower. How could they not have known that the ownership of the waypoint had changed? Not knowing such important information indicated a problem in the Wizard Tower's ability to gather information. In addition to that, there are currently 500 Black Minotaurs heading down, with all the information of the Wizard Tower's informants concentrated on the 99th and 77th floors. It was a truly serious problem that no information had come in. That's not it. Although he's not the owner of the waypoint, there is someone who has become the new owner of the 99th floor of the tower. You mean there's another being as powerful as the Minotaur King? No, that's not it. The new owner of the 99th floor of the tower is very weak. Weak, you say? The words of Iona confused the elder wizards. The strongest on a floor becomes the owner and protects the waypoint. That was common knowledge of the tower. But weak? Very weak at that? Yes. But if any of you are rude to him, I won't stay still. Even if I don't, the beings protecting him will step forward first. Now, hurry up and move. Iona set the wizards off and hurried to the 99th floor. There was an order to things. First, she had to get permission from Kaiser and Eileen to build the wizard tower. Eileen gave her permission. Of course, I permit it as well. It was troublesome enough managing the farm, having to chase away the occasional fire ants and extend the water canals as the fields expanded. Kaiser was thinking of utilizing the wizards for the farm's boundary and facility repairs. It's finished. Finally, the healing of 5,381 banana trees was completed. Go. Moo. Okay. The animals seemed disappointed at Sejun's words. Until now, the treasure hunt competitions had been held 7 times, both in the morning and afternoon. Don't be too disappointed, we'll hold it again sometime. Sejun decided to hold the competition periodically for the animals who love treasure hunting. Then, the disease of the banana trees on the 77th floor of the tower has been completely healed. The 77th floor farm is activated. Bananas begin to grow again on the 77th floor farm. The name of the 77th floor farm's land deed is updated to the 77th floor banana farm land deed. A message appeared that the name of the land deed had been updated. Take good care from now on, Sejun said to the monkeys who had agreed to manage the banana farm. Okay. Okay. The monkeys who had signed a contract to receive part of the harvested bananas, as well as a monthly payment in crops or tower coins, bowed and asked to be entrusted with the responsibility. Receiving money for doing the honorable work of a deity made the monkeys very happy. Just as Sejun was about to leave the 77th floor's banana farm in the hands of the monkeys, the banana trees reward you for curing their disease. A reward? Suddenly, yellow bananas began to grow rapidly from the banana trees, one bunch at a time. Bananas. Sejun approached the banana tree and carefully cut off a bunch with his dagger. And then, snap! He broke off the stem of one banana and peeled it slowly, placing it in his mouth. Delicious. It was a bit firm since it had just been harvested, but it seemed like it would ripen and become soft in a few days. Guys, let's harvest. On the 290th day of being stranded, Sejun harvested bananas from his banana farm with the animals. When he returned to the 99th floor, he was able to take bananas with him. Chapter 134. I'm leaving now. After harvesting the bananas, Sejun waved to the monkeys as he left. Okay. The monkeys bowed as they saw Sejun off. Next to them, there was a bunch of bananas each. It was the reward for the first harvest. And the animals that followed Sejun were carrying bananas in their arms, heading toward the waypoint on the 77th floor of the tower. It wasn't that they couldn't put them in the void storage, they were snacks for the journey. Sejun, Black Rabbit, and the Golden Bat, who were riding on Quenji's back, diligently peeled the bananas, and the flesh was fed to Quenji and the wolves. Here you go. The banana peels were given to the Black Minotaurs. Moo! The Black Minotaurs, pleased with the banana peels, liked them more than the flesh. Sejun, we have arrived. Already? While peeling the bananas for the animals, they had arrived at the gorilla village guarding the waypoint on the 77th floor of the tower. Nobody's here? The village was completely empty because nobody had taken it over since Quenji cleaned it up. Usually, other monsters would have claimed this place immediately. However, the 77th floor was currently overflowing with strong beings, such as the Black Minotaurs, 80th floor wolves, and Quenji. Moreover, their recent treasure hunting activities, looking here and there on the 77th floor, made the monsters believe they were showing off their power, causing them to hide in their nests, trembling in fear. Snap! Thanks to that, Sejun casually approached the floating red crystal and raised his hand. Waypoint of the 77th floor of the tower has been saved. Loading other floors. Saved waypoint. Saved waypoint 1-99th floor. It's done! Finally, there was a place to move through the waypoint. You have registered the 77th floor waypoint after the 99th floor. You have achieved the first achievement in the tower's history of going down from above. You have acquired title, Retrogressor. Retrogressor? As Sejun was about to check the title, there is no being guarding the 77th floor waypoint currently. As a mid-level administrator of the Black Tower, you can appoint a boss to guard the 77th floor waypoint. I can appoint a being to guard the waypoint? Sejun pondered. Since there was a banana farm on the 77th floor, he would frequently visit. Wouldn't it be more convenient if someone from their side managed it? Elka, bring the monkey village chief. Yes. Elka rushed to the monkey village and called for the village chief. Sejun intended to charge a registration fee later when he allowed hunters to register at the waypoint, so the boss guarding the waypoint didn't need to be strong. However, thud. Thud. What Elka brought was a gigantic monkey. The monkey village chief was surely petite, about 1 m tall, but he had grown to 2 m with a muscular body in just a few hours. Unbeknownst to Sejun, they were a species called banana monkeys, and they grew stronger by eating bananas. When the banana trees were healthy in the past, they had dominated the 77th floor. As a result, the plan to station the wolves here was quickly abandoned. From now on, you guard this waypoint. As Sejun appointed the monkey village chief as the 77th floor waypoint boss, the banana monkey, Ukil, has been appointed as the being to guard the 77th floor waypoint. Okay. Thud. The banana monkey tribe's chief, Ukil, bowed deeply, moved by Sejun's favor. He not only returned the bananas to his people but also gave back the 77th floor waypoint. Then I'll go. You all come up quickly too. Krueng. Krueng. We will go soon. Don't get sick in the meantime, Dad. After appointing the 77th floor's boss, Sejun spoke to Ukil and the animals and selected the 99th floor as the destination. Puff! Sejun disappeared in an instant. And then, Krueng! Let's go quickly. Moo! Quenji and the Black Minotaurs went to the 99th floor. Paik! Let's go! Black Rabbit and the wolves moved to the 55th floor. A moment later, woo-hoo! Realizing the strong beings had left, the orangutan tribe's chief gathered his followers and challenged Ukil, the boss of the 77th floor waypoint. But, okay. Ukil, having eaten a banana, was truly strong. Thwack! Thwack! Ukil quickly overpowered the orangutan tribe's chief. Other tribal chiefs challenged him afterward, but no one could defeat Ukil. What's the situation in Africa? Han Taijun asked while video calling with Nguji. Currently, about half of Nigeria and Cameroon have been occupied by locusts. Already? Yes. Because of the grain that was in the food warehouse in Lagos port, the locusts had devoured all the food that had been loaded for export in the harbour. Despite having an abundance of food, their reproduction rate was incredible. The number, which was several 100,000, had increased to nearly 1 billion in just a few days. Also, yellow spots are starting to appear on the bodies of the locusts. It seems like evolution is approaching. Han Taijun had heard from Theo that when the number of locusts increased, their color would change, and they would evolve. And when they evolved, it became really tough. When they were green locusts, there was no difference from regular grasshoppers, and even a child could easily kill them. But when they evolved into yellow locusts, they became so strong that even an adult couldn't easily kill them. For now, it might be a good idea to cut the leaves of the sturdy blade green onions and create a defense line around the border of Nigeria and Cameroon. Understood. I will hurry and rescue the people and build the defensive line. Nguji quickly responded and quickly hired workers to start cutting the sturdy blade green onion leaves planted in Kenya. Whirring. Hundreds of machines were used to cut the leaves and transport them to the borders of Nigeria and Cameroon to create a defense line to prevent the locusts from escaping. But some of the locusts had already boarded ships at the harbour and were spreading to other countries. You have arrived on the 99th floor of the tower. Moo! The Minotaur King, who had been guarding the waypoint, greeted Sejun. Yes, long time no see. Sejun briefly exchanged greetings with the Minotaur King and then hurried to the farm, riding on the Black Minotaur 12. Just then, the tower's administrator says she's glad you're back. Yeah. Was Eileen doing well, too? The tower's administrator says she has not been doing well. Ooh? Why? As soon as he asked, Sejun realized his mistake. He felt a dreadful chill from the message. I shouldn't have asked. While Sejun was shivering on Minotaur 12's head from ominous feelings, the tower's administrator asks who the woman in the brain attribute object you carry is. Eileen asked, using difficult words. Brain attribute what? The tower's administrator yells, who's that woman? Sejun could feel deep anger from the message. That woman? While talking to Eileen, Moo. Minotaur 12, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly ran and left Sejun at the farm before hurrying back. And then, by brain attribute object, you mean a smartphone. Looking at the screen of the Tundorn smartphone, he could see who the woman Eileen was talking about was. The woman in this picture is Sejun, a member of the girl group Moonlight Fairy. The tower's administrator anxiously asks, what's your relationship with her? What relationship? No relationship at all. Just a fan? The tower's administrator asks what a fan is. ZZZT. Kaiser was glaring at Sejun from the side. One wrong word here could send him straight to the afterlife. He had to explain properly. Someone who supports and cheers for them to do well? The tower's administrator says she understands. What? Really? The misunderstanding was cleared up much more easily than he expected. The tower's administrator says a fan is someone who supports and cheers for a pitiful person to do well. In the background, Sejun was wearing ripped skinny jeans, and the top was a loose hoodie. From Eileen's perspective, who didn't know Earth's fashion, Sejun couldn't even afford enough money to buy a scrap of clothing, so she was a beggar who wore torn pants and picked up a top that could be worn for the time being. That's right. Yes. That's it. You could say it's similar. Sejun wasn't very popular when he first became a fan. Maybe she was a little pitiful? The tower's administrator says she's sorry for the misunderstanding. No, it's okay. These things can happen. More than that, I brought this for Eileen. It's called a banana. Sejun quickly changed the subject. The tower's administrator says thank you. The tower's administrator asks you to change the smartphone's wallpaper to her picture later. Sure, why not? I'll take a good picture of you later. Sejun gladly agreed. He thought it would be cool to have a picture of a giant black dragon as the wallpaper. The tower's administrator is pleased. Thus, having safely overcome the crisis, Sejun planted mango and watermelon seeds in the field in front of his house that he had brought from the 77th floor of the tower. Since he had collected all the seeds from all the mangoes and watermelons that the animals had eaten, there were about 200 mango seeds and 3,000 watermelon seeds. Swoosh! Grow well! As Sejun watered the spot where he planted the mangoes and watermelons, cheering for the seeds to grow well. Krueng! Daddy, I'm here! Quenji arrived and hugged Sejun's leg. Who? How did you get here so fast? Even for fast, it was too fast. Then, Kayut. I rode the lightspeed merchant route with him. Hidden behind Quenji, Iona peeked out her head and spoke. Having received permission from the dragons to build a wizard tower on the 99th floor, Iona immediately went down to the 77th floor to get Sejun's permission and met Quenji there, and they came up together after hearing that Sejun was on the 99th floor. Sejun, I have something to tell you. What is it? Iona began to talk about building a wizard tower on the 99th floor. Tower 75th floor shopping district. Where do I purchase the land deeds? Meow. After quickly completing trades with the hunters, Theo was wandering around the shopping district, asking where to buy land deeds. Just ask at the Wandering Merchant Association's headquarters. They usually handle land deed trades. Thank you, Meow. Having obtained the information, Theo expressed his gratitude and hurried toward the Wandering Merchant Association's headquarters when, however, the mediation fee is a bit expensive, and only the elite wandering merchants can purchase land deeds. How about it? I was thinking of selling my land deed. Want to trade directly with me? A snake-faced merchant kindly explained and asked Theo. However, I refuse, Meow. Theo firmly refused. All right, the fee is a 1 or 2 coin. What? The snake merchant, who did not expect Theo to refuse, was taken aback. President Park told me not to trade with overly friendly merchants, Meow. And I am about to become an elite wandering merchant, Meow. Theo said so and headed for the Wandering Merchant Association's headquarters. And then, promote me to an elite wandering merchant, Meow. He boldly shouted in front of the employee. The promotion condition for becoming an elite wandering merchant was 10 million tower coins. However, his total accumulated sales amount had exceeded 15 million tower coins through trades as of today, easily meeting the conditions to become an elite wandering merchant. However, It's not possible. Why, meow? He was refused. Chapter 135. What's that? Theo, you're still unqualified. What are you talking about, meow? I've already met the conditions of an elite wandering merchant. Are you ignoring me, meow? Theo became angry at the employee's words, feeling that he was being dismissed. He was clearly being treated like a fool. Such treatment was unbearable, meow. I'll call my subordinates, meow. As Theo was contemplating which of his subordinates, like Iona, Quenji, Elka, Hegel, or the Black Minotaurs, whom to summon and scold the employee, to become an elite wandering merchant, you must achieve a total cumulative sales amount of 10 million tower coins and satisfy 3 out of these 5 qualification criteria. The employee handed Theo a paper with detailed qualifications for an elite wandering merchant. There was such a thing, meow. Theo quickly read the paper. Elite wandering merchant qualification criteria. 1. Must have capital of at least 5 million tower coins or more. 2. Must employ at least 5 staff members. 3. Must secure at least 3 exclusive products. 4. Must handle at least 100 different products. 5. Must have at least 5 clients with monthly sales exceeding 100,000 tower coins or more. If you meet 3 out of these 5 conditions above, you can come to the headquarters of the Wandering Merchant Association and become an elite wandering merchant. There was such a thing, meow. Yes. Normally, since few merchants aim to become elite wandering merchants, it's not well known. I didn't know, meow, that can happen. The preferred conditions for those aspiring to become elite wandering merchants are 1, 2, and 4. Because they're the easiest to fulfill, the employee kindly explained to Theo. Thanks to that, the unfortunate incident of Theo calling his subordinates didn't occur. 1, 2, and 4, you say, meow? The conditions the employee mentioned were all solvable with money. The first condition was a given, and hiring 5 employees and securing 100 different products was also possible with money. In Theo's case. First, while Theo was reading the paper, the employee was looking at Theo's activity and was about to say to come back when he had fulfilled the lacking qualifications. But, okay. I've met conditions 1, 2, 3, and 5, meow. Theo told the employee and started to take out documents to prove his qualifications. What? Already? That's right. First of all, here's 5 million tower coins, meow. Theo pulled out the money to meet condition 1. Then, here's the employment contract, meow. He also pulled out the contract with the cat in turns. A total of 8 cats were employed, easily meeting condition 2. These are crops with item effects, meow. And these are my regular clients, meow. Sejun's crops exceeded 10, satisfying the condition for 3 exclusive products. Additionally, Theo had many regular guilds and hunters, surpassing 20 clients with monthly sales of over 100,000 tower coins. So, when Theo met conditions 3 and 5, wow! That's amazing! The employee looked at Theo with awe, as he had never seen a wandering merchant fulfill the requirements so quickly. Fuhawa. Of course, meow. I'm impressive, meow. Because I am the Great Black, Theo began to boast, trying to reveal his identity. However, excuse me for a moment, the employee quickly ran off somewhere. Meow? Where are you going without hearing my introduction, meow? When Theo was again frustrated at not being able to properly introduce himself, here is a badge proving that you are an elite wandering merchant. The employee came back with a golden badge. From now on, you can apply for and use the Lightspeed merchant route. Will you apply? The application fee is 100,000 tower coins. Here it is, meow. Theo readily paid the 100,000 tower coins. He was now rich, receiving hundreds of thousands of tower coins in incentives from Sejun. And here you can engrave a phrase to introduce yourself. What would you like it to say? Fuhawa. Listen well, meow. Theo told the employee the phrase he wanted to engrave on the golden badge. Are you really going to write it like this? The employee, with a puzzled look, asked, looking at the phrase engraved on the badge. The Great Black Dragon subordinate, Deadly Yellow Cat Theo Park, pretending to be the subordinate of the Great Black Dragon could have dire consequences if caught by those who follow the Black Dragon. That's right, meow, phew. All right. Please wait a moment. The employee took the golden badge and went to find the wizard, asking for magic engravings. The wizard then engraved enhancements, preservation, and binding magic on it. Here it is, and thus, Theo became an elite wandering merchant. I'm finally an elite wandering merchant, meow. Theo was moved, thinking about how he had been scammed by Skaram a few months ago. And then, This is all thanks to Park Sejun's knee, meow, praising Sejun's knees, which were his truth, once. Now show me the land deeds, meow. Finally, he began purchasing the land deed, his original goal. However, how should I handle this? The trade of land deeds has been temporarily suspended recently. What are you talking about, meow? That is, lately, robbers who kill people to steal their land deeds have appeared, so trading has been stopped for the safety of customers. Then there's no other way to get the land deed, meow? Far. The chances are low, but there is one way, something that only you, Theo, can do. What is it, meow? Originally, our Wandering Merchant Association would give the qualification to take one item from the lost and found storage if an elite wandering merchant fulfills all 5 qualifications within a day. What the employee mentioned was a tradition almost forgotten now. The employee had suddenly recalled a story heard from his own mentor 30 years ago. My mentor said that a land deed came out of the lost and found storage 100 years ago. So at that time, many merchants were keen to meet the 5 conditions to enter the lost and found storage. But it quickly waned because the lost and found storage of the association gathered only ambiguous items that didn't make money, despite all efforts. I'll do it, meow. Theo realized that it was time for his front paws to shine again. Just wait a moment, meow. Theo hurriedly went outside to buy 100 different items to fulfill the 4th requirement. Give me a discount, meow. Of course, haggling 3 times was a basic requirement. An hour later, here are the 100 different handled products, meow. Theo purchased the goods and returned to the association headquarters, meeting all 5 conditions of an elite wandering merchant. Congratulations. Follow me. The employee took Theo to the stone-built lost and found storage behind the headquarters. The building seemed so sturdy that not even strong magic could bring it down. Who goes there? A giant rhinoceros guard guarding the lost and found storage approached the employee and Theo with his spear. Hello, Sir Teru. My name is Sejun, a headquarters employee. I brought Theo, who has earned the right to enter the lost and found storage, according to our tradition. Tradition, eh? Interesting. Very well. Thud. Teru opened the giant door to the lost and found storage. Whoosh. The torches inside lit up. Enter. Since you're the first in almost 100 years, I'll allow you to take 2 items. Thank you, meow. Then let's make it 3, meow. Theo subtly added one more to Teru's generosity, feeling several attracting forces on his front paws as soon as the door opened. What? Ha ha ha. You're bold. Fine. Let's make it 3. Since one would only come out with garbage items from the storage without luck, Teru happily granted the request. Thank you, meow. Theo happily dashed into the lost and found storage. You're going to build a wizard tower on the 99th floor? Yes. Okay. I'll allow it. There was no reason to oppose it. Rather, having wizards reside there would help them in requesting magical assistance for farming when needed. Kayut kayut kayut. Aina squealed with delight at Sejun's approval. But have you decided where to build the tower? Yes. I'm thinking about the south. The south? Yes. Aina planned to wipe out the fire ants and build a wizard tower there. How many people? About 300 people, but it might increase. As Sejun and Iona were having this conversation, Krueng, next to them, Quenji, who was bored from waiting, started to eat a banana from his snack pouch. It was the last saved banana. Kayut? What's that? As the sweet smell of the banana spread, Iona asked, looking at the banana. It's a banana. Want to try? Sejun picked up a banana from the void warehouse, peeled it, cut it into small pieces, and gave it to Iona. Thank you. Iona thanked Sejun and took a big bite of the banana. Then, Kayut! 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 With cries of joy, Iona, with her short arms and legs, hugged the banana tightly and began to eat it eagerly. At that moment, Krueng! Krueng! Having finished its own banana, Quenji sneaked into Sejun's void storage, eyeing the bananas inside. Creak! Unaware that Quenji had gone in, Sejun closed the door to the void storage. And then, now I have to work. He started working, looking around the farm that he hadn't been to in the past few days. Paik! Quek! As he wandered the farm, the rabbits and mushroom ants, who had been struggling under the care of the 2 dragons, warmly welcomed Sejun. Fortunately, the 2 dragons had managed the farm well, so there were no big problems. Sejun headed to the storage room after inspecting the farm. Paik! A rabbit guarding the storage room greeted Sejun. How have you been? Paik! Clang! The rabbit pulled out money in response. What? Kaiser and Kellyan took the crops from the storage room and paid for them? Isn't that nice? It was almost like a store, taking goods and leaving money on their own. Sejun then entered the storage room, chatting with the rabbit. Oh. Elixirs. As he examined the crops, he discovered precious elixir mushrooms grown by the mushroom ants at the back of the storage. Elixir, king oyster mushroom. Elixir, oyster mushroom. Elixir, shiitake mushroom. All were grade C, providing an effective 1 to all stats. I'll have to cook these in a dish later. Elixir mushroom hot pot. The name alone felt nourishing. Sejun decided to cook when a few more elixir mushrooms grew and, creak, opened the void storage to store the elixir safely. At that moment, he heard Quenji's snoring from inside. What? Why was Quenji's snoring sound coming from here? Sejun, puzzled, went toward the sound and saw Quenji fast asleep, its belly swollen, full of bananas. He must have eaten about 5,000. Sejun roughly estimated how many bananas Quenji ate by looking at the bananas left in the void storage. At Sejun's approach, Quenji rubbed his eyes and woke up. And then, slyly, Quenji clung to Sejun's leg and pretended to sleep again. Quenji, where did the bananas that were here go? Sejun looked at Quenji with stern eyes. Krueng. Quenji doesn't know. Quenji answered, avoiding Sejun's eyes. Then what's this belly? Sejun asked, grabbing Quenji's swollen belly. Quenji couldn't answer. I caught you. Banana thief. Bububboop. Sejun punished the banana thief by blowing raspberries on Quenji's bloated belly. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng? He. But how did you know Quenji ate the bananas? Quenji, who had even eaten the banana peels to leave no evidence, asked curiously. He. I have my ways. So, don't lie to daddy or you'll get in trouble. Got it, Sejun sternly spoke, patting Quenji's swollen belly. Chapter 136. Kyug, where is this? Iona looked around. It was world entirely engulfed in red. And then, Iona, welcome to the world of nightmares. I've been waiting a long time for you. Coo. A sticky and unpleasant sound resounded. It was the voice of the ancient demon king, Nightmare. Iona had entered the nightmare. Entertain me today as well. Coo. Along with Nightmare's words, 10,000 black phantom demons appeared, among which were Ganova and 3 wizard tower lords, not in black phantom form. As soon as they saw Iona, it's your fault. Let us out. They cursed Iona, who had made them like this, and charged at her. I have specifically left their memories intact, Nightmare said in a gleeful voice. But then, Kayut. Iona was enjoying it as well. Currently, she was asleep on Sejun's lap, where the power of the Nightmare was much weakened. Thanks to that, Iona had a good time defeating Ganova and the Wizard Tower Lords. But after she had killed the resurrected enemies hundreds of times. Who? What's happening? Suddenly, the enemies began to grow stronger. Why? She couldn't figure out the reason. All she could do now was endure this nightmare. Once in the Nightmare's world, she had to entertain Nightmare until he was satisfied to be able to leave. And so, Nightmare's pleasure was someone's pain. It didn't matter whether it was the subject of the nightmare or the phantoms. Nightmare enjoyed all the pain that occurred in his world. Key, if I can't avoid it, I must enjoy it. Power of fire, obey my command and unleash hellfire on the enemy that never goes out. Hellfire. Power of wind, blow my enemies away. Tornado. Iona created hellfire with her left hand and a tornado with her right. And then, go. Hell-devouring firestorm. She combined the magic in both hands to activate a new spell. Hellfire and tornado magic spells combined to create a flaming tornado that sucked up and incinerated the black phantoms. If she were inside the tower, it would be a large-scale magic spell capable of destroying about 10% of a floor. But because she was inside the nightmare, she could use it without any burden and restraint. This was also the reason why Iona could become a great destructive wizard. No matter how big the magic spell was, it didn't harm anything around her in the nightmare's world. So Iona had been researching various magic spells inside the nightmare and using them in real battles. Thus, Iona killed the enemies and endured the nightmare. Sejun woke up, feeling a heavy weight on his lap. It felt different from when Theo was back, almost like a lump of iron on his knee. What's this? When Sejun sat up and looked at his knee, Quenji? Quenji was sleeping on Sejun's lap. He seemed to have sneaked in at dawn. Normally, Theo would occupy his lap, so this wouldn't have happened. Suddenly, Sejun felt Theo's absence. Did I send him away for no reason? At that time, I sent him away in anger. But still, he had to trade sometimes. As Sejun tried hard to rationalize his decision, when, he heard Iona's angry cry from the floor. It seemed Quenji had pushed her out. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Because Iona used an adhesive magic spell before sleeping. Quenji, this kid, he's going to get hit by Iona if he does things like this. Sejun knew that if Iona found out Quenji pushed her off, she might take him somewhere remote and hit him with magic. She might even hit him with a meteor magic spell. I don't want to see that. Sejun quickly picked up Iona and put her back on his lap. Kayut. Her cry quickly turned happy. Then, Krueng. Thump. Thud. Seeing something next to him, Quenji kicked Iona off with his foot. It wasn't a push, but a kick. If Iona found out, she might really hit him with a meteor. Thanks to that, Sejun discovered that Iona had put a shield spell around herself. Quenji, wake up. Krueng. Lie down and sleep beside Daddy. With no other choice, Sejun woke Quenji up, laid him down next to him, and gave his lap to Iona. Kayut. Sure enough, Iona only made angry cries when not on his lap. Krueng. It would be nice if Dad patted me. Lying next to him, Quenji grabbed Sejun's hand, placed it on his belly, and spoke. All right, pat. Pat. As Sejun patted Quenji's belly, Krueng. Daddy, sorry for eating all the bananas today. Quenji apologized in a sleepy voice for what had happened during the day. It seemed to be bothering him, which was why he came at dawn. It's okay. But next time, tell Daddy before you eat, okay? Krueng. Krueng. I understand. I'm happy. As Sejun said it was okay, Quenji made a contented smile and fell back asleep. Sejun, who had put Quenji to sleep and then fell asleep again, woke up stretching. When he woke up, neither Quenji nor Iona were there. Ouch, my whole body hurts. There wasn't a part of his body that didn't ache, all due to being pressed by Quenji. I need to take care of my body today. He didn't expect to eat so soon, but Sejun decided to make mushroom hot pot with the elixir mushrooms he had prepared the day before. So he washed up and went straight to the mushroom ant's house to check if there were more elixir mushrooms. As Sejun approached the mushroom ant's house, he saw several huge buildings with massive mushroom heads. The houses were shaped with openings in between the mushroom heads to allow entry and exit. Quack! The mushroom ants greeted Sejun as he arrived at their home. The ant approached Sejun, encouraging him to harvest the mushrooms on their backs. Yes, glad to see you. But I came to pick the elixir mushrooms today. Do you have any? Quack! The mushroom ants were disappointed at Sejun's words, drooping their antennae. None? No, it doesn't have to be the elixir mushrooms. What? Is this the button mushroom I wanted to eat? Seeing the disappointed mushroom ants, Sejun's heart softened, and he harvested the mushrooms from their backs, exaggerating all the while. Quack! Thanks to this, the mushroom ants, who became happy, offered their backs so Sejun could pick more mushrooms. After about an hour of harvesting mushrooms at the mushroom ant's house, Sejun came out. Artilda, I feel like dying. His body felt even worse. I'll just put in what I have and eat. Having made unnecessary efforts trying to eat more, Sejun gave up searching for the elixir and headed for the kitchen. Then, Krueng! Quenji, who was looking at something in front of the divine stone in front of the house, called Sejun. Quenji, where have you been? Krueng! Krueng! I played with Sister Iona and Sister Flamey in the cave while eating fish. I ate peanuts too. Peanuts! You're not talking about flicking to the power of one, are you? Sejun, fearing Iona might have discovered Quenji's mischief and cast a meteor spell, checked Quenji's head for any bumps. Krueng? Krueng? What's a flick? Is it delicious? Quenji asked, rubbing its head against Sejun's hand as he touched its head. No. Flicking is very terrifying. So if someone offers you one, you must avoid it, okay? Krueng. Krueng? Got it. But Dad, what's this? Quenji pointed to two plants next to the divine stone. On each plant were black, yellow, red, green, and blue beans, each one colored differently. Ah, these are the 5 colored beans I planted. They grew so fast. It had only been just over 2 weeks since Sejun planted the 5 colored bean seeds, and they had already grown to his knee, bearing bean pods. Do beans usually grow this fast? Sejun plucked the bean pod, looking puzzled. The bean pod was plump, and it seemed like it contained seeds inside. And when he opened the bean pod, you have acquired for 5 colored beans. You have acquired a sturdy stamina red bean. Your proficiency in harvesting LV6 has slightly increased. You have acquired 700 experience points. Who? There were other beans inside besides the 5 colored beans. Sturdy stamina red bean? He examined this bin with an odd name along with the 5 colored beans. 5 colored bean, a bin with 5 different colors grown inside the tower. It delicious, having absorbed enough nutrients. Cultivated by a farmer skilled in farming, improving taste and efficiency. When planted, it increases the fertility of the surrounding land. Occasionally, you can harvest 5 different beans with special abilities. Grower, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 90 days. Grade, C. Special abilities? It must be referring to the oddly named red bean. Sejun examined it too. Sturdy stamina red bean, a red bean grown inside the tower. It's delicious, having absorbed enough nutrients. Cultivated by a farmer skilled in farming, improving taste and efficiency. When consumed, stamina increases by 100% for 1 minute. It's a bean that doesn't sprout when planted. Grower, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 90 days. Grade, C. 100%. Although the duration was only a minute, the fact that it could double the stat was astonishing. He had agonized over spending 10,000 tower coins to buy it from Raccoon Chief Emil in the first place. It turned out to be a great deal. Sejun then proceeded to pick the bean pods from another 5-colored beanstalk, harvesting the beans. This time, he got for 5 colored beans and 1 sturdy strength yellow bean. The sturdy strength yellow bean naturally had the effect of increasing the strength stat by 100% for 1 minute. Sejun immediately planted 8 5-colored beans near the divine stone. A benefit of farming was that you could plant and multiply anything good. After planting the 5-colored beans, he thought, shall I try one? Squish squish. Sejun chewed and swallowed the yellow and red beans. Although they had a raw taste at first, the more he chewed, the richer the flavor became. You have consumed a sturdy strength yellow bean that boosts strength. Strength stat increases by 100% for 1 minute. Strength stat has increased by 20.8. You have consumed a sturdy stamina red bean that strengthens stamina. Stamina stat increases by 100% for 1 minute. Stamina stat has increased by 21. Right after eating, he felt his stats rise, his strength surge, and his body becoming stronger. And then, shall I hug our little Quenji? With his increased strength and stamina, Sejun confidently reached out to Quenji. However, Krueng, if I do that, Dad will die. Quenji hesitated, refusing to be embraced. It's okay. Come gently into Daddy's arms. Thump. Thump, Sejun said, patting his chest. Though his stats had doubled, he was still afraid to hug too tightly. Krueng. Okay. Quenji cautiously jumped towards Sejun. Thud. Thump. Krueng. Daddy, are you okay? At the sound of Sejun's groan, Quenji hurriedly asked. Fortunately, his strength had surpassed 40, so the power, indestructible body, wasn't activated. I'm fine. Sejun barely managed to respond, holding on to Quenji. But contrary to his words, Quenji started to slip down. It was hard for Sejun to hold on with his strength. I'm sorry, Sejun said, looking at Quenji, who had landed on his bottom. Krueng. Krueng. It's okay. I'm satisfied just to have tried to fly into Daddy's arms. Ah, such sweet words. Sejun was moved by Quenji's words. Look forward to it. Daddy will surely catch Quenji's jump hug. Sejun spoke with firm resolve. From now on, I must not yield the crops that increase strength and stamina. With that resolution, Sejun went into the kitchen to start making the elixir mushroom hot pot. Krueng. It smells delicious. Quenji, smelling the food, began to dance. Ah, I mustn't yield them, starting from tomorrow. Looking at Quenji, who was happy at the thought of eating delicious food, he couldn't bring himself to eat alone. It wasn't that he was giving it first because he felt like it would definitely get snatched. So, while Sejun and Quenji were having the elixir mushroom hot pot for breakfast, bang! President Park. I'm here, meow. Theo appeared, opening the kitchen door full of confidence. Chapter 137. In front of the 75th floor's lost and found storage. Sir Taru, I'm here. A guard with a crocodile head approached the lost and found storage for a shift change. Recon, there's still an hour left until the shift change. You're here early, Kayakiakia. I thought you might be tired, Sir Taru, so I came a bit early. I've brought some alcohol and snacks, so please enjoy them on your way back. Oh. You've brought all this. You really are polite and diligent, unlike the youngsters these days, Kayakiakia. Thank you. Please go inside and rest now. All right. Ah. There's something unusual that happened today. Unusual? Yes. A wandering merchant came to draw from the lost and found storage after a long time. Teru spoke, carefully observing Riken's expression, which crumpled as expected. As I thought, he had his eye on something here. Teru smirked. Working as a guard in the lost and found storage was almost a thankless job at the Wandering Merchant Association. Thus, everyone was reluctant to work here. Thanks to that, no one complained when Teru started working here 150 years ago as a favor from Chairman Mason of the Wandering Merchant Association. Rather, they were all relieved. And 140 years after Teru, Riken was the one who voluntarily applied to guard the lost and found storage. Riken acted diligently and politely, but Teru's experience told him that Riken was after something in the storage. However, Teru didn't care much. He simply wanted to rest in this quiet place. So, what did he take? Let's see, 2 deeds and some sort of agricultural tool that looks like a stick. An agricultural tool. Riken's face changed at the mention of the agricultural tool. So he was after the agricultural tool. Well then, take care. Teru left Riken behind and departed. He will quit soon. Teru thought Riken would soon quit as he went back to his lodging, ate the food and drink that Riken gave him, and went to bed. Come to think of it, that cat fellow was really bold. If he knew who I am. Lying in bed, Teru recalled Theo, who had bargained fearlessly in front of him. Ha ha ha. If he knew how powerful and wild I used to be, would he be scared? Teru was once the boss of the 97th floor of the tower. He didn't care to mention it, but the thought of Theo trembling in fear at learning his true identity made him laugh. However, Theo was much more fearless than Teru thought. If there was a deal to be made, Theo could bargain unhesitatingly even before the Minotaur King. Of course, that fearlessness was based on his strong belief in Sejun. Theo, you came quickly? Pooh-hoo-hut. Of course, meow. I'm competent, so I'm fast, meow. Theo, looking quite arrogant, spoke as he climbed onto Sejun's lap. What's with you? Why are you so arrogant today? Pooh-hoo-hut. There's a reason, meow. Look at this, meow. Eager to show off, Theo quickly pulled out a golden badge. Oh. What's this? It's the golden badge that proves I'm an elite wandering merchant, meow. I'm now an elite wandering merchant, meow. Representative Theo, that's impressive, Pooh-hoo-hut. Of course, meow. So make me Vice Chairman Theo now, meow. Theo wanted to follow Sejun and become the second in command. To do that, he needed to become the Vice Chairman. However, that's not happening. Sejun refused flatly. Why not, meow? Even though I'm an elite wandering merchant, I can't be Vice Chairman Theo, meow? Of course not. You think becoming the Vice Chairman is that easy? So how can I become Vice Chairman Theo, meow? Become the tower's best wandering merchant. Then I'll officially make you Vice Chairman Theo. I understand, meow. I'll become the best wandering merchant and Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Theo was filled with motivation and ambition for the first time in a while. But that didn't mean he would wait to become Vice Chairman Theo until he was the tower's best wandering merchant. I've brought something that Chairman Park will like, meow. So make me Vice Chairman Theo for a few days, meow. Theo began bargaining with Sejun. All right? Let me see the items first. Although Theo's items were always trustworthy, Sejun deliberately left some room. From the moment Theo started bargaining, they were in a battle. But I can't lose since I taught him. Pooh-hoo-hut. Now. Here are the land deeds, meow. Theo, full of confidence, handed over 2 leather scroll documents to Sejun. Oh. You've managed to get 2 land deeds. Sejun excitedly checked the land deed documents. Which floors were they for? He was really looking forward to finding out. However, leather document. Grade E. Leather document. Grade D. They were unappraised items. But since they looked like land deed documents, neither Sejun nor Theo doubted that they were not. Pooh-hoo-hut. Now, am I Vice Chairman Theo, meow? Theo said with a sly smile. But I need to verify them first. Feeling like he was losing to Theo, Sejun decided to stall for time. Verify all you want, meow. Pooh-hoo-hut. Either way, Chairman Park will have no choice but to make me Vice Chairman Theo. Theo spoke smugly, boasting that he would become Vice Chairman either way. Annoying. I hate it. Sejun wanted to outsmart Theo, but the situation was so advantageous to Theo that Sejun couldn't argue back. Just then, Krueng. Big brother, don't I get a gift? Quenji looked at Theo with twinkling eyes. Quenji wants a gift too. Meow? A gift for Quenji, meow? Of course there is one, meow. Though there originally wasn't one, now that he had the land deed documents, Vice Chairman was a done deal. Theo, as a big brother, decided to give Quenji a stick with iron attached to it at the bottom, brought from the lost and found storage. Krueng. Thank you, big brother. Fu-hoo hut. So Quenji, listen to me from now on, meow. Krueng. Upon Theo's words, Quenji energetically nodded and reached out his hand. Give me the gift quickly. But, Krueng. Krueng. I already have a stick. This would be better for Daddy. Quenji tossed the stick that Theo gave him to Sejun. The stick found its original owner. Sejun checked the stick. Ho. Usage restrictions, LV 10, strength 10 or more. Creator, confidential, grade E. A hoe? It was a farming tool, a hoe, slightly curved at the end with a wide piece iron attached. Thanks, Quenji, meow. I gave that stick, meow. What are you talking about? I received it from Quenji. Where is such a thing, meow? It's here. And as Sejun and Theo were squabbling, Krueng. Now Daddy and I have matching sticks. Quenji was happy that he and Sejun had matching sticks. And then, you're being petty, meow. Quickly check the land deed documents and make me Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Finally, the irritated Theo hurried Sejun. All right. Eileen, please appraise these items. The tower's administrator says to leave it to her. With Eileen's words, the deed documents and hoe disappeared from Sejun's hands. A moment later, the tower's administrator says she has finished appraising. How about it? Are they land deed documents? Of course, they are, meow. The tower's administrator confirms that both documents are indeed land deed documents. What? They are. Fu-hoo hut. Now I'm Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Sejun was disappointed, and Theo laughed brightly. However, the tower's administrator says something is strange. Strange? What is? The tower's administrator says these aren't the Black Tower's land deed documents. What? They're not the Black Tower's land deed documents. Meow? The corners of Sejun's mouth, who had been eager to defeat Theo, went up, while Theo's smile faded. The tower's administrator says to check it out first. 2 documents were placed in Sejun's hand. You have acquired the 43rd floor's land deed document of the White Tower. You have acquired the 74th floor's land deed document of the Blue Tower. Ah. That's too bad. What's too bad, meow? Even if they're from another tower, they are still land deed documents, meow. Make me Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Theo, sensing something ominous from Sejun's voice, cried out urgently. No. Only the Black Tower's land deed documents can be used for the trade. TL, trade here mean to trade for Vice Chairman title, meow? Where is such a thing, meow? He. It's here, of course. It's the chairman's rule. You're being petty, meow. After a long time, Sejun triumphantly suppressed Theo, who had been acting arrogant. Eileen, but why didn't you give the hoe? The tower's administrator says that she is having trouble since it's not an item registered in the tower, and couldn't be fully appraised. Who? It's not an item registered in the tower? The tower's administrator says that she asked her grandfather, it's not dangerous, and you can use it for now. A hoe appeared in Sejun's hand. You have acquired that legendary land-moving, mileless hoe. What? Legendary? Sejun quickly checked the hoe. Legendary land-moving, mileless hoe. It is the legendary hoe of the farmer Myla, who is said to have moved the land at will and farmed long before the towers were created. It is a legendary grade item that is not registered in the Black Tower. There is information that has not yet been revealed due to insufficient information. Usage restrictions, none. Creator, unknown. Grade, S. Skill, land moving, master. Land moving, master. An extreme skill that allows you to move the land as you want using magic power. The applications of moving the land are endless. Wow. What? Good job, Quenji. From now on, Quenji will get 10 jars of honey every day for a week. Sejun gave a reward to Quenji, who gave him the hoe. Krueng. Quenji cheered and celebrated at Sejun's words. It's honey. And then, meow? But I gave that, meow. It's unfair, meow. Theo felt wrong that only Quenji received a reward. He provided the item, but Quenji received the honey. Tears welled in Theo's eyes. Did I tease him too much? Sejun, whose heart had softened, decided to stop teasing Theo. Okay. Since Theo's contribution is the greatest, I'll make you Vice Chairman for a month. Now, Vice Chairman Theo, let's eat churu. Great! Meow. Sejun opened churu and fed it with one hand while patting Theo's belly with the other. Lick, lick, lick. Ah. Chairman Park, since I'm Vice Chairman Theo now, I'll eat 2 churus. Meow. Theo, who was eagerly eating churu, spoke firmly. All right. Sejun readily agreed to Theo's request. It was a very trivial request for a vice chairman. Lick, lick. Krueng. It's delicious. Next to them, Quenji had taken out 10 jars of honey from Sejun's storage and dipped its front paw to lick it deliciously. Thus, a satisfactory deal was concluded for everyone. Inside the lost and found storage of the 75th floor Wandering Merchant Association. It's gone. Riken, who had hurried into the lost and found storage after Teru left and searched the place thoroughly, yelled in anger. The legendary hoe that he had found the day before and placed in the corner of the storage was nowhere to be found. I was going to take it and leave today. It had taken him several years to find out that the legendary hoe was here, but just as Teru said, the cat merchant had taken it away. Of all places, he just had to come to the lost and found storage that nobody came to anymore. Maybe he was after the hoe, otherwise, he would not have taken such an ordinary-looking farming tool. How dare you take what's mine? According to ancient documents he had investigated, the owner of the hoe used it to break mountains, divide seas, and it was said that he had raised tens of thousands of Earth soldiers. In short, it was the ultimate strategic weapon. With that, I could become the strongest person in the tower. That cat merchant must be the one who was just announced as the elite wandering merchant, right? The next day, Riken found out the identity of the cat merchant who had recently become the elite wandering merchant, quit his job as a security guard at the Wandering Merchant Association, and disappeared. Chapter 138, A Master Doesn't Choose His Equipment. Everyone, gather around. As morning arrived, Sejun called Theo, Quenji, Golden Bat, the rabbits, and the mushroom ants to the sweet potato field, which was ready for harvesting. Once they all gathered, do you know why I called you all here today? Sejun asked, waving Mila's hoe so that everyone on the farm could see it. I don't know, meow. Are we going to nap here, meow? No, Krueng. Krueng. Quenji knows. It's mealtime. Quenji, you just had breakfast. So, is it punishment time? The golden bat, who hadn't been able to return to Earth even after a week, spoke with a fearful expression. For some reason, even as time passed, the golden bat still couldn't go to Earth. No, I won't scold you just because you couldn't go to Earth. Pip pip. Flap. Flap. At Sejun's words, the delighted golden bat flew around excitedly with a joyful cry. Then, the rabbits and mushroom ants answered, but the reply Sejun was looking for did not come out. Ta da. Do you know what this is? It's the legendary farming tool, legendary land moving, Mila's hoe. In the end, no one recognized Mila's hoe, so Sejun had to introduce his equipment like a salesman. Watch. I'll show you the power of a legendary farming tool. Land moving. Yap. Sejun used the built-in skill by striking the land with Mila's hoe. Turn over the ground. He strongly imagined the movement of the land he wanted and infused magic into Mila's hoe. Boom. The hoe struck the ground, and an area of about 10 square meters of ground began to ripple like a small wave. And then, you have harvested 1,321 power sweet potatoes. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV6 has slightly increased. You have gained 66,050 experience points. He had harvested the sweet potatoes hiding in the ground at once. Did you see? This is the power of a legendary hoe, Sejun boasted, and then, Paik! Quek! The rabbits and mushroom ants looked at him in awe. He. Yes. This is it. This was why he called everyone over. To show off his legendary hoe. Just then, Krueng! Quenji quietly approached the sweet potato field, having watched what Sejun had done. I can do that too. Krueng! Thunk! As Quenji lightly struck the field with his stick, rumble! With a heavy vibration, an area of 3,300 square meters, the size of a small sports field, moved like a giant wave had hit it. Of course, the ground turned over, and the hidden sweet potatoes were revealed. Paik! Quek! The rabbits and mushroom ants, who had been looking at Sejun in awe, now gazed at Quenji in astonishment. Quenji had thought that Sejun would be pleased if he did the same thing. But he only brought disappointment to Sejun. Ah! Don't do that! Thunk! Sejun thrust Mila's hoe into the ground, shouting. His equipment was S grade, while Quenji's was A grade. But the result was a victory for A grade. No, a total win for Quenji. The pride of having a legendary farming tool cooled instantly. Indeed, a master doesn't choose his equipment. Sejun decided to be satisfied with just having a farming tool, and he went to pick up the harvested sweet potatoes. Picking them up seemed more helpful for farming. Thus, the legendary hoe, treated as a strategic weapon, was left stuck in the field, abandoned. He. Indeed, the food tastes best after working. Sejun, with dirt on his face, eagerly peeled and ate roasted sweet potatoes. He had nearly harvested 50,000 sweet potatoes today, and picking them up had been quite exhausting. Krueng! That's right. It tastes so good after working. Quenji enthusiastically nodded as he ate a roasted sweet potato. Yeah. Quenji worked the hardest, so eat a lot. As Sejun handed a peeled roasted sweet potato to Quenji. Krueng! Quenji happily devoured it. Chairman Park. Me too. Give me a churu, meow. Theo, who had done nothing but could always enjoy tasty churu, spoke to Sejun. He didn't like that Sejun's attention was focused on Quenji. Sure. Our vice chairman, Theo, who didn't do anything, can also have a churu. Poo-hoo-hoo. Vice chairman Theo can have 2 churros even without doing anything, meow. Sejun spoke firmly, but since his words were soft, Theo, who took them as a compliment, responded cheerily. Chomp, chomp, chomp. As Sejun was feeding Theo some churu. Flap, flap. Ha ha ha. Delicious. Sejun, do you have any more macchioli? Kaiser, who had flown in high spirits after feasting on roasted sweet potatoes and alcohol, asked. That was the last of it. Ah. Shouldn't you have made more? I didn't even get to taste it. Fortunately, once the rice flour dough was steamed and kept in a warm place, Nuruk to the power of 1 was made, and with that, macchioli had been brewed. Although it needed more aging, Kaiser insisted on trying just 1 sip, so a glass was given. 1 glass turned into 2, and Kaiser eventually drank all the remaining macchioli. Ahum? Should I go see what Kellyan is up to? Feeling embarrassed, Kaiser, having had his fill, went to find Kellyan, who was engrossed in eating sweet potato soup. And then, who? From afar, Sejun, who was eating roasted sweet potatoes, saw a large group of people approaching. At the front of the formation was Iona. It appeared she had gone out to meet them, having briefly left the day before. Kayut. Sejun, I'm here. Aha. Are they people from the wizard tower? Sejun asked, looking at the wizards behind Iona. There were almost 1,000 wizards. The wizards of the Gravity Wizard Tower had gone dismantle the Flame, Destruction, and Meteor Wizard Towers, and the wizards there had joined the Gravity Wizard Tower without much resistance. Yes. But could we stay here for a day, and then go south? They would have to fight fire ants immediately upon going south. Iona wanted to rest here for the day and restore the wizard's stamina. She was, of course, also eager to get a good night's sleep. Sure. Do as you please. Yes. Thank you, Sejun. We'll rest here and move tomorrow. Upon receiving Sejun's permission, Iona turned around and shouted. The wizards hurriedly set up tents in the empty field and began chewing fist-sized green balls. Chomp, chomp. Krueng? Quenji, intrigued by what the wizards were eating, began to loiter around. What's that? Judging by the expressions of the wizards chewing the green balls, it seemed like the taste could be known without trying them, but Quenji still wanted to taste it. Conversely, the wizards were interested in the roasted sweet potatoes Quenji was holding. Want to trade and eat? When one wizard asked, offering an uneaten green ball. Krueng. Quenji nodded and swapped its roasted sweet potato for the green balls. Kayut. Iona laughed, as if foreseeing the next scene. And then, Krug. Quenji gulped down the green ball in one bite and screamed. It's bitter. The green balls were made with the special magic of the Gravity Wizard Tower for the wizards, and each wizard tower had a similar item made from their special magic. The green ball provided the body with the necessary nutrients and removed waste to allow mana to flow smoothly. However, there was absolutely no consideration for taste. Since joining a wizard tower, one of the hardest things for the wizards had been eating the balls made from the wizard tower's magic at every meal. Is it that bitter? Should I try it too? Kayut. Eating the green ball helped remove waste from the body. Really? Intrigued by Iona's words, Sejun exchanged a roasted sweet potato with a wizard and bit into the green ball. As soon as he tasted it, the bitterness stung his tongue. Blech! It was really bitter. Like ginseng tea. Some people have to taste something themselves to know whether it's poop or soybean paste squared. Sejun was one of those people. He was in no position to scold Quenji. It was truly a case of like father, like son. Still, hearing that it would remove waste from his body, Sejun endured the bitterness and ate the entire green ball. However, you have consumed the gravity tower's green ball. The waste from your body has already been removed. There is no effect. Since Sejun had already removed waste from his body by eating suyuk and fire carrot wine, there was hardly any waste left in his body. I ate it for nothing. Kruenjengung. Quenji laughed, clutching its belly, at Sejun's furious expression. Quenji, are you laughing? Vice Chairman Theo, it's time for revenge. Understood, meow. Sejun and Theo began to tickle Quenji, and Kruenjengung. Quenji laughed until he was out of breath. Kayut kayut kayut. In the meantime, Iona quietly curled Theo's tail and closed her eyes. Let's get to work now. Sejun, having taken his revenge on Quenji, started the afternoon's farming, and the wizards either rested or looked around. Thump! Boom! Sejun wielded the hoe and used the land-moving skill to overturn the ground and harvest the potatoes. Earlier, he had been upset, but it was clear that Mila's hoe was a great farming tool, just by being able to turn the ground like this. The more he used it, the more accustomed he became, and the area of the ground he was able to turn increased little by little. It was fun seeing the growth. If I keep doing this, I'll be able to turn over a wide piece of land like Quenji, won't I? Thinking about moving forward like that, Sejun harvested the potatoes when you have leveled up. You have acquired a bonus stat 1. He reached level 56 by leveling up. He increased his strength, which had the lowest stat value. Great! He. Using the hoe definitely made leveling up faster, Sejun said, gripping Mila's hoe. Even though tenant farmers could gain experience just by working, it was only 5% of the total experience. It couldn't compare to Sejun working himself. Time for a break. Quick! He sat down, looking at the 10 mushroom ants following behind him, picking up the harvested potatoes. Judging by the speed of the mushroom ants, he had about 30 minutes to rest. Here, eat one each. Sejun took honey jelly from his pocket and handed one each to Theo, Quenji, Iona, and the golden bat. They all had talents related to magic and consumed it like a supplement every day. Gulp! You have consumed a poisonous honey bee's cherry tomato honey jelly. Talent, enhanced magic circuit is slightly strengthened. He didn't feel a significant change in his body, but he didn't doubt it as it was displayed in a message. Then, the tower's administrator says she has eaten all the honey jelly you gave her and wants more. Ah. Really? Here you go. Sejun sent a glass jar full of honey jelly to Eileen. She ate about 20 to 30 honey jellies a day, so he gave her 500 at a time. The tower's administrator says, thank you. No, eat quickly and get healthy. While Sejun was talking to Eileen, pip pip, the golden bat was suddenly startled by the fluctuating mana in its body. Who? Sejun. I think I'm going to Earth. Right now? Puff. The golden bat disappeared before it could answer. I wonder what it will bring? Sejun's voice was filled with anticipation. However, why isn't it coming back? This time, the golden bat didn't return even after a minute had passed. I need to find something Sejun likes. Flap. Flap. The golden bat, which had traveled to Earth, hurriedly looked around to find something to take. And, it's choco pie. The golden bat, having diligently learned to read Korean, found food covered in the chocolate that Sejun wanted. Flap. Flap. The golden bat swiftly flew and grabbed 2 choco pies with its feet, waiting to return to the tower. But, pip pip. For some reason, the golden bat could not return to the tower. Chapter 139, Exclusive Scoop. Something has certainly happened to the youngest one, meow. Krueng. We have to find the golden bat. Even after an hour had passed, the golden bat hadn't returned, and Theo and Quenji's anxiety only grew. Sejun felt the same way. Kaiser. Kellyan. Sejun hastily sought out Kaiser and Kellyan, the ones who had lived the longest and possessed the most wisdom. What's the matter? What's going on? Sejun explained the situation from an hour ago when the golden bat had disappeared. Simple. That kid's talent has grown. That's why it's staying longer on Earth. There must have been signs before. Signs? Ah, at Kaiser's words, Sejun recalled how the golden bat had been unable to go to Earth even after a week had passed. Right. Such a mobility-based talent becomes highly unstable before growth, so the ability may not be activated. Kellyan added to Kaiser's explanation. So that's why it couldn't go to Earth. With the 2 dragons' explanation, Sejun understood why the golden bat had been unable to go to Earth. That's a relief. When will the golden bat return? We don't know that either. What? Yes. Depending on its talent, it could be a day or even a month. All they had learned was that the golden bat would return at some point, but they didn't know how long it would take. Theo, go down quickly and ask Sejun to look for the golden bat. Finding the golden bat in Korea, when they didn't even know where it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But they had to do something, considering that the golden bat might be hiding and trembling with fear somewhere. Got it, meow. I'll be back soon, meow. Theo hurriedly gathered his things and went down the tower. What do I do? I can't go back. Flap. Flap. The panicked golden bat flew around frantically. It had never stayed on Earth this long, so it was extremely flustered. However, after an hour, the golden bat gradually adapted to the situation. Thinking about it, there was no one here who could harm it. To be honest, Sejun was no match for it in terms of combat power. And the ordinary humans here were even less of a match. And now, it could read any text since it had fully learned Korean. Pip pip. Since I'm here, I might as well find out where I am and tell Sejun. With the thought of obtaining information that could help Sejun, the golden bat, now filled with courage, began to explore the surroundings. It carried 2 choco pies, as it didn't know when it would return, and couldn't leave the food Sejun liked. And then, I found it! The golden ghost. Through a previously installed camera, Bae Jongho, the assistant PD if there's such a thing in the world, was watching the golden bat live. Unable to shake his concern for the golden bat, Sejun focused on farming. For now, there was nothing he could do. Worrying wouldn't solve the problem either. In times like these, it was better to move one's body and sweat, and not to think about anything. Land moving. Sejun used Mila's hoe to plant sweet potato stems in the harvested sweet potato field. Thunk. As the hoe swung by, Sejun stuck into the ground. Rumble. You have planted 20 golden sweet potato stems. Your job experience increases slightly. Due to the effect of sowing LV6, the probability that the golden sweet potato sprouts will take root increases. Your proficiency of sowing LV6 slightly increases. The ground turned over and the sweet potato stems, which the rabbits had scattered at regular intervals in the field, were planted. From harvesting to planting, the uses of the land-moving skill were truly endless. Great! 20 successful! Sejun wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke. Even though he had only used the skill a few times, he was sweating profusely due to the high level of concentration required. While Sejun was busily planting sweet potato stems. Chomp chomp. Krueng. It's delicious. Quenji was watching Sejun while eating bixiolji, rice cake, dipped in honey. To comfort Sejun, who was worried about the golden bat, the rabbits had gathered all their money to use in relic, wealth-devouring rice dough. They added tower coins to it and made bixiolji with the rice flour they obtained. But since Sejun didn't feel like eating, Quenji was enjoying the bixiolji all by himself. Are you enjoying the cake while the golden bat can't return from Earth? He had been worrying so much just a moment ago, but now he looked calm. Wasn't he adapting too quickly? However, Krueng. Thinking about it, the golden bat has gone to Earth. And Dad is a weak earthling who lives on Earth. So, the golden bat is safe. Quenji realized that there was no need to worry about the golden bat and became calm. The golden bat has gone to Earth. And Sejun is a weak earthling who lives on Earth. Therefore, Earth, where the weak earthlings live, is safe for the golden bat. Quenji answered using Aristotle's 3 laws of logic, which he didn't even learn. He's smart, isn't he? Our Quenji was definitely a genius. And Sejun realized he made another mistake. Who am I worrying about right now? On the 99th floor, there's nothing more useless than worrying about others. It was rather a situation where he should be concerned if the golden bat might harm people. It wouldn't, of course, since its gentle personality, but in the end, he only felt sorry for Theo, who went down. He can suffer a bit. Ever since he became the vice chairman, he's become too arrogant without lifting a finger. Then, gurgle. A sound from Sejun's stomach. As the worry about the golden bat's safety vanished, he became hungry. Quenji, give me a piece of bixiolji. Pause. Quenji, who was busily chewing on bixiolji, stopped at Sejun's words. And then, Krueng. I ate all the bixiolji, Quenji said, glancing at Sejun. It seemed that the one he just ate was the last piece. It's okay. We can make more. It will be quick. Bixiolji can simply be made by mixing rice flour with water and sugar and then steaming it. Krueng. Then Quenji wants to eat bixiolji again. Sure. Thus, when Sejun went to the kitchen with Quenji to make bixiolji again. Squeak! Father Rabbit came over to Sejun, holding an onion the size of a fist. Ah. An onion? Is it already time to harvest? Squeak! Father Rabbit nodded at Sejun's words and handed over the onion. Sejun examined it, anticipating what kind of option would be attached. Expulsion onion. An onion grown in the tower, it is nutritious and delicious. Cultivated by a skilled farmer, the sweetness of the onion has been enhanced. Consuming it will slightly expel waste from the body. When consumed for a long time, the expulsion of waste increases, enhancing the circulation of mana. Grower, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 90 days. Grade, C. An expulsion onion? It has a waste expelling effect. On top of that, the expelling effect of waste increases, and even the effect of increased mana circulation occurs when eaten long term. It seemed great to supply them to wizards in bulk later on. He would make money selling onions, and the wizards would be able to enjoy delicious meals with onions instead of those bitter potions and pills balls, the win-win for all. If they don't buy, I'll have to push them onto Iona. Squeak? Father Rabbit asked Sejun what he would do with the onion, just as Sejun was determined to sell it no matter what. Since the onion had grown enough to be harvested, Father Rabbit was asking if Sejun wanted to harvest them now or let them bloom to collect seeds. Of course, I will collect the seeds to plant more onions. But I will harvest a few for now. Onion, a vegetable that goes into almost every Korean dish. So, Sejun always regretted not being able to eat squid and onions together whenever he had stir-fried squid. It's stir-fried squid today. Thus, the menu changed abruptly from beeksiolji to stir-fried squid. At first, it was awkward. But, where is this sound coming from? The coin karaoke owner began to focus on the song sung in a clear and soft voice. The singing was so good that could be believed to belong to a professional singer. Such a talented person in our karaoke? He was curious about the face of the talented singer and began to check the rooms where the customers were. And just when there were only a few rooms left to check, "Brother! Don't go!" Bae Jong-ho rushed in and stopped the owner. "Ah! You startled me. Bae Jong-ho. What's the matter? Why shouldn't I go?" Having maxed out his affinity level, PD Bae Jong-ho, if there's such a thing in the world, was already calling the coin karaoke owner a brother. "Brother, don't go in, but watch this instead." Bae Jong-ho showed his laptop screen. What is that? On the screen, a golden bat was holding a microphone and singing passionately. It even inserted money into the machine. It was the cash that Sejun had given to the golden bat just in case. "Brother, this is an incredible exclusive scoop." Bae Jong-ho, who had watched the golden bat since it descended from the 7th floor to the coin karaoke on the 5th floor, said with a wide smile. The farmer's warm touch LV for is activated. The growth of the apple tree accelerates slightly while being touched. Sejun stroked the leaves of Flamey while waiting for Quenji, who had gone into the water to catch squid. He. "Master! I'm growing." "Yeah. Let's grow quickly, Flamey." "Yes." Sejun, unaware of the enormous size of Flamey beneath the ground, used his skill on Flamey without hesitation, urging it to grow quickly. "Master! I will catch you the best squid." Flamey, seeing Sejun patting it, was busily moving its massive roots into the sea of dimension to catch the best squid. Croing! Splash, splash! Quenji was pretending to hunt, playing in the water until Flamey caught a squid. Then, a giant squid passing through Flamey's roots. Squish! Flamey's roots tightly grabbed the squid, beginning to drag it to where Quenji was waiting. Bang! Bang! The squid moved its legs frantically, attacking Flamey's roots to avoid being dragged, but it couldn't shake them off. And then, bang! Quenji finished off the exhausted squid that was dragged in. Crueng! "Daddy, I caught a squid." Quenji, holding the gills of the 50m giant squid, proudly walked out of the pond. "There was such a thing in the water?" Sejun asked with a surprised expression, looking at the giant squid. The water seemed much more dangerous than he thought. 292nd day of being stranded. There wasn't a shortage of squid, but rather a shortage of seasoning, so they couldn't make all the squid into stir-fried squid. 40th floor of the tower. The youngest is in danger, meow. Big brother Theo, who was still worried about the golden bat, arrived at the camp where the hunters were gathered, to meet the Earth Defense Force waiting there. However, meow, the hunters' camp was horribly destroyed. And then, "We have occupied this place." Get lost. The giant black orcs, who should have been on the 49th floor, had occupied the hunters' camp. They were an enormous force of over 10,000. The shocked monsters, because of black minotaurs, moved down the tower, creating a butterfly effect as the monsters on the 60th floor moved down to the 50s. and those on the 50th floor moved down to the 40s. What happened to the humans here? Meow. Isn't it obvious? According to the law of the jungle, we have enslaved them and will eat them later. You can't do that, meow. I, the great black dragon subordinate, the deadly yellow cat Theo Park, will stop you, meow. Swish! Theo unsheathed his claws and shouted. He couldn't let his suckers become slaves. Then who will buy our Chairman Park's crops, meow? For Theo, who had to sell the crops and receive Sejun's affection, the disappearance of the human suckers was a serious problem. Chapter 140, Give me a proof, meow. A battle of 1 vs 12,000. Even if Theo was a being from the 75th floor, he couldn't handle over 10,000 enemies on his own. But Theo had faith. My slave Garen, come forth, meow, Theo cried out, holding the rainbow-colored necklace he was wearing. He had an excellent slave named Garen, a bug hunter who had once been a racial god in the past. Ribbit! The ground beneath Theo's feet transformed into a black swamp, and Garen, a giant 30-meter frog, emerged. Garen, punish the enemies, meow, Theo cried out, looking down at Ulrich and other giant black orcs from atop Garen's head. Yes, Master Theo. Then, how dare you? Do you proclaim to be a subordinate of the great black dragon in my presence? The king of the giant black orcs, Ulrich, shouted in anger. He was the king of millions of black orcs and a devoted follower of the great black dragon, desiring to be the dragon's subordinate. And yet, this lowly cat merchant dared to impersonate as a subordinate of the great black dragon. You bastard! How dare you insult me? Kill him, Pwoo! At Ulrich's command, his subordinates began blowing their horns. Then, thump! 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 Footsteps echoed from all directions. The millions of black orc soldiers who were conquering the 40th floor gathered, beginning to surround Theo. Meow? What, meow? The enemy leader, who was suddenly outraged, called all his subordinates, as their god was insulted, and as their numbers increased to 5 million. I am really the subordinate of the great black dragon, the deadly yellow cat Theo Park, meow. It's even written on this gold badge, proof that I'm an elite wandering merchant, meow. Theo, flustered, took out his prized gold plaque and tried to resolve the misunderstanding with the enemy. However, HMPH. Who do you take me for, a fool? Isn't that something you can write as you please? Fine. If you are really a subordinate of the great black dragon, show me proof. What proof are you talking about, meow? If you are a follower of the great black dragon, surely you have significant proof, meow? There's no such thing, meow. Chairman Park didn't give me any, meow. A disheartened Theo answered, his voice filled with sorrow. Chairman Park hadn't even provided proof. I'm so sad, meow. No proof? Then just die. Attack, whoom. With Ulrich's command, the horn sounded again. Wah! Kill the enemy. Driven by the sound of the horns, 5 million black orcs charged to kill just Theo. So began the battle of 2 vs 5 million. Garen, can we win, meow? Master Theo, I'm a bug hunter, you know. Though Garen was strong against insects, he was weak in this kind of battle. Besides, there was no water around to help him unleash his full strength. Then there's no other way, meow. Iona, wake up, meow. Although he didn't want to ask for help, it was an emergency. It was not the time to consider such things. Theo hurriedly awakened Iona, who was hanging from his tail. Iona had been brought along in the rush. Kiyu, the vice chairman. Theo, what's going on? Iona, annoyed at being awakened by Theo, got up. If she was awakened for nothing, she wouldn't let it go. Her anger gauge was at level 1. Iona! Now's not the time to sleep, meow. Kiyu dash? Not time to sleep, ho. Black orcs? Upon Theo's words, Iona looked around and discovered 5 million black orcs charging in their direction. Kiyu, what's happening? Iona's anger gauge increased. How dare they disturb her sleep? Just as she was preparing to cast a magic spell to punish the black orcs who had awakened her, when, hey! Stop! Black orcs, stop the attack! From afar, Ulrich, who had spotted Iona, hurriedly shouted at the black orcs. It was almost a scream. Everyone stop! The king commands you to stop the attack. From the back, the black orcs who had heard the command rushed forward to forcibly stop the charging black orcs. Fortunately, no black orc had attacked yet. Phew! Ulrich, who had just prevented the extinction of the black orc tribe, wiped his cold sweat and sighed in relief. It was just one more enemy, but because of that one, Ulrich gave up the fight. In fact, it was practically a surrender. Why is the great destructive wizard, Iona, coming out of that cat merchant's tail? Ulrich looked at Theo and Iona with an incomprehensible expression. Meow? They suddenly stopped attacking. Meow. It must be because they recognized the great black dragon subordinate, the deadly yellow cat Theo Park. Meow. Iona, I'm sorry for waking you up for nothing. Meow. It was Iona that made them stop, but Theo thought it was thanks to the protection of Sejun's knee. And such a knee's protection made him deadly. Meow. Pooh-hoo hut. Move aside. Meow. Theo, who had reverse summoned Garen, confidently strode through the black orcs toward Ulrich. And then, Ulrich. Quickly release the suckers. I mean, humans. Meow. They're my precious customers. Meow. Theo, looking at Ulrich, spoke confidently. Iona was glaring at Ulrich from behind Theo. If you don't listen, your whole tribe will be exterminated. Iona was only thinking of resolving the situation quickly and going to sleep. Phew. All right. What? Meow. All right? How dare you talk informally to the great black dragon subordinate, the deadly yellow cat Theo Park? Meow. Seeing Ulrich back down, Theo's arrogance seemed to worsen. Understood. Release the humans. A moment later, we brought them here. The black orcs brought the captured hunters. Release them quickly. Meow. Yes. At Theo's command, the black orcs released the hunters. Thank you, Theo. Thank you so much. The hunters expressed their gratitude to Theo and hurriedly tried to leave. Though they were released thanks to Theo, they could still see hostility in the eyes of the orcs. They didn't know when they might be attacked again. At that moment, where are you going? Meow? If you're thankful, show some sincerity. Meow. Stamp here. Meow. Theo, who wouldn't just save them for free, handed the hunters a contract. What? Fearing they might be captured by the black orcs again if they refused, the hunters reluctantly stamped the contract. Welcome. Meow. You are now members of the Earth Defense Force 2nd Generation. Meow. The contract stated that they would be part of the Earth Defense Force, and as 2nd Generation members, they had to donate 50 tower coins monthly for the peace of Earth. You can go to Han Taijun and tell him I sent you. Meow. Okay. After sending off the hunters who had become Earth Defense Force members, Ulrich, you stamp it too. Meow. Theo handed a contract to Ulrich as well. Since Ulrich had tried to kill him, he had to pay for it. The compensation was set at 5 million tower coins. I'm the vice chairman, so my life is expensive. Meow. Fine. Thump. Ulrich carefully read the contract and stamped it. Pooh-hoo hut. I'll be praised by Chairman Park again. Meow. Theo looked at Ulrich and smiled. Theo, who had gained 100 Earth Defense Force members and 5 million Black Orc workers in an instant, swelled with anticipation of praise from Sejun. However, here it is. Thud. Ulrich placed a box containing 5 million tower coins in front of Theo. Meow. Clink. Theo's imagination of being praised by Sejun shattered. Theo couldn't believe he'd give 5 million tower coins so easily. To Ulrich, the king of the 49th floor, this was not a large sum. Retreat! Ulrich, having given Theo the money, withdrew to the 41st floor with the Black Orcs. My workers are leaving. Meow. As Theo watched the departing Black Orcs with a desolate expression. But Vice Chairman Theo, why did you come down to the 40th floor all of a sudden? Iona, who had planned to conquer the Southern Fire and to the 99th floor and build a wizard tower tomorrow, asked. They needed to leave now to arrive by dawn. Meow? I totally forgot. Meow. Theo remembered why he had come here, completely forgetting about the golden bat in his thought of creating workers. Wait for me. Meow. Theo hurriedly followed the Earth Defense Force 2nd Generation members descending to the 39th floor to convey his message to Han Taijun. Protect the golden bat at all costs. And then, the Black Orcs went up to the 41st floor, so the 40th floor is safe. Meow. He also conveyed that they could use the 40th floor again. They needed to work hard to earn money to buy Sejun's crops. With his tasks completed, Iona said, Let's go, Vice Chairman Theo. Got it. Meow. Theo, with Iona hanging from his tail, hurried back to the 99th floor. Coyote! 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 Iona, holding onto Theo's swaying tail, happily fell asleep again. When Sejun opened his eyes in the morning, he felt a moderate weight and warmth on his knee. Then, Gororong! Kaiwarorong! The sound of Theo and Iona snoring. Theo and Iona were sleeping on Sejun's knee. They must have returned at dawn. Should I wake up later? Sejun closed his eyes again for Theo and Iona, who must have been tired from traveling to the 40th floor. But, Krueng! Daddy, Quenji is hungry. About 30 minutes after sleeping, Quenji came to wake up Sejun. Okay, let's eat. As Sejun got up, meow. Chairman Park, let's sleep more, meow. Theo was talking in his sleep. All right. Vice Chairman Theo, sleep more. Sejun patted Theo's butt and carried him on his knee to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Relic, wealth-devouring rice dough has swallowed 10 tower coins and produced 50 kilograms of the highest quality rice flour. The breakfast was bixiolji, rice cake, which was pushed aside by the stir-fried squid yesterday. Kids, let's eat. Krueng. Squeak. At Sejun's call, Quenji and the rabbits came and started eating bixiolji. Then, Chairman Park, I'm so upset, meow. Theo, who had just woken up, looked at Sejun with a world-weary expression. Vice Chairman Theo, what's wrong? Theo, who usually acted arrogantly, had droopy ears today. I am Chairman Park's subordinate. Why don't I have a badge, meow? A badge? Did something happen? Theo talked about what had happened with Ulrich. So I want a badge too, meow. Krueng. Daddy, Quenji wants a badge too. Quenji, who wants everything his older sibling has, began to pester Sejun. A badge all of a sudden? Sejun made a troubled face. Then, Kaiser's scale. A good idea came to Sejun. If there's a scale with Kaiser's magic engraved, it'll look like a badge and even provide protection in dangerous situations. What? You want my scales? Yes. They are for me and the other kids. In return, I will give you 100 bottles of Macgioli, rice wine, for each scale. How many do you need? About 5? Sejun answered, watching Kaiser's reaction. He needed 5, 1 for himself, Theo, Black Rabbit, Quenji, and the Golden Bat. What? 5. Kaiser's voice rose. Was it too many? Then times. As Sejun was thinking of excluding himself and the Golden Bat when, you don't value your life, you brat. You should have at least 10 of my scales. On the 293rd day of being stranded, Kaiser, who was greedy for Macgioli, forcibly sold Sejun 20 scales engraved with the Dragon Tribe's skill, Dragon Skin. For Sejun, it was a trade for which he was very grateful. Chapter 141, Something's There. Whoosh. Okay. Is it okay now? Sejun used Kaiser's scale to make a mark on Theo's left hind paw. He was meticulous even with the tiniest details, ensuring there wouldn't be any issues with Theo's golden front paw. Thus, the black dragon tattoo was engraved on Theo's left hind paw. Chairman Park, thank you for the proof mark, meow. Theo sat down happily, looking at the black dragon tattoo engraved on the pink squishy pad of his left paw. Compared to the tattoo that occupied Sejun's entire left arm, Theo's tattoo was significantly smaller. The more magic power you have, the smaller the size of the tattoo. It's what you lack. When will the magic power? Sejun felt weird and asked Kaiser, and got an unnecessary scolding in return without gaining anything. I've grown too. Sejun had gotten stronger. His magic power had increased, and the black dragon tattoo that used to extend over his shoulder had become smaller, now not exceeding his shoulder. But telling this in front of Kaiser was no different than an ant boasting its strength before an elephant, so he let it go. It would only lead to more scolding. Krueng. Daddy, I want a proof mark too. Quenji spoke to Sejun, who had returned after listening to the scolding. Quenji extended its right front paw to Sejun and said, okay. Here. When Sejun placed Kaiser's scale on Quenji's extended paw, whoosh, Kaiser's scale seeped into Quenji's paw, and a small black dragon tattoo was engraved on Quenji's front paw pad. The tattoo was adorably small. Our Quenji has high magic power. Thanks to that, he realized that Quenji's magic power was incredibly high. Krueng, big brother. I have a proof mark too. Excited Quenji showed off his black dragon tattoo engraved on his front paw to Theo. Pooh hut. My mark is bigger than Quenji's, meow. Just by looking at this, you can tell that I'm the second in command here, meow. Theo puffed his chest out, hands on hips, at having a larger mark than Quenji. Krueng? Why is Quenji's mark small? Quenji compared his mark with Sejun and Theo's, looking disappointed. Though a smaller mark was better, things were opposite here. Just then, Chairman Park, let's give a mark to Iona too, meow. Theo, in a good mood, extended his favor to Iona. Sure. You do it. Got it, meow. Now, take this, meow. Theo, having received Kaiser's scale from Sejun, placed the scale on Iona's body himself. And then, swoosh! Soon the scale was absorbed into Iona's body. However, meow, Whether it was because Iona was asleep, an error occurred. As a result, a hamster with a black dragon tattoo on its back was born. Phut! Vice Chairman Theo, I know nothing about this. Krueng, Big Brother. Quenji knows nothing about this either. Sejun and Quenji abandoned Theo and ran away to the field. Chairman Park. Quenji. Let's go together, meow. Theo hurriedly chased after them. We are one, meow. Shortly after, Kyut. I slept so well. Iona stretched and woke up. Sejun, then I will head south. Oh. Okay. As soon as Iona got up, she immediately led the wizards south in order to exterminate the fire ants, and the wizards who witnessed the black dragon tattoo on Iona's back. None of them dared to ask about it. No, they were too afraid to ask. Scary. Iona's aura was already intimidating, and now even more so with the tattoo on her back. As a result, the wizards obeyed her even more than usual, to exterminate the fire ants. No one told her about it, so Iona unknowingly wandered around with the black dragon tattoo on her back, until the southern extermination was over. It was truly fortunate for Theo. What? This address? Seoul Gangnam Gu. While wandering around trying to figure out the location of the building, the voice of an employee was heard by the Golden Bat. Thanks to that, the Golden Bat easily found out where it was. Pip pip. Sejun, I found it. Flap. Flap. The Golden Bat flew joyously, relieved to have easily found the building's address, and then waited to return to the tower. I'm bored. When the Golden Bat felt bored, it's good that person. A song was heard from somewhere. Pip pip. The Golden Bat followed the sound of the song to a coin karaoke. It had developed an interest in singing while singing songs to the trees from the 77th floor of the tower. And the Golden Bat, flying around the coin karaoke rooms, observing people's behavior, put 1001 into the karaoke machine and sang. But there were only 2 songs credited, and they ended quickly. Pip pip. It's fun. I was in the dark. The one who pulled me out then was Sejun. The Golden Bat, after singing 1001's worth of songs, got excited and began to sing its own compositions. Although there were still 3001 left, it couldn't recklessly spend Sejun's money. Pip pip. I feel good. As the Golden Bat was about to leave the karaoke room after singing all the remaining songs, one song. Who? Despite having sung all of them, there was still one song left on the screen. Pip pip. The Golden Bat happily sang one more song. But even though the Golden Bat kept singing, the one song never decreased. This must be magic. The Golden Bat happily continued to sing. It never thought that someone at the counter kept adding songs. Ah. It's soothing. It was the karaoke bar owner, Hwang Minute-ho, who was healed by the Golden Bat singing. Then, poof. The Golden Bat, still singing, disappeared while holding the wireless microphone. Oh. It has grown well. Sejun slightly peeled the husk covering the corn and examined the corn kernels as he spoke. Passing through the cornfield, he saw corn with brown husks, and when he checked, the corn kernels had indeed grown well. Snip snip. Sejun began to harvest corn from the fallen cornstalks on the ground. An hour later, Gororong. Theo was fast asleep, sprawled out on Sejun's lap, and, Krueng. I want to eat steamed corn quickly. Quenji was eagerly peeling the corn husk, looking forward to the corn that Sejun would soon steam for him. Crack. Krueng. Of course, about half of the peeled corn went into Quenji's stomach. It's delicious even raw. And then, there's too much. Looking at the 10,000 or so corn ears that were not yet harvested, Sejun was briefly lost in thought, then brought the miler's hoe that he had left stuck in front of the house. And then, land moving, he swung the hoe and used its skill. Swallow and sort, with strong will in his head. Since it was said to be infinitely versatile, he thought this would be possible as well. SSSSS. The corn trees on about 33 square meters of land were buried in the ground as if they were absorbed into the ground. Since the ground was not moved significantly, the magic power consumption was also low. A moment later, you have harvested 102 stamina corn. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV6 has increased slightly. You have gained 3060 experience points. SSSSS. Along with the message, the corn trees rose from the ground, and the harvested corn came up separately and piled up. Is this possible? Sejun looked at the piled up corn stalks and corn with a dumbfounded expression, as if he couldn't believe what he had done. And then, land moving. Land moving. He used the skill in succession. Then, SSSSS. SSSSS. Corn stalks began to be absorbed into the ground at intervals. Land moving. Land moving. Sejun used the skill on another piece of land without caring if the skill was activated well. When he had used the land moving skill 10 times, you have harvested 97 stamina corn. Messages began to appear that corn had been harvested. As expected, Sejun confirmed as he looked at the messages. There's something that responds to my will. He didn't know exactly what it was. But when he used a skill, something carried out his thoughts to the end, even if he wasn't paying attention. Furthermore, when he used the skill, thinking the same thing, it seemed to learn, allowing the skill to be used with less and less concentration. But what is moving according to my thoughts? While Sejun was lost in thought. Sejun! I found it! The golden bat, back from the earth, flew in holding 2 choco pies. The next day at lunchtime. QQQ, who did this? Iona, who had wiped out all the fire ants near the land where she was going to build the wizard tower, angrily pointed to her back and spoke, in a furious Kia level 3 state. Exterminating the fire ants had been harder than Iona anticipated, especially since the queen fire ant nest was located on the land where she planned to build the tower. Of course, the fire ant queen was killed, but Iona's prideful snowy white fur was scorched in the intense resistance from fire ant queen. So, she trimmed and washed her fur. While checking her body in a mirror made of ice, Iona discovered a black dragon tattoo engraved on her back. And she immediately rushed here. Because only when she was with Sejun and Theo, she let her guard down enough for such a tattoo to be engraved. Vice Chairman Theo did it. But Vice Chairman Theo went down to the 40th floor of the tower yesterday? Sejun, who heard the address that the Golden Bat found out yesterday. Vice Chairman Theo, go down and ask Han Taijun to buy the building at the address the Golden Bat found. Meow. I don't want to, meow. I just came up, meow. I want to stay longer, meow. Theo, who didn't want to leave Sejun's lap, rubbed his forehead against Sejun's cheek, acting cute. Iona will be here soon, are you okay with that? I'm just worried about you, meow. At Sejun's words, Theo remembered what he had done to Iona. If you go down, I'll talk to Iona and calm her down. Really, meow? Vice Chairman Theo, don't you trust me? No, meow. Of course, I trust you, meow. At Sejun's words, Theo nodded his head vigorously. Even if he didn't trust himself, he trusted Sejun. So, Theo went down to the 40th floor yesterday. He might be selling crops to hunters and delivering his message to Han Taijun now. Iona, don't be too angry. Theo engraving the tattoo without permission was wrong, but it was done with good intentions. Even so, this is too much. Iona looked at the black dragon tattoo on her back again and spoke. It was Kaiser's magic, so it couldn't be moved or erased. Then, how about this? Since I couldn't stop him, I'll give you 1,000 roasted peanuts every month for the next 6 months. Roasted peanuts 1,000. HMPH. Do you think I'll be swayed by food? She almost seemed convinced, but her pride wouldn't allow her to be swayed by food. Then, a 1-day pass for Theo's tail. Coyote? A 1-day pass for Theo's tail. Iona's eyes widened. Yes. I will give you the authority to take Theo wherever you want for a day. Sejun had given Iona control, usually dragged around by Theo. Coyote. I agree. That's how Iona's anger was pacified. Meow? Something feels weird, meow. Theo arrived at the 40th floor of the tower, tilting his head. And then, humans, I'm here, meow. As usual, he announced his arrival to the camp's hunters. To finish the task given by Sejun and return, he had to move quickly. It's Theo, the savior of the 40th floor is here. The waiting hunters rushed towards Theo, enthusiastically greeting him. Rumors had spread among the survivors that Theo had driven off the black orcs and saved the 40th floor. Meow? Humans, back off, meow. Thank me from afar, meow. When the hunters came too close, Theo pushed them away. He didn't like anyone getting too close except for Sejun. Then, he started the auction as the hunters gathered. The first crop for sale today is the exploding stamina corn that makes your hair lush, meow. Theo shouted, taking out a red corn. What? Corn that makes hair lush. The hunter's eyes lit up at Theo's shout. Detoxifying green onions that cure liver cancer, power potatoes that cure stomach cancer, agility carrots that restore sight. The crops Theo sold were conquering one earth disease after another. And that meant that the exploding stamina corn Theo brought could solve one of humanity's biggest problems, baldness. 100 tower coins, 500 tower coins, 1,000 tower coins. The the hunters began bidding without asking any question. The bids escalated quickly. Understandably, they were all bald. Chapter 142, Obtaining a Helmet. Jerome, who began to lose his hair at the age of 25, believed that although there might be no cure for baldness on Earth, there would be a mysterious medicine to treat it inside the tower. After climbing the tower for 7 years in search of a cure for baldness, Jerome had become the 87th ranked climber on Earth, but he had not found a cure for baldness. Should I give up? Just as Jerome was about to give up hope for a cure, a cat merchant selling mysterious crops appeared on the 40th floor of the tower. Rumors reached Jerome about Theo. Crops that break down fat, cure cancer, and restore vision. So, he visited with a glimmer of hope. And then, I found it. His hope was rewarded. He had finally found it, a cure for mankind's perennial problem of baldness. It was not a medicine but a crop. I've been waiting for this day. Get lost. Baldies. That's mine. 2,000 tower coins, Jerome cried out, losing his sanity. But, 2,300 tower coins, 2,500 tower coins. Jerome wasn't the only bald man who lost his sanity. Many bald hunters lost their minds when they saw the exploding stamina corn introduced by Theo. 3,000 tower coins, 3,200 tower coins, 3,500 tower coins. The price was rising frighteningly. Then, 5,000 tower coins. Ethan, the guild leader of the Royal Knights, shouted. Ethan, why are you buying that? The bald people were angry because Ethan had a handsome face and lush blonde hair. Sold out, meow. Did you have to take it all? The bald hunters who participated in the auction looked at Ethan with resentful eyes. Thud. Thud. Ethan, receiving the resentful stares of the bald hunters, strode proudly over to Theo. Here's 5,000 tower coins. 50 billion for one baldness cure. It was not an easy sum to pay, but Ethan happily handed over 5,000 tower coins. To him, the baldness cure was more valuable than 50 billion. Take it, meow. Theo took the money and handed over the exploding stamina corn. And then, swoosh! Ethan, who had received the exploding stamina corn, touched his head and pulled his hair. Tug! A wig came off, revealing his bald scalp. Ethan, too, was bald. Ethan was more popular on Earth than top movie stars and sports stars. If it was revealed that he was bald, he would lose more than just his popularity and commercial contract fees. Ethan, you too. It must have been hard. The bald men choked up at Ethan's sudden coming out. Chew. Chew. Ethan silently chewed the raw corn. He didn't even feel the taste. He was only focused on whether his hair was growing back. About a minute after he finished eating the corn, twitch! Ethan felt a tingling sensation on his head. Although the auction continued, the gaze of the bald hunters was focused on Ethan. Sold out, meow. When Theo had sold all the crops he had brought, it's growing, hair is growing. The bald hunters, who were holding their breath and quietly watching Ethan, became excited at the sight of Ethan's head covered with short blonde hair. They were witnessing the moment when the impossible turned into possible. In the meantime, as the hunters were watching Ethan's hair grow, I want to meet Han Taijun, meow. Theo met an Earth Defense Force member and asked for Han Taijun. However, Mr. Han Taijun is currently on a plane, so it will take about 10 hours before he can enter the tower. Unfortunately, Han Taijun was on a plane from Africa to Korea. Got it, meow. Then I'll come back after 10 hours, meow. Theo finished talking to the Earth Defense Force member and approached Ethan. In no time, Ethan's head returned to its lush golden state, just as it had been before he took off the wig. Did you see the hair growth well, meow? Theo asked the hunters, who were watching Ethan. Yes. Theo, you'll bring the exploding stamina corn next time too, right? The hunters, who had witnessed the miracle, excitedly asked if he could bring corn again. What are you talking about, meow? I still have 99 left, meow, Theo said, pulling out a red corn from his bag. Theo deliberately didn't mention that there was more because of the enthusiastic response. What? 3,000 tower coins. 3,300 tower coins. The auction started again. Although it was less than the first time, the exploding stamina corn was sold at around 3,500 tower coins each. It was the emergence of a new crop that would astonish the earth. Then I'll go, meow. Theo took some photos with the hunters and left the camp. And then, Pooh hut. Wait for me, meow. Theo ran to the 41st floor. Theo was planning to visit Ulrich, the king of the Black Orcs on the 41st floor, while waiting for Han Taijun. I can't just go without showing this, meow. It was to brag about his proof to Ulrich, who had ignored him because he didn't have the proof of being a subordinate of the Black Dragon. Thunk! Sejun grabbed a handful of kernels of corn and threw them into the cornfield, which was harvested the day before. And, land moving, as Sejun struck the ground with Mila's hoe, Kugum, a 33 square meter piece of land moved, and the scattered corn kernels were planted in the field. Since something was planting the corn according to his instructions without moving the ground much, Sejun was able to use the skill infinitely without consuming a large amount of magic power. Thus, Sejun planted over 100,000 corn kernels in just one day. Ah, this is great. Krueng. I like it too. I guess it's love tilde. When Sejun was lying on Quenji's belly, listening to the latest Korean pop song sung by the golden bat that it had learned from the coin karaoke, and taking a break. Flap! Flap! Kellyan flew over. And then, Sejun, how could you do this? Kellyan began to confront Sejun outright. Ooh? What did I do? Why did you only exchange with Kaiser's scales? If you needed scales, you should have come to me. Exchange with my scales too. Kellyan, who heard that Sejun had exchanged one scale with Kaiser for 100 bottles of Macgioli, came to question him. Who? Kellyan, sorry, but I don't need scales anymore. There's no point in wearing a white dragon scale tattoo in a black tower. Then what about my dragon tooth warriors? When Sejun refused, Kellyan offered to give a dragon tooth warrior made of his tooth. They were made for fun from teeth that had fallen out, so it wasn't a big loss to exchange them for Macgioli. What? A dragon tooth warrior? Yes. Dragon tooth warrior. Rise. Rattle. At Kellyan's call, a magic circle was drawn on the ground, and a 3-meter-tall dragon tooth warrior emerged from it. They don't rest or sleep. How about 1,000 Macgioli bottles for one dragon tooth warrior? Kellyan made the first proposal. He could make 10 warriors from one tooth. Moreover, scales could grow back in 100 years, but teeth took at least 10,000 years to regrow. It seemed a fair deal. However, I don't think it's going to be very useful. Sejun's eyes were unimpressed looking at the dragon tooth warrior. It was too large for harvesting crops, and he had Quenji and the black minotaurs for tilling the fields and doing heavy labor. And there was no work that needed to be done 24/7. In other words, the dragon tooth warrior was useless. Then, wait! They have the ability to transform into armor. Kellyan shouted desperately as Sejun showed no interest. Armor. If the trade item was armor, it was a different story. Sejun, who was always facing threats to his life, desperately needed armor, especially if it was made from a dragon's tooth. He could trust its strength. Yes. Dragon tooth warrior, transform. Clank. At Kellyan's command, the dragon tooth warrior transformed into a bone helmet shaped like a dragon skull. What do you think? Let me take a closer look first. Sejun examined the bone helmet. Dragon tooth warrior. Helmet, created by the great white dragon Kellyan Mamib, from his tooth. Although its overall ability is inferior to that made from dragon bones, it contains the mana of the great white dragon, Kellyan Mamib, allowing it to regenerate over time even if it breaks. It can transform into a helmet. It adjusts its size to fit the wearer. In helmet form, it can transform into full-body armor at the wearer's will. Usage restriction, only those recognized by Kellyan Mamib. Creator, Kellyan Mamib. Grade, unmeasurable. It looked good from the description, but he wasn't yet sure if it could save his life. Quenji, try hitting it. Sejun handed the helmet to Quenji. He wanted to wear and test the helmet himself, but if he is unlucky he could die if other body parts broke while the helmet remained intact. Krueng? Can I break this? Quenji asked, worried he might break the helmet. Ha ha ha. Go ahead and break it. Kellyan spoke confidently, as if it was impossible. Even a monster from the 99th floor of the tower couldn't easily scratch dragon bones. Krueng! I'll hit it then. Quenji raised both hands to strike the helmet. Ah! Wait! Let's go somewhere else to do this. If Quenji swung at the helmet with full power here, the problem wouldn't be the helmet, but the farm could have been destroyed. There's no need for that. Barrier. Kellyan created a barrier that isolated the surroundings. Thank you, Kellyan. Try it, Quenji. Krueng. At Sejun's words, Quenji nodded his head and raised both hands, letting out a cute scream as he struck down the helmet. Krueng. Unlike the cute scream, the power was not cute at all. A tremendous shockwave erupted. It was hard for Sejun to even withstand the shockwave. If it weren't for Kellyan's barrier, there would probably be a hole deeper than the cave where Flamey was, in the farm. After the shockwave passed, Sejun exclaimed as he checked the helmet. As expected, the helmet made from dragon tooth was perfectly intact without a single scratch. Ha ha ha. What did I tell you? Kellyan laughed heartily and quickly infused magic to restore a tiny dent of about 1 millimeter on the helmet. You clumsy fool. How much good stuff did you pick up around Sejun? Even though it was a tooth from 10,000 years ago, it was still his tooth that was scratched. For Kellyan, it was a blow to his pride. While Kellyan was cursing Quenji, swoosh! How does it look, Quenji? Sejun asked Quenji, wearing the bone helmet. Krueng! It's good. Quenji didn't know about the design but gave a perfect score for durability, seeing the helmet withstand his attack. And, Krueng! Daddy, I want a helmet too. Quenji also requested a helmet. Quenji thought it would be fun to wear it together with Sejun. Quenji wants it too. Krueng! I want to wear it with Daddy. Kellyan, I'll buy this. But first, please give me 5 Dragon Tooth Warriors on a 10-month installment plan. Since the size was adjustable, he ordered for Theo, Black Rabbit, Quenji, and Golden Bat as well. Installment? It means I will pay the price for the Dragon Tooth Warriors in installments over 10 months. Sejun didn't haggle over the price with dragons. If he inadvertently offended the dragons, his life could be in danger. Instead, like with Kaiser, he just agreed to receive the goods first and pay later. Then 500 bottles of Macchioli every month, agreed. Thus, the deal between Kellyan and Sejun for Dragon Tooth Warriors was concluded. 41st floor of the tower. Ulrich, where are you? Meow. Theo was wandering around calling the name of Ulrich, the king of the Black Orc tribe, in a contemptuous manner, when Ulrich, upon hearing from his subordinate that a cat was calling his name disrespectfully, came to investigate. Cat merchant, what brings you here? Ulrich asked, watching Theo's tail. Fortunately, Iona, the great destructive wizard, was nowhere in sight. Look at this, meow. I've got a proof mark, meow. It's the mark that proves that I'm the subordinate of the great black dragon, meow. Theo lifted his left hind leg, showed the black dragon tattoo engraved on his paw, and bragged to Ulrich. That is? The mark of the great black dragon. Ulrich recognized it immediately. The remnants of the ferocious aura emanating from the tattoo on Theo's paw. The aura that flowed from it was undoubtedly that of a dragon. Foo-foo-fuff. Do you want it, meow? Theo, laughing like a villain, asked Ulrich, who couldn't take his eyes off his paw. Chapter 143, Eating Popcorn. I want it, Ulrich answered, as if mesmerized by the black dragon tattoo on Theo's paw. It was a mark of being a subordinate of the great black dragon. Possessing it would be a glory for the clan, no, the glory of his entire race. And if he could achieve it, he would become a great king who would be remembered in the history of the Black Orcs for generations to come. Then listen to me from now on, meow. Theo spoke arrogantly, placing his hand on his waist. If Ulrich obeyed him, he intended to ask Sejun later to get one of Kaiser's scales for him. Of course. We will follow whatever the subordinate of the great black dragon says. No, meow. What? Listen carefully, meow. I am Theo Park, the deadly yellow cat, subordinate of the great black dragon, meow. Ah. Yes. The deadly yellow cat, Theo Park, subordinate of the great black dragon. Pooh-hoo-hoo, that's right, meow. Theo felt very pleased to hear his introduction from someone else's mouth. Subordinate of the great black dragon, deadly yellow cat Theo Park, bestow upon us the honor of using the mark of the great black dragon, meow. How do you intend to use the mark, meow? We have a way. Lucan, as Ulrich shouted. Yes, a giant black orc entered, holding a staff adorned with skulls. Our black orc tribe's shaman, Lucan, will copy the mark on the paw of the great black dragon subordinate, the deadly yellow cat Theo Park. Copy, meow? Yes. The mark of the great black dragon subordinate, the deadly yellow cat, Theo Park, will not be damaged. Okay then, meow. Thank you. Deadly yellow cat, Theo Park, subordinate of the great black dragon. Ulrich, just call me by my name from now on. The titles were getting too long, and Theo found them bothersome. Yes. Lord Theo, Lord Ulrich, where will you engrave the mark? Lucan asked Ulrich. The great black dragon is a supreme being. It's impossible for me to be above him. I will engrave the mark on my forehead. Yes. I understand. Then, please place the mark on your head. Okay. Thud. Ulrich lay before Theo. Lord Theo, please place the mark on my forehead. Like this, meow. Chuck. At Ulrich's request, Theo placed his paw, with the tattoo, on Ulrich's forehead. Somehow, it looked like a delinquent stepping on a person's head, who was bowing down and begging. Please stay like that for a moment. Thump! Thump! As Lucan hit the ground with his staff and used a spell. Boom! A red light flowed between Theo's paw and Ulrich's forehead. It's done! Thank you for your hard work, Lord Theo. You've worked hard too, Ulrich, meow. Theo responded without changing his position at Ulrich's words. You may take it off now. Okay, meow. Theo finally lifted his paw off Ulrich's forehead, revealing the perfectly engraved tattoo of the great black dragon on Ulrich's forehead. At that moment, meow, Theo discovered that something else was copied as well. The round shape surrounding the black dragon tattoo. Theo's paw print had been engraved along with the black dragon tattoo on Ulrich's forehead. However, Lucan, from now on, this mark will be the flag of our Black Orc Kingdom. Yes. I understand. The Black Orcs thought that the original mark of the Great Black Dragon looked like that. It's not my fault, meow. Theo kept his mouth shut. Thus, the image of the Great Black Dragon's mark and Theo's paw print became the new flag of the Black Orc Kingdom. Late at night in the 99th floor cave of the tower. Crackle! Crackle! The sound of burning firewood. And surrounding the campfire were Sejun, Flamey, Quenji, Golden Bat, and Iona. So, the man opened the lid just in case. Gulp! Everyone swallowed, engrossed in Sejun's words. And another dumpling disappeared. Sejun was telling scary stories around the campfire, having fun. Krueng! Dad, I'm scared. Quenji clung to Sejun's side at the mysterious phenomenon of food disappearing without being eaten. Nothing was more terrifying for Quenji than food vanishing for no reason. Then, grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr talking about food. The fearful expression from a moment ago disappeared, and Quenji looked pitifully at Sejun. Normally, they would go to bed early and wake up early, but today was a special situation. Permission from mom or dad was needed for a late-night snack. Should we eat some popcorn then? Krueng. I am excited. Quenji didn't know what popcorn was, but at Sejun's word that they would be eating, he cheered in delight. Just a moment. Sejun stood up and placed 2 wide pots made from fire and worker carapace over the campfire. And then, sizzle! He poured red corn kernels into the 2 pots. It was the exploding stamina corn that he had set aside for later consumption. Shortly after, crack! Crack! Steam created inside the heated corn kernels began to pop and escape, causing the pots to quickly fill with white snowflake-like popcorn. Let's make some salted popcorn first. Sejun added salt to one of the pots filled with popcorn and stirred it evenly. And then, here, Sejun rolled some leaves into a cone like an ice cream cone and filled it with popcorn. He didn't give too much, just enough to whet the appetite. Crunch! Krueng! Delicious! It's tasty! Kayut kayut kayut! The animals exclaimed and started eating the popcorn frantically, addicted to its savory and salty taste. Meanwhile, Sejun took out a new pot and started boiling water and honey together. Krueng! Quenji looked anxiously at the honey turning brown. If you're going to burn honey like that, you should have let me eat it instead. It's not burning. Just wait a little. When the honey had reduced to a certain extent, Sejun poured in the unsalted popcorn and stirred it vigorously to evenly mix the honey and popcorn, making honey popcorn. Krueng? Is it ready yet? Quenji, who had finished the popcorn given by Sejun and was intoxicated by the honey scent emanating from the pot, started circling around the pot, watching Sejun making honey popcorn. Quenji, wait! When Sejun spoke sternly to Quenji, who was wandering around the hot fire. Krueng! Quenji will wait in his place. Quenji quickly sat down in its place and waited patiently for the food, as he had learned when he was younger. It's almost done. Iona, please use a weak drying spell. Sejun asked Iona to cast a spell to remove the moisture from the popcorn in the 2 pots. The taste of popcorn is important, but the texture is really important as well. Kayut kayut kayut. Yes. Dry. Iona quickly cast a drying spell. She, too, wanted to quickly eat the popcorn, enticed by the sweet smell. Once the honey popcorn was ready, eat whichever flavor you want. Sejun let the animals choose between salted popcorn and honey popcorn, and filled a bowl for himself. Hee. I'll have half of both. Sejun filled his leaf cone cup half with salted popcorn and half with honey popcorn, covering the opening and shaking it to mix. And then, crunch! He grabbed a handful of popcorn and shoved it into his mouth. Crunch! Yes! This is it. Sejun shivered at the taste in his mouth. The combination of salty and sweet popcorn alternated as he chewed, creating an unbeatable blend. On top of that, crunch! Crunch. The crunchy texture of the honey popcorn, which hardened as the honey cooled, added to the enjoyment of eating. Krueng? Quenji, who was focusing on the honey popcorn, followed Sejun's example and mixed his popcorn. Following Sejun always led to success, so Quenji trusted him completely. And then, Krueng! It's delicious! Once again, the trust was rewarded. Krueng! Crunch! Crunch! Quenji began to eat salted popcorn with one hand and honey popcorn with the other, alternately gobbling them down. And so, the 295th night of being stranded passed. Find and protect the golden bat at all costs. Han Taijun, who had ordered his subordinates to find the golden bat after receiving Theo's message, was hurrying towards the tower. Just then, buzz! The secretary's smartphone started ringing. Hello. Really? Send the link right away. Click. The secretary hung up the phone. And then, President, they say they found the golden bat. Really? How? Take a look at this. The secretary played a video on the tablet, and a broadcast edited by Bae Jongho titled There's Such a Thing in the World was shown. It's already been broadcasted. Where is it? It's Hanla building next to our association. Next to our building? It was that close? How much does the Hanla building cost? Well, the original price was about 200 billion won, but due to the broadcast about bats appearing in the building, I think we can significantly lower the price. Buy it immediately. Yes. Han Taijun, asked by Theo to find a building where the golden bat appears, was thinking of giving it to Theo as a gift. He. I'll count this as a favor. Coincidentally, the owner of Hanla building wanted to sell the building urgently. As a result, Han Taijun was able to enter the tower with the building contract purchased under Sejun's name. When Sejun woke up in the morning, the surroundings were a mess. Popcorn spilled from the night before was scattered all over the floor. Gyurong. Berarong. Quenji was sleeping inside the pot, holding the golden bat. Aina had gotten up early and went to check on the construction site of the wizard tower. Master, are you awake? Yeah, Flamey greeted Sejun, who was looking around. Did you sleep well too, Flamey? Yes. It wasn't quiet last night, so it was great. Our Flamey must have been lonely all this time, wasn't it? Sejun thought that he should play in the cave more often from now on, and he left Quenji and the golden bat sleeping and went outside. Then, quack! A mushroom ant proudly approached Sejun. He. You came at the right time. When mushroom ants are full of confidence, they usually have an elixir mushroom on their back, so Sejun welcomed the mushroom ant warmly. Quack! The mushroom ant, pleased with Sejun's hospitality, showed its back. As Sejun expected, there was only one elixir mushroom on the back of the mushroom ant. It was a black, stone-like mushroom he had never seen before. You worked hard to grow it. Sejun praised the mushroom ant while patting its back. And then, pop! He picked the mushroom. You have harvested an enhanced elixir, black truffle. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV6 has increased slightly. You have gained 250 experience points. Who? A black truffle? It was a mushroom he had only heard of on Earth. Isn't this really expensive? Sejun hurriedly checked the options. Enhanced elixir, black truffle. A black truffle grown by Park Sejun's tenant farmer mushroom ant, absorbing all the surrounding nutrients for a long time, growing into an elixir. Boasts an intense fragrance. Upon consumption, all stats 3. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun's tenant farmer mushroom ant. Expiration date, 150 days. Grade, C. Wow! It was an enhanced elixir that increased all stats by 3. I'll eat it before Quenji wakes up and get rid of it. Gulp! Sejun hurriedly put the black truffle in his mouth and chewed. It was obvious that Quenji would ask for it if he saw it. He had to survive too. He couldn't keep being treated as the weakest. You have consumed an enhanced elixir, black truffle. All stats have increased by 3. Good. Feeling stronger than yesterday, Sejun cheerfully started the morning. Then, Krueng! Good morning. Quenji, awakened by hunger, energetically greeted Sejun in the morning. Sniff. Sniff. Krueng. Krueng. Dad's mouth smells good. What did you eat alone? Approaching Sejun, Quenji started sniffing around Sejun's mouth and immediately figured out that Sejun had eaten something alone. The problem was that he ate the black truffle, which had an intense fragrance. What? No. I didn't eat anything. Sejun hurriedly covered his mouth to prevent the fragrance from spreading, but, Krueng! Krueng! Then why are you covering your mouth? Dad, you said lying is bad, but Dad, you're lying now. It only increased Quenji's suspicion. No, I didn't eat anything. The more Sejun denied it, the stronger the truffle scent spread from his mouth, confirming that he had eaten something alone. Chapter 144. Krueng. Krueng. If you lie to the end, there's no choice. Quenji cannot let daddy be a bad guy. If a parent tries to go down the wrong path, it's the child's duty to stop them. Quenji, who had made up his mind, took out his branch stick. I'm sorry, Daddy. I'm hitting you to make you come to your senses. Quenji was at ease hitting Sejun with his branch because Sejun had the Kaiser's scale. All right. Dad ate alone. So, Quenji, put that branch down. Faced with Quenji's grim expression as he approached with his branch, Sejun hastily confessed. It was not because he was afraid of Quenji disciplining him. He just wanted to set an example as a parent, for real. The timing was a bit off though, but... Krueng! Phew! That was close. Quenji, who had prevented his dad from becoming a bad guy, heaved a sigh of relief and put the branch back on his back. Then, growl. Quenji's stomach signaled for food. Hungry? Let's eat quickly. Sejun hurriedly started cooking. Fortunately, he didn't get caught eating the elixir mushroom. All right. Line up. The wizards began to control the monsters that had arrived on the 99th floor of the tower. They were laborious recruited for the construction of the new wizard tower. Then, is this the place? Among the laborious, a creature with a crocodile's head was carefully examining the surroundings. It was Riken, who had disappeared from 75th floor of the tower. Through days of investigation, Riken found that Theo's final destination was always the 99th floor of the tower. The Miler's home must be there, so, while wondering how to enter the 99th floor without suspicion, Riken saw an advertisement for construction laborious for the Gravity Wizard Tower and entered the 99th floor mixed in with the laborious. Thus, while following the wizards, Riken arrived near Sejun's farm when, take a short break here and then move again. Don't leave your spot. The wizards gave the laborious a rest and hurried towards Sejun's farm. To be precise, towards the crop storage. Squeak! The rabbit guarding the storage welcomed the wizards. And then, Rabbit, give me 2 jars of cherry tomatoes and 3 jars of dried golden sweet potatoes. I'll take 3 jars of cherry tomatoes and 30 carrots. The wizards began to order snacks from the rabbit guarding the storage. These days, buying snacks here was a great pleasure for them. Although the low-level wizards could only eat green orbs, a little snack was allowed. The senior wizards in the tower also knew how hard it was to eat green orbs only. Besides, the magical cherry tomatoes, which temporarily increased magic power, helped in getting a better feel for handling mana, making it a mandatory snack for wizards visiting Sejun's farm. As the wizards were buying their snacks, sneak! One of the laborious cautiously moved. It was Riken, who had come to find Miler's hoe. Where could it be? Riken bent down and carefully looked around Sejun's farm. Then, who? Riken found the strategic weapon, the legendary land-moving, Miler's hoe too easily. It was just stuck in a field nearby. It must be Miler's hoe, right? It was so poorly managed that Riken wondered if what he saw was a fake. To an unknown person, it would have just looked like a common farming tool on the side of the road. But when Riken grabbed the hoe, the earth's power responding to his strength confirmed that it was the legendary Miler's hoe. Do they not know how extraordinary this equipment is? They knew. Sejun just considered it as just slightly better equipment, as he had felt the strength gap that could not be filled by the equipment alone. Whatever, Riken, who had obtained Miler's hoe, quickly fled to the entrance of the 99th floor. Buzz, buzz. The poisonous honey bees were annoying him along the way, but they couldn't penetrate Riken's thick skin, so he just ignored them and ran. And almost when he reached the entrance of the 99th floor of the tower, Krueng! That's my dad's! Quenji came running from afar and shouting. 30 minutes earlier. Feeling guilty for eating the enhanced elixir mushroom alone, Sejun prepared a lot of food that Quenji and the golden bat liked. He made honey bixiolji, honey rice cake, and sweet potato soup and took out bananas, watermelons, and mangoes which were limited in quantity from the void storage. Krueng! It's delicious! Little brother, golden bat, eat a lot. Pip pip. Yes, big brother Quenji, you too eat a lot. Quenji and the golden bat feasted on the delicious food from morning. After finishing a hearty breakfast, then, I will be making macgioli, rice wine. You two can play and have fun. Sejun left Quenji and the golden bat to play and went to the brewery. Since the amount of macgioli to be supplied to the 2 dragons was not small, Sejun had the architect Grey Rabbits build a brewery for making macgioli. After Sejun left, Krueng! I'm full now. Pip pip. Me too. When Quenji and the golden bat were looking at each other's bulging bellies and laughing, buzz, the seventh poisonous queen honeybee flew quickly from afar. Krueng, what happened? Quenji asked the seventh queen honeybee. Buzz. Buzz. Quenji, there's big trouble. It's an intruder. Krueng? Did another poisonous honeybee come? Quenji and the seventh honeybee were connected by a sticky honey connection. Sometimes when the eastern poisonous honeybees appeared, Quenji would chase them away and receive a more special honey as a reward. Buzz. Buzz. No. The intruder is running away with Sejun's hoe. Krueng? Quenji thought he had heard it wrong. Daring to steal my dad's stuff? There's no way. But, pip pip. If it's Sejun's hoe, it's a legendary equipment. Buzz. Yes. We have to catch them before they leave the 99th floor. The conversation between the golden bat and the seventh queen honeybee confirmed he hadn't heard wrong. Krueng. Krueng. How dare some bad guy steal Quenji's dad's stuff? Where's the bad guy? Buzz. Over there. Big brother Quenji. Let's go together. So Quenji and the golden bat followed the seventh queen bee, and after about 20 minutes, they saw a creature with a crocodile's head running with Sejun's hoe. Da 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 da. Krueng. Krueng. Put down that hoe quickly. It belongs to Quenji's dad. Yes, that's right. It belongs to Sejun. Quenji ran quickly, spreading his arms wide to block Riken's way, and the golden bat surrounded him from behind. Kya kya kya. Move if you don't want to get hurt, kid. Krueng. Krueng. My name's not Kid, it's Quenji. And taking other people's things is bad. Chuck. Quenji pulled out the branch stick on his back. Land moving. Thump. Riken, who wanted to test Myla's hoe anyway, swung the hoe strongly toward the ground. Rumble. Rumble. The ground began to rumble loudly. It was different from Sejun's hoeing. And, thump. Giant stone hands, 5 meters in size, sprouted from the ground. Dozens of such giant stone hands surrounded Quenji, the golden bat, and the seventh queen honeybee. Buzz. Quenji, what do we do? The seventh honeybee who guided Quenji spoke in a fearful voice after seeing the giant stone hands. Krueng. Golden bat, protect the seventh. Big brother Quenji, what about you? The golden bat asked Quenji in a worried voice. What if there was an accident? But, Krueng. Dad said it's okay to hit bad guys. Quenji, clearly intending to use force. Stomp. Stomp. Confidently stepped forward. Kya kya kya. Brave, aren't you? You must not know how scary the world is. Take this. Excited by the spectacle he created, Riken moved the stone hands to make fists and attacked Quenji. Whoosh. Stone fists attacked Quenji with a whistling sound at high speed. But, Krueng. When Quenji infused the enhanced branch with magic power and swung it, crash. The enlarged branch shattered 5 stone fists at once. And then, Krueng. I'll teach the bad guy a lesson. Quenji smashed the stone fists blocking his way and rushed towards Riken. Eek! Land moving. Seeing Quenji rushing towards him, flustered Riken moved the ground again. And then, thump! Thump! This time, the stone hands opened their hands and began to press down on Quenji. Krueng! Quenji stretched out his hands to resist the pressure. But, land moving. Thump! Thump! Riken continued to summon stone hands to bury Quenji. Kya kya kya. That should be enough. When Riken was pleased as he looked at the 20-meter-high small hill of stones he created. Crack! The stone hand split apart. And then, Krueng! An enlarged Quenji appeared, breaking through the stone hill. How? How did? Eek! Land moving. As a giant bear 5 meters taller than the pile of rocks appeared, Riken made a last-ditch effort. He thought that if he were pushed back here, it would be the end. Rumble. With a vibration incomparable to before, a gigantic hand appeared, 10 times bigger than the enlarged Quenji. Krueng. Overwhelmed by the enormous stone hand, Quenji was flustered. Just then, Koyo Iuiong. From afar, a large pink mana wave in the shape of a bear paw collided with the gigantic stone hand. It was an attack from a pink bear. There was no sound. And the stone hand disappeared. Krueng. It's Mom. Emboldened by his mother's appearance, Quenji rushed towards Riken again. But Riken was gone after the previous attack. He hadn't run away but had vanished along with the stone hand. On the ground lay only Sejun's hoe, which had withstood the pink bear's attack. Krueng. Krueng. I've cleaned up the bad guy. I found Dad's hoe. Quenji, having accomplished his goal, returned home with a proud expression. Ooh? What's going on? Sejun, who had been making maggioli, came outside, puzzled at the suddenly darkening sky, only to see it brighten again. From now on, you all will be building a farm on the 41st floor, meow. Lord Theo, are you talking about a farm for farming? Ulrich was taken aback by Theo's sudden order to create a farm. They were a fighting race that knew nothing but fighting, and now farming? Don't you want to be a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, meow? No. No, that's not it. Farming is essential if you want to be a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, Chairman Park, meow. I went through this process too, meow, Theo said in a firm voice, acting as if he had farmed vigorously, although he had only helped with the farming when Sejun ordered or praised him. Understood. Then we will start building the farm on the 41st floor. Ulrich, who believed in Theo's words as steadfastly as stone, began to construct a farm on the 41st floor. But among the millions of Black Orcs, nobody knew about farming. They had always stolen or hunted, never having grown anything themselves. The great sage and shaman, Lucan, you take the lead in building the farm. Yes. Farming is all about planting and growing in the ground. Leave it to me. Thus, the farm's construction began under Lucan's guidance, who had learned farming from a book. However, Lucan knew no more about farming than the others. Plant the young Black Orcs in the ground. Lucan thought that after planting, he should feed them and let them grow. Thus, the seeds Theo sowed began to take root in a strange direction. And then, meow meow meow, unaware of what he had done, Theo went down to the 40th floor of the tower to meet Han Taijun. Chapter 145, How much for one draw? By the building at this address in the name of Chairman Park, meow. Theo came down to the 40th floor and immediately asked Han Taijun to buy the building, just as Han Taijun expected. This place? That's right, meow. Vice Chairman Theo, do you know how expensive this building is? Han Taijun purposely acted surprised at Theo's request. I don't know, meow. Is it very expensive, meow? It's 200 billion won. In tower coin, that's 200,000 tower coins. It's a burden even for me, so let's count this as one favor. Okay, meow. Here. As Theo used the favor, Taijun immediately handed over the building contract signed in Sejun's name. Meow. Excellent, meow. Chairman Park will be very pleased, meow. Theo quickly took the contract. In a flash, Sejun had acquired a 200 billion won building in Gangnam for free, with just a flick of his cat's paw. So, is there anything else? There's more, meow. I'll use one more favor, meow. Really? Fill the building with food for the rest of your life, meow. Having acquired the building, now it needed to be filled. Okay. How much could it be? I'll fill it up completely. Theo's word a lifetime did make Han Taijun a bit nervous, but his face brightened at Theo's words that he would use one more favor. Compared to the building's price, the cost to fill it with goods was not that great. And how much could one eat anyway? Han Taijun would later realize how wrong he had been. He had not known that there were many voracious beasts around Sejun who never seemed to be satisfied. It was a very reckless decision. Thank you, meow. Now, please fill it with goods, meow. Okay. And we need more sturdy blade green onion leaves. There was a possibility that locusts could invade other places, so this was to prepare just in case. I got it, meow. I'll tell the interns, meow. With that, Theo headed back up to the 99th floor after talking to Han Taijun. Ooh, nice. Kaiser downed a shot of maggioli, rice wine, and savored the aftertaste with a satisfied smile. And as he bit into a roasted sweet potato, Father! The black moon is appearing. Anton rushed in, shouting. What? Black moon. At Anton's words, Kaiser's expression hardened, and he hurried outside. In the distance, a thin gap was visible between the world engulfed in red clouds. It was undoubtedly the black moon. And the black moon was not emitting light but absorbing it, amplifying its presence as it appeared. Awaken all the black dragons and have them stand by. Yes, the hitherto lackadaisical Kaiser now exuded authority and urgency as he ordered Anton. It would take almost 10 years for the black moon to fully appear, but 10 years is not a long time in the eyes of dragons, especially when waking dragons that have slept for hundreds of years. They must be awakened now to be able to fight in prime condition 10 years later. Release! Boom! Kaiser dispelled the polymorph spell, transforming into a gigantic dragon and soaring into the sky. From the sky, he could see the red world, growing as it absorbed energy through tendril-like tubes connected to the destroyed worlds. The red world's name was Destruction. Destruction was always wrapped in ominous red clouds, without sun, moon, or stars. And surrounding destruction were 8 towers, including the Black Tower. Above these towers floated a massive piece of land. It was the dragon's home and the frontline fortress in preparation for the battle against destruction. To think it's appearing now, Kaiser looked at the black moon with a grave expression. The appearance of the black moon meant, they're coming back. There was only one time in the past when the black moon appeared like this, when the towers were born. A black moon formed in the middle of the newly born red world. Soon after the black moon completely appeared, 12 beings known as the Apostles of Destruction, possessing immense power, emerged from it. They attacked the dragons as soon as they appeared, and the ensuing battle between the 12 Apostles of Destruction and 10,000 dragons resulted in an overwhelming victory for the dragons, thanks to their sheer numbers. But the Apostles of Destruction left a message that they would return when the black moon rises, and they vanished, turning to ashes. The victory was nothing but a wound, considering that 1,000 dragons died to defeat the 12 Apostles of Destruction. Phew. I hope the damage isn't too great this time, as Kaiser was worrying about the future. Kaiser, it's been almost 3,000 years since we last met like this, has it not? Kellyan, who had transformed into his original body, approached him. That's right. We haven't met since the Black Moon event. The others are waiting. Let's go quickly. All right. Kaiser and Kellyan flew towards the conference hall to prepare measures against the Black Moon with the other clan lords. As Kaiser and Kellyan departed, wriggle, the roots that had emerged from the Black Tower began to move busily. Day 299 of being stranded. Take this. Belly puff. Boo 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 bop. Cookakekaki. After eating a hearty lunch, Sejun was playing with Quenji, blowing air into Quenji's swollen belly. Kuong. It tickles. As they played, snore, kurr. Sejun and Quenji fell asleep. Then, kayut. It seems you're enjoying a nap? Iona, who had returned after finishing the tower construction, found the two of them. Swoop. Iona took this opportunity to settle on Sejun's lap and close her eyes. Kayut. Iona was dreaming a nightmare of both anger and joy. A moment later, ooh? Iona is here? Krueng? Big sister Iona, when did you come? Sejun and Quenji, having just woken from their nap, noticed Iona. Q about 10 minutes ago, Iona answered, her voice a bit irritated from not getting enough sleep. What are you doing here? Weren't you busy with the wizard tower construction? Kayut. The wizard tower construction was completed today. What? It's all built already. Sejun was surprised at Iona's words. From what he'd heard, the height of the wizard tower exceeded 500 meters. Kayut. The power of magic is great, you know, Iona said, enjoying Sejun's reaction. Then can we go see the wizard tower? Of course. I was going to invite you to the tower's completion celebration party later. Oh. You're having a celebration party too? A party? Sejun's voice was filled with excitement. Krueng. Party. Quench's voice was also full of excitement, knowing that a party meant more food than usual. Kayut. Yes. We're planning to do it a week from now. So, I have a favor to ask of you, Sejun. What is it? I want to use your crops for the food at the party. That's fine, you can use them as you like. The storage room was overflowing, except for some crops. Kayut. Thank you. I'll pay you well. Iona thanked Sejun for his permission, mentioning that the chefs would come for the crops and left. And then, hello. The chefs who came to pick up the crops took an enormous amount of produce from Sejun's storage, indicating the grand scale of the upcoming celebration. Thanks to that, Sejun's seed bank balance combined with Theo's earnings reached exactly 100 million tower coins. The wizards were indeed wealthy, paying without even haggling. When Sejun had 100 million tower coins, Eileen, can I get another power? He asked if he could receive a new power. The tower's administrator asks you to wait a moment. A moment later, grantable powers. Power, strong strength. Power, strong stamina. Power, strong agility. Eileen checked the tower coins Sejun had and showed the available powers. The tower's administrator says you can choose one of the 3 powers. I've decided. I'll take strong stamina. He didn't need to think about it. When he pondered what he should do to survive, the answer came quickly. The tower's administrator says she will grant you power, strong stamina. Yes, 100 million tower coins have been deducted from your seed bank. The tower's administrator grants the power, strong stamina to the tower's mid-level administrator's tattoo. You can later enhance power, strong stamina using contribution points or tower coins. Due to the effect of power, strong stamina, your stamina increases by 50. With a sudden increase of 50 in his stamina stat, his stamina became 74. He. With increased stamina, Sejun felt his chest swell with grandeur, and a confidence that anything seemed possible. Just then, Krueng, Quenji, humming a tune, approached Sejun. One must always be humble. As soon as he saw Quenji, the grandeur in Sejun's chest disappeared, and he felt humble, like a conditioned reflex. Krueng? Dad, why are you suddenly so down? Eating something tasty is what you do when you feel down. With that, Quenji comforted Sejun and dragged him to the kitchen. Then, Quenji wants to eat garetiok, rice cake. Quenji boldly spoke of what he wanted to eat. But, we don't have money to buy rice flour now, Sejun replied with a troubled expression. He had spent all his money to gain the new power, and he had no money left for the relic, wealth-devouring rice dough. So we're beggars. Quenji looked saddened by Sejun's answer. Beggars? We're not beggars. Just temporarily poor. Instead, I'll make honey jelly today. Sejun hurriedly offered an alternative upon hearing Quenji's words. Dad can make honey jelly too. Quenji, who thought that only poisonous honey bees could make honey jelly, was excited by Sejun's words. Yes, I can make honey jelly, Sejun said with a confident expression. Making honey jelly was incredibly simple. Now, put the honey in a bowl. Ice cube. He quickly froze the bowl containing the honey. Done. That's it. Krueng? Is that it? Quenji looked disappointed. He had already tried the honey ice cube before. This is different from what you ate last time. Last time it was half water and half honey, but this time it was 100% honey. Thump! Sejun split the ice cube in half with his hand axe. And, look! Sejun took out the honey in the bowl, and it jiggled like jelly. Krueng! Dad is amazing. Yes. Dad is amazing, right? He. Ice cube. Puffed up by Quenji's praise, Sejun started making honey jelly again. Quenji's praise made Sejun dance with joy. Theo was heading towards the 99th floor of the tower. Meow. I need to stop by somewhere first, meow. Theo, suddenly remembering something he had to grab, entered the 75th floor. And the place Theo headed to was the lost and found storage of the Wandering Merchant Association, where he had gotten the item that had promoted him to temporary vice-chairman. What? Why are you here again? Taru, who was guarding the lost and found storage, said when he saw Theo. How much for one drawer, meow? What? This isn't that kind of place, go away. I don't want to, meow. I want a drawer, meow. Theo knew that there were items here to ensure his long-term rule as vice-chairman. The road to becoming the tower's top wandering merchant was long and far, but he wanted to remain vice-chairman during that time. I need the item in there for that, meow. No one can stop me, meow. I'm going to draw, meow, Theo said, looking at Taru with an intense glare. Chapter 146. Just go away. This is not a place for drawers. The guard of the lost and found storage, Taru, tried to politely send away this cat merchant, Theo. However, let's start bargaining, meow. I said no. This damn cat merchant wasn't taking no for an answer. How about 1 tower coin for 1 drawer, meow? And this outrageous price. Look at this guy. At the price Theo was offering, Taru felt strangely offended. Unknowingly, his hand tightened its grip on the spear he was holding. Even if there was nothing valuable in the lost and found storage, 1 tower coin. Then what does that make him, who had been guarding this place for over 100 years? While Taru was feeling upset, the best merchants buy good items at the cheapest price possible, meow. Theo, who believed that maximizing profit by buying good items at the cheapest prices was the virtue of a competent merchant, only thought about getting the drawer as cheaply as possible. Ideally, he wanted to go in for free and take everything he liked, but Theo still had some conscience. This is not that kind of place. Taru, holding back the anger rising from his chest, refused again nicely. However, then, 1.1 tower coins. Theo's bargaining had just started. No. Then, 1.2 tower coins. I said no. 1.3 tower coins. No means no. Taru continuously refused, and Theo kept bargaining, refusing the refusals. What a stubborn guy. Taru was annoyed watching Theo slowly raise the price bit by bit. He had heard that the best wandering merchants were stingy, but he didn't know it would be to this extent. It was too stingy. And so, hours passed this way. 10 tower coins. Hey! That's too cheap. Eventually, Teru shouted in anger at the price Theo offered. You surprised me, meow. If it's cheap, you should have said so, meow. How about 20 tower coins for one draw, meow? Theo cheerfully doubled the bargaining price. 1,000 tower coins. Otherwise, you cannot enter, Teru said firmly. If it was the place he was guarding, it had to be worth that much. Teru thought that Theo, who had luckily drawn an item that Riken was eyeing last time, was surely hoping for another stroke of luck. So, he planned to teach this puny cat a lesson. If he spends 1,000 tower coins to draw a useless item, he will come to his senses quickly. Probably, after spending 1,000 tower coins to draw a worthless item, he would never come back to draw again. Give me a discount, meow. When Teru named his price, Theo tried to haggle 3 times. However, Teru had no intention of bargaining, standing his ground. Fine then, meow. Here are 3,000 tower coins, meow. Theo's purpose was to do as Sejun instructed. Chairman Park told me to ask for a discount 3 times, meow. Theo confidently handed 3,000 tower coins to Teru. There were 3 items he couldn't get last time. He planned to take all of them today. 3 items. Teru was taken aback by Theo's action. You cannot take 3. You can only take 1, no exceptions. He wanted Theo to be fooled once, but the amount was too large. Worried about Theo's loss, Teru returned 2,000 tower coins. And then, thump! He opened the door to the massive lost and found storage. Whoosh! As the door opened, the torches inside the dark storage warehouse lit up. Why are there so many restrictions, meow? As Theo grumbled, if you don't want to do it, just go back. No, meow. Then I will go in, meow. As Teru tried to close the door of the lost and found storage again, Theo hurriedly entered. 10 minutes later. Meow. Meow. Theo came out carrying a shabby box. Is that what you chose? Teru naturally thought that Theo had chosen the item inside the box and looked inside. However, clang. It was empty. Don't tell me you're going to pick this box. Yes I am, meow. Then I will come again next time, meow. Theo put the box in his bag with a satisfied expression and left. Why would you even come back? I bet you won't show up again. Teru was convinced that Theo had chosen a trash item. The land of the golden dragon. Thud. Thud. Kaiser and Kellyan arrived. As they entered, golden, red, blue, purple, green, and brown dragons had already arrived. Now that everyone is here, let's start the meeting. As the 2 entered, Artemis Yul, the head of the Yul clan and the golden dragon presiding over the meeting, announced the start of the meeting. However, due to the nature of the dragons, who do not interfere with each other, there wasn't much to discuss. The meeting formally proceeded with the agenda of waking the sleeping dragons and preparing to fight against the Black Moon. And when the meeting ended and the dragons were about to leave, have some of this food before you go. It is made from the crops harvested by the tower farmer of our golden tower. Artemis offered food to the dragons. His intention was clear, to show off his competent tower farmer. He. I feel bad just accepting the food, so I should bring something out too. This is liquor brewed by the tower farmer of our red tower. This is. The other dragons also started boasting about the things made by the tower farmers of their respective towers. However, Kaiser and Kellyan only ate what the other dragons brought out without saying anything. Kaiser wanted to boast about Sejun's crops, but he held back for the sake of Kellyan's pride. Normally, he was like an enemy, but he did not want to hurt Kellyan's pride by boasting about his own crops in this situation. Then, Kaiser, Kellyan, why aren't you bringing anything out? What delicious thing are you hiding so tightly? Let's share. Isn't that right? Ha ha ha. Tir Piton, the head of the Piton clan and the purple dragon, said with a laugh. His eyes were full of disdainful glances. The atmosphere in the meeting room turned cold at Tir's words. The heads of the clans did not leave their territory, but since other dragons interacted with each other, they roughly knew the situation of the other towers even if they did not know exactly. The Black Tower did not have a tower farmer because of Kaiser's granddaughter, Eileen, and the White Tower was in a situation where no farming was done because Kellyan's grandson, Arjux, suddenly became a tower farmer. Knowing this, Tir still brought it up. Damn it! Kaiser glared at Tir without saying a word, and Kellyan swallowed his anger and endured it. He. Let's see them get mad. Tir, who had always held a grudge against the 2, secretly hoped they would get angry. If Kaiser and Kellyan get angry here, he can pretend he didn't know their tower's situation and back out, leaving the 2 in an embarrassing situation. Then, Tir, if they don't want to take it out, they don't have to. There's no need to force them. Brachio Iorg, the female head of the Iorg clan and the Green Dragon, spoke to Tyr in a cold voice, defending Kaiser and Kellyan. Her granddaughter, Ophelia, was also a tower farmer, similar to Kellyan's situation. Of course, the green dragons are the most eco-friendly species among the dragons. It was an agricultural elite among the dragons. However, Brachio was greatly surprised when she saw the crops of the Black Tower, which were given as rewards at the recent Green Tower Harvest Festival. She was surprised that a tower farmer appeared in the Black Tower, and even more so by the quality of the crops they produced. The crops of the Black Tower's tower farmer, Park Sejun, were still of low grade, but they were perfect. It was like catching two birds with one stone, both in taste and effect. So she planned to have a separate conversation with Kaiser after the meeting ended, but Tyr ruined the mood. Whom? I might have been too hasty. Sorry. If you don't want to share, you don't have to. If the two of you don't have anything to bring out, I was going to share some. Tyr continued to be provocative until the end. Let's disperse for today and meet again in 3 months. Feeling the tense atmosphere, Artemis hurriedly ended the meeting. Whenever dragons hold a meeting, starting with the Yell clan, they gather once every 3 months on each clan's land. This was the law of the dragons. On the 301st night of being stranded, the rabbits, poisonous honey bees, and mushroom ants have all gone home. Sejun prepared for the 11th blue moon, which was about to start. The tower administrator says she is sorry for not being able to help. Eileen tried hard to charge the searchlight created by Kaiser with magic power, but it required 2 slots of magic power to operate. It was difficult for Eileen to even charge 1 slot with her magic power. It's okay. We have prepared enough for today, Sejun said, looking at the farm guarded by the pink bear and 5 black minotaurs. Just looking at it was reassuring. Whenever Flamey had been able to use the flame of purification, Sejun used it on the black minotaurs. As a result, all 5 of them were unaffected by the blue moon. Moreover, with Quenji also there, it was sufficient to protect the farm. Then, Krueng. Dad, everything is fine. Pip pip. Sejun, everything is fine. Quenji and the golden bat returned after patrolling the farm to check for any intruding fire ants or poisonous bees. Good job. Let's have a midnight snack. Sejun prepared a midnight snack for the animals who had been working hard without sleep. Krueng. Great. Hearing the word a snack, Quenji excitedly raised his short front paws in joy. I will make garetiok, rice cake, for you today. Yesterday, the wizards of the Wizard Tower, who couldn't go outside during the blue moon, had bought snacks, and thus Sejun had some money again. He used that money on relic, wealth-devouring rice dough. He put money into it, obtained rice flour, made rice cake dough, and stored it in the treasure vault of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. That's when he realized, I'm rich. If he sold just one of the gold bars in the treasure vault, he could get dozens of coins. Sejun had completely forgotten about the treasures in the vault. I'll use this to buy a new power later. Sejun decided to use the treasures to buy new powers and closed the treasure vault. As a day passed, current list of items available for withdrawal from the Red Ribbon Kingdom's treasure vault, a total of 23,918,120 items. Chewy dough 1 kg x 5. The dough had turned into chewy dough. The black rabbit had diligently pounded the dough and put it back. I will take out 5 kilograms of chewy dough, withdrawing 5 kilograms of chewy dough from the Red Ribbon Kingdom's treasure vault. Okay. Press it gently and slowly, Sejun said, putting the dough into the manual garetiok machine held by Quenji. Krueng. Having done it several times already, Quenji skillfully started making garetiok. Chewy garetiok have been completed. Your proficiency in cooking LV4 has slightly increased. Due to the effect of cooking level 4, the taste and effect of chewy garetiok have slightly increased. The garetiok were completed. As the black rabbit skills improved, the word slightly that was attached to the garetiok's description disappeared. Okay. Let's eat. Sejun cut the garetiok into bite-sized pieces and gave them to the pink bear Quenji and the golden bat. Of course, honey was essential for garetiok, so he took out a lot of honey as well. Here, you guys eat this. Thank you for the food. The black minotaurs didn't like the texture of the rice cakes, so they didn't eat them. Instead, Sejun gave them a lot of cherry tomato stems. By the time Sejun and the animals happily finished their midnight snacks, it's the blue moon. A blue moon rose in the sky. Let's get to work. Sejun stood up and said. They had to scatter and locate the crops affected by the energy of the blue moon. Then, Chairman Park. I'm here, meow. Theo, who had just arrived, flew towards Sejun. "Oh. Vice Chairman Theo, welcome." Meow. Theo was put to work as soon as he arrived. Chapter 147. Why do I have to do this? Meow. Theo, hanging on Sejun's head, peered around the field that was being illuminated by a blue light, with a pout on his face. He was sulking because he couldn't hang on Sejun's knee as it couldn't be seen from below. "Vice Chairman Theo, please endure a little longer. I'll give you churu afterward." Meow. "Okay, meow." Theo, encouraged by Sejun's words, looked around with wide eyes. Then, meow. "Chairman Park, found it." Meow. "Krueng, I found it, Daddy." Theo and Quenji, who were looking over the field from atop Pink Fur's head, simultaneously spotted the area where the blue light was beginning to intensify. Meow. "Quenji, I saw it first." Meow. "Krueng. Krueng. No. Quenji saw it before Big Brother did." As Theo and Quenji argued over who spotted it first, flash! The blue light brightened even more, as if absorbing all the energy of the blue moon. "What's this?" Having never experienced this before, Sejun approached the cherry tomato field radiating light. SSSHH. By the time Sejun approached, the blue light had completely transferred to a single cherry tomato, which now radiated not blue or red, but a pure white light. Thud. Sejun, as if entranced, plucked the white cherry tomato. And then, Elixir, you have harvested a cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. Due to the effect of harvesting LV6, you harvested a crop 1 grade higher. Your job experience greatly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV6 has increased greatly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV6 has been filled, and the level increases. You have acquired 1000 experience points. Who? Sejun came to his senses only after seeing the harvested message. And then, a cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. He was shocked to see the name of a crop he had never seen before. Moreover, it was an elixir. Just then, you have achieved the achievement of creating a new variety in the tower. The tower acknowledges your exclusive cultivation rights for the new variety. Without your permission, no one can cultivate the elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. Your job experience increases greatly. All this time, Sejun had harvested cherry tomatoes the most until now, but he had never encountered a new variety. He had almost given up, but... Cherry tomato! I always believed in you. The magical cherry tomato finally gave Sejun a new variety. Moreover, it was classified as an elixir. As Sejun hurriedly tried to check the attributes of the white cherry tomato in his hand, you have achieved the feat of creating 5 new varieties in the tower. As a reward for the great farmer's achievement, 1 job characteristic will be added. Every time you create a new variety, all your stats increase by 10. Oh. Jackpot! Every time a new variety is created, all stats increase by 10. It was an amazing job characteristic that had the same effect as raising 40 levels. Let's check its attributes now. Sejun happily checked the options of the elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. Elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. It is a mutant cherry tomato that has absorbed the intense magic power of the blue moon at the highest point of the tower. A cherry tomato grown inside the tower, it is delicious and full of nutrients. Its color changed to white as it absorbed powerful magical power. Consuming it permanently increases magic power by 10. It was born by absorbing powerful magic, and it cannot grow anywhere that doesn't have strong magic presence. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 10 years. Grade, A. Who? It's A grade. He then remembered the message that said he had harvested a crop of 1 higher grade. At that moment, put that cherry tomato in this box. Meow. Theo took out a box from his bag. What is that box? It's a box I got from lottery draw. Meow. What? A lottery draw? Did you do a draw at the blacksmith? No. Meow. I found a new place. Meow. It was the lost and found storage warehouse, which unbeknownst to Teru, had become Theo's new location for lottery draws. Oh. Really? Sejun seemed even happier with Theo's words than when he got the elixir cherry tomato. Theo's draw are always great. Just as Theo trusted Sejun's knee, Sejun also trusted Theo's front paw. Sejun examined the box. Shabby wooden box. Grade, E. He. I wonder what effect this has, Sejun said with a voice full of anticipation. And then, Eileen, please appraise this. He asked Eileen for an appraisal. The tower administrator says to leave it to her. As soon as Eileen responded, the shabby wooden box disappeared. A moment later, the tower administrator says the appraisal is complete. the tower administrator says Theo has brought another good item. Of course, meow. I always bring helpful items, meow. So, Chairman Park, quickly praise me, meow. All right. Vice Chairman Theo, well done. Just with words, meow. Extend my term as Vice Chairman quickly, meow. Okay. 1 month extension, meow. Meow. Good, meow. Theo, pleased to have the term as Vice Chairman extended as he wanted, rubbed his forehead on the back of Sejun's head in delight. The tower administrator says it seems to be an item that will be helpful to you. Really? The tower administrator says you will know when you see it yourself. Thud. With Eileen's words, a box appeared in front of Sejun. Who? It was definitely a shabby wooden box before, but now it had transformed into a golden box. Sejun quickly checked the options of the golden box. Golden box of abundance. A box containing the power of an ancient god responsible for abundance, whose name has long been forgotten. Over time, most of the god's powers have faded. If you put 1 grain or fruit in it and wait a day, it will increase to 2. Usage restriction, worshippers of abundance. Creator? Grade A. God's power? As described, the power had significantly faded, and the grade was low for a god's power item. On top of that, the option was to double, not more, a bit lacking for a divine item. Vice Chairman Theo, I'll put it in here like you said. Still, it was not a bad effect if it could double the elixir cherry tomato, which there was only one of, in just 1 day. Sejun put the white cherry tomato in the golden box of abundance. Then he put the golden box into the void storage and came out. ZZZ. Kerr. Quenji and the golden bat were sleeping on Pink Fur's back, and, meow. Chu are you? Theo, who was adamant about eating churu before sleeping, was half asleep, hanging on Sejun's head, after achieving his goal of extending his term as vice chairman. You must be tired. Snap. Sejun put Theo on his knee. After that, Sejun continued to look around the field with Pink Fur and 5 black minotaurs. However, it seemed that the elixir cherry tomato absorbed all the energy of the blue moon, as no other crops, imbued with the energy of the blue moon, appeared. As the blue moon ended, good job, everyone. Kyuong. Moo. Sejun gave plenty of food to the Pink Fur and black minotaurs as a token of gratitude and sent them back. I should get some sleep too. After sending off the animals, Sejun entered the house. As soon as he lay down on the fluffy mushroom mattress, he fell asleep. Snore. Gororong. Only the sound of Sejun and Theo snoring could be heard in the bedroom. Meow. I slept well, meow. Theo, who had a good night's sleep on Sejun's knee, stretched out his front paws and stretched refreshingly. And then, thump. Thump. He stepped on Sejun's body and approached Sejun's face. Chairman Park is still in dreamland, meow. But his face looks really bad, meow, Theo said pitifully while looking at Sejun's face. When would Chairman Park's face ever get better, meow? There is no other way, meow. I will give a special massage, meow, press. Press. Theo diligently stomped on Sejun's face with his front paws. While Theo was massaging Sejun's face, Kayut Kayut Kayut. Vice Chairman Theo, you're here. Iona, who had come to ask Sejun for a favor, was delighted to see Theo. Iona, nice to see you, meow. Yes. Vice Chairman Theo, there is a completion celebration party for the completion of the Wizard Tower in 4 days. Please come then. Iona invited Theo to the party. Meow? Is Chairman Park also going? Yes. Sejun has also agreed to come. Then I'll go too, meow. While Theo and Iona were talking, Sejun woke up. Did Chairman Park wake up, meow? Of course, I'd wake up. You're chatting so loudly beside me, Sejun grumbled as he got up. That's good, meow. Chairman Park, now that you're awake, give me a churu, meow. Theo laid down on Sejun's lap, with twinkling eyes, ready to eat churu. Kayut. Then I should also take a short nap before I go. As Theo laid down, Iona quickly wrapped Theo's tail around her and closed her eyes. All right, yawn. Sejun, still half asleep, tore open the churu and fed it to Theo. Slurp slurp slurp. As expected, the churu fed by Chairman Park while on Chairman Park's lap is the tastiest, meow. Theo was happy while eating the churu. And as Sejun was feeding Theo and starting to wake up, Krueng. Daddy, Quenji is hungry too. Quenji, who woke up due to hunger, immediately came looking for Sejun as soon as he opened his eyes. All right, eat this and wait for a while. Sejun took out some dried sweet potatoes from the void storage and gave them to Quenji. Krueng. It's delicious. Choo choo. Quenji, sitting next to Sejun, diligently ate the dried sweet potatoes. A moment later, Sejun. Good morning. The golden bat, having woken up, came to find Sejun. Yes. Good morning. And so, surrounded by the animals, Sejun began the 302nd morning of being stranded. So, you want me to decide on a new name for the wizard tower? Kayut kayut kayut. Yes, crunch crunch. Iona, who answered Sejun's question, continued to gnaw on roasted peanuts. The reason Iona came to Sejun was to get a new name for the wizard tower. Originally, it was the Gravity Wizard Tower, but as it has absorbed the Fire, Destruction, and Meteor Wizard Towers, its size increased and its identity as a user of gravity magic became blurred. Therefore, a new name was needed for the Wizard Tower that would give everyone a sense of belonging. And at the end of the Wizard Tower meeting, it was suggested that Sejun, the real power behind the Black Tower, should give the Wizard Tower its new name. Meow. I have a good name, Meow. Vice Chairman Theo, shortened to Theopar Tower, how about that, Meow? That's totally lame. What do you mean, Meow? There's no way that's lame, Meow. Then how about Theo Park Tower, Meow? Pass. Why are you rejecting everything I suggest, Meow? Just as Theo was about to argue why his proposed name wasn't being accepted. Krueng. Quenji thought of a name too, Quenji said, raising his front paw energetically. Oh. What is it, Quenji? Krueng. It's Honey Tower. Quenji suggested the name of his favorite food, honey, for the Wizard Tower. That might be difficult. Krueng. Krueng? Honey is delicious. Why can't it be? Quenji was puzzled why the delicious honey couldn't be the name of the Wizard Tower. Then, Pip Pip. How about naming it Sejun Tower after Sejun? The Golden Bat suggested naming the Wizard Tower after Sejun. He. The Golden Bat is making me blush. Sejun was secretly pleased when. It won't work, Meow. It's too weak, Meow. Krueng. The name lacks strength. Theo and Quenji opposed naming the tower after Sejun, who they deemed the weakest. These guys. No, it's just, Kiu Sejun. Your name won't work. Then everyone will look down on our Wizard Tower. Just as Sejun was about to argue, Iona's anger gauge rose to level 2, and she became angry. I've become much stronger than before. As Sejun was feeling wronged. Pip. I'm sorry for suggesting a weak name. The Golden Bat, who suggested Sejun's name, apologized. Golden Bat, you too. Having been dealt the final blow, Sejun fell into despair. Chapter 148. The task of naming the Wizard Tower only hurt Sejun. Then, the tower administrator is furious that someone dares to disrespect her tower farmer. Eileen came to Sejun's defense. The tower administrator admits that the tower farmer of the Black Tower, Park Sejun, is weak to the point where his death anywhere, anytime wouldn't be surprising, but she praises him for being better at farming than anyone else. Eileen? Sejun wished she had just praised him without mentioning the earlier part. As Sejun's self-esteem began to plummet, the tower administrator declares that she will name the Wizard Tower Opakari Wizard Tower. As soon as Sejun heard it, he understood. He knew Eileen's naming style. It combines Opak from Apak Sejun and Arya from Eileen . However, Kayut? Parkari Wizard Tower? Iona, not understanding where the name came from, tilted her head. The pronunciation was similar to Tparkai, TL, charity, which could be confusing to others. The tower administrator allows the use of the descriptor Blacker for the Wizard Tower. Kayut. Thank you. Great Black Dragon Eileen. Without a second thought, Iona accepted Eileen's proposal. Using the descriptor Black in the Black Tower was of great significance. Only those who had permission from the Black Dragon could use the word Black. Of course, one could use it secretly, but the consequences were not something one could handle alone. Dragons never forgave the races that used the term Black without their permission. Not only the individual involved, but the entire race had to pay the price. And that price was extinction. It was a great honor to use a term of such weight for the name of the Wizard Tower. The tower administrator announces that the Wizard Tower built on the 99th floor will be called the Black Parkari Wizard Tower. Thus, the name of the Wizard Tower was decided. Black Parkari Wizard Tower. Later, hunters approached it, thinking it was a charitable tower due to its name, but it turned out to be entirely different from charity, becoming an object of terror to hunters because of its destructive behavior. What will you do once we reach Amsterdam port? On the deck of a grain transport ship departing from Lagos port in Nigeria, Jonathan asked his colleague. What will I do? Head straight to a bar. As his colleague answered with excitement, boom! Suddenly, a soft vibration and sound came from the tank filled with grain. What's that? It seems, it's coming from the tank with cocoa? Could something be rotting inside? Although rare, sometimes the tank would expand due to gas produced by rotting grain stored inside. And maybe there was something wrong when we hurriedly departed from Lagos. In Lagos, millions of locusts appeared and attacked people and animals indiscriminately. So their employer ordered the cargo ship to be loaded with grain and depart as quickly as possible. And they did depart hastily with the loaded grain. So we have to clean the tank as soon as we arrive. Exactly, damn! Instead of drinking, we'll only be cleaning. As the two of them were complaining, bang! With a massive explosion, the lid of the tank was forcibly opened. And then, buzz! Buzz! Locusts began to pour out. What? Locusts! Run! Jonathan urgently shouted, but they were in the middle of the vast open sea. There was nowhere to run. The locusts attacked the people inside the ship as if they were hunting. The bodies of the locusts had turned completely yellow. The Earth Defense Force had driven all the locusts out of Lagos, Nigeria, and were feeling relieved, but the locusts had already infiltrated dozens of grain transport ships. And without any interference, they rapidly increased their numbers by consuming the grain, evolving into yellow locusts. Simultaneously, as grain transport ships were heading to various ports worldwide, the number of ships that lost contact quickly increased. Day 305 of being stranded. Sejun took out an elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power from the golden box of abundance. The maximum capacity of the golden box of abundance was 2, so if it increased to 2, 1 must be removed to increase it again. You have obtained 30 seeds of the elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in seed harvesting LV6 has increased slightly. Sejun didn't eat the obtained elixir-grade cherry tomato but extracted the seeds from inside. It was pointless to eat 1 or 2 pieces as he would still be ignored by the animals around him. Of course, one reason was that he was constantly failing to sow the seeds and consuming them. Let it work this time. Are you ready? Sejun stood in front of a pot filled with soil and spoke to Theo and Quenji. Ready, meow. Krueng. I'm ready. Theo and Quenji began infusing their magic power into the pot. Sejun had been continually failing to plant the seeds of the elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. It couldn't grow unless it was in a place filled with powerful magic power. So Sejun, who was artificially creating a powerful magic-filled environment with the help of Theo and Quenji, attempted to plant the elixir-grade cherry tomato. However, elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power has been planted. The environment is not strong enough in magic power for the elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power to grow roots. Seed sowing failed. SSSSSS. The seed turned into ashes along with the message. It was another failure. How much magic power do we even need? Even with Theo and Quenji's magic power, it wasn't enough. Sejun thought he might have to involve Iona next time. After failing to plant the elixir-grade cherry tomato, I'm so bored, Sejun spoke in a bored voice. He couldn't step out of the house since yesterday. It was because of the Black Parkari Wizard Tower's completion celebration party. The powerful beings from each floor who received an invitation were coming up to the 99th floor to participate in the party. And they had to pass through Sejun's farm in the middle to get to the Wizard Tower, so Theo and Quenji, worried about Sejun, prevented him from going outside. Chairman Park, let's just sleep at home, meow. Theo spoke as if to comfort Sejun and lay down on Sejun's lap, rubbing his back vigorously on Sejun's knees. Krueng, Big Brother is right. It's dangerous outside. Quenji also agreed with Theo and sat down, sticking his butt to Sejun's, and ate honey brought from the void storage. Both seemed eager to take advantage of this opportunity for their own benefits. Should I just go out? Sejun could leave anytime if he wanted. He is the owner of this place, and all the animals protecting him were strong. Plus, Eileen was on his side. However, thump. Thump. Seeing the endless line of monsters outside the window, he automatically thought there was no need to go outside. There was no need to deliberately wander in a place filled with strong creatures. Home is indeed the best. Sejun lay on the soft shaggy mushroom mattress and looked up at the ceiling. It had been a long time since he spent all day at home. When I think about it, on my days off on Earth, waking up late in the afternoon and rolling around in bed until evening was the norm. He found it strange that he felt stuffy staying at home like this. While lying down and lost in thought, Seed Shop is now open. The Seed Shop opened. Checking the level of the Seed Shop skill. Seed Shop LV3 confirmed. Park Sejun's grade has been upgraded from ordinary to extraordinary. As the level of the seed shop skill increased by 1 as a reward for completing the level 50 job quest, the grade also increased accordingly. In the extraordinary grade, you can select one seed that you previously purchased from the seed shop and buy it daily within 10 tower coins. The selected seed will be removed from today's seed sales list. If you wish to change the selected seed to another, you must pay a certain change fee. Which crop would you like to choose? There's a fee, carrot seed, strawberry seed, onion seed, Kianyang pepper seed. While Sejun was thinking, the crops he had bought before appeared. I'll choose later. Since there were no crops that needed to be grown urgently, Sejun decided to choose later slowly. 5 types of seeds to be sold today will be shown randomly. At the current grade, you can buy as many seeds as you want within 50 tower coins. When the grade increased, the number of seeds shown randomly increased from 4 to 5, but the amount available for purchase increased tenfold from 5 tower coins to 50 tower coins. Sweet pumpkin seeds 50 to 6 tower coins, peanut seeds 1000 to 9 tower coins, flame bean seeds 1 to 10 tower coins, watermelon seeds 10 to 12 tower coins, blueberry seeds 10 to 20 tower coins. The prices have gone up again. The prices of the seeds had increased by almost 50% since the last time he saw them. Sweet pumpkin, peanuts, flame beans, blueberries. Sejun had collected many watermelon seeds from the watermelons the monkeys had given him on the 77th floor of the tower, so he bought all the seeds except the watermelon seeds. 45 tower coins have been deducted from Park Sejun's seed bank account. 450 points have been added to your seed shop loyalty points. You now have a total of 601 seed shop loyalty points. Caching. For small leather pouches filled with seeds fell onto Sejun's hand. Thank you for using the seed shop. You can use the seed shop LV3 again after 30 days. I should first plant the flame beans in the pots. As Sejun was about to plant the flame bean seeds in a pot, squeak, squeak, quack, sounds of rabbits and mushroom ants guarding something were heard from outside. And then, how dare you insignificant creatures block my way? I am Jashu, the son of Black Leopard, the ruler of the 95th floor. I am the next ruler of the 95th floor. If you don't want to die, move aside. A voice full of arrogance was heard. There are always beings like that, ones who think they're at the top without realizing there's always someone above them. It seemed that an unwelcome guest had arrived at the farm. I should go out. Even though he was reluctant, he couldn't just stand by while his family was being threatened. There are always people like that, meow, Krueng. We will teach them a lesson. Enraged at the intruder that caused the disturbance, Theo and Quenji also got up to follow Sejun. Guys, let's wear these before we go out. Snap. Meow, Krueng? Sejun put on the Dragon Warrior helmet for safety and also put them on Theo and Quenji. Although he could have worn it alone, he felt embarrassed to do so, so he put it on them as well. And so, Sejun, Theo, and Quenji went outside. Squeak, quack. Rabbits and mushroom ants, intimidated by Jashu's threats, did not back down. This was Sejun's farm, a place that took them in when they had nowhere else to go. They were determined to defend it, even if it meant dying. These insignificant creatures, really? Realizing their determination, Jashu grew angry. His pride was wounded, thinking they dared to challenge him. I tried not to shed blood since this is the 99th floor, but kill them. Yes, although the invitation warned not to harm the creatures of the farm, and the black minotaurs guarding the entrance to the 99th floor had also warned them not to harm the farm. However, Jashu thought that the warning did not apply to the insignificant rabbits and mushroom ants roaming around the farm. At that moment, meow, Krueng, 2 beings wearing white bone helmets appeared and killed the leopards that were about to attack the rabbits and mushroom ants. Quenji, over here, meow. Theo precisely dodged the leopards' attacks and lured them towards Quenji. Krueng. Thud. Quenji hit them with his branch. Who are you two? Krueng. Furious, Jashu slammed the ground and shouted. You are dead. Sejun grinned as he looked at Jashu. Of all places, he had slammed on the rock that Quenji occasionally used for naps. It was a rock that Sejun had carved for Quenji using Mila's hoe. Krueng. Krueng. The bed that Dad made for Quenji is broken. Quenji is angry. As Sejun expected, Quenji looked at the broken rock with sad eyes and swung his branch at the black leopard named Jashu in a fit of rage. Bang! It's really dangerous outside the house, Sejun commented, watching Jashu fly away. Chapter 149. After chasing away the uninvited guest, Sejun took measures to ensure that monsters could not enter the farm, so that the rabbits and mushroom ants could work comfortably. He didn't do anything extraordinary. Private property, enter and you will die. Ferocious beasts inside. He put up a signboard with a warning so that monsters would not enter out of curiosity just like before. The monsters had already received a warning from Iona and the black minotaurs not to mess with the farm's inhabitants, and some had witnessed Jashu being attacked earlier, so the sign was sufficient. After putting up the sign, Sejun started making a new stone bed for Quenji. Raise the ground. Rumble. The ground moved, and a new stone bed began to form where the bed had been destroyed. Having made one before, he recalled the experience and made a bed optimized for Quenji's physique. Quenji, lie down and try it. Krueng. New bed. Krueng cheered and quickly lay down, happy that Sejun made a new bed. And then, Krueng. It feels great. Quenji rolled around happily on the bed. At that moment, gurgle. A loud sound came from Quenji's stomach. He seemed to have gotten hungry after exerting himself earlier. Krueng. I'm hungry. Quenji, who was rolling on the bed, suddenly got up. All right. Let's eat. It was early for dinner, but they decided to eat a little earlier that day. Meow meow meow. Grilled fish meow. Krueng. Krueng. At Sejuan's suggestion to eat, Theo and Quenji started singing. And then, flap flap. Hearing the singing, the golden bat also appeared and sang along. As the animals sang, what should we have for dinner? Sejuan pondered over the dinner menu. Theo likes grilled fish, Quenji eats anything, and a few cherry tomatoes will suffice for the golden bat. All right. Sejuan decided on the dinner menu and immediately started cooking. First, grill the fish and corn. While grilling the fish and corn on thin wooden skewers over the fire, Chak dash. Chak dash. He squeezed cherry tomato juice into an empty pot to make juice. While making the juice, he used his talent, fire mastery, to adjust the fire occasionally to make sure the grill didn't burn the food. Heh. Controlling the flame is an art. Sejuan admired his own fire control skills as he perfectly cooked the grilled fish. Soon, the grilled fish, corn, and cherry tomato juice with honey were ready. Guys, let's eat. Sejuan called the rabbits for dinner. Then, squeak, squeak. Cheers from the rabbits were heard. What's going on? As Sejuan wondered. Krueng. It smells like Big Bro. Quenji, delighted, ran outside. Big Bro? You mean the black rabbit? Let's go see the black rabbit quickly. Meow. Theo confirmed Sejuan's thought and urged him to go outside. Okay. As Sejuan hurriedly followed Quenji outside. Squeak. Pi pi pi. Black Rabbit and Choo Choo were happily chatting with the other rabbits. Black Rabbit and Choo Choo, who were invited to Iona's celebration party, brought 300 subordinate rabbits to Sejuan's farm. Krueng. Squeak. Pi pi pi. Seeing Quenji approaching, Black Rabbit and Choo Choo greeted him warmly, and also Sejuan and Theo, who followed. You came. Let's go inside and eat dinner first. Sejuan led the rabbits to the kitchen. The kitchen, which had handled 1,000 rabbits during the past harvest festival, was spacious enough for all the rabbits to enter. Although the food for the rabbits was slightly insufficient, it was easily resolved by taking out carrots from the storage. After dinner, Black Rabbit and Choo Choo handed a small box to Sejuan. What's this? Squeak. Just open it. Pi pi pi. You'll know once you open it. Both urged him to open the box. Okay. Thunk. When Sejuan opened the box. Ooh? It's cold? Cold air flowed out of the box. And in the middle of the cold box, a single walnut was carefully placed. Is this for me to eat? Squeak. No. Pi pi pi. It's the last walnut left in the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Black Rabbit and Choo Choo vigorously shook their heads at Sejuan's question. No? Then why did you give it to me? Squeak. Uncle, please plant and grow the walnut. Pi pi pi. Pi pi pi. Only Sejuan can grow this. Please take good care of it. Both Black Rabbit and Choo Choo said, looking at Sejuan with eyes full of trust. They essentially wanted him to grow a walnut tree and harvest a lot of walnuts. Ahum? Suddenly I feel pressured. It felt strange to be relied upon by someone, but it felt good. Hee hee hee. Don't worry. Just trust your uncle, Sejuan confidently exclaimed. He might not be sure about combat, but he was confident about farming. But I don't know if I could plant this. Sejuan looked at the walnut in curiosity. He had seen walnuts on Earth, but he had never thought of them as seeds. If Black Rabbit and Choo Choo had known, they might have taken the walnut back. Let's take a look first. Sejuan picked up the walnut from the box and examined it closely. Walnut of training, a walnut harvested from a walnut tree grown inside the tower. It's delicious and nutritious. Every time you crack the hard shell of the walnut, your strength increases by 0.1. Eating the walnut inside makes you feel full for longer than usual. Grade C. Walnut of training? It was interesting that cracking the walnut shell increased strength, not eating the walnut itself. But why is there only one? The description mentioned a walnut tree, so Sejun asked. Pi. All of them disappeared when the Red Ribbon Kingdom fell. It seemed that they were eaten by locusts. Squeak! Squeak! We were lucky to find this walnut of training. One of the rabbits. According to Black Rabbit's explanation, one of the rabbits who had been taking care of the walnut of training tree barely saved one walnut when the Red Ribbon Kingdom fell. Black Rabbit recently acquired that saved walnut. However, there was no rabbit left in the Red Ribbon Kingdom who remembered how to grow a walnut tree. Squeak! So, I brought it to you, Uncle. That's why Black Rabbit brought it to Sejun. Squeak! Uncle, to quickly increase the combat power of the Black Rabbit tribe, we need the walnut of training. Black Rabbit wanted to use the walnut of training to increase the combat power of the Black Rabbit tribe, which was in charge of the military power of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Got it. Leave it to me. I need it too. This isn't food, so it wouldn't be stolen, and he could get stronger. After the conversation, Black Rabbit and Choo Choo left for the Wizard Tower first. The rabbits on the farm also went with them. The next morning. All right. When Sejun got up, Chairman Park, are you awake? For some reason, Theo was already awake, grooming himself vigorously by licking his fur. Vice Chairman Theo, what's up? Why are you up so early? Isn't it obvious? I have to groom myself for the party. Grooming? Yes. Grooming is essential for the party. Sejun was taken aback by Theo's words. Come to think of it, I don't have any clothes to wear to the party. The animals are all covered in fur, so it doesn't matter, but it's different for me. Sejun had only thought about going to the party, looking at the Wizard Tower, and eating delicious food. He hadn't thought about what to wear at all. It must be nice. Being covered in fur, Sejun looked at Theo, then at his own clothes. The clothes Sejun was wearing were the ones he had worn during the vanishing, with the ends cut off and mended whenever there were holes. In other words, they looked like rags. He felt unnecessarily depressed in the morning. The only consolation was that Quenji didn't care about such things. Creak! Sejun, who found comfort in that, opened the storage room and took out the golden box of abundance. He then took out 2 elixir-grade cherry tomatoes, which had increased to 2, and put the walnut of training in the golden box of abundance. He planned to increase the number of walnuts first. A little later. Krueng! Dad, I'm hungry. Quenji came looking for him. However, Quenji, you? To Sejun's surprise, Quenji also came dressed up. And very stylishly at that. With pomade made of pine resin. There are even pearls on his body. Using pearls is cheating. He already has the advantage of fur, and now he's added pearls. Quenji, who did this for you? Krueng. Krueng? Mom did it. Do I look cool? Yeah. Super cool. Our Quenji looks absolutely dashing. Sejun gave a thumbs up, praising Quenji. Though the realization that he was the only one who'd look shabby at the party saddened him, Quenji genuinely looked adorable. Who would have thought that pink fur would have such a sense of style? Hey. Quenji, pleased by Sejun's compliment, laughed happily, lifted Sejun up, and went to the kitchen. Sejun did not intend to eat breakfast because he planned to eat a lot at the party, but, Krueng! In order to eat a lot, you have to eat a lot of breakfast too. Quenji had a different thought. So, after breakfast, Sejun left for the Black Parkari Wizard Tower with the animals. Krueng! It's time to go eat something delicious. Quenji, who had enlarged himself, carried Sejun and the animals on his back and ran quickly. Wow! Sejun exclaimed as he saw the circular tower soaring high into the sky. The size looked well over 3,300 square meters even at a glance. They built this in just a few days? If I start a construction company on Earth with Iona, it will be a huge success, right? Moreover, if Theo takes care of sales and Quenji takes care of demolition, it would quickly become the world's best construction company. Sejun thought it was too trivial to consider conquering the world with such capable members. As Sejun daydreamed about starting a construction company, the distance to the Wizard Tower decreased. His body gradually felt heavier. To be precise, Sejun was being pressed down by the strong energy surrounding him. It was not something the animals around him could help with. I should use it in advance. Dragon Tooth Warrior, Helmet. Sejun wore the dragon helmet he had planned to use before entering the party. As it contained Kellyan's magic power, it protected the wearer from the surrounding energy. Transform into full body armor. Sejun transformed the helmet into full-body armor here. Since he had no clothes, he planned to cover himself with the armor. Meow? What? Meow? Theo was annoyed as the bone armor covered Sejun's knee. Endure it until we go home. Okay, meow. But you have to stroke my belly on the way back, meow. Okay. Sejun appeased Theo, shielding the surrounding energy with the bone armor, and solved the problem of party clothes at the same time before entering the Black Tower's party hall. Then, oh. Nice to meet you. Are you Theo Park, the new elite wandering merchant? A red panda approached Theo, who was hanging on Sejun's knee, pretending to recognize him. That's right, meow. But how do you know me, meow? My name is Dory, an advanced wandering merchant. I was there when you came to apply for the elite wandering merchant at the headquarters of the Wandering Merchant Association. Really, meow? Yes. If it's all right with you, could you share with me and other advanced wandering merchants how to become an elite wandering merchant if you don't mind? Now, meow. Faced with Dory's request, Theo was torn between boasting to the other merchants and looking after Sejun. It's okay. Go ahead. Quenji and the Golden Bat were beside him, and he didn't think there would be anyone daring enough to start a fight in Iona's tower. Meow meow meow. Then I'll go tell the other wandering merchants my tricks and come back quickly, meow. Excitedly, Theo followed Dory. And then, let's see what there is to eat. Krueng. There's a lot of delicious food. Pip pip. There are a lot of fruits too. While Sejun was looking at the food with the animals. Hey! I am Koto, a lower true bone skeleton from the 20th floor of the tower. Hand over your bones immediately. Contrary to Sejun's expectation, there was a daring being. A skeleton with thick bones, about 3 meters tall, demanded Sejun's bones. You messed with the wrong person. Guys, Sejun smirked and looked around. However, who? Quenji and the Golden Bat were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 150, Krueng? While wandering around the party hall, Quenji noticed some skeleton dogs staring at Sejun with malicious intent. It's not that Quenji has learned bad language, but they were actually skeletons with dog heads. Pip pip. How dare they look at Sejun like that? Brother Quenji, should I take care of them? The Golden Bat, angered by the skeleton dogs looking at Sejun with hostile gazes, whispered to Quenji while making a throat-slitting gesture with its wing. Krueng! Krueng! No! I've never seen anyone weaker than Dad. Pip pip. Well, that's true. Finding someone weaker than Sejun on the 99th floor was like plucking stars from the sky. Therefore, Quenji decided to restore his dad's confidence. Krueng! Golden Bat, hide over there. Pip pip. Yes, Brother Quenji. They hid behind a table and kept an eye on the skeleton dogs approaching Sejun. Then, sniff sniff. Quenji and the Golden Bat smelled something delicious. Krueng! It smells like honey. Pip pip. Brother Quenji. I smell something fragrant too. Unfortunately, the table they hid behind had garetiok, rice cakes, smeared with honey and strawberries, and they got distracted by the food. Among the skeletons, there is a caste system called bone rank, which determines one's status based on the bones. It classifies the skeletons into 5 levels based on who owned the bone originally, the power of the bone's original owner, and how well its shape is maintained. Sacred bone, true bone, noble bone, common bone, mixed bone. From true bone onwards, skeletons are treated as nobility. True bone skeletons from the 93rd floor, following Sacred Bone Kerr and his son Burr to the party, discovered a skeleton. Although they couldn't determine the original owner of the bone, it had less than 0.1% of its original power and was greatly deformed. A mixed bone. They assumed the mixed bone skeleton was a slave following its master since they too had struggled to attend the party where the lowest mixed bone skeleton was present. So they ordered the lowest ranking true bone skeleton among them to collect the bone. Offering one's bones signifies submission in skeleton society. It was a light jest by the true bone skeletons. That's why Koto, a lowest ranking true bone skeleton from the 20th floor, approached Sejun and demanded the bone. Cuck, cuck cuck cuck. From afar, the sound of true bone skeletons holding back their laughter could be heard, all because of Koto being ignored even by a slave. Hey! You! Quickly offer your bone! As Koto raised his voice and reached out towards Sejun, if he returned empty-handed after being ignored by a mixed bone, it would be a stain on his reputation forever. Sejun, thinking Koto was attacking, quickly raised his arm in defense. If you won't offer it, I will take it myself. Koto grabbed Sejun's arm. Crazy bastard! Frightened Sejun, seeing Koto demanding the bone, swung his arm to shake off Koto's hand. And then, Thwack! Koto's arm was detached way too easily. More precisely, the bone in Koto's arm came off. What? Sejun was startled by the unexpected situation and then realized. Right! I've become strong. He had forgotten because he had been with beings from the 99th floor, but Sejun had the ability to easily overpower those from around the 20th floor. Cling clang. Sejun, who had been nervous just moments before, now held the detached arm of Koto. And then, he. Hey, skeleton dog. What did you just say? Sejun spoke with a confident expression, forgetting his earlier nervousness. It was the epitome of pettiness. You? How dare a lowly mixed bone like you attack me, a lower true bone? Where is your master? I'll hold him accountable for the mistake of his slave. What slave? What are you talking about? And mixed bone? This is a dragon bone. If Kellyan heard what you just said, you'd be annihilated instantly. Eek! I challenge you to a duel. Koto, enraged by Sejun's words hinting you almost got into big trouble, shouted. What duel? Just take the hits. Thwack! Thwack! Sejun started hitting Koto with Koto's own right arm. Then, enough. The true bone skeletons who had sent Koto approached. All eyes at the party were on Sejun and Koto. It was not good for the other skeletons to see Koto continuously being beaten up. What's this? You are trying to fight with numbers? Even though the other skeletons had a completely different aura than Koto, Sejun, who had already gained too much confidence, charged at them like a speeding train. Do you think we're a joke just because you defeated a single skeleton from the 20th floor? One of the true bone skeletons standing behind stepped forward, transforming its hand bone into a sword. Then, it infused mana into the bone sword and slashed at Sejun. Thwack! The bone sword collided with the bone armor, but thanks to the hardness of the dragon bone, the sword could not fulfill its purpose. However, what the? Sejun felt a shiver down his spine. The armor's bone was about half cracked because of the bone sword. It meant that if he got hit in the same spot again, the armor would be penetrated. However, pretty sturdy, aren't you? But how many times can you withstand it? Thwack! Thwack! No matter how many times the skeleton attacked, Sejun's bone armor was not penetrated. The regeneration speed of the bone armor was much faster than the skeleton's attacks. 1 hit, 2 hits. Thanks to that, Sejun was immersed in counting how many times the skeleton attacked and thinking about how to deal with these skeletons. Then, Krueng! Dad is in danger. Quenji, who had finished eating the honey garetiok on the table and focused on Sejun, saw Sejun being beaten by the skeleton. He even forgot that he was hiding to boost Sejun's confidence. Krueng! Without thinking, Quenji ran towards the skeleton and threw a punch. Kwong! With a loud bang, the skeleton shattered into pieces and crashed into the wall of the tower. And then, Kwong! Another loud noise was heard as a hole appeared in the newly constructed wizard tower's wall. The monsters participating in the party were frozen in place, staring at Quenji, who had dared to make a hole in the wizard tower. Krueng! Is Daddy okay? Quenji hurried over and checked Sejun's body. I'm fine. Shall we leave, Vice Chairman Theo? Seeing the hole in the wizard tower's wall, Sejun quickly called for Theo. What happened? Meow. Theo, who was busily bragging to a wealthy wandering merchant, ran over in response to Sejun's call. We have to go. Sejun put Theo on his knee and hurriedly left the tower, escaping to the farm. Thus, Quenji's attempt to boost Sejun's confidence ended in a rather ambiguous state, neither a success nor a failure. Shortly after, Kikyu, who did this, Iona, seeing the hole in the wizard tower wall, was furious. Aha! Hey! Did they come at dawn? Waking up, Sejun noticed Theo and Iona, who were sleeping on his lap. 3 days ago, Iona came to question Quenji after the tower completion celebration party ended. How could you let Quenji do such a thing at the celebration party? It was clear that Quenji was responsible for the hole in the tower wall shaped like a giant bear paw print. There were plenty of witnesses anyway. Calm down, Iona. The truth is, Sejun explained what happened with the skeletons and calmed Iona's anger. And then, here is an irresistible offer. He also paid an additional price. The price was 1 more day of using Theo's tail. Kayut. Okay, when Iona and Sejun agreed. Meow? What did you say, meow? Theo, who was sleeping on Sejun's lap, unknowingly protested against the trade of his tail usage rights. However, in return, an extension of vice chairman tenure by 1 week. Fine, meow. It's okay even if you use it for a few more days, meow. Theo gladly accepted the extension of his tail usage rights and even encouraged it. Thus, Sejun resolved the complaints of both Iona and Theo spent 2 days at the Wizard Tower with Iona while she worked during the day and returned with her after she finished her work at dawn. Nuo. Sejun got up, picked up Theo, and attached him to his knee, then went to the bedroom wall. Swoosh! He added another stroke to the wall, and Sejun started the morning of the 310th day of being stranded. But what's the date today? Suddenly curious about the date, Sejun started counting the days. Since I got stranded on May 11th, Sejun drew the calendars of March, April, and May on the ground and counted 55 days backward from the date of vanishing to calculate the current date. So today is March 16th. Who? That means my birthday is in a week. Sejun's birthday is on March 23rd. No wonder he wanted to calculate the date. Phew. I almost forgot to celebrate my own birthday. Sejun breathed a sigh of relief as if he had narrowly avoided a disaster. And then, in a week, it's my birthday. Sejun made a big announcement to the animals eating breakfast in the kitchen. However, what's a birthday? Ooh? What is that? Krueng? What is that? Birthday? Squeak? Squeak? The animals did not know what a birthday was. Come to think of it, they had never seen anyone celebrate a birthday in the tower. A birthday is the date you were born. On your birthday, you receive congratulations and gifts from the people around you for being born. The date of birth, meow. So if you don't know your birth date, you can't get any gifts, meow. Key, that can't be right. Krueng. Pip pip. No way. Squeak. Squeak. The animals were shocked by Theo's words. It was natural. There was no calendar here. The animals only sensed and remembered the passage of time instinctively. Sejun's announcement threw the farm into chaos. After breakfast, I don't have a birthday, so I can't get any gifts, meow, Kayun. Even with powerful magic, I cannot know the date of my birth. I'm just a lowly bat without a birthday. Squeak. All the animals sat dejectedly, their faces downcast. The black minotaurs also became gloomy after hearing about birthdays from the other animals. Then, Krueng. My mom doesn't know the date when Quenji was born. Quenji, who went to ask Pinkfur about his birthday, returned with a disappointed expression. It can't be helped. It looked like the animals would be depressed all day. Actually, I have the ability to give my birthday to others. If you need a birthday, I'll give you mine. So, Sejun created a new non-existent ability. Really, meow? Chairman Park. I want a birthday, meow. Kayut, Kayut, Kayut. Really? I want a birthday too. Krueng. Krueng. Quenji needs a birthday too. I want 100 bottles of honey as a birthday gift. Pip pip. Sejun. I want one too. Squeak. Squeak. All the animals wanted a birthday, so they all ended up having the same birthday as Sejun, March 23rd. In the end, Sejun's birthday party became everyone's birthday party a week later. Later, the animals who received birthdays from Sejun shared their birthdays with other monsters, and March 23rd became a festival of the Black Tower. And then, he. Is that even possible? Sejun, give me a birthday too. Eileen, who already had a birthday, but wanted to receive birthday gifts twice a year. However, no, I can't. I can't give a birthday to someone who already has one. Eileen's cunning plan was foiled by Sejun's very convenient ability.